Holly's case appeared in the distant past on the vast timeline of history, breaking through the formerly impenetrable veil of obscurity. She is the lost daughter who has now been found. Holly's discovery, however, brought up even more questions than it did solutions. Where has Holly been for the past 4 decades, and who killed her parents? Harold and Tina. We go back in time to a chilly winter day on January 12, 1981, in the vast wilderness of northern Harris County, Texas, just outside the bustling boundaries of Houston City. That day, a civilian's dog decided to venture out into the arid woods, only to return with the terrifying remains of a human arm in its jaw. The skin was rotting, telling a terrible story about what was concealed among the dense vegetation. The frantic search that followed this grisly discovery revealed a dark secret concealed in the dense forest close to Wallaceville Road. As the sun bounced off the tall trees, it created an erratic pattern of shadows that deceived the eye. The only sound in the silent, desolate woods came from the skeleton leaves being crunched under the civilian foot, and the dog's poo. The sound of the dog barking in the distance broke the stillness of the woods. The perplexing dog worked furiously to unearth something from a heap beneath a massive old tree. The civilian observed the dog's frenzied excitement. Intense anticipation, its tail whipped from side to side. The civilian felt shivers run through his soul as he came to a terrifying realization. Beneath the deceiving covering of fallen leaves was a shallow grave harboring the grim death of 2 bodies, interlaced and neatly placed beside each other. The gravity of this gruesome discovery weighed heavily on the civilian's mind. He ran recklessly in the direction of the closest phone booth and dialed 911. Because of the shock of the discovery, his voice was trembling as he spoke to the operator at the other end of the line. The couple's decayed bodies lied in the dark green area, only a few feet apart. Their bodies tragically bore the impact of time, giving in to decay and wearing away. This stipulated that they had been dead for a couple of months. Both bodies had been concealed in the woods just 100 yards from Wallaceville Road. When investigators arrived on the scene, they were looking for any hints that might help them determine who the deceased were. They came across a horrifying scene. They identified the first body to be a young woman between the ages of 15 and 25. She was between 5 feet 4 inches and 5 feet 9 inches tall. She was white with possible Native American blend. Her body was found close to a pair of green running shorts, and she had long reddish-brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. The woman had been choked to death. She was covered in a bloody towel and was otherwise naked. Although no additional clothing was discovered at the scene, detectives noted that the woman probably had a gap in her teeth and had short, stubby nails. A young man's body believed to be between 20 and 30 years old lay next to her, though it was possible that he was as young as 15, since it was in the 1980s. They did not have the same forensic advancements that exist today. He was between 5 feet 4 and 5 feet tall. He was white and had brown hair and eyes. The man's neck showed signs of degeneration in the upper vertebrae, which may have been caused by a previous injury. He had prominent eyebrows and his wisdom teeth had either been extracted or had not yet fully developed, according to the investigators. The victim had been beaten to death after being stripped, bound, and ganged. Investigators in Harris County were left with many unanswered questions following the shocking discovery of these 2 young people. Who were these people and what circumstances led to their tragic end? Investigators hoped to be able to solve this mystery as they continued to piece together the available evidence. As if the discovery of the 2 decaying bodies in these woods wasn't terrifying enough, the neighborhood was shocked when a 3rd body was found there 18 months later. This time, it was the body of 15-year-old Michelle Garvey, who had been missing for a month. Michelle had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Her life was violently taken away from her in a cruel manner. It was obvious that Michelle's body had been there for some time when investigators arrived at the scene because neither shoes nor a bra were to be found. The mystery surrounding the tragic deaths of these young people was further complicated by the fact that Michelle's body was found in the exact same location as the earlier discovered bodies. This only increased the sense of unease in the neighborhood as many people began to wonder if there was a link between Michelle's death and the deaths of the 2 previously found bodies. The task ahead of them was daunting, But investigators were determined to find the answers to the numerous questions that remained after these shocking revelations. The other two bodies that were discovered before Michelle's were not immediately identified, but Michelle was. To reconstruct the couple found in the woods, forensic artist Mary Mace was hired to do the job, in the hopes that someone would come forward with information about their identities. The reconstruction was widely disseminated, but no one came forward with any helpful leads. The investigators had to file the case away as unsolved because there were so few clues to continue with the investigation. 30 years later, in 2011, it was decided to exhume the bodies of the unidentified couple in order to gather DNA samples. This resulted in yet another dead end, and the investigation was closed. Then, in January 2022, new information was discovered in a twist that nobody anticipated. The case of the unidentified couple discovered in the Houston woods has finally made some headway after 41 long years of unsolved mysteries. In 2022, the challenging task of identifying the two bodies was assigned to forensic scientist Alison Peacock of FHD Forensics. She and her team got to work, entering the DNA data into the National Database of Genetic Profiles called GEDmatch. They were shocked to learn of a match to the male victim's cousin who lived in Kentucky. After getting in touch with him, they finally were able to identify the two people who had been discovered buried in the woods as 17-year-old Tina Gale Klaus, formerly known as Tina Galen, and her husband, 21-year-old Harold Dean Klaus. The year 1978 saw a destined meeting of Harold Dean Klaus Jr. and Tina Galen in the blissful Florida community of New Smyrna Beach, when she was only 15. Young Tina found herself drawn to the slightly older Harold Dean, who was 19 years old at the time. In an ironic turn of events, their families were already intertwined because Tina's brother and Harold's sister had started a relationship of their own. Harold and Tina were caught up in a whirlwind of romance that picked them up and carried them quickly to the Volusia County Courthouse under Florida's colorful skies. They exchanged marriage vows there on June 25, 1979, cementing their ardent love. The birth of Holly Marie Klaus on January 24, 1980, was a sign of their ardent love and dedication to one another. Despite being young, Harold and Tina were admired by their friends and family for their unwavering commitment to parenthood. As the 1980s began to take shape, Harold and Tina bid a fond farewell to the well-known Florida shores. They focused their attention on a new life and ventured into the sweltering heat of Louisville, Texas, a developing suburb buzzing with the promise of prosperity. Harold, a master woodworker who lived in the vibrant energy of the Dallas metropolitan area, had his sights set on taking advantage of the construction boom that swept the area in the early 1980s. The couple had high hopes for a prosperous future in the Texan trade industry thanks to Harold's skills as a skilled cabinet maker. According to their devoted relatives back home, their relationship remained without a scratch. There were no arguments or tensions. The couple's relationship appeared to be hooded by a perfect harmony. They kept their loved ones informed of their Texan journey through regular phone calls. However, in October 1980, as the autumn leaves started to fall, an unsettling silence soon descended upon the familial phone lines connecting Harold and Tina with their families. The happy chatter suddenly stopped, leaving a jarring silence with a sinister air of mystery. It was unknown what had happened to the couple in the months that had followed. Their killer or killers as well was still a mystery. But perhaps the investigators would finally be able to learn the truth since their identities were finally established. Their demise is thought to have taken place between October 1980 and January 1981. When Alice and Peacock contacted the families, Harold's mother provided them with their first tip. She explained that toward the end of December 1980, a sister named Susan called to let them know that Tina and Harold had joined their little religious community and no longer desired to communicate with their families. Sister Susan then requested $1,000 to transport the couple's car, a red 1978 AMC Concorde, back to Florida as part of the group's requirements for joining. Clearly concerned for Harold and Tina's safety, the family made the decision to call the police. They were instructed by the police to indulge Susan. Finally, a man and two women showed up at the racetrack Daytona in Florida to receive $1,000 in exchange for the car. The three people were immediately detained by police as soon as the family received the car. At the time, a police report was made for this operation. Unfortunately, the 1980 police report has not yet been located, which poses a serious obstacle for the investigation. When Harold's sister brought up the missing baby during the same conversation, Allison's heart sank. In their investigation, that particular detail had never surfaced. There had already been so many twists and turns in the case, and now there might be a missing child. After taking a deep breath, Allison made a promise to Harold's sister that they would do everything possible to discover what had happened to the baby. Allison learned that Harold and Tina did indeed have a child as she investigated the situation further. A kid called Holly Klaus. When her parents disappeared, she was only a few months old, and she was never seen or heard from again. Allison was adamant about learning what had become of Holly, but it seemed like an overwhelming task. Investigators began a thorough national search for Holly because they were driven to learn the truth, but they had to first figure out how to spell her name. Although some detectives dismissed it as a minor problem, Allison Peacock knew that getting the name correct was essential to locating her. Allison and Harold's sister asked for access to her birth record from Florida's Department of Vital Records to determine the proper spelling, but they were turned down. This started a difficult and uphill battle, in which the authorities rejected each request for the record. Peacock and her group, though, were unyielding. Before eventually receiving access to Holly's birth certificate, investigators worked their way up the ranks of those involved in the case, from detectives to senior prosecutors, judges, and finally, attorney generals from 3 different states. They soon learned that Holly had been adopted by a family nearby. She had grown up and was going about her life. Completely oblivious to her disastrous past, Holly's birth certificate was sealed in the United States, which is why it was difficult to obtain. Following an adoption, it is common practice to seal birth certificates, making it challenging to obtain a copy of the record, except through a court order. This also implies that the birth certificate is accompanied by an adoption certificate. It was Allison Peacock's unwavering persistence in locating Holly's name's proper spelling that allowed for the eventual acquisition of the birth certificate. Whether it was merely a coincidence or a deliberate action is unknown. But the truth is that Holly might not have been found without Allison's commendable efforts. After this discovery, the police descended on Holly's workplace and learned her origin story, which they had painstakingly uncovered from a maze of lost paperwork and neglected archives. Holly, Harold and Tina's daughter, who is now 42 and a mother of 5 who lives in Oklahoma, was finally reunited with her remaining biological family as the investigators continued to delve deeper into the mysterious case of Harold and Tina. Everyone involved was happy and relieved because they had long given up on ever finding her. But there are still many unanswered questions about the circumstances surrounding her adoption. The case was far from over, despite the excitement of the moment. Holly's parents were murdered, and the identity of the murderer is still a mystery, as are the circumstances surrounding Holly's adoption. Investigators soon found out that 2 women who belonged to a nomadic religious group had left Holly at a church in Arizona. These women were barefoot and wore robes. Their religion remained a mystery because the officials were reluctant to provide any information. However, they did reveal that the group believed in veganism and thought that men and women should be kept apart. The religious group is known to have visited Arizona, California, and possibly Texas while touring the southern United States. The group was reportedly seen in the early 1980s around Yuma, Arizona, with its female members begging for food. The case appeared to have all the elements of a classic detective story. With plenty of leads to pursue but no obvious solutions, Holly's amazing discovery had only raised more issues and led to dead ends. With no clear solution in sight, Holly's extraordinary discovery had untangled a thread that led down a maze of questions. Her complicated adoption history started to come into focus as the murky role of a roving religious sect became clear. Detectives nevertheless reaffirmed their dedication to the investigation, strengthened by their belief that the religious organization was the key to cracking this unsolved case. They showed firm commitment to uncovering the truth in order to bring Holly and her biological roots some form of justice. We are faced with an unknown that is full of enticing secrets that are just waiting to be revealed. We wait for shocking revelations, the echoes of the past growing louder with each passing moment. This investigation into the history of the mysterious and unsolved has only just begun, so there is still much to learn. 19-year-old Kara Nichols lived in Colorado Springs, Colorado in 2012. She was an aspiring model. On October 9, 2012, Kara left her home to go to Denver. She told her friends she was traveling for a photo shoot. When no one heard from Kara, her brother Terry Nichols reported her missing 5 days later on October 14th. In the years since she disappeared, investigators had leads to span the US and Europe and issued dozens of search warrants. Recently, he witnessed for investigators told them that a man by the name of Joel Hollendorfer confessed to taking the life of Kara. According to the witness, Hollendorfer and Kara met because she was advertising escort services. For an unknown reason, he decided to strangle her. Recently, Hollendorfer's property in Black Forest, Colorado was searched. Kara's remains were found buried there. In February of 2022, Hollendorfer was arrested in connection to the case. Investigators have not yet revealed more information than that. His hearing will be on September 15, 2022. Thompson. On December 21, 1998, Stephanie's body was found approximately 20 feet into a wooded area off Franchise Street in North Charleston. Her body was discovered by a hunter who was looking for a place to squirrel hunt. Investigators found her lying face up on the ground, and her clothing below her waist had been removed. Investigators collected DNA evidence belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. A witness came forward saying that they saw Stephanie the previous evening with the man leaving a trailer on Franchise Street. The witness was able to provide a description of the man that led to a composite sketch. Investigators questioned a few suspects, but it didn't lead anywhere and the case went cold for some time. Recently, the case was reopened. Investigators knew they had a good DNA sample. It was sent to a private genetic genealogy testing company. The results of that test narrowed the search field. Finally, they identified 43-year-old Charles Goodwin as the man responsible. The match was made on December 10, 2021. He was arrested in Greenville, South Carolina on March 28, 2022. His DNA was in their database because he had been arrested in an unrelated felony DUI case. Investigators did not say whether they believe Goodwin and Thompson knew each other, but the warrant also alleges that Goodwin provided false and misleading information about his involvement in the case during interviews. When investigators told Goodwin why he was being arrested, he just said, "Okay," as if he was expecting it. Goodwin was taken to Georgetown County Sheriff's Office and is being held at the LC Knight Detention Center after a bond hearing during which a judge denied bond. The case of Diana D. Aiello. Diana Aiello was born in 1959 in Tustin, a suburb of Los Angeles. Her father was in the military, and her mother worked at a local garment factory. At the age of 19, Diana met Kevin Green when Diana was harassed by several men at a bar. Kevin intervened and chased the men away. In gratitude, Diana bought Kevin a drink. They went on a date a few days later, and their relationship quickly progressed. Kevin was in the process of divorcing his first wife. Kevin and Diana moved in together for a while, and Diana became pregnant. After Kevin's divorce was finalized, they got married. While waiting for their daughter to be born, they rented an apartment in Tustin. Kevin worked as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby Marine Corps base, while Diana stayed home to prepare for the baby's arrival, having previously worked with her mother in a garment factory. By late September 1979, Diana was nearly 9 months pregnant. On the evening of September 30th, Kevin and Diana got into an argument after watching a movie together. The impending birth of their daughter had put a strain on their relationship. To calm down and avoid escalating the situation, Kevin decided to drive to a nearby restaurant. About 40 minutes after the incident, Kevin called the local police department to report that his wife, Diana, had been shot and needed immediate medical attention. Police arrived on the scene shortly after receiving the call. When they entered the apartment, they found Diana lying on the bed, covered in blood, with a head wound that appeared to be a gunshot wound. However, upon closer examination, paramedics later determined that the wound was actually caused by blunt force trauma. When the police checked on Diana, found her alive and provided first aid until the ambulance arrived, they asked Kevin to leave the room. After the paramedics took over, they carefully transported Diana to the hospital. Meanwhile, the police asked Kevin to stay behind to give a statement. He told police that he and his wife had been arguing. So he decided to leave the apartment to calm down and buy some burgers at a fast food restaurant. In his haste, he realized he had left his keys inside, but chose not to go back to get them. Instead, he locked the door and went to his car. As Kevin drove away from the apartment complex, he noticed a truck with its back door open and an African-American man walking back and forth toward the truck. It was late, around 2 a.m. He drove to the fast food restaurant he frequented, but it was busy, so he went to another location a few miles away. After buying a burger, he drove home, which took 40 minutes. When he arrived, he found the front door wide open. He rushed inside and found his wife, Diana, covered in blood. He immediately called the police. Kevin's story had some suspicious signs, but when the police checked the fast food bag, they found the food was still warm and the receipt confirmed the time and place of purchase, supporting Kevin's story. As a result, the police allowed Kevin to go to the hospital, but not before asking him to provide a blood sample for further investigation. Although DNA analysis was not available at the time, experts could still compare the blood found at the crime scene with Kevin's blood type. When Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors determined that her head wound was not caused by a gunshot. Instead, it was likely inflicted by a small, heavy object. Unfortunately, Diana fell into a coma. The medical team worked diligently for several hours to save both her and her unborn child. After many hours of intense care, they were able to stabilize Diana's condition, but she still required surgery. During the investigation, police asked medical experts to determine whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. The experts confirmed that Diana had indeed been sexually assaulted, finding semen on her body. However, Kevin testified that he and Diana had had sex just hours before the argument. Diana and Kevin's family stayed in the hospital all night, and the next morning, the baby's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. Doctors tried. Baby did not survive. Although Diana remained in a coma, her chances of survival had improved. However, doctors warned that she could suffer long-term effects. Although Kevin had an alibi, police were not quick to clear him due to several inconsistencies in his story. He had an argument with Diana just hours before the attack, left his front door unlocked, and spent much of the time on a quick trip to a fast food restaurant. His claim of seeing a suspicious person near his home at night also raised suspicions. However, there was no concrete evidence linking Kevin to the crime. Police are investigating another suspect in a series of similar crimes in the area. A year earlier, a series of break-ins and assaults had occurred in Tustin and surrounding areas with similar modus operandi. In December 1970, provided no new leads. Prior to Diana's attack, a similar attack occurred in September 1979, when a 34-year-old woman was murdered. A series of crimes occurred, all with striking similarities to the attack on Diana. The police believed they were dealing with a serial killer and focused their efforts on capturing him. To address the growing concern, the police decided to issue a public warning through the media, specifically targeting women living alone and those living in low-rise apartments, who appeared to be the serial killer's favorite targets. The warning caused panic, and in response, the police increased night patrols in the area. The police began by interviewing and soon received their first leads. Several of the victims' neighbors reported seeing a suspicious white man with thick black hair near their home. Although the description was somewhat vague, the police were able to identify several men who matched and investigate them. Unfortunately, these leads did not lead to any cases. A week after Diana was attacked, her doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. However, there was a serious concern Diana was unable to speak or remember anything. According to her doctors, her brain was still recovering. Around the same time, another attack occurred in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, striking her multiple times with a piece of wood and sexually assaulting her. Tragically, the victim died and the police were once again unable to catch the perpetrator. Diana spent several days in the hospital, recovering from her injuries. During this time, her mind slowly cleared, but she had lost almost all of her memory. Doctors told her family that her memories might return, but warned them not to remind her of anything, letting her remember on her own. After being stabilized, Diana was discharged from the hospital and her family took her home. Her husband Kevin had to work at the military base, so Diana was sent to live with Diana's parents. 2 weeks later, another attack occurred in the city, similar to the one on Diana. This time, the attacker killed a 17-year-old girl. Diana began attending physical therapy sessions and her condition gradually improved. Although she still could not speak or remember the attack, a breakthrough occurred 6 weeks later during a therapy session. The doctor asked Diana if she could remember who attacked her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly pointed to her wedding ring. The doctor shared this information with Diana's mother when she came to pick her up. Diana's mother asked her daughter if her husband, Kevin, was the one who attacked her, and Diana nodded. Diana's mother immediately took her to the police station to speak with the chief. After asking Diana a few more questions, the police confirmed that she remembered her attacker and identified him as her husband, Kevin. This new information dramatically changed the course of the investigation. Police suspected that Diana's attack was related to a series of similar incidents in the area committed by a serial offender. However, Kevin matched the suspect's description, leading police to question whether Kevin could be the culprit behind these attacks. The police asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana had not recovered her memory and to return home with Kevin. But they agreed to do so. Meanwhile, the police kept a close watch on Kevin, monitoring his every move in the hope of finding evidence of a crime linked to the serial murders. Crime scene testing revealed evidence under Diana's fingernails, where they found bloody skin particles, in addition to the attacker's semen. After analyzing the evidence, police found a match between the attacker's blood type and Kevin's blood sample, indicating that Kevin was the one who attacked Diana. As for a motive, police suspect that Diana's refusal to have sex with Kevin may have prompted the attack. Although Kevin insists that they had sex earlier that night, the police spoke to Diana, and she remembered the attack clearly, confirming that Kevin was her killer. During the conversation, her mother expressed that they could no longer live with Kevin, and the police decided to arrest him. To protect Diana's family, Kevin was arrested at a store instead of at their home. Despite his arrest, Kevin maintained his innocence. Preparations for the trial lasted 10 months, during which time Diana's health gradually improved. She regained her ability to speak. Diana was cleared of the charges, and her husband was found guilty of assaulting her. Kevin's defense team tried to use his fast food alibi, but it was not enough to disprove Diana's testimony. As a result, Kevin was convicted in November 1980 of the child's murder and assault on Diana. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Police learned that 2 similar crimes had occurred in their district before Kevin was arrested, but both victims survived. Although the identity of the attacker remains unknown, these incidents raised suspicions that Kevin was involved in other crimes. The attacks stopped abruptly after Kevin was arrested. After Kevin's sentencing, Diana promptly filed for divorce, which Kevin did not contest. Diana then focused on her recovery. When Kevin became eligible for parole, the committee denied his request, a decision that was repeated 3 more times. The serial killer case remained unsolved until 1996, when police reopened the investigation. Semen samples from the victims, which had been stored in a laboratory, were retested. Police wanted to determine who the culprit was, and DNA analysis yielded a surprising result. Gerald Parker, a man arrested the same year as Kevin, was found to have a DNA match to the serial murders. After the DNA match confirmed Parker's involvement in the serial murders, investigators re-examined the attack on Diana. Parker and Kevin worked together on a military base, and Parker owned a dark-colored van, similar to the one described in the attacks. During his initial police interview, Kevin reported seeing an African-American man near a dark-colored truck in front of their home on the day of the attack. This information led police to consider the possibility that Parker was involved in the attack on Diana. While Kevin was in jail, the local prosecutor updated him on the progress of the Bedroom Basher serial murder investigation. The prosecutor asked Kevin to provide a DNA sample, which he quickly agreed to. While the DNA analysis was underway, police visited Parker in prison to discuss the case. Although they had not yet formally charged him with the attacks, they hoped to gather more information. Parker initially denied any involvement in the crimes, so detectives focused their questioning on the attack on Diana. During questioning, Parker revealed that on the night of the incident, he drove his truck to Kevin's house, intending to circle the neighborhood, looking through the ground floor windows for a victim. However, this time, he heard screaming coming from Kevin and Diana's apartment, and when Kevin left the house, Parker noticed that the door was unlocked, so he waited a few minutes before entering the apartment and attacking Diana. Parker revealed that he did not know Kevin's wife because they worked in different areas of the military base. He also confessed to committing 6 murders and 3 non-fatal attacks. After Parker's confessions, DNA evidence confirmed his guilt in Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor quickly moved to overturn Kevin's sentence, and he was released from prison after 16 years. The case has caused widespread outrage, not only because an innocent man spent nearly half his life in prison, but also because it took so long for police to identify the real killer. When Kevin was released, the state of California paid him $10,000 in compensation, but relatively small amount. Years later, he received an additional $100 for each day he spent in prison, totaling $620,000. Despite Kevin's exoneration, his wife Diana initially refused to believe he was innocent. She had previously claimed that Kevin was her only attacker. However, after DNA evidence from her body matched Parker's, she changed her story. Diana reported that Kevin attacked her before leaving the apartment, and then Parker entered and attacked her as well. However, Parker said that when he entered the house, Diana was lying on the bed without any injuries or signs of distress. He also admitted to hitting her on the head. Diana's family proposed an alternative theory suggesting that Kevin might have conspired with Parker to commit the crime, which would explain why Kevin left the house that night, leaving the door open. However, Parker denied knowing Kevin, pointing out that the military base was large and many people didn't know each other personally. Parker denied knowing Kevin. Kevin also denied any involvement with Parker, insisting that he would never harm Diana or their unborn daughter. He explained that he left the door open because he didn't want to go back to get the keys after their argument, and he still blames himself for that decision. As for Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999, but this sentence has yet to be carried out. After years of waiting on death row, California imposed a moratorium on executions, and as a result, Parker remains incarcerated to this day. The case of Kelly Dwyer. Born in 1986 in Lincolnshire, a suburb of Chicago, Kelly Dwyer experienced a major turning point at 16 when her parents divorced. Although they remained supportive and close to her, the separation deeply affected her. The following year, she finished high school but felt uncertain about what direction to take next. Wanting more time before committing to college, she took a part-time job at a local restaurant. In 2008, at the age of 22, Kelly relocated to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, hoping for a fresh start. There, she enrolled in college, trained as a yoga instructor, and worked as a saleswoman to support herself financially. In addition to her other jobs, Kelly also worked as a nanny to supplement her income. She enjoyed exploring Milwaukee's trendy spots, making lasting memories around the city. When she met her father a month earlier, she was still living in Milwaukee and appeared to be doing well. By then, she had established herself as a successful yoga instructor and was a well-liked employee at a local sports store. Kelly seemed genuinely happy with her life. She enjoyed her work and had been in a year-long relationship with Chris Zacco, a 38-year-old IT manager at a transportation company. Chris earned his degree in international business from Boston University in 2009 and later relocated from New York City to Milwaukee for his job. Chris was known as a hard-working and respectable man from a good family, sharing Kelly's passion for sports and entertainment. The two appeared to have a strong relationship. He had established a successful career, owned a luxury apartment and an expensive car, and had accumulated considerable wealth on his own. Kelly's father approved of him, believing he was an ideal partner for his daughter. However, on October 12, 2013, Kelly failed to show up for work. Given her reputation for punctuality and dedication, her absence immediately raised concern. Her coworkers attempted to reach her, but her phone went unanswered, and she was inactive on social media, something completely out of character for her. Kelly had never gone anywhere without her phone. As worry grew, her loved ones contacted authorities and filed a missing persons report. As investigators looked into Kelly's disappearance, they found no indication that she had enemies or anyone who might wish her harm. All of her personal belongings remained at home, leading police to dismiss the idea that she had left on her own. Even more alarming was the complete lack of activity on her bank account, phone, and other accounts. Fearing that she was in danger, authorities turned their attention to Chris Zacco, the last known person to see her on October 10, 2013. He was brought in for questioning and explained that he and Kelly had spent the evening at his apartment in Lafayette Towers before heading to a nearby bar, where they socialized and had drinks. According to Chris, they returned to his apartment around 2:30 a.m., spent the rest of the night together, and went to sleep. He claimed that Kelly left around 9 a.m., and that was the last time he saw her. Chris maintained that Kelly was not his girlfriend, describing their arrangement as an open relationship. He further disclosed that he was in love with another woman and envisioned a future with her. While investigators acknowledged that his account could be believable, they were troubled by certain inconsistencies in both his statements and behavior. To dig deeper, detectives spoke with friends who had spent time with Kelly and Chris the night before she disappeared. The friends confirmed that the group had enjoyed themselves at a bar before ordering pizza and eating it together on a bench outside. Kelly appeared cheerful that evening, even talking about her plans for the next day. Sleeping in, practicing yoga, catching up on laundry, and simply unwinding. Later, she and Chris returned to his apartment, where they were joined by another friend he had invited over for drinks. That friend later told investigators she felt uneasy inside the apartment, sensing tension between the two. She remembered Chris smoking and making small talk with her while Kelly seemed noticeably upset. Believing Kelly was simply tired, the friend didn't dwell on it and eventually left. But after speaking with more of Kelly's friends, detectives learned that Kelly and Chris Zacco had actually been experiencing problems in their relationship and were not on good terms. Kelly cared deeply for Chris, but it appeared that he did not feel the same level of commitment. He avoided making long-term plans with her, which left Kelly feeling anxious about their future. One of her friends suspected that Chris might be unfaithful and doubted the relationship would survive. Gradually, Kelly began to lose hope of building a future with Chris Zacco. Wanting a safety net in case things fell apart, she created a profile on a dating website and started messaging other men, though she had not met any of them in person. Her goal was simply to keep her options open if her relationship with Chris ultimately failed. Kelly's friends also began noticing bruises on her arms and neck. When they questioned her, she brushed off their concerns and minimized the situation. Although they feared the marks could indicate domestic abuse, Kelly never confirmed anything. At the same time, investigators reviewed security footage from Chris's apartment building. The video showed Kelly and Chris Zacco returning home intoxicated one night, but there was no footage of Kelly ever leaving the apartment afterward. This directly conflicted with Chris's statement that she had left at 9 a.m. the following morning. Authorities later learned that another friend of Chris had been at the apartment that night and admitted to taking illegal drugs with him. Detectives obtained a search warrant for Chris's apartment and found numerous drugs, pills, pipes, and other paraphernalia, leading to Chris's arrest for possession. They also discovered a torn shower curtain that appeared to have been forcefully removed. During questioning, Chris remained calm and admitted to using drugs but denied distributing them. A search of his cell phone revealed disturbing content, including photos of an unconscious girl in bed and a video of Chris raping the girl, who appeared to have been strangled. This led to suspicions that Chris had drugged and exploited her. Evidence from Chris's phone was linked to Kelly's disappearance. Police returned to Chris's apartment with a dog, which responded to the bed and bathroom area before leading them to the front door. The dog then guided police to Chris's car in the parking lot and to a nearby dumpster. The investigation reached a critical stage when investigators believed Kelly had been murdered. Kelly's boyfriend, Chris, became the prime suspect, as evidence suggested he was the last person to see her alive. It was believed that he spent time with Kelly in his apartment before secretly moving her body into his car, a plan that would have escaped the building's 28 surveillance cameras. During the investigation, police analyzed Chris's computer and discovered child pornography. This led to Chris being charged with possession of the images, but he was released on bail and was awaiting trial. The investigation continued as authorities attempted to find Kelly's body and gather enough evidence to build a stronger case against Chris. It should be noted that Chris had claimed to be in a long-term relationship with a woman, and investigators quickly began gathering information about that woman. The investigation uncovered the identity of a woman named Megan, with whom Chris had been secretly in a 3-year relationship, unbeknownst to Kelly, similar to the relationship he had with Kelly. Police came to interview Megan and showed her photos of Chris's apartment. After a thorough inspection, Megan found several items missing, including a shower curtain in the bathroom, a rug, several towels, and the large golf bag that was usually kept in the bedroom. Detectives believed Kelly could fit in the large bag Megan reported missing. After examining the building's entrances and exits, police found a side path that Chris could have taken to get to his car without being seen by surveillance cameras. Reviewing footage from the parking lot cameras, Chris was seen arriving at the house with the large bag, which he placed in the trunk of his car. At 10 a.m. on October 11th, Chris left the house in his car. Just 2 minutes later, at 10:08 a.m., Kelly's phone lost connection at the same location. Over the next 8 hours, footage captured Chris making multiple trips between his home and his car, loading up on belongings before leaving for good at 6:16 p.m. Chris did not return home until the next day. When investigators asked him what he had been doing the previous day, he said he was moving his summer sports gear to his mother's house. However, no one found this explanation credible. Chris was supposed to meet Megan at 7:30 that evening, but he arrived more than an hour late. Detectives suspected that he was looking for a place to dispose of Kelly's body, which would explain his delay. Unfortunately, they were unable to track his movements because his phone had been turned off since the morning. As an IT expert, Chris would have known that his phone records could be used to track him. Megan reported that Chris seemed very strange that night. He appeared restless and anxious, and he said that his phone was not working, which was why he was late. After the date, Megan and Chris went to Megan's apartment, where they spent the night. According to Megan, Chris was extremely stressed, had not slept at all, and was sweating so much that she had to change the sheets in the morning. Investigators believed that Chris was worried because he still had Kelly's body in the trunk of his car and was afraid of being discovered. He was trying to find a place to hide her body. On the morning of October 12th, Chris said goodbye to Megan and left after trying to convince her to temporarily move to Denver, but she refused. Police tracked Chris's location history using his car's GPS, which led them to a cheese shop called Cheese House, 80 miles from Milwaukee. However, it seemed unlikely that Chris would have driven that far just to buy cheese. Chris claimed that he had bought cheese for his parents, presenting a receipt for the cheese at 9:55 a.m. on October 12th, which his parents confirmed. However, the police found it difficult to believe Chris's story, as the same cheese could easily be purchased at a nearby supermarket. They suspected that Chris might have dumped Kelly's body in the area around the cheese store. Further investigation revealed that on his way back, Chris stopped at a sports store and bought new sneakers that afternoon. Detectives suspected that Chris had deliberately discarded his old shoes, possibly to avoid leaving blood or footprints that could be linked to the crime scene. It appeared that he had carefully planned to destroy evidence and create an alibi for himself. Chris, with his analytical mind, had tried to commit the perfect crime. However, investigators were able to spot inconsistencies in his story. Notably, it took him over 2 hours to travel from the cheese house to the sports store, a distance of about 80 kilometers, when it would normally take only an hour. This significant time difference suggested that Chris spent an additional hour on another activity, possibly hiding the body. Police speculated that he may have dumped the body along the way. However, the exact location of the body remained unknown. With a large search area spanning 50 miles, finding the body proved to be a huge challenge. A roadside search eventually led to a discovery. In a wooded area approximately 37 miles from the city, a local resident found human remains while walking. Upon discovery, the resident immediately contacted the sheriff's office. Dental records confirmed the remains were those of Kelly Dwyer. This discovery finally ended Kelly's parents' long and agonizing search for their daughter. The next step was to secure justice by determining the exact cause of her death. Based on available information, the medical examiner believed she may have been strangled but not forcefully enough to fracture the hyoid bone. There was no direct evidence at the scene where Kelly's body was discovered, such as torn curtains, mats, towels, or bags. However, the position of the skeleton provided valuable insight. The body was found face down, with one arm trapped underneath and the legs bent in a way that suggested it had been hidden for some time after death. This finding further supported the theory that Kelly's body had been hidden in a golf bag, as evidenced by footage of Chris holding the bag and driving into the area where the body was discovered. While these findings were compelling, they were circumstantial and did not directly implicate Chris in Kelly's murder. Ultimately, it took 5 years for Chris to be formally charged in connection with Kelly's disappearance. The charges against him were manslaughter and concealment of a body, as investigators lacked specific evidence to prove intent. Theorizing about the events of that night, detectives speculated that Chris and Kelly had become intimate, but Chris got carried away with strangulation, leading to Kelly's death. The investigation revealed that Chris then ripped off the shower curtain, removed the rug and towels, wrapped Kelly's body, placed it in a bag, thoroughly cleaned the house, and disposed of it. Throughout the ordeal, Chris maintained his innocence in Kelly's murder. Key evidence was presented at Chris's trial, including CCTV footage, cell phone video of the strangulation, and the search of his apartment by a dog. Megan, who testified against Chris, reported that he was extremely anxious on the day of the incident and was late for a meeting. Additionally, Chris's former girlfriends took the stand, expressing their concerns about his unhealthy obsession with strangulation and rough sex, which had frightened them. The defense countered that there was no direct evidence linking Chris to the crime and that the prosecution's case was based on speculation and conjecture. Chris had a clean record before the drug possession incident and was a successful IT professional with a stable job. The defense argued that Chris was incapable of murder. However, it was discovered that not all the CCTV footage had been saved, casting doubt on the prosecution's conclusion that Kelly had not left Chris's house. The defense presented a witness who claimed to have seen a girl resembling Kelly in another man's car the weekend after she went missing. Although the witness had previously seen Kelly on TV as a missing person, he was not 100% sure it was her. The defense offered an alternative explanation for Kelly's disappearance, suggesting that she may have left Chris's apartment safely but was later caught by one of her new boyfriends. The defense also questioned the reliability of the police dog during the investigation. Since the dog's reaction was not captured on video, its alert was based solely on the police officer's subjective interpretation. In response, the prosecution argued that the investigation using the sniffer dog was conducted objectively and transparently, with multiple police officers present and agreeing on the results. Ultimately, the prosecution convinced the jury that Chris was responsible for the murder. With no other obvious suspects, the prosecution argued that Chris had planned and executed the crime carefully, deliberately destroying evidence to cover his tracks. After lengthy deliberations, the jury found Chris guilty of first-degree manslaughter and concealing a body. The Kelly family and the prosecution had asked for the maximum sentence of 48 years, while the defense asked for a reduced sentence of 22 years. In December 2018, Chris Zacco, then 43, was sentenced to 31 years in prison, including 26 years for manslaughter and 5 years for concealing a body. In addition, Chris Zacco was sentenced to 19 years for possession of child pornography and possession of narcotics based on the outcome of his November 2014 trial. Chris Zacco is currently serving his sentence at the Green Bay Correctional Facility in Wisconsin. He will be eligible for parole in 2065, when he turns 93, essentially making his sentence a life sentence. Chris Zacco was unhappy with the sentence and attempted to appeal, but his appeal was rejected. The case of Alice Adams and Tibor Vass. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass were colleagues at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Living just 6 miles from the hotel, Alice had joined the team 3 weeks prior and quickly formed friendships with her co-workers, particularly Tibor. Born and raised in Budapest, Hungary, Tibor was a people person who loved music, playing almost every instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He had taught his younger sister, Isabella, to play piano, and they would often perform together for their parents. Tragedy struck in 2007 when Tibor's father passed away, leaving the family struggling to cope. Tibor, then a teenager, took on a more significant role in supporting his mother, Rosalia, and younger sister. At 15, he started working full-time to help alleviate his mother's burden. He later applied to the University of Budapest in 2008, hoping a college degree would lead to a better job and greater financial stability for his family. Despite his exceptional talent, Tibor was unfortunately denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed his plans to move to Great Britain with his mother, who seemed to support the idea. In July 2010, at the age of 19, Tibor relocated to the United Kingdom and settled in London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel, where he enjoyed his job, responsibilities, and interactions with colleagues and new clients. Tibor quickly formed a bond with Alice, a talented musician, as they often found common topics to discuss. Both Tibor and Alice worked as receptionists at the hotel, along with Attila Ban, a 31-year-old who had been employed there the longest. Attila was recognized as the hotel's best employee in 2010. As Tibor and Attila were both from Hungary, they developed a close relationship. The hotel provided accommodation for its new employees, and Attila and Tibor lived in a company apartment behind the hotel. This arrangement was convenient, as it saved them money and reduced their commute time. Tibor was thrilled to be in England, but he didn't abandon his plans for higher education. He reapplied to the university in Budapest and was accepted this time around. Overjoyed, he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. To bid him farewell, a small party was organized on August 9, 2011, attended by Tibor, Attila, Alice, and other hotel employees. The next day, the trio was scheduled to work, but none of them showed up. Their colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to report for work at 7 a.m., and the police were notified at 7:53 a.m. Upon arriving at the house, the police found the door unlocked and the interior quiet. When an officer opened the door, he was met with a disturbing scene. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face covered by a pillow with 22 stab wounds on her body, as later confirmed by the medical examiners. In the bedroom, Tibor's naked body was found on the bed, having died from 2 stab wounds to the heart. Attila, however, was nowhere to be found. The police surrounded the house to secure the area, and investigators and forensic experts started their investigation. As they examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed where Tibor's body was found was not where he was actually killed. The bed was too tidy, indicating that Tibor had met his fate elsewhere. It appeared that the perpetrator had initially wounded him, removed his clothes, cleaned his body, and then placed him on the bed. Upon further inspection, the apartment was found to contain empty alcohol bottles and illicit substances, suggesting that they had been used during a party. Police officers thoroughly searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic for Attila Ban, but he was nowhere to be found. His personal belongings, including his papers, were still in the apartment. As a result, Attila became the prime suspect in the investigation. While forensic experts continued to analyze the crime scene, investigators began questioning Attila's co-workers at the hotel. The staff reported that Attila had taken a particular interest in Tibor, a new employee from the same country, immediately showing him around and helping him settle in. Attila even went so far as to adjust his work schedule to match Tibor's. Tibor was a young and attractive man who attracted a lot of female attention. However, investigators discovered that Attila had romantic feelings for Tibor, which he openly expressed. According to the hotel staff, Tibor had rejected Attila's advances, making Attila unhappy. Things took a turn for the worse when Alice joined the hotel staff 3 weeks before her death and Tibor started paying attention to her. Attila became jealous despite knowing that Tibor was only interested in women. The investigation raised an important question. Could Attila have committed the murder out of jealousy and unrequited love? A disturbing Facebook post from Attila made before the police discovered the bodies suggested that he was indeed involved. At 6:23 a.m., Attila had posted, "I would like to wake up from that nightmare." Friends commented on the post, expressing their concern, but Attila never responded. This message further solidified the investigators' suspicions that Attila Ban was responsible for the deaths of his colleagues. The number of stab wounds provided a clear indication of what had transpired. Alice sustained 22 stab wounds, while Tibor was stabbed only twice. Furthermore, the positioning of the victims was telling. Alice was found on the floor with a pillow over her face while Tibor was discovered on the bed. When investigators spoke with the other people who had been at the apartment earlier that night, they learned that Attila, Tibor, and Alice had been the only ones left behind. This suggested that the tragic events had unfolded after the other. Meanwhile, police were searching for Attila Ban, but he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. When they attempted to track his phone, they found that it was transmitting signals from the same area as the hotel, which was unusual. It was later revealed that Attila was actually much closer than anyone had suspected. After spending 2 days examining the crime scene, the investigative team left the house only to have the forensic team return later to conduct additional tests. Upon re-entering the house, they found that the door they had left unlocked was now locked from the inside. Inside the room, they discovered Attila Ban lying on the bed, intoxicated and wounded after attempting to harm himself with scissors and a knife. The investigators questioned Attila, but he responded bizarrely, using gestures to convey his thoughts. He was then taken to the hospital for medical attention. Unbeknownst to the investigators, Attila had created a hiding space within the sofa bed where Tibor Vaza's body was found. To create this makeshift hiding spot, he had made a slit in the bed space, grabbed a phone, several bottles of water, and climbed inside. Throughout the investigation, Attila had been secretly watching and listening to the police through the holes he had made. Attila Ban was arrested at the hospital as the main suspect in the crime. His trial began on July 9, 2012, and during the proceedings, details of the heinous crime were revealed. The party had escalated out of control after Tibor, Alice, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors confirmed that there was a consensual physical encounter between the three with DNA evidence found on Miss Adams' body. The evening took a devastating turn. Attila claimed to have no memory of the events that followed, only recalling waking up the next morning to find Alice and Tibor lifeless. Overcome with guilt and remorse, he considered taking his own life but was too afraid to do so alone. The court learned that Attila had been consumed by jealousy towards Tibor, particularly after a team-building event where he had thrown a tantrum because Tibor was in a photograph and he was not. The situation worsened when Attila discovered that Tibor had been accepted into a university program in Hungary and would be leaving the UK soon. The final trigger was likely witnessing Tibor and Alice kissing, which sent Attila into a fit of rage, ultimately leading him to take the lives of his two friends. Prosecutor Richard Widham revealed in court that Attila Ban was discovered naked on a single bed with injuries to his wrists, forearm, and neck. It was later found that he had been hiding in the base of a double bed. Remarkably, he had managed to conceal himself and remain undetected throughout the entire investigation, including the pathologist's examination, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's investigation. When questioned about the oversight, Detective Inspector John Finch defended the police, stating that it would be impractical and potentially damaging to lift up every bed in search of people. He explained that this could result in the loss of crucial forensic evidence and was not a standard procedure in such cases. Rosalia, the mother of Tibor Vaz, paid a heartfelt tribute to her son, remembering him as a friendly, outgoing, and talented young man. She recalled his childhood interests in music, arts, and sports, as well as his passion for photography, which led him to invest in a professional camera with his first paycheck. According to Rosalia, Tibor had many friends in both Hungary and the UK who appreciated his kind and supportive nature. She said that, on August 11th, I received devastating news. My 20-year-old son, Tibor, and his friend Alice had been murdered. The killer was a shocking revelation, Tibor's own friend, who I had trusted to look out for my son. This friend had personally promised to keep Tibor safe, which made the news even more difficult to accept. Days before the murder, I had taken comfort in knowing that Tibor had found a mature and intelligent friend in London. Now, I was consumed by grief and struggle to comprehend the tragedy. The subsequent police investigation and trial only added to my suffering, forcing me to relive the horrors of that fateful night. The pain and loss my family experiences will stay with us for the rest of our lives. The perpetrator, Attila Ban, pleaded guilty but claimed he couldn't recall the details of the crime. On July 18, 2012, the jury delivered a guilty verdict after just 5 hours of deliberation. A month later, on August 17th, Attila Ban was sentenced to 2 life terms. He will have to serve 26 years before being eligible for parole. This case takes us to North Webster, Indiana. In 1975, the little town of North Webster was known to be quiet, peaceful, and safe. It was a place where residents often kept their doors unlocked. Back then, parents would often give their children the freedom to go ride bikes up and down the traffic-free streets. North Webster was a community where everyone knew each other, and people spent hours hanging out on their front porches. But when Laurel Mitchell was murdered, the news of her death sent shockwaves throughout the small town, and residents were faced with the unsettling possibility that the killer could be someone they knew. The small lake community of North Webster had never before seen a crime like the 1975 murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell. Even today, with the case solved, the community still remembers the case. Laurel Jean Mitchell was born on the 24th of May, 1958 to Richard Dick Mitchell and Wilma Mae Mitchell in Whitley County, Indiana. At the time of Laurel's murder, Dick Mitchell was a well-known public figure in North Webster. He was a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. On the other hand, Laurel's mother, Wilma Mitchell, operated the North Webster Food Pantry at Augsburgers for several years. Apart from Laurel, Dick and Wilmer had 2 more children named Bruce and Sarah, who were 18 and 12 respectively. Laurel and her siblings had a tight-knit bond despite the occasional siblings' rivalry. Laurel grew up to become a loved personality in North Webster. Her friendly nature and heartwarming smile won over the hearts of everyone she met. She often went out of her way to make other people around her happy and feel loved. Laurel had many talents, in which one of them was her love for singing. This made her join the local church choir. Her love for music did not stop there. She was a good dancer who brushed up her skills by taking dance lessons at a local studio. She found a sense of accomplishment in singing and dancing. By the age of 17, Laurel Mitchell was set to begin her senior year in Wawasee High School. Before the school year began, she decided to take up a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a small restaurant in Epworth Forest, located on the shores of Webster Lake. For her, taking up a job at the restaurant means having the opportunity to gather experience and add value to her life, while she makes a couple of extra bucks. On the 6th of August, 1975, the Mitchells family started their day unaware that a tragedy awaits them by the end of the day. Laurel, Sarah, and a friend of Laurel who stays with them woke up to tackle their morning chores. Bruce, the oldest child and the only son, was not around at the time because he was already married and was serving in the Army in California. Dick and Wilmer got ready for work and bade their daughters goodbye as they headed out to their respective workplace. Later that afternoon, Laurel, who was on a night shift, also headed to work with plans of meeting up with her friends at Adventureland when her shift was over. Oftentimes when she works the night shift, either her mom or dad would pick her up after work. But on the 6th of August, 1975, since she had plans to meet up with her friends, she didn't see the need for her parents to come pick her up. Around 10 p.m., Laurel Mitchell began to wrap up her work for the day, and at exactly 10:15 p.m., she left her workplace and headed out to Adventureland, a once popular amusement park about half a mile away from the restaurant where she worked. On her way there, she passed by a classmate who waved at her as she walked by the entrance to the Epworth Forest, and that appeared to have been the last time Laurel was seen alive. She never made it to Adventureland. Neither her friends nor family knew she was missing or in danger. Her parents believed she was with her friends at Adventureland, when in reality, her friends for some reason had changed location and gone to the county fair that evening. Thinking that Laurel had just gone home after work, the midnight curfew for the Mitchells family passed, and Laurel's family became worried because Laurel had not come back home. They waited through the night, checking the door to see if she would walk in, but Laurel never did. In the early hours of August 7, 1975, at exactly 4:16 a.m., Dick and Wilma Mitchell called the police to report their daughter missing. Neighbors, friends, and the police started out for a search, but Laurel couldn't be found in all the areas they looked for her. However, few hours later, at around 10:30 a.m., a man named Glenn Dixon and his son, Hager Dixon, were about to start fishing in the Elkhart River near Diamond Lake Road Bridge in Noble County when they found a dead body floating in the water. The police were called to the crime scene, and the body was quickly identified to be Laurel Mitchell. The news of Laurel's death shattered her family and the whole community of North Webster, who saw Laurel as a kind, decent, and beautiful person. Laurel was described as smart, boisterous, and motherly, often doting on the neighborhood children. Due to her involvement in the local church choir group, dance classes, and other community events, she was a well-known face in the small town of North Webster, and this was why residents in North Webster were shocked. They wondered who could kill such a sweet girl who wouldn't hurt a fly. On the day Laurel's body was discovered, Dr. Peelsonk from the Goshen General Hospital in Goshen, Elkhart County, Indiana, performed an autopsy on her. The cause of Laurel's death was determined to be drowning. She showed no obvious signs of trauma aside from several bruises on her hands and shoulder. She was said to have resisted her attacker, fighting for her life. When Laurel was discovered, she was fully clothed, however. The autopsy determined that she had been sexually assaulted. The police ruled the case to be homicide and the search for Laurel's killer began. Indiana State Police, along with the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Department, the Noble County Sheriff's Department, and the Noble County Coroner's Office opened an investigation into Mitchell's death. Investigators spent thousands of hours trying to solve her murder. They followed every lead. They interviewed neighbors who lived around the crime scene. A woman named Catherine Flynn, who lived at the area at the time of Laurel's murder, told the police that around 10 p.m. on the 6th of August, 1975, that she heard a loud car turn around next door. She said she heard voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." Another resident with the name Frank Overmere told investigators he also heard a loud vehicle in the neighborhood, possibly in Oldsmobile. The police followed these leads and tried all they could, but the killer of Laurel could not be found. Over the next 5 decades, numerous detectives continued to work on her case. With no improved DNA technology in the 1970s, the Laurel Mitchell's case was gradually getting cold. After waiting for years to get answers, sadly, Dick and Wilma Mitchell couldn't cheat nature as they passed away from natural causes at the age of 82 in 2012. However, despite the case growing colder by the day, Laurel's sister Sarah Mitchell never gave up hope of finding answers. Every year she would appeal to the media to once again cover her sister's story and always maintain contact with Detective Kevin Smith, who was assigned to Laurel's case. During one of her chats with the detective, Sarah mentioned that a family friend had told her a small band from Delphi, Indiana called Celebrate the Sun, consisting of several boys and girls around the ages of 16 to 20, had played a show that evening at the Cokesbury Inn and had left around the same time Laurel was last seen alive. The family friend also mentioned seeing the same group at the fire station later that evening. He described seeing a woman having a panic attack and hyperventilating outside of the fire station. He said the woman was accompanied by a group of guys all around the ages of 16 to 20 who were trying to calm her down. The detective then told Sarah that this tip had never been reported and felt it was worth investigating. Investigators then tracked down the members of the band. It was, however, discovered that they were a performing church group who were not from Delphi and had never stopped at the fire station that evening. The case went cold again, but in June 2013, a year after Laurel's parents died, Renee Sexton, a Florida woman who was 16 years old and living in Noble County in 1975, contacted the county sheriff's department to inform them that she had gone on a date with a man called John Wayne Leffman, and as he was driving her back home, he admitted his involvement in a crime that he committed with his friend, Fred Bandy. John Wayne Leffman had told the woman details that were consistent with the police findings when Laurel's body was found, including the anatomical findings from the autopsy results. In 2014, Bill McDonald, who was a high school sophomore at the time of Laurel's murder, told police that he socialized with a man named Fred Bandy while in high school, and that Fred Bandy told him after Laurel Mitchell's murder that he had committed the crime and also provided details of the location where her body was found. In 2019, another man told the police that he and Bill McDonald had attended a high school party with Fred Bandy, John Wayne Leafman, and others. When Mitchell's murder came up, Fred Bandy then stated that he and John Wayne Leafman committed the crime of killing Laurel Mitchell together. These multiple confessions were what the investigators needed to pursue the case vigorously once again. After the last witness came forward with the same information, in 2019, Laurel Mitchell's clothes and other evidence preserved from the crime scene in 1975, where he submitted for DNA testing at the Indiana State Police Laboratory. The forensics developed a profile for a possible suspect. 3 suspects who were initially on the list of the investigators were eliminated and attention was shifted to Fred Bandy for a buccal swab. On December 5, 2022, authorities visited Fred Bandy at his residence, explaining to him the reason they were there and asking for a sample of his DNA. Surprisingly, Fred Bandy did not put up a fight. He voluntarily provided the DNA sample. Fred Bandy's buccal swab was then taken to the lab for testing, and the results showed that Fred Bandy is more likely to be the contributor of the DNA found in Laurel Jane Mitchell's clothing than any other unknown person. A search warrant on Fred Bandy's home was issued, and during the search, investigators later discovered that Fred Bandy had a 1971 Oldsmobile. In 1975, it is believed that the Oldsmobile was used by him and John Wayne Leafman to bring Mitchell to the Mallard Roost public access site in Noble County, where they forcibly removed her from the vehicle and deliberately drowned her. Additionally, information from the Indiana court database shows that Fred Bandy is a twice-convicted child molester, deemed a sexually violent predator in Elkhart County. On Monday, February 6, 2023, 47 years and 6 months after her death, the Indiana State Police and the Noble County Sheriff's Department arrested Fred Bandy and John Wayne Leafman in their respective homes and charged them with the murder of Laurel G. Mitchell. Both suspects are being held in the Noble County Jail without bond. Following the arrest of Laurel's killers, her sister, Sarah Nicely Mitchell, said, "They basically blew up my family. For a lot of years, it was rage. If I could have killed them myself, I would have. If they gave them the electric chair, I would have thrown the switch. I'm glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else. But she's still dead." She remembered her sister and said, "She was just a good, kind, decent person. She was an awesome person. Wherever she went, she had to take me with her. That wasn't fun for her, but it was for me. She didn't deserve this. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." The case of Gretchen Harrington. Gretchen Harrington was born on June 13, 1967, in Pennsylvania. She was the youngest of 3 sisters, and her family moved to the small town of Brawl shortly after her birth. Gretchen's father, a pastor, took a job at the local church, and Gretchen quickly grew to love the town. She spent much of her free time outdoors with her sisters and friends. Brawl was a safe community where parents felt comfortable letting their children play outside until dark. As a member of a devoutly religious family, Gretchen spent much time at her father's church and excelled in Sunday school, always getting top grades. On August 15, 1975, Gretchen's family was eagerly awaiting the return of her mother and newborn sister from the hospital. Gretchen wanted to be home to greet them, but her father encouraged her to attend Sunday school to keep up her grades. Gretchen reluctantly agreed to go to church and set off with her Bible. Her older sisters, who usually walked with her, stayed home that morning. However, Gretchen wasn't worried about the short 8-minute walk to church. Sunday school is divided into 2 sessions. The first session takes place at Trinity Church and lasts an hour and a half. After that, some of the children go to Father Gretchen's church. But when the children arrived at the second church at 11:30 a.m., Gretchen's father noticed that his daughter was not there. He assumed she might be at the first church, so he called to check. The pastor's wife answered, informing him that Gretchen was not there. She then told her husband, David, who was a Sunday school teacher. He was surprised by the news. since Gretchen had not attended his class that morning. Gretchen's father became worried when he couldn't find her. He asked David to contact the police and started searching the area between the churches and nearby streets, but she was nowhere to be found. He also reached out to the parents of her friends, but they were either at church or home. Her best friend, who was also David's daughter, hadn't seen her all day. As news of Gretchen's disappearance spread, the police quickly launched a search operation. Hundreds of volunteers joined in, many of whom knew Gretchen's father from his church. Together, they searched the entire town, then moved on to wooded areas and the riverbank. A police helicopter was also deployed to scan the area from above. The search continued through the night, but to no avail. The next day, more volunteers joined in. Police posted flyers with Gretchen's photo and information about her disappearance along the roads. Despite their efforts, police were unable to find Gretchen. After several days of searching, no significant clues were found and Gretchen's fate remains a mystery. The town is known for its safe environment, where children are often allowed to play outside freely without adult supervision from a young age. However, this sense of security is no longer there when Gretchen goes missing. Some people thought she might have run away from home, while others believed she had gone swimming in the river and drowned. However, the most alarming theory was that she had been abducted by someone. As a result, parents became extremely cautious and stopped letting their children go out alone. Police interviewed bystanders. They gathered some clues. One witness reported seeing a girl who looked like Gretchen near the church on the morning she went missing. According to the witness, a green sedan approached the girl, but the witness did not see what happened next. Another person shared a similar story, but this time described a white Cadillac approaching the girl. Police checked the owners of cars matching the description in the area. For days later, detectives received a new lead. A resident of Westchester, a town 30 minutes from Brawl, contacted police and reported finding children's shorts matching the description of Gretchen's clothing. Police immediately showed Gretchen's mother the shorts, but she confirmed that they did not belong to her daughter. The investigation into Gretchen's disappearance had stalled, with no progress made for several weeks. As a result, the police halted their search operation and shifted their focus to gathering more information. They continued to interview witnesses, but with each passing day, their hopes of finding Gretchen alive began to dwindle, until October 14th, when police received a phone call. A jogger was running in a large national park, about 20 minutes from Brawl, when he stumbled upon a body. The jogger immediately alerted park rangers, who then notified the police. Upon arriving at the scene, police quickly determined that the body was that of a child. However, due to the severe state of decomposition, identification of the child was extremely difficult. Police suspected that Gretchen might be the victim, so they showed her parents the clothes found on her body. Gretchen's mother quickly identified them as her daughters because she had sewn them herself. Forensic experts later confirmed that the body was Gretchen's by comparing them to her dental records. They also determined that she had died from severe head trauma. Because the body was so badly decomposed, police were unable to gather further information, including whether Gretchen had been sexually assaulted. Additionally, DNA analysis was not available in 1975, leaving police without any further leads. News of the murder sparked renewed interest in the case, and police received numerous tips from the community. The investigation into Gretchen's death turned up no leads. Police screened nearby residents with a history of violent crime, but nothing came up. Months later, the case had made no progress. Over the years, the case was reopened periodically, and the police reviewed the available information. However, each time, the investigation yielded no new evidence. Even applying DNA analysis was of no help in this case, as no foreign DNA was found on Gretchen's body or clothing. The case of Gretchen's murder went unsolved for decades, occasionally resurfacing in newspapers and on television. However, it wasn't until recent years that the case regained widespread public attention. Two local journalists, Joanna and Mike, decided to write a book about the crime, dedicating several years to gathering information. As children, both Joanna and Mike grew up in the same town as Gretchen. Joanna, who was only 9 years old when the crime occurred, The town had changed forever, and children were no longer allowed to roam freely, leave home unsupervised. This fear lasted for years, leaving a lasting impression on the townspeople, the memory of Gretchen's murder still fresh in their minds. To write their book, Joanna and Mike had access to the case files and interviewed individuals involved in the investigation. By carefully piecing together the events surrounding Gretchen's disappearance, they were able to reconstruct the entire story. The book, released in 2022, brought attention to Gretchen's case. Months later, a woman contacted police about Gretchen. The woman said she was 10 years old at the time of the murder and lived in Havertone, near Gretchen's home. She was friends with Gretchen and her sisters, as well as many other kids in the area. She often slept over at friends' houses, and one night, while she was at her sister's house, she woke up in the middle of the night feeling someone touching her. When she opened her eyes, she saw their father standing in front of her, who quickly left. The next day, she stayed another night. Her friend's dad continued to come into her bedroom and started touching her. The next morning, she finally told one of her sisters about what happened to her. She was surprised that it happened quite often with her friends. When the woman returned home, she shared her entire story with her parents. However, instead of going to the authorities, they banned her from ever going to her friend's house again. This was just a week before Gretchen went missing. The woman eventually revealed the identity of the man involved in her story, David Zanstra, the same pastor who taught at Sunday school. She also shared that a month after Gretchen went missing, one of her friends told her about the incident that a man had tried to kidnap her. The girl refused to get into his car and later confided to her friends that the real culprit was David Zanstra. The woman provided her personal diary as evidence of the information provided. In her diary entry on September 15, 1975, she documented her friend's request to keep the encounter secret due to fears of potential harm from David Zanstra. Upon receiving this new information, the police immediately reopened the investigation into Gretchen's disappearance. While reviewing the case files, detectives discovered several suspicious factors that indirectly implicated David Zanstra. It was David Zanstra who reported Gretchen missing to the police, providing investigators with a detailed description of her clothing: dark blue zip-up shorts with front buttons and pockets without zippers or buttons, and a white shirt with braided hair. However, he mentioned that he had not seen Gretchen that day, raising questions about how he knew what she was wearing. His description was later confirmed by the discovery of her body, dressed exactly as he had described. Police closely examined David, the man who taught Sunday school at Gretchen's father's church. David initially claimed he had not seen Gretchen on the morning of her disappearance. However, David's alibi gave him enough time to kidnap Gretchen, kill her, dump her body in the park, and return to the church to teach. The investigation revealed that David and his family had moved to another state just months after Gretchen went missing. This sudden move, combined with David's ownership of a green scooter, attracted the attention of the police. The police decided to question David, who was now 83 years old and living in Georgia. On July 17, 2023, they began questioning David. As the conversation progressed, David realized that the police suspected him of murder. In response, he denied all accusations and asked what evidence they had against him. David was confronted with incriminating evidence, including a woman's testimony about his inappropriate behavior at a sleepover and allegations of molesting his own daughter. When he learned that his secret had been exposed, David's demeanor changed. After 48 years of silence, he finally began to talk about the murder. According to David, on the morning of the murder, he drove his green American motor station wagon to the church where Gretchen's father was the pastor. He saw Gretchen leave the house and waited until no one was around before approaching her. He offered her a ride and she agreed. However, instead of taking Gretchen to the church, David drove her to a secluded park area. He stopped the car and instructed her to undress, but Gretchen refused and asked to go home. In response, David struck her several times on the head, causing her to lose consciousness. He then removed her clothes and committed the crime before driving her to another park. He carried her body into the bushes and concealed it with branches. David then returned to the church to begin his classes. When David confessed to the crime, Police arrested him for Gretchen's murder. David went to Pennsylvania, where he was held pending trial. David's work held a respectable position in society, which protected him from suspicion. However, after the truth finally came to light, the police obtained a DNA sample and began comparing it with DNA from other unsolved cases. They also investigated the disappearances of young girls in the cities where he worked. Police have linked David to the disappearance of 4-year-old Amanda Campbell from California, who went missing in 1991. The case resembles Gretchen's. At the time, David Zanstra was a pastor in that same neighborhood. The police currently have no concrete evidence against David, but they have found similarities between the various cases and Gretchen's kidnapping. Therefore, they are investigating David as the possible perpetrator of the cases. The trial for Gretchen's murder has not yet begun. David's attorney is trying to delay the process and advise him to withdraw his confession. If this happens, the trial could drag on for years. And given his advanced age, David may not live to see the verdict. Presently, Pompano City is a bustling metropolis with an annual violent crime rate of 7.29 per 1,000 inhabitants. However, due to a stagnating economy and population, Pompano Beach had the highest tax rate in the nation in the 1990s. The pace of life was slow, and there were roughly 2,886 violent crime victims for every 100,000 people. In the year 1994, Lillian Declo, then 89, could still enjoy Pomp and O Beach after a youth well spent, despite the area's high crime rate. In 1905, Lillian Declo was born. Lillian committed her youth to serving others, particularly through her work as a teacher and nurse. All those who knew her cherished her for her kindness, patience, and caring nature, including her neighbors, co-workers, her patients, and students. June Nicholas, Lillian's niece, was among the many people who cherished her. Lillian assisted in raising June, her siblings, and her cousins when they were younger. Lillian moved to Pompano Beach, Florida, to live out her twilight years in peace, with June taking care of her as she grew older and began to experience memory loss due to illnesses related to aging. Lillian Declo, who was 89 years old, was a shining example of a life well lived to everyone who knew her. Lillian retired to her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, Pompano Beach, after years of serving her community as a teacher and nurse. She lived a fairly normal life there by herself until violence broke through the window of her bedroom and disturbed her peace. For Lillian Declo, Saturday, April 29, 1994, was just like any other, expecting a visit from her niece, June. Later that evening, she relaxed throughout the day in her pink and white checkered nightgown. As Lillian grew older, June took on the role of caregiver, visiting her regularly to see how she was doing and to offer assistance with housework, medication reminders, or just to keep her company. That fateful day, June showed up at Lillian's house at around 6 o'clock to see how she was doing and to drop off some groceries that she had gotten for her. She went into the living room and saw that Lillian was not there. June then yelled out her aunt's name to find out her location, but she got no response. June looked in Lillian's usual sleeping quarters, the first bedroom, but she was nowhere to be found. June followed the hallway and peered into the bedroom on the right. She became a little startled. Her Aunt Lillian was lying on the floor there, appearing to be deceased. June let out a cry and hurried back up the hallway to dial 911. When June's 911 call came in, 2 Pompano Beach Police Department officers responded, their minds buzzing with questions. An 89-year-old woman being killed in her own home was not a story you heard very often. Thus, it appeared to be an odd call. When the officers got to 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, they were able to confirm Lillian's death. Lillian was found lying on the floor next to a floor lamp that had fallen over and a phone that had its cord pulled out. She was covered in bruises and cuts that suggested she had been beaten. Towels and other clothing items stained with blood were strewn all over the room. In the room where Lillian's body was discovered, the officers also observed a broken window, which is probably where Lillian's attackers had entered. The residence had been pillaged. There had obviously been a violent struggle as Lillian fought for her life, judging by the several broken pieces of furniture scattered throughout the room. The shocking state of Lillian's body gave the impression that it was a crime of passion at first. Lillian's body was covered in contusions. She had fractures to wrist, nose, and ribs. In addition, there were bruises surrounding her genitalia, indicating that she had been assaulted prior to her demise. She had also been strangled, as evidenced by the bruises on her neck. After Lillian's autopsy, the Broward Medical Examiner's office determined that she had died from asphyxiation and a blow to the head. The attacker strangled Lillian with a telephone that had the cord pulled out, which was discovered next to her body, but there was no sign that Lillian's assailant had targeted her in particular, so it's likely that the crime was not motivated by passion. Lillian had no enemies because she was generally well-liked in her community. Lieutenant Flew Ellen of the Pompano Beach Police Department stated that the overall condition of the house and the crime scene suggested that the case was probably one of a burglary gone wrong. However, that was incomprehensible to Lillian's relatives, who were aware that she had lived alone and had no wealth worthy of losing her life. June remembered that at the time of the incident, Lillian had no more than $50 at the house. A gold wedding band was the only item that seemed missing after the house was searched. The last time the neighbors saw Lillian was when she went to buy a newspaper at around 6:50 a.m. that morning. But police officers interviewed them after gathering evidence from the crime scene to see if they had heard anything connected to Lillian's murder. Despite the fact that the murder happened in broad daylight, she appeared hale and hearty that morning, and nobody could remember seeing anything suspicious. Detectives had compiled a list of passable suspects in Lillian's murder within a few days, but not enough to warrant an arrest. In an effort to encourage witnesses to try and recall anything they may have heard or seen that could aid in the investigation, the police offered a $1,000 reward for information leading to the murderer of Lillian's identification. San Rucking, a spokeswoman for the Pompano Beach Police, also informed the media that the police were searching for anyone with information regarding the crime or the man who committed it. San Rucking stated in an interview with The Sun, "At this point, we are urging anyone who saw anything to call us. With the blood of a defenseless 89-year-old woman in their hands, some sort of human monster is rampant." However, despite the initial weeks of investigation and encouraging progress, all leads quickly dried up and the case became cold. June Nicholas, meanwhile, was in mourning over the passing of her cherished Aunt Lillian. It was so difficult for her to move on without her aunt and without knowing what had happened or who had hurt her in such a way. June was affected by her aunt's demise that she had to take a full year off work. She was in too much pain to care for her children for a few months, so she had to ask someone else to watch them while she grieved. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to shake the picture of Lily in lying motionless on the floor of her home. To make matters worse, the case was abandoned, extinguishing any possibility of learning the truth about Lillian's true fate. Lily UND Clough case was shelved and forgotten for the following 10 years, during which time there were no new developments. However, by 1999, Pompano Beach was receiving law enforcement services from the Broward Sheriff's Office. Taking control of every cold case in Pompano Beach was part of this. The 1994 murder of Lily and Declo was one of the cold cases that the detectives from the Broward Sheriff's Office reopened by 2004. The investigation was led by Broward Sheriff's Office Detective David Tisley. They re-examined evidence taken from the crime scene nearly 30 years prior, and looked through old case files, the NA databases, with the assistance of other detectives in the unit. The pink and white checkered nightgown Lillian was wearing the day she was killed was one piece of evidence that really stuck out. The nightgown contained bodily fluids from the male attacker, which they found when they sent it to the lab for additional testing. This information was possibly the most important piece of evidence in cracking the case. The police used a fluid sample from the nightgown to create a genetic profile, which they then entered into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, but they were unable to find a match. Once more, a potentially fruitful lead had vanished and the case was abandoned. To allow Lillian Declo's family to move on and find closure, Detective Tisley was adamant about wrapping up the case. Detective Tisley's perseverance allowed him to revisit the case in 2019 under the Broward Sheriff's Office's recently established cold case unit, even though it took an additional 15 years. According to Jennifer Parker, the criminalist from the Broward Sheriff's Office who was in charge of doing the DNA analysis of the evidence in the case, it didn't seem like anything would come of reopening the Decloses case. However, Tisley thought he could identify the person who left their bodily fluid on Lillian's nightgown because of advances in DNA testing technology. In 2021, the Broward County Crime Lab was able to obtain a more comprehensive DNA profile thanks to this new technology analysis. In order to perform a familial search of its offender database, Detective Tisley and his team requested that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement use the DNA profile. In other words, they compared the DNA profile to the database of individuals who had been arrested and registered as offenders. Using this method, the DNA profile is compared to potential first-order relatives such as a child, father, or sibling in the database. There was a match found by the search. The crime scene's DNA and the DNA of a known offender in the system were remarkably similar. The perpetrator was identified as the son of the man whose DNA was discovered on Lily and Declo's dress the day she was killed. Johnny Mac Brown was the name of this man. Johnny Mac Brown was 40 years old when Lily and Declos was murdered, having been born in 1954. He was a veteran of the Vietnam War and experienced PTSD. For Johnny, life after the military was not pleasant. He turned to drug use as a coping mechanism for his PTSD, which ultimately led to drug addiction. He struggled to find stable employment for a while due to his addiction and mental health problems. Also ended up on the streets. Johnny was never thought of as a suspect in this case or any other crime when investigators first started looking into Lillian's death. He was completely unnoticed. But when Johnny's DNA profile was matched by the police, it became increasingly clear that Johnny was most likely the person who had attacked Lillian on that fateful day. Additionally, police uncovered some vital information. Although Johnny lived a few miles away from Lillian in the early 1990s and early 1994, detectives were unable to apprehend Johnny for questioning because he had passed away. At the age of 56, he passed away from natural causes in 2010. Johnny was laid to rest in the South Florida National Cemetery in Lake Worth, Florida. In August 2022, the request of the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives to exhume Johnny's remains for analysis was granted by a judge. The detectives collaborated with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, the Palm Beach Medical Examiner's Office, and her forensic anthropologist, who dug up the remains and performed DNA testing on them. In order to obtain the most accurate result possible, the experts tested samples taken from John E. body in the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab. Jennifer Parker, the criminalist in charge of the office, compared the results to the pre-existing DNA profile. Parker extracted a sample of John E. bone marrow for analysis. The tests produced a match between the sample discovered at the crime scene and the known DNA profile. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the DNA results indicated that the DNA from the crime scene was 66.8 trillion times more likely to belong to Johnny than to anyone else. With this solid proof, there was no question that Johnny Mac Brown was the murderer in Lillian Declos' case. However, that did not adequately explain Johnny's motive. The most plausible explanation for the entire incident appeared to be the previous assumption that it was just a case of burglary gone wrong. Gregory Toney, the sheriff for Broward County, stated in a press conference that it was probably an opportunity crime. The sheriff said he lived close by, only a few houses down. He broke into the house when he fell on hard times, became homeless, and developed a drug habit. He might not have realized she was by herself there. She was 89, though she appeared to be living alone because everything seemed to have been taken out of the house, and all the drawers were open. The Broward State Attorney's Office was shown all of the evidence that the police had gathered up to this point after looking over the case. The prosecutors then came to the conclusion that Johnny Mac Brown had something to do with Lily and Declos' death. The matter was resolved. While 28 years may seem like a long time to wait for justice, Sheriff Toney feels that justice is eternal. He continued, "So long as we are responsible for investigating these cases, we are going to continue to push for the necessary manpower and effort to make sure that we can bring closure to so many families who have been waiting for decades, time and time again, in the hope that they get some resolution." The family of Lillian Declos prayed for answers to the enigmatic circumstances surrounding their loved one's death for 28 years. They can now start moving on since they have at last found the answers they were looking for. June Nicholas, who discovered Lillian's frigid corpse years prior, expresses her gratitude to the Broward Sheriff's Office for their commitment and for learning the truth about her aunt's passing. She thinks her aunt can now at last sleep in peace. I'm sure she can sleep soundly wherever she is. We can move on. We can die peacefully because we are certain that her murder has been solved. Mildred Matheny disappeared on Saturday, April 27, 1985, when someone saw her naked and immobile body on the dirt road at Jupiter's intersection of Old Indian Town Road and 125th Avenue North. They immediately contacted the police. On April 7, 1985, Mildred Matheny, a 78-year-old Alzheimer's patient, went out of her Lake Worth Beach, Florida home and got into a stranger's car. Unfortunately, she died as a result of this innocuous outing. She was discovered later that day, 30 miles from her house, bruised and naked on an unpaved dirt road. 11 days after her injuries, she passed away. The killer and assailant of Mildred remained unidentified for almost 40 years until a breakthrough resulted in a conviction in 2023. Lake Worth Beach is a charming city in Florida's east central Palm Beach County. The Lake Worth Lagoon is the source of its name. Situated just 64 miles north of Lively, the town has a population of about 42,000. This coastal haven is located east of Palm Springs, north of Lantana, southeast of Lake Clark Shores, and south of West Palm Beach. Lake Worth Beach is a unique hub of culture and creativity within the vast Miami metropolitan area. Vibrant visual arts, experimental music, dance, and theater flourish here. The familiarity of neighbors knowing one another by name is the foundation of the community. The streets are secure, much like a place where open doors indicate trust. But even in the midst of such a pleasant environment, a tragedy struck in 1985, leaving a scar in the otherwise tranquil neighborhood. On February 28, 1907, Mildred Matheny was born in Wilmar, Arkansas. Despite being the second of Jess and Margaret Warren's 6 cherished children, tragedy shaped her early years. At the age of 37, Mildred's father passed away from a heart attack when she was just 8 years old. This left widow Margaret, who was devastated, to raise their 6 tiny children by herself. As Mildred approached adulthood, she started a career that would shape much of her life. Her compassion and kindness affected countless lives during her more than 40 years of committed work in the field of psychiatric nursing. When she married Guy Harmon Matheny in her early years, the couple welcomed a precious son named Gary into their family. But life also brought its fair share of heartaches. Mildred's husband passed away in 1958, leaving her a 51-year-old widow. Mildred put in nearly 40 years of unwavering dedication as a psychiatric nurse in a Little Rock mental health facility to make a living. Afterwards, following her husband's passing, Mildred relocated to Palm Beach County, Florida, from her birthplace of Arkansas, seeking solace in the city's welcoming embrace. Mildred's 75-year-old sister, Gladys Nolan, offered her a home and companionship after she had persevered through difficult times in life. In Lake Worth Beach, their residence was situated on the 1300 block of Crestwood Boulevard. A life of service had characterized Mildred's journey. She not only took care of her brother as his mental state deteriorated, but also dealt with her own health problems as she got closer to 70. She started a new chapter in her life at her sister's home in Lake Worth as a result of her illness. The allure of Florida's stunning coasts drew her in, and her son and grandchildren encouraged her to make the courageous decision to move. The adjustment was not without its challenges, though. Her judgment was clouded by dementia and the transfer, which placed her in unfamiliar terrain. She was afraid to go outside without a reliable companion. When she and Gladys settled into their new Floridian home, she was excited and full of hope for a visit from her cherished grandchildren. On April 27, 1985, Mildred Matheny, dementia sufferer, disappeared from the tranquil enclave of her Lake Worth home at approximately 4:30 p.m. Witnesses claimed to have seen her at approximately 3:30 p.m. as she stepped out of her house wearing a shirt over pajamas, totally unaware of the impending catastrophe. An excruciating hour later, the alarm went off and she was officially reported missing. 7 hours after going missing, she was found unconscious, nude, and hurt on a remote dirt road by a bystander, about 20 miles from her last known location. After the bystander informed the police of his discovery, an investigation was sparked right away. Mildred's ordeal was evident on the dirt road, which was now contaminated by her blood-stained dentures and abandoned clothes. Her blood-stained dentures were discovered on the road, and her clothes were all over the place. She had a severe head injury, so they rushed her to Juniper Medical Center, where she was examined by a brain surgeon. The woman appeared to have been struck quite hard because of the heavy bleeding from her head and face. No one saw her being kidnapped, but her neighbors claimed to have seen her walking down the street in her pajamas at around 3:30 p.m. Mildred's injuries, especially the severe blow to her head, caused her to pass away 11 days later. The fact that she had been so viciously attacked broke people's hearts. The assault test was carried out by hospital nurses because the way she had been hurt was so horrifying. Everything came together for the detectives to piece together. They collected swabs from the crime scene that contained a combination of the attackers and Mildred Matheny's DNA. However, due to the outdated technology at the time, no hits were discovered and the case was abandoned. For almost 40 years, no one knew who had killed and injured Mildred. All the police had was some DNA that the assailant had left behind, but it was too old for scientists to determine its source. Authorities claimed that the Cold Case Homicide Unit had played a key role in this case's resolution for years. This detective squad focuses on cold case investigations. They used enhanced and novel DNA analysis methods to connect the assault evidence to the attacker. The foreign DNA was isolated from Mildred's by a scientist who examined evidence from the Palm Beach County Police Station where this incident took place. They used this DNA to build a profile, which they then submitted into the Florida State Combined DNA Index System. DNA from the assault kit was soon connected to a man named Richard Curtis Lang. According to records, when he had hurt Mildred, he had been 25 years old. However, detectives needed to get a direct sample of his DNA to be sure. This required obtaining a saliva sample from Richard Curtis Lang in order to confirm that it matched the foreign DNA found on the victim. They got a warrant or special permission to do this. Detectives went to Richard Lang's house in Boynton Beach on April 22, 2021, and took a sample of his DNA. According to records, Richard Lang, who is currently 62 years old, had been in serious trouble in 2006 and 2012, which made him provide his DNA. This was how his DNA entered the database. Thanks to sophisticated detective work and advanced technology, the identity of Mildred Matheny's killer has finally been determined after all these years. Records kept by the state and county indicate that Richard Lang had a history of legal issues. He was found guilty of aggravated assault in both 1983 and 1993, but instead of serving time in prison, he received a probationary sentence. But he didn't stop there. He was discovered with weapons in 2006 and 2012. He did not spend much time in prison for these offenses, even though they were serious ones. Richard Curtis Lang was detained and accused of killing Mildred Matheny in April 2021. The trial got underway in early 2023 and Richard Lang was charged with Mildred Matheny's assault and murder. A significant trial in a West Palm Beach courtroom revolved around a tiny piece of genetic material. Sperm from Mildred's assault kit had a direct connection to Richard Lang. The scientist who discovered the match testified in court during the trial. Although they were unable to confirm that the DNA they found originated from Lang, they asserted that the likelihood of it coming from him was 27 quadrillion times greater than that of it coming from someone else. Scott Skier, Richard Lang's attorney, argued that the DNA might also have come from Lang's close male cousins. Nevertheless, investigators did not run any DNA matching tests on any of them after classifying Richard Lang as a suspect. Assistant State Attorneys Joe Wilinski and Chris Che Mixon disagreed with this argument, reminding the jurors that no other family member was in Florida in 1985. They referred to it as speculative. In his 20s, Richard Lang left Massachusetts to work as a plumber in Florida. He was 25 years old when he brutally attacked Mildred Matheny. Thus, only one thing made sense: Richard Lang was the true offender. Richard Curtis Lang was given a life sentence in prison by circuit court judge, Dahlia Weiss, in response to the most serious charge of first-degree murder. Lang, who was 63, was found guilty. Lang's family told the judge they would file an appeal after he was found guilty. In court, his lawyer read aloud the letter. They believed the conviction to be at odds with their knowledge of Richard Lang. They claimed that the man in court was not the same person they knew and that the charges against him did not align with who he really was. The letter provided an alternative account of the man who was found guilty in 1985 of causing severe physical harm to Mildred Matheny, a 78-year-old woman. Regarded as a devoted uncle, brother, father, and son, Richard Lang lived a respectable life, grounded in his Catholic beliefs. The judge was reminded in a letter by the great-niece of Mildred Matheny of the severe pain and agony Mildred had endured prior to her death. Mixon, one of the lawyers, read aloud a letter that Matheny's great-niece had written. It ran counter to Richard Lang's appeal for mercy. Mixon pleaded with the judges to remember Mildred Matheny's anguish and terror. Judge Weiss concurred that Mildred's death was brutal and horrifying. In addition to the previous life sentence for killing, Mixon also asked for a second life sentence for battery. Judge Weiss agreed to 15 years, despite Scott Skier's request for 9. Mildred Matheny's death resulted in Richard Curtis Lang receiving a life sentence. Right now, he's spending the rest of his life behind bars. With all of the details, characters, and events familiar to you, bringing a case to a close may seem simple. It is impossible to overstate the emotional toll and complexity that accompanied such a journey, though. For more than 36 years, Gary Matheny had been waiting impatiently for a call similar to the one he eventually got. At last, he found out that his elderly mother's terrible death had been attributed to someone. He expressed his feelings by saying, "I'd given up hope." He had experienced years of unpredictability. At the age of 88, he was ecstatic to hear of the arrest. The case of Madison Sparrow. Madison Elizabeth Sparrow was born on September 12, 2003, in Norfolk, Virginia, to Heather Sparrow Murphy and Richard Prestige. She has 2 older sisters, Molly and Wendelin. Wendelin, born in 1999 in Durango, Colorado, is from Richard's previous relationship. The family eventually settled in Newark, Delaware. Madison's younger sister, Molly, was born on October 5, 2010, and the 2 sisters became close. As the oldest, Madison has a natural talent for taking care of children and takes her role seriously. She enjoys spending time with her cousins, often performing comedic acts and making people laugh. Her bubbly spirit and cheerful demeanor make her a joy to be around. However, her father says she also has a more introverted side, often becoming pensive and lost in thought. From a young age, Madison demonstrated wisdom beyond her years, carefully observing situations before reacting. Friends and family appreciated Madison's loyalty and caring nature, often seeking comfort in her warm embrace. Madison had a passion for learning and exploring new experiences. This curiosity led her to join the Girl Scouts, a global organization empowering girls to develop life skills. When Madison joined the Girl Scouts at age 9, she took on the role of troop leader. Over nearly 10 years with the Girl Scouts, Madison earned numerous badges for her outstanding achievements and built lasting friendships. As she grew older, Madison's connection to the principles of Girl Scouting deepened. She volunteered to help her sister Molly's troop and remains dedicated to helping others and upholding the values of the organization. Madison frequently parties with her friends, engaging in activities like movie nights, makeup, manicures, and pedicures. Although she stays up late, she often sleeps in until 2 p.m. the next day. Before finishing elementary school, Madison befriended Anuka Stalinsky, a classmate born on July 9, 2003, in Newark. Madison and Anuka quickly became close friends. As they moved on to middle school, they expanded their circle and met Noah Sharp, a Newark native born on August 23, 2001. Noah, Madison, and Anuka often spent time together, enjoying activities like eating ice cream or going for walks around town. Noah and Madison gradually developed feelings for each other, leading to a romantic relationship. Their teenage romance blossomed quickly and they fell deeply in love. However, their relationship took an unexpected turn in early 2020, about a year after they started dating. Madison decided to end the relationship, leaving Noah confused, as she did not give any clear reason for the breakup. After their amicable breakup, Noah remains heartbroken but finds emotional comfort in Anuka, who becomes a trusted companion. Noah and Anuka begin spending more time together and text each other daily. Despite still being sad, Noah starts dating Anuka. However, he maintains a relationship with his ex-girlfriend, Madison, and even visits her on her 17th birthday with a gift. During the visit, Madison's mother notices Noah's lingering emotional pain. Meanwhile, Anuka discovers Noah's encounter with Madison and becomes jealous. Noah's lingering resentment towards Madison turns into anger, and he wants to hurt her for not sharing his pain. Overcome with jealousy and hatred, Anuka and Noah devise a plan to harm Madison. They exchange ideas about methods and discuss ways to destroy evidence through text messages, video calls, and in-person conversations. Their conversations reveal a disturbing intent to cause Madison's. Anuka and Noah consider several methods, including stabbing Madison in the heart with a knife. They also consider using a handgun or blunt object to inflict fatal injuries. However, they decide against using a handgun because of the loud noise it would make. Although Noah is unsure, they ultimately decide to use a blunt object. During their discussions, they calculate the number of bricks they would need to weigh down Madison's body if they decided to dump her in a body of water. When they have doubts about this plan, they also consider burying Madison. Since Noah is used to digging and knows where to find a shovel, this seems like a viable option. They eventually come up with a plan that they think can't fail. Madison loves Halloween and ice cream. She eagerly looks forward to celebrating her favorite holiday every year. Anuka knows Madison loves Halloween and ice cream and uses this to her advantage. On Friday, October 2nd, 2020, Anuka calls Madison and invites her to spend the day together, using the excuse of going to buy ice cream to lure Madison into their trap. Madison quickly agrees to meet, as she has not talked to her friend for a long time. She also wants to buy a birthday present for Molly, whose birthday is in 3 days. On the day of the meeting, Madison wears black tights, denim shorts, gray boots, and a blue sweatshirt that says, New Jersey. She adds a unique touch to her outfit with a pair of white ghost earrings that she has just bought for Halloween. At 2:44 p.m., Madison says goodbye to her family and leaves. They have no idea that this will be the last time they see their daughter alive. Later that day, the Madisons begin receiving abusive text messages from Madison's phone number, along with messages saying that Madison is leaving the country. Believing it to be a prank, her father, Heather, responds with well wishes and jokes that Madison has forgotten her passport, which is in a safe. However, when Heather calls Madison, there is no answer. Heather begins to worry when she does not receive a response. Since she and Anuka have plans to meet later, Heather decides to call Anuka. As soon as Anuka picks up the phone, she bursts into tears. Anuka explains to Heather that Madison had an abusive conversation with her. Then Madison got out of the car near a store. Heather suggested that Anuka call Noah, but he did not answer. Frustrated, Heather asked Anuka to try contacting him again. Eventually, the three of them talked, but they did not get any information. So Heather decided to return home. On the way home, Heather received several messages from Madison's friends. These friends also received strange messages and wanted to know what was going on. When she got home, Heather searched for any clues but found no sign that Madison had left voluntarily. Madison's birthday money, clothes, and credit cards were still in her room. Furthermore, the messages were meaningless, as Madison had no reason to run away, especially without clothes and money. When Madison had not returned home by 8:30 p.m., Heather called 911 to report that her daughter was missing. Despite her repeated attempts to contact people, all her efforts were unsuccessful. Heather notified her parents, who were in another city, of the emergency, and they came to her aid. Heather also notified Madison's father, who lives in Colorado, of Madison's disappearance. He quickly shared the information on social media to call for help in finding his daughter. On Saturday, October 3rd, 2020, authorities issued a yellow alert after Madison. A 17-year-old went missing. In Delaware, This type of alert is activated when a person under the age of 18 goes missing and triggers the necessary search measures to find Madison. After receiving the report, police search teams, along with Madison's family and friends, began searching for Madison on farms near the University of Delaware, where she was last seen. They also worked with the media to inform the public about the incident and asked people to come forward with information. At the same time, the authorities also began questioning Madison's friends to gather information. Many sources indicated that Madison's ex-boyfriend, Noah, might be involved in the case. Some information showed that he was with Madison in the woods in Newark before she went missing. After investigating, the police arrested Noah and questioned him for 9 hours on October 4th and 5th. During the interrogation, Noah gave different statements but insisted that he did not know what happened to Madison. Finally, the silence was broken, and everyone was shocked, and the young man confessed to his horrific act. He claimed that he had killed the girl and that Anuka was an accomplice. When reporting to the police, Noah said that Anuka was jealous of Madison's relationship with him. He shared that he was deeply hurt after breaking up with Madison and that it made him lose control. According to Noah, Anuka took Madison to the woods behind the elementary school. Noah hid behind a bush and attacked Madison with an aluminum baseball bat. Madison was not expecting this and was happy to spend time with her friend. Noah said he hit Madison twice in the head, and the second hit caused him to lose control and use a lot of force. He then continued to strike her body several more times. After the attack, Noah and Anuka moved Madison's body in Anuka's car to a location under a bridge near the intersection of I-95 and the Delaware state line, about 15 minutes from the crime scene and near a warehouse. Upon arriving at the scene, Noah and Anuka attempted to push the body into the river but were unsuccessful. Instead, they chose to hide the body in a shallow grave. With detailed information from Noah, investigators thoroughly searched the designated area. There, they found the aluminum baseball bat, the weapon used with traces of blood. Investigators also found the clothes Madison was wearing when she left the house, along with several burned items. Noah then led police to a large wooded area near the intersection of I-95 and Delaware State Road, where Noah and Anuka hid Madison's body. On Monday, October 5, 2020, the police announced the discovery of Madison's body. The revelation shocked Madison's family, friends, and the entire community. Days later, on Friday, October 9th, hundreds gathered at the high school football field to remember and honor Madison. An autopsy revealed that Madison died from blunt force trauma to the head. Additionally, experts found DNA from Noah and Anuka in the physical evidence collected at the crime scene and where the body was discovered. Noah faces charges of first-degree murder, possession of a deadly weapon during the commission of a crime, and first-degree conspiracy. He has been committed to a correctional facility with bail set at $1 million. On Monday, November 16, 2020, more than a month after Madison's murder and following the processing of necessary evidence, 17-year-old Anuka was also arrested. She was taken into custody after a Newcastle County grand jury indicted her on charges of first-degree murder, possession of a deadly weapon during the commission of a felony, and first-degree conspiracy. Meanwhile, Madison's family remains in a state of grief. Heather has repeatedly stated that a plausible reason for her daughter's death will never be found. Heather believes that dangerous killers should be locked up for life after double murder. Although Noah admitted to detectives that he committed the crime, he denied it in his formal court indictment. Noah's defense argued that Noah was mentally unstable. Attorneys often attempt to justify their clients by citing mental instability, and this case is no exception. During one of the preliminary hearings, Noah's attorney stated that Noah was being treated for schizophrenia and was under the care of a psychiatrist at the time of the murder. The attorney also asserted that Noah had suffered an injury in Chester County, Pennsylvania, approximately 3 weeks prior to the murder, which caused him memory loss and other issues. However, in May 2021, Anuka pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and first-degree conspiracy. Her attorneys reached a deal with prosecutors in which Anuka agreed to testify against Noah regarding his intention to end Madison's life. According to court documents, several individuals, including those close to Madison, informed the police about Noah's second personality, known as alter ego. However, prosecutors argued that Noah himself disseminated this information as part of a plan to justify his actions by proving he was mentally ill. He spread the rumors in advance, intending to use this information in court later. After 2 long years of waiting for justice, on October 20th, 2022, the trial of the defendant began in Newcastle County. During the proceedings, approximately 30 witnesses were called, most by Deputy Attorney General Matt Foley. The Newcastle County courtroom played hours of video footage of Noah's interrogation by state police detectives. Viewers heard Noah's constantly changing accounts until he finally confessed. The defense attempted to challenge this evidence, insisting that the police had questioned their client for too long and had influenced Noah's testimony. Attorney Monica Jerome noted that the detectives manipulated the interrogation by telling Noah what to say and pressuring him. However, it was clear to everyone that these were just desperate attempts to justify the murder in any way possible. The prosecution presented text messages between Noah and Anuka that showed they were planning the crime. Faced with this evidence, the defense tried to convince the court that someone else had used Noah's device and that he was not the one communicating with Anuka. Noah's mother and brother were called to testify, but their testimonies were inconsistent. Noah's mother, Maikia, claimed that her son was not wet when he came home on the evening of October 2nd. In contrast, his brother David said that Noah was soaked and looked like he had been in a swamp. Maikia later said that when Noah came home, Anuka came in calmly, but David described Anuka as angrily slamming the door. Prosecutor Matt Foley asked Nakia if she had discussed the evidence against Noah with him, and she said no. However, the prosecutor played a recording of a phone call between Noah and his mother from a month before the trial. During the conversation, they discussed surveillance camera evidence from the elementary school. Noah told his mother that his face was not shown in the video, although he and Anuka had been near the school about an hour before Madison was killed. She reacted with relief when the video was released, showing an African-American man of Noah's height and build, holding a baseball bat and walking into the woods with a girl. The defense also questioned the defendant's relatives about the head injury he allegedly suffered on September 13, 2020, and an unconfirmed fall from a bicycle accident hours before he was questioned by police on October 4th. Noah's attorney argued that these injuries could have caused dissociative amnesia in order to justify the statements he made to police. In response, the prosecutor questioned whether the injuries were part of a plot to kill Madison, something the defense contested with some uncertainty. Anuka affirmed all of the prosecution's arguments during the 3-hour trial. During her testimony, she calmly explained that Noah had convinced her that Madison had talked behind her back, although Madison's friends and family were adamant that Madison had never done so. After 8 days of trial and more than 250 pieces of evidence presented by the prosecutor, the jury took just 3 hours to reach a verdict. Noah Sharp was found guilty on all counts, including first-degree murder, and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When the jury's verdict was announced, Noah and his mother showed no emotion. Noah simply turned to smile at his mother. Madison's family cried tears of relief before leaving the courtroom. Heather, Madison's mother, echoed her daughter's words, "Choose the light, not the dark. Love conquers all." She also expressed gratitude to her friends and family. "This has been a 2-year process, and we couldn't have done it without their continued love and support. We also want to thank everyone, especially Newark Charter School, the Board of Trustees and families who have supported the Love Wins 5K over the past 2 years, as well as the Madison Sparrow Memorial Scholarship to support future educators." Regarding Anuka, when Noah was found guilty, prosecutors said that under Delaware law, she faced life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years because she was a minor at the time of the crime. Lisa Marie Ziegert was born on the 24th of March, 1968 in Holyoke, Massachusetts to George and Diane Ziegert. Lisa grew up in a loving, tight-knit family. She had 3 other siblings named Sharon, David, and Lynn. Lisa and her family were residents of Agawam. While growing up, Lisa had developed a passion for music, which made her learn several musical instruments. In fact, at some point in her life, she joined the school musical groups. After high school, Lisa Ziegert attended Westfield State University, where she studied education and ultimately obtained a teaching degree in the year 1990. She worked as an intern for some time, during which she worked several shifts as a counselor at a kids Lisa loved teaching. She took her profession seriously and was active at it in every way. She had also taught Sunday school at her church. After her internship was over, at the age of 24, Lisa accepted a position as a teacher's assistant at Agawam High School, where she had previously attended as a teenager. There, she worked primarily with a group of kids that had special needs. Lisa had a greater understanding of her students than any other instructor. She was also very professional and worked hard to ensure that every one of her students received the best education possible. Lisa was a very special person. With the kids, she always had a special rapport. They knew that she really liked them and that she treated them like people, Lisa's mom said. In the evenings, after the shift at school was over, Lisa also had a part-time job at the neighborhood Brittany card and gift shop. One fateful Wednesday afternoon on September 15, 1992, was typical for Lisa Zeiger. She had concluded her shift at the school. She left the school building around 4:30 p.m. and drove directly to the card and gift store, where she worked weekdays from 5 to 9 p.m. Her sister, Lynn, briefly dropped by around 5:30 p.m. to keep her company, because Lisa would always complain to her family about how bored, lonely, and scared she feels while at the shop at night. According to Lynn, during her visit to the store, there was no sign of Lisa being in a bad mood. She said her sister was cheerful the whole time that evening, and nothing seemed off. It was easy talk. It was sister talk. It was a little after 6 p.m. when I left. And then I went home and she was fine. She was fine when I left, Lynn said. By the following morning at 8:45 a.m., Sophia Maynard arrived at the card and gift store as usual to open up the store. She was supposed to start working at 9 o'clock. She was shocked to see Lisa's car in the parking lot because she worked at the school in the mornings, so she was not supposed to be in the store when classes were on. Sophia noticed that a light was on inside the store and the doors open sign was visible. At that point, Sophia thought that Lisa might have missed the school morning shift because of the incoming Easter celebration. She and Lisa intended to stuff some balloons for sale during that holiday. When Sophia entered the store, she called Lisa's name multiple times, but she got no answer. I called her name a couple of times and I figured she'd just pop her head out. She didn't. I came behind the counter. All of her things were there. Her drawings, her pocketbook, her car keys. And then I just kind of freaked out, Sophia said. Everything looked strange to Sophia. She felt something was not right. She immediately dashed out the store and ran across the street to a restaurant there and then asked them to call the police. As soon as the police got there, they started inspecting the store. The front of the building appeared to be normal, but the back had a creepy opening, approaching the storeroom at the back. Officers discovered numerous shattered bags that had blood stains on them. They also discovered a number of cards that were scattered across the floor and covered in blood as well. All these indicated a sign of struggle between Lisa Ziegert and her attacker. Additionally, they discovered some tiny dirt by the door that they believed might have been from a shoe trail. Despite all of these evidence, the investigators were unable to locate a useful lead within the store. That morning, Lisa unusually failed to show up at school. The principal called her mother to check if everything was okay with her, but Diane Ziegert had no idea where her daughter was. Her news of disappearance traveled the town of Agawam, and within hours, all of her friends, family, and acquaintances began to do all they can to bring Lisa back home. The police initial strategy to the case was to develop a robbery theory, but that theory was quickly abandoned when they discovered that the perpetrator had not accessed Lisa's wallet or cash register. The goods in the store were also not missing. The second approach the detectives took in the case was to retrace the timeline of what happened the previous evening. They discovered that Lisa's sister had left the shop around 6 o'clock. They also spoke to store owners and neighbors around the card and gift store. It was discovered that Lisa had a conversation with the owner of the carpet shop next door at around 7:20 p.m. They both talked about a critical issue with their local parking lot, which was being used by patrons of the bowling alley. The shop owner then informed her that he would not take the chance of publicly criticizing the drivers who had parked in front of their stores. He claimed that many of them were crazy and dangerous. After about 15 minutes of conversation with Lisa, he left to go home. Police went through the cash register and discovered that the most recent time money had been deposited was 8:20 p.m. Investigators also located a woman who entered the store at about 9 p.m. She said the store's door was opened, but nobody came out to attend to her, so she left. Before taking her leave, she claimed to have heard noises coming from the back room. She said it was a banging noise, but she didn't think much of it and decided to leave. The police were able to determine the general time frame of Lisa's disappearance. She finished attending to her last customer at 8:20 p.m. and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were then left with the questions of what had happened to Lisa Ziegert within those 40 minutes. On the day Lisa was discovered missing, the local police together with the FBI and the Massachusetts State Police carried out a massive search for her. The search party on foot explored the vicinity of the store while the helicopters searched farther off areas. Additionally, police dogs were brought to the store area in an effort to follow Lisa's track. Sadly, none of these produced any favorable outcomes. On 17th of April, 1992, the head of the local police department announced that the case had been reclassified from a missing person case to a kidnapping case. This was done because investigators were confident that Lisa had not left the store of her own free will. 2 days after she vanished, the police were already looking into a kidnapping case. On Easter Sunday, April 19th, all the nearby churches prayed for Lisa Ziegert to be found alive and unharmed. Even though it was Easter, there was no sense of celebration. Around 2 p.m. that same day, a call was made to the police. On the outskirts of the town, close to Route 75, a man was walking his dog. He spotted a woman's body while walking through the wooded area. He immediately alerted the police afterwards. When police arrived, they identified the woman to be Lisa Ziegert. They discovered numerous stab wounds on her neck and legs, which she had sustained from a sharp object. Medical professionals then came to the conclusion that Lisa had also been sexually assaulted. Investigators were able to determine that Lisa's body was dumped 5 kilometers away from the store, which indicated that the offender most likely drove her there in a vehicle. In order to protect any potential evidence, detectives promptly blocked off the area and moved in a single line. At the time, it was raining, and the muddy road was covered in tire tracks. Sadly, the cops were unable to locate the murder weapon or any other concrete proof. The sad news that Lisa Ziegert had been brutally murdered by an unidentified killer immediately went around the city of Agawam, the church where she taught Sunday school on Sundays. In her honor, organized a farewell service. Around 1,000 people attended the service. People said good things about her. Lisa was loved, and the news of her premature demise made residents of the small community of Agawam, who were used to living in peace and safety, experience a mood that was almost panic. Many store owners canceled single shifts and employees escorted one another to their cars at night. Within a matter of days, the self-defense instructors had a lot of students coming in for classes. Also, roughly 300 women filed for a license to possess a gun. The entire community was terrified that an unidentified criminal would attack one of them again. Amidst all these, the FBI and the police were fervently working on the case nonstop. It soon became public knowledge that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene. The DNA sample might have belonged to the murderer. The investigators at some point brought Lisa's boyfriend in for questioning since they suspected him. He, however, had an alibi and the DNA sample from the crime scene did not match his DNA. Additionally, DNA testing was done on Lisa's friends, co-workers, and relatives. And again, no matches were found. Numerous tips were sent to the police by locals. On the night of Lisa's murder, there were several reports of a strange car. Others claimed to know the offender's identity, but detectives weeded out all of these leads since they were dead ends. The police concluded that a van or large SUV had left the tire tracks on the road, close to where the body was discovered. Despite not getting any closer to apprehending the offender after questioning all drivers of similar vehicles, detectives were able to track down a witness who might have seen a similar vehicle that night. At around 9:15 p.m. that night, a worker from a store close by was on her way home. She was at a traffic light when she noticed a sizable SUV pulling off the road and driving in the direction of the spot where Lisa's body would eventually be discovered. Since it was dark outside, the woman was unable to provide more specific details about the car. She merely mentioned that she thought the car included a man and a woman. She also mentioned the peculiar fact that the woman's head was oddly jerking, as if she were dozing off or unconscious when the car pulled into the gravel road. Unfortunately, the information did not help in identifying the suspect. Since then, all leads have been exhausted. Police kept working on the case, but as each month went by, the likelihood of cracking this mysterious case diminished. Before Lisa's family and friends were given another opportunity to learn the truth, an additional year and a half had gone. National television aired an episode about the case in October 1993. The well-liked program featured unresolved case stories that received a ton of attention. This occasionally brought fresh witnesses to the police attention, giving the case new life. Lisa's case was not different. The police received 700 calls from callers with some kind of information within an hour of the broadcast. Most of these leads, as usual, went nowhere, though all of them were looked into by the police. The cops claimed to have found a few worthwhile leads, but they did not say which one. Sadly, it also had little effect. The likelihood of cracking the case significantly decreased with time. The family of Lisa went to tremendous lengths to make sure her legacy was preserved and not forgotten. Despite the early end to Lisa's teaching career, her family had a significant impact on the Agawam's educational system. 3 years after Lisa's murder, in 1995, her parents donated $11,000 specifically to the school's science department where Lisa worked. These donations were used to support genetics classes and to purchase equipments. Additionally, her parents established a fund for special needs students, which gave them around $35,000 in scholarships. 2002 made it 10 years since Lisa was killed. Still, her mother, Ziegert, held out hope that the case will eventually be solved. She made considerable efforts to preserve her daughter's memories. She partook in every interview and responded to every questions from the media. Each year, she assembled a sizable crowd to light candles in Lisa's memory. In the same period, investigators were fervently working on Lisa Ziegert's case. They only possessed one key piece of evidence at the time, a DNA sample from the alleged murderer. They continued to cross-check the DNA sample against databases of known criminals, in the hopes that the actual suspect would eventually show up, but months turned into years, and the killer would not be found. 24 years after Lisa was savagely murdered, on September 24, 2016, investigators made the decision to take a different approach to the case. They then opted for DNA phenotyping. The basic idea behind it is that specialists can determine a person's supposed portrait and physical characteristics from the data contained in their DNA. For example, with the use of DNA, experts can determine a person's gender, their approximate age, eye color, and hair color, although the portrait created using this data may not always be correct. But occasionally, the coincidence of the portrait matching the face of the real suspect is remarkable. Based on the DNA sample of Lisa's murderer, investigators were able to produce 2 portraits of the culprit, one at age 25 and the other at age 50. After the photos were released to the public, more than 170 calls were made to the police department. People who made these calls claimed to have seen a similar man. However, the majority of these leads were fruitless. On the 18th of September, 2017, just a year later, police made an unexpected prominent announcement. The offender had been taken into custody. He was identified as Gary Shera, a 49-year-old man. The news of his arrest immediately spread like wildfire throughout the media. Rarely do the police catch the murderer 25 years after the crime was committed. As a result, such stories immediately garner a lot of public interest. The moment Gary Shera was taken into custody, the detectives made public how they had located him. It was discovered that Gary was listed as a suspect in 1993, the year after Lisa was killed. Do you remember that federal television program that resulted in thousands of phone calls with leads for the police? Well, it happened that a Seattle lawyer was one of those callers. At the time, he informed the police that his client might know something about Lisa's death. His client was a woman who was divorcing her spouse at the time. They were residents of Long Meadow, a community close to Agawam. The woman claimed that her husband was displaying more attention to Lisa Ziegert's case at the time. She claimed any time Lisa Ziegert's murder case was being broadcasted on television, her husband would storm into the room and vacantly stare at the television screen, completely oblivious to everyone around him. Her husband, as you may have guessed, was Gary Scara. At the time of Lisa's murder, he was 24 years old and was married with a 1-year-old son. Gary, Shara, and his wife were always arguing and getting into fights, and soon after the birth of their son, they had already started their divorce process. In 1993, according to the police statement, investigators had already developed the notion that Gary was involved in Lisa's murder, but they couldn't find any proof to back it up. Also, his ex-wife, who provided the information, made the police doubt her testimony. And this is because she had a long history of alcohol abuse in addition to a long list of mental illnesses. Additionally, Gary was granted legal custody of their son after the divorce, but his wife secretly transferred the boy to a different state. It's also crucial to note that this wasn't the first time some wives contacted the police to report that their husbands might have been responsible for Lisa Ziegert's death. There were a lot of calls like that, and the police assumed Gary Shara's case was one of them. Despite all these, at a point, Gary was questioned in an interview, but he claimed not to be involved in Lisa's murder and declined to provide a sample of his DNA. The cops effectively had no other choice since no one could lawfully force him to provide his DNA sample. Detectives later gathered the list of all the males who'd been questioned about the crime, but had declined to provide their DNA sample. Gary Shara made it to the list of suspect, and he was repeatedly requested to be brought in for interrogation at the police station. In 2008, during his third interview, Gary Shara tried hard not to touch anything in the room, not even the table in front of him. A bottle of water was provided for him, but he wouldn't touch it. He gave off the impression that his only thought was how to prevent the police from getting a sample of his DNA. In 2017, investigators compiled a list of 11 suspects, including Gary Shara. Each of them had declined to willingly provide a DNA sample after being interviewed at various points throughout the investigation. In reality, there were a lot more suspects on that list, but due to DNA phenotyping, detectives were able to exclude the wrong men. These men didn't fit some of the traits that experts got from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August of 2017, having been refused many times by the suspects on the list to provide their DNA, investigators had no other choice but to compile all available evidence and go to court. They asked the court for an order requiring all the 11 members on the compiled list of suspects to submit their DNA samples, to which the court granted their request. The cops visited Gary's apartment on Lathrop Street at Westfield Spring on September 13, 2017 to inform him of this order. But Gary wasn't at home. His roommate, with whom they shared the apartment, answered the door. The cops gave him their contact address. They also requested that he promptly pass the information to Gary Shara. The following day, an unexpected event took place. Gary Shara's then-girlfriend called the cops and told them that Gary had left 3 letters in her house. To the investigators' surprise, when they opened the letters, Gary Shara had written in details his confession, a last will and testament, and a brief letter of apology to the Ziegert family. I've never really been or even felt normal. From a very young age, I was fascinated by abduction and bondage. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible, Gary Scara wrote. He stated that although he had no intention of killing Lisa, things had apparently spun out of his hands. Gary claimed that he had numerous opportunities to turn himself into the police, but he could not because he was a coward. He claimed that he had endured years of self-hatred. When concluding the letter, he made his intention to end his life known. The cops immediately began looking for Gary Shara, and soon his car was found in the parking lot of a hospital in Stafford Springs. Another suicide note was placed on the windshield. It was soon discovered that Gary had taken some harmful drugs to kill himself, but he immediately got into his car and drove to the closest hospital, where the drugs were flushed out of his body system. After the doctors were done tending to him, Gary Shara was arrested and taken into custody. A search warrant for both his apartment and that of his girlfriend's was simultaneously issued by a judge. The police discovered numerous items that contained his DNA there. When these items were tested for a DNA sample, it was not surprising that Gary Shara was Lisa Ziegert's killer because the DNA found on the items in his home 100% matched the DNA sample found on Lisa Ziegert's body. Aside from this, investigators also had several other potentially important leads. Joyce McDonald Scara, Gary's wife, who had first raised concerns about him in 1993, had sadly passed away in 2014, but investigators were able to locate documents written by her attorney in which the woman provided very disturbing details. One day, Gary had told her bluntly that he wouldn't be able to get intimate with her unless he was holding a knife. The woman called her sister the day after Lisa was killed and revealed that Gary had returned home late that night. She mentioned that his body was covered in scratches, and he seemed very disturbed. Additionally, Gary gave his wife a music box and claimed to have purchased it from the same gift and card store where Lisa worked. But, according to Gary, it was an older woman who actually sold it to him. The issue is that there had never before been such an employee at the store. It is unclear why the police was not informed about all of these details in 1993, and it is impossible to find out now, because the woman who had the information has died. Gary Shara kept declaring his innocence while in custody and refused to admit to his wrongdoings. He most likely acted out of pure fear, but with that much evidence against him, there was no way out for him to get away with his crimes. He only succeeded in delaying his sentence, and that was all. The trial wasn't scheduled to start for another 2 years, but Gary, who had been imprisoned the entire time, decided to confess to his crime. According to Massachusetts law, a defendant facing a first-degree murder charge faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lisa Ziegert's family and friends were in the courtroom. Her mother, Dee Ziegert, who had hoped for a quarter-century to discover the mystery behind her daughter's murder, spoke. She thanked everyone who had been involved in the investigation, as well as the regular caring citizens who had helped and supported her family for so long. Today, Lisa got the justice she deserved. Emotional closure will never be achieved. Every family function will always be one short. Every get-together with friends will be one short, said George Ziegert. Lisa's father, Gary Scara, was sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison as a result of his crimes. Finally, one of the longest-running criminal cases in the state of Massachusetts was eventually resolved and officially closed. Barbara Callow grew up in Toronto, Canada. She graduated from the University of Guelph's Veterinary College with her master's degree. Barbara then worked as a researcher for a few years before being hired by the federal government in 1992 as a meat inspector. She then moved to veterinary biologics and was promoted to the science branch to advise on animal health issues. Barbara was an avid gardener, bicyclist, art enthusiast, and bird watcher. She loved to travel and excelled in her career, where she came across to colleagues as a brilliant, adventurous go-getter. In 2005, 45-year-old Barbara decided to see the desert wildflowers bloom in Arizona. She left her home on March 25, 2005, traveled to Abbotsford, British Columbia, and then to Las Vegas, Nevada, where she rented a car on March 26. Barbara then drove to Yuma, Arizona, where she spent the day. She then drove to Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and checked into a motel called the Windsor Inn Motel on April 2nd. She used the room as a base for day trips. Barbara was last seen alive by staff at about 8:40 p.m. on April 4th. Thereafter, she called her mother, Bridget Callow, in Toronto to say that she was planning to stay another day in Lake Havasu before driving to Las Vegas to fly home. Her body was found by housekeepers shortly before noon the next day on April 5th. An autopsy revealed that the cause was asphyxiation after being smothered by a pillow. No weapons were found in the room. Barbara's purse, credit cards, cell phone, identification, rented car, and the pillow were missing. The stolen car was found 2 days later abandoned along Interstate 15 in California's Mojave Desert. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene and stored it for future use. At the time, Lake Havasu Police Lieutenant Joe Archie said it was believed that Barbara had confronted someone trying to break into her rental car. "It's possible she knew the person, but most likely not," said Archie. "We think it was just kind of a situation where she was in the wrong spot at the wrong time." In 2018, Lake Havasu's Police Department's Cold Case Squad and its Criminal Investigations Unit began reinvestigating the case. They submitted the DNA evidence found at the crime scene back in 2005 into DNA databases. Finally, they identified 60-year-old Stacy Childs as the man responsible. He was arrested on April 26, 2022. He is a Santa Cruz, California resident. Childs has a long history of run-ins with the law. Among the charges of which he was found guilty in California were a 2018 misdemeanor for threatening to injure someone, a felony conviction for receiving stolen property in 2012, a felony conviction for evading a peace officer in 2005, and a felony conviction in 2004 for false imprisonment. On the latter two charges, he was sentenced to serve more than 2.5 years in San Quentin State Prison. He has now been taken to a jail in Arizona and is awaiting trial. On July 2, 1996, a man's body was found in a room at the Prince Murat Motel in Tallahassee, Florida. The man was 44-year-old James Bronner. An autopsy determined that he had been asphyxiated. James was a laborer who worked odd jobs around town. Investigators collected DNA belonging to the suspect from the crime scene. In 1996, DNA technology was not advanced enough to identify the suspect, so the case went cold. In 2020, Tallahassee Police Department detectives reopened the case and used new forensic technology to analyze the DNA found at the original crime scene. Investigative leads were developed with the help of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia company that provides DNA phenotype services for police. Detectives eventually developed enough probable cause to arrest 71-year-old Alan Lefferts in connection to the case. His DNA matched the suspect's DNA found at the crime scene. Lefferts was picked up at his home in Jacksonville, Florida, with assistance from the Baker County Sheriff's Office. Tallahassee Police Department Deputy Chief Jason Larson said in a statement, "Solving a case that occurred nearly 26 years ago speaks volumes to the dedication and great collaborative effort between our state and local law enforcement partners. Our detectives and forensic specialists work tirelessly every day to seek justice for victims and ensure those responsible for crimes are held accountable. We're hopeful this arrest will bring some level of closure to the victims' surviving loved ones. As Lefferts did not confess, we don't know why he took the life of James Bronner." Skeletal remains were found in June of 1974 in an area known as the Burnt Bridges along the A1A Bridge in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The remains belonged to a young white woman. Detectives at the time believed she was between the ages of 15 and 20. It could not be determined how she lost her life, but it was noted that she was found tied up in the mangroves to a tree. Recently, DNA that was obtained from the remains were entered into the National Database for Unidentified Persons, but they could not find a match. It wasn't until November 2021 that genealogy tests were performed on the remains by scientists working at Othroom Lab. This resulted in the victim's identification. In June of 2022, she was identified as Susan Galepool. Susan was born on February 12, 1957 and lived in a trailer park in North Fort Lauderdale. Susan was 15 years old when she disappeared just before Christmas in 1972. Her family did report her missing back then. Susan's sister Patty had this to say about the identification. "I had always hoped she would come back. The search is finally over." Investigators believe Susan was a victim of Gerard Schaefer. Schaefer committed many similar crimes. He lived in the same area as Susan back in 1974. He got arrested for kidnapping 2 girls, taking them out on the A1A bridge and tying them up in mangroves. Schaefer was known to pick up girls who were hitchhiking. Friends of Susan told investigators that Susan often hitchhiked. He was convicted for his crimes and his life was taken in prison in 1996. While detectives believe he is responsible for what happened to Susan, they do not have any physical evidence linking him to the crime. Susan's mother is still alive and is now under 90s. She has also been informed about the identification. Tipsters may remain anonymous by calling Crime Stoppers at 800-458-TIPS. Valerie Reyes is a 24-year-old girl. She grew up in a loving family in the suburbs of New York. Valerie has 3 younger brothers. Valerie is cheerful, sociable, and friendly. Valerie is very close to her mother. The two share their private secrets and often discuss everything like 2 best friends. Valerie has many different talents, including drawing and singing. However, her true passion is to become a professional tattoo artist. With the guidance of her brother, who has experience in this field, Valerie learned and developed her skills. She dreams of opening a tattoo shop with her brother, where they can turn their creative ideas into reality. During this time, Valerie works part-time at a small, cozy bookstore. Valerie's life took a major turn in January 2018. That's when she met Javier da Silva, a 26-year-old Venezuelan man who had just moved to New York on a popular dating site. Javier told a touching story about how he had to flee his country in crisis to save his life. Because of this, he was unable to complete his university studies. Currently, Javier is working hard in a restaurant to build a new life in a foreign country. Valerie felt sympathy for him and they started a romantic relationship after a few dates. However, the relationship developed too quickly and only lasted about 3 months. Javier mentioned marriage, which scared Valerie because she was not ready. After feeling that everything was moving too fast, Valerie decided to end the relationship. Javier initially made a good impression on Valerie's family because he seemed to care about her and wanted the best for her. However, when Valerie expressed her desire to break up, Javier's behavior changed. He refused to accept the end of the relationship. He sent dozens of messages a day, begging Valerie to continue the relationship. In September 2018, Javier called Valerie. He said he had used her bank card to pay for an online purchase and wanted to meet Valerie to return the money. Valerie immediately sensed something was wrong and suspected that it was just an excuse to meet. Valerie then confided in a friend and asked the friend to talk to Javier so that he would stop bothering her. After the conversation, Javier stopped calling and texting. Valerie felt relieved and could finally return to her normal life with small joys and exciting plans for the future. However, Valerie did not know that the worst was yet to come. On January 24, 2019, Javier, whom Valerie had broken up with long ago and had not kept in touch with, wrote to an acquaintance of Valerie. In the letter, Javier claimed that he had caught Valerie in bed with another man. This information surprised and angered Valerie because she knew it was not true. January 27th, after her shift at the bookstore, Valerie returned home and called her mother Ana Reyes in a state of panic. She cried and screamed into the phone that someone wanted to kill her. Valerie had been worried for days and felt that someone was following her. Valerie was so distressed that she could only cry into. After a while of talking to her mother, Valerie seemed to feel a little better. Before going to bed, Valerie texted her mother that she had calmed down and was ready to go to bed. Valerie's family became worried when she did not show up for dinner on January 29th. They kept calling her, but did not receive any answer. This made the family feel scared and uneasy. After waiting for a long time, the family decided to seek help from the police. On January 30th, they went to the police and filed a missing persons report for Valerie. The police immediately began investigating the case and began searching Valerie's apartment, but found no significant clues. There were no signs of a struggle or kidnapping. There were only small bloodstains on the pillowcase in the bathroom, but the police thought it could be a simple injury. The police decided to look for Valerie and contacted her mobile operator. They discovered that Valerie's phone had been switched to airplane mode on the night of January 28th at around 3 a.m. Since then, the phone had not been turned on. This made the police and Valerie's family even more worried. But the most alarming fact was that someone had accessed Valerie cloud storage and carefully studied all her photos, videos, and messages. Another worrying detail was that at 5 a.m. on January 29th, just 2 hours after the phone was turned off, someone had withdrawn $1,000 from Valerie's bank account. Surveillance cameras captured a man driving a black Honda to the ATM, quickly taking the money and disappearing. When the license plate was checked, police quickly determined that the car belonged to Javier, Valerie's ex-boyfriend. He was immediately placed on the list of prime suspects. During a search of Javier's home, no evidence was found relating to Valerie's disappearance. However, surveillance camera footage showed that on the evening of January 28th, Javier left the house in a black Honda and went to Valerie's residence. Police checked Valerie's phone and found that there had been no calls or messages from Javier in recent months. This indicated that Valerie had not invited Javier to visit or meet. After Valerie went missing, Javier turned off his phone so his movements could not be tracked. However, at 6 a.m., his cell phone briefly became active near Harrison, Connecticut. At 7:30 a.m., the phone was found in Greenwich. Javier returned home to Queens at 9:43 a.m., as confirmed by nearby cameras. Police later found that Javier had posted an old photo of them on Instagram the night before Valerie went missing. His posting of this photo could have been to let people know that they were still together, or it could have been some kind of secret sign. While the police were investigating Valerie's disappearance, Valerie's family and friends continued to search for her. They posted flyers with Valerie's picture and checked all of Valerie's usual haunts. A week passed in anxiety with sleepless nights and exhausting searches, but still no results. On February 5th, highway workers saw a red suitcase on the side of the road. When they opened the suitcase, they saw a horrifying scene. Inside the suitcase was the body of a young woman. Her hands and feet were tied tightly with rope. Her mouth was sealed with a thick layer of tape. Her thin shirt was torn. Her jeans were torn and dirty. The girl was not wearing shoes. People noticed a terrible wound on her head. They immediately called the police to report the incident. The police arrived at the scene. Through tests, they quickly identified the victim as Valerie Reyes. Valerie's parents received news about their daughter. During the autopsy, the gruesome details of the murder were revealed. Before her death, Valerie had been severely beaten in the head with a blunt object, and then, while still alive, she had been stuffed into a suitcase and left to die. The evidence that Javier Dilva was involved in the murder was that Valerie's bank card was found in his wallet. During questioning, Javier gave a surprising explanation. Javier claimed that he had found Valerie's bank card and ID card at the bar. The police presented all the evidence they had gathered, including surveillance camera footage, details of his car, and the movements of his phone on the night of the incident. The police told Javier that they knew he was at Valerie's house on the night of the incident. Javier later changed his story. Javier admitted that he had been drinking too much that night and might have been at Valerie's house, but he didn't know everything. When the police showed him a photo of Valerie's body in a suitcase, Javier was shocked and cried. JV tried to justify his actions. According to his account, Javier went to Valerie's house that night after she invited him. They had sex, but during sex, Valerie collapsed to the floor and lost consciousness. Javier claimed that he wanted to help Valerie and performed CPR and cardiac massage on her, but all were unsuccessful. To avoid being charged with murder, he tried to hide the evidence of the crime. However, when the police asked why Valerie's body was found bound and gagged, Javier was unable to answer. When police later asked about Valerie's bank card, Javier stated that he had withdrawn another $4,350 from Valerie's account. During a search of Javier's home, Valerie's phone and laptop, which he had taken, were also found. Javier finally collapsed after a thorough examination of Valerie's body. There were signs of struggle and violence on her body. Under Valerie's fingernails, Javier's skin and blood were found. Javier's DNA was everywhere on the suitcase, in the car interior, on Valerie's belongings. Javier was immediately arrested and formally charged with the murder of Valerie Reyes. Under the pressure of irrefutable evidence, Javier da Silva finally fully admitted his guilt in court. On February 5, 2020, a hearing was held in the case of 24-year-old Valerie Reyes. Javier's lawyer tried to defend his actions, arguing that it was the result of a violent and jealous outburst, depression after the breakup with Valerie, and drug use. On September 3, 2021, the court affirmed that 28-year-old Javier da Silva was sentenced to 30 years in prison. This means that he will spend most of his life behind bars. The investigation also found that Javier had been living in the United States illegally. He arrived in the country on May 8, 2017, and his 90-day stay expired on August 5, 2017. Therefore, after serving his 30-year prison sentence, he will be immediately deported to his native Venezuela. 22-year-old Christopher Hervey lived in Santa Ana, California in 1996. His girlfriend, Jade Bennying, lived with him and she was also 22 years old. At 3 a.m. on January 4, 1996, Jade called 911. She said that a man broke into their apartment and fatally stabbed Christopher. According to her, she suffered a minor cut to her right hand when she struggled with the intruder. A witness also told police they saw a man running from the apartment building. Investigators discovered Christopher's body with multiple wounds to his chest. They couldn't find the weapon anywhere. Neighbors told police how they heard a loud argument taking place shortly before Christopher was stabbed, lasting for around 15 minutes. Investigators continued to work the case, but their leads went cold until an anonymous letter arrived in January 2020 that implicated Bennying in the case. A cold case detective believed there to be enough after following up on the case, and obtained a criminal complaint from the Orange County District Attorney's Office together with a warrant for Bennying's arrest. 48-year-old Jade Manda Bennying, who now lives in Austin, Texas, was arrested on May 3, 2022, near her home after an investigation that involved forensics. Agents from the U.S. Marshals Lone Star Fugitive Task Force arrested her. Detectives from the Santa Ana Police Department were also present to witness Bennying being apprehended. She had been extradited to California to face the charges and she is being held on a $1 million bail. We don't know exactly what led to the arrest, but we do know that evidence against her includes something police found when they executed search warrants in Austin, Texas in June 2020. Bennying is currently in Orange County Jail. Her arraignment is scheduled for June 8, 2022. 35-year-old Joy Hibbs lived in Croydon, Pennsylvania in 1991. She was married to Charlie Hibbs. They had 2 children, Angie and David. On April 19, 1991, when 12-year-old David came home from school, he found the house ablaze. He ran for help, knowing that his mother was most likely inside. Firefighters found Joy's body in David's room. Initially, police believed she passed away in an accidental house fire. They found 4 gas burners on the kitchen stove that were turned on and ignited. When the autopsy was done, investigators determined that she was deceased before the fire was set. Police discovered what was later found to be a computer cord wrapped around Joy's upper torso. The autopsy determined she had been stabbed 5 times, strangled and badly beaten. The autopsy also showed what would turn out to be an important detail. Joy Hibbs had smoked marijuana the morning of the fire. It'll make sense later on why this detail is important. Investigators quickly concluded the fire was set to destroy evidence of the crime, and authorities said it was largely successful, as much of the forensic evidence police would hope to find was destroyed. The fire marshal found 4 areas where the fire started, and in at least 1 spot accelerant was likely used. Without the forensic evidence, Bristol Township Police dug into Joy's life, creating a working timeline for when her life was taken and the arson. She left a paper trail showing her moves on the morning of the fire. She cashed her paycheck at a bank and went grocery shopping, which was her normal Friday routine. She then came home around 11 a.m. and a neighbor reported seeing her walking the family's new puppy named Major. 2 people from the Ben Salem Baptist Church, where Joy attended Easter services, dropped by to talk about joining the congregation sometime after 11 a.m. They left before noon. It was shortly after 1 p.m. when David returned home from school to find the house on fire. Joy's wallet was later found in the cushions of the living room couch, but it was empty, though she had cast her check hours earlier. Her purse was found on the kitchen floor, with its contents dumped out. This implied that robbery could be the motive, but it didn't quite make sense to investigators. Taking someone's life in such a vicious way and then set the house on fire for just a few $100s. Police interviewed her employer, friends, neighbors, and family, but found that everyone who knew her seemed to love the mom that grew up the youngest of 9 children in Central Florida. She camped, hiked, fished, grew vegetables, and loved making fried okra. Since many crimes of this nature are usually committed by the spouse, Charlie Hibbs was of course looked into. There was no sign of trouble in their marriage. Joy and Charlie were high school sweethearts. They celebrated their 18th wedding anniversary less than a week before her life was ended. Charlie also had a solid alibi. He was on a job site in Philadelphia, something co-workers confirmed. The only thing out of the ordinary that day was a dark-colored Monte Carlo parked 3 feet from the curb near the Hibbs. A neighbor who noticed the vehicle later reported it to police, telling them it was unusual for a car to be parked directly in front of the Hibbs home, which was at a T intersection. Robert Atkins soon became a suspect in the case. He sold marijuana occasionally to Joy. He owned a Chevy Monte Carlo. As you'll remember, Joy smoked marijuana on the morning of the fire. With a car similar to his seen in front of her house, this likely meant Atkins was at the scene around the time of the crime. Investigators learned that Joy and Atkins had argued over the quality of the drug he sold her, and Atkins refused to refund the money. While investigators believed it was possible that Atkins was involved, they couldn't prove it. The case made the rounds around Bristol Township police detectives over the years, until it was assigned to Bristol Township Detective Michael Slaughter in 2014. He dug into the reports and re-interviewed investigating officers and witnesses from 1991. Slaughter also determined that Robert Atkins and his then-wife April were persons of interest. When Slaughter had shown up for a surprise interview with April Atkins in 2014, she told him that Bristol Township Police had never interviewed her about her ex-husband, despite his alibi that placed the couple together in the Poconos with their children the weekend of Joy's demise. April Atkins told Slaughter that she and her husband and children were in the Poconos that weekend, and when they returned they heard about what happened to Joy. The Bristol Township detective interviewed Robert Atkins 2 days after he spoke with his ex-wife in 2014. During that interview, Robert Atkins admitted to being a confidential informant for Bristol Township Police Department at the time of the crime, and that he had been a methamphetamine user and got the drug for other people, though he didn't consider himself a dealer. He also admitted to the dispute over poor quality marijuana with Joy, but denied threatening her or her family. He just simply couldn't give Joy a refund, he told the detective. Atkins claimed he had left Bristol Township around noon the day of the fire for a weekend trip to the Poconos with his wife and children. He said he could provide an alibi too, telling Slaughter a lady, later described as a co-worker of his wife, could confirm his whereabouts in 1991. Atkins also said that Bristol Township Police checked the hotel where he stayed at in the Poconos, and that cleared him further. More than a year later, in a December 2015 interview with Slaughter, former Chief Tom Mills confirmed that in 1991, Atkins was a confidential informant for the police purchasing methamphetamine and marijuana. Mills told Slaughter that he interviewed Atkins for the first time 2 days after the crime in 1991, when he was asked by a lieutenant to deliver a message to Atkins to contact police before his name came up in the investigation. Mills and Detective Al Ilac, who was Atkinson's handler, went to Atkinson's apartment, but he wouldn't let them inside. Mills said he noticed a dark-colored 70s vintage Monte Carlo in the apartment complex parking lot. In 2016, April Atkins showed up at the Bristol Township Police Station on a Sunday. She wanted to tell Slaughter, whose business card she saved, what really happened the day Joy Hibbs lost her life. She said that day, her ex-husband showed up at the home covered in blood. He confessed he had stabbed someone and set the house on fire. He ordered her to call out of work and pack up their kids. The family fled to the Poconos for 2 days. April Atkins, who at the time shared a young child and baby with her husband, learned about Joy Hibbs only after the family returned, she told police. April Atkins said she didn't tell police what she knew when Slaughter first interviewed her in 2014, because she feared for her third and youngest child's safety because he lived with Robert Atkins at the time. Another 5 years would pass before Bucks County detectives would speak with Robert Atkinson's alleged alibi. A former co-worker of April Atkins, who provided Robert Atkins with what authorities now say is a fake alibi. The woman told investigators in 2021 that police interviewed her in June of 1991, 3 days after Robert Atkins shared her contact information with them. The woman told police she called the Atkinsons' home between 1 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. on April 19, 1991, and Robert Atkins answered the phone. In May of 2022, 56-year-old Robert Atkins was charged in connection to the case. He was arraigned by Judge Frank Parantu, Sr. in Bristol, and ordered to Bucks County Correctional Center without bail. The Bucks County District Attorney's Office held a news conference with DA Matt Weintraub, saying it was a gratifying day when he could bring closure to the Hibbs family with an arrest. In a statement read on behalf of the family by Weintraub, Joy Hibbs was described as a sweet, charming Southern girl, and a loving and devoted wife and mother. For 31 years our family has been haunted by this tragic, lost knowing, without a doubt, that Robert Atkins was the perpetrator, the statement read. Our family has waited 31 years for justice to prevail. Authorities continue to investigate, and anyone with information should contact either Detective Hanks at 215-348-6056 or Sergeant Slaughter at 215-785-4040. The case of Chad in Cell. Chad was born and raised in Bismarck. He attended university, majoring in mechanical engineering and design. Upon graduation, he returned to Bismarck and began working as an engineer at a local company. Friends and acquaintances describe him as a simple and kind man. In addition to his engineering work, Chad is a coach for a youth baseball team. On weekends, he spends time coaching young athletes and playing sports. He always remains calm and is not someone who likes to cause trouble. His cheerful personality does not seem like someone who is suffering from mental problems or who is thinking about quitting life. On April 6, 2015, Chad shared on social media that he was dating a woman named Nikki, who is 3 years older than he is. Friends noted that he seemed very happy at that time. A year later, in 2016, they got married. Nikki had 2 teenage sons from a previous relationship and worked in transportation for a food company. She was confident and often posted selfies on her social media with only a couple of photos featuring her sons. She has an erratic temperament and often expresses her frustration with store employees. This causes a lot of conflict, causing many people to choose to avoid communicating with her. In addition to her main job at a food company, Nikki also runs a small business that specializes in catering for events and celebrations, particularly in making sweets and baked goods. She has been successful in this field with many appealing creations showcased on her social media pages. On the outside, she and Chad appear to be a successful couple. He works at a large company in a managerial position while she balances her job at the food company with running her own business. They raised 2 children together and everything seemed to be going smoothly until January 2, 2020, when Nikki had to call emergency services. At approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 2, 2020, 911 emergency services received a call. The incident took place 15 minutes from Bismarck, North Dakota, at a farmhouse surrounded by cornfields. The caller's name was Nikki. She said she had been unable to contact her husband Chad for several days and decided to visit him. However, when she arrived, she could not enter the house because it was filled with smoke. She couldn't see what was happening inside but believed her husband was there. Emergency responders, including paramedics, firefighters, and police officers, quickly arrived to help. Upon investigation, they discovered that the fire had started in the guest bedroom on the 2nd floor, where Chad was thought to be. Firefighters swiftly extinguished the flames and later found the charred body of a man lying on the bedroom floor. He was completely naked and had some sort of weapon placed on the bed, but away from his reach. This suggests that someone moved the weapon there, as it was not possible for him to have injured himself and then moved the weapon on his own. Police quickly determined that Chad had inflicted the injuries on himself. However, the lack of burns from a weapon suggested that the injury was likely caused by a distant impact. It could have been caused by a gas heater, which is known to be a dangerous source of heat that can cause fires, despite the risks. Gas heating systems remain popular in the United States due to their affordability and convenience. When the police arrived at the basement, they found another source of ignition, a badly burned stove on the lower level. The stove may have overheated during use and become the starting point for the fire. The entire situation was riddled with inconsistencies. The crime scene looked like a poorly staged incident. The strange points in this case are becoming more and more clear. Chad and Nikki live together and raise their children together. So why is she away from home for many days? This caught the attention of the police, who began questioning people close to the family. Chad's friends and co-workers said they had not seen him for days. This was strange because he was a department head and did not usually miss work. Chad was very responsible, so it was unusual for him to miss work. At the very least, he would have called his supervisor to let them know he could not come in. Concerns grew. Chad was last seen on December 30th, 2019, when he was captured on surveillance cameras at a local bowling alley. The next day, he did not show up for work. His wife, Nikki, called the company to inform them that her husband was seriously ill and needed a few days to recover. January 1st was a holiday, but on Monday, everyone at the company expected him to return. Yet he did not appear. Co-workers decided to call Chad to check on him. However, they were unable to reach him, prompting them to call the police to report the situation. They subsequently requested a welfare check on him. At approximately 1:20 p.m. on January 2nd, 2020, the police arrived at Chad's home. They knocked on the door, but no one answered. After waiting for a while and looking through the windows, they saw nothing unusual. The house was quiet. They did not conduct a thorough search or enter the home, believing they did not have the authority to do so. They assumed he had gone out to celebrate the holidays. They reported back to Chad's company that he was not home and that they could not assist further. They then left. Chad's co-workers suspected something was wrong, so they contacted his wife, Nikki. She stated that she was at work, but promised to check on him as soon as she got off. At 5:30 p.m., she called 911 and reported that she could not enter the house due to a strong smell of smoke, particularly in the room where Chad's body was found. Forensic scientists uncovered clear signs of arson. A mattress had been burned, possibly by a nearby gas heater. There were cigarette butts and empty whiskey bottles on the floor. However, the police were particularly puzzled as to why Nikki and the children were not home under the circumstances. Why had she and Chad not seen each other for several days? Detectives invited Nikki in for questioning to gather more information about the case. She was deeply affected by her husband's death and expressed her distress, mentioning that he often smoked inside their home, which she suggested might have caused the fire. Her testimony made investigators suspicious. They believed that her husband's death was not an accident, but a deliberate murder. So they continued to question her. Nikki then explained why she had been absent from home, stating that the stove had broken down and she had to temporarily stay in a hotel because she couldn't stand the cold. However, the strange thing was that the children were not with her or Chad, but living with her mother. During her account of the events, she unexpectedly mentioned that she had to move the children because Chad, her husband, was a cruel alcoholic. She had never mentioned anything negative about him before, only positive things. However, she now stated that both she and the children had been abused by him. She had many photos showing the bruises and injuries her husband had caused. She admitted to the police that she and her children had moved away to escape her abusive husband. Nikki found a job in a new place and was preparing to move in a week. However, her plans changed drastically with the death of her husband. Now that she had no need or reason to run away, she decided to stay. At that time, the investigators had no evidence against Nikki, so they released her, but continued to treat her as a suspect. The next day, the autopsy results came back. Forensic experts discovered that Chad had suffered severe facial injuries from a weapon, and the entire front half of his body had been burned. He was lying on his back when the fire broke out, which resulted in less burn damage to his back, where experts found bullet marks. Obviously, he couldn't have injured himself in the back with that bullet, and if he had intended to end his life, there would have been much simpler ways. The cause of death was determined to be injuries from a weapon, and Chad had died before the fire broke out. There was no soot in his airways, and the forensic expert concluded he had been dead for several days, meaning he could not have ignited the fire. It was clearly not his doing. Someone murdered him and tried to make it look like he took his end life. With these details, Nikki became the prime suspect. Nikki contacted her insurance company to claim compensation for the damage to her property after the fire. Investigators discovered that just days before the fire, on December 26th, the family had registered their home with the insurance company. Less than a week later, the house burned down under suspicious circumstances. Furthermore, during the police investigation of the crime scene, they discovered a package in the kitchen addressed to a man named Earl Howard. This new suspect needed to be investigated, and he was found quickly. In her initial interrogation, Nikki claimed she had rented a hotel room. However, it was later revealed that the room was registered to Earl Howard, the man named on the package. He was an ordinary working man who spent most of his free time at home. Originally from Canada, he had moved to Bismarck, North Dakota, USA, for a job opportunity. Soon after, Nikki was taken back to the police station for questioning again. The detectives began asking her leading questions about Earl. Initially, she denied knowing him, but then she unexpectedly admitted to having a relationship with him. She claimed that they had been having an affair for a year, that Chad knew about it and accepted the situation. She then maintained a relationship with Earl. During this time, her alcohol consumption increased, and she faced frequent insults from Chad. Throughout the interrogation, portrayed herself as a victim. She cried often, but sometimes spoke so softly that the police had to ask her to raise her voice. Experienced detectives suspected she was being insincere and was merely trying to evoke sympathy. After being pressured, her attitude changed, and she stopped crying. She realized that tears could not convince the detectives. So after being advised, she continued to tell the story clearly. Nikki finally provided details about the incident that led to Chad's death on the evening of December 30th. That evening, he went to his favorite bowling alley and played for a few hours, then went home. At that time, Nikki was at a hotel with her lover, Earl. She planned to return home later that evening to gather her belongings before their trip to Texas. When she got to their house, she found Chad drunk and he started abusing her again. He physically attacked her and she stated that during such moments, she would simply leave. However, Nikki then shifted the conversation to more abstract topics. She expressed frustration about Chad's drinking and gambling losses. The investigator had to press her again to continue answering questions. Unexpectedly, she revealed that she had returned home that night not alone, but with her lover, Earl. Chad was clearly upset by this and started yelling at her, prompting her to leave the house. Nikki claimed to have heard a heated argument and a struggle between Earl and Chad, followed by a bang. However, she did not ask Earl what happened. According to Nikki, they simply got into the car and drove away in silence. At this point, Nikki wrote a confession and placed it on the table. Then she decided to tear the paper. However, the detective quickly grabbed the confession from her hands. This action further aroused suspicion, leading the police to conclude that Nikki was involved in the death of her husband, Chad. Furthermore, while investigating the crime scene at Chad's home, detectives found a surveillance camera. They retrieved the video footage, which revealed crucial information. Earl and Nikki arrived at the house around 10 p.m. on December 30th, approximately half an hour before Chad left the bowling alley. They went inside and spent about 20 minutes in the house before coming out with several boxes. This was important evidence as it indicated that Nikki was at the crime scene before Chad's return. Detectives theorized that she was potentially removing her possessions to protect them from a planned fire, which enabled them to charge her with premeditated involvement. It was important to fully restore the evidence, as the circumstantial evidence alone could seem unconvincing to the jury. After this, Chad returned home around 10:30 p.m., seemingly unaware that Nikki and Earl had been at their house just before 1 a.m. Nikki and Earl returned to the house. They went inside, and shortly after, nearly all the security cameras stopped recording. Only one camera, which monitored the driveway, continued to operate. This limited footage did not capture everything that occurred afterward. They eventually left the house and drove away. Cigarettes found inside matched those smoked by Earl, but none were fully smoked. They appeared to have been lit and then carelessly discarded on the furniture and floor, creating a fire hazard. This suggested a deliberate setup. Moreover, it was revealed that Nikki was the sole beneficiary of the house insurance policy, valued at $1.26000. She was arrested on January 7th for conspiracy to commit murder. Although her bail was set at $1.500,000, she could not afford it and remained in jail. Additionally, Nikki had 3 previous convictions for fraud and was on house arrest at the time of her arrest. Investigators went to Earl's house to arrest him and take his statement, but he fled. However, he was not able to evade justice for long. 2 days later, he was arrested in Michigan near the Canadian border. He was trying to escape to his home country to avoid prosecution in the United States. When arrested, he did not resist. After the arrest, police gathered more information from him, which helped clarify the incident of that night. Nikki and Earl had more motives for committing the crime than just collecting an insurance payout on the house. Their relationship lasted for over a year. At one point, she shared with Earl that Chad had $1,600 life insurance policy. They believed that this money could solve their problems and allow them to live comfortably. She wanted to avoid the complications of divorce and the division of assets, so she chose a darker and more lucrative option. They planned to kill Chad and make it appear that he took his end life. Their goal was to collect all the insurance money they could, both life and property, and then run away to Texas together. On December 9th, they finalized their plan and set it into motion. To prevent her children from witnessing the crime, Nikki sent them to stay with their grandmother. Knowing that Chad was going bowling that night, Nikki went to their home early to gather belongings she wanted to save from a fire. CCTV footage from the hotel captured her and Earl bringing their items to their room. Later, they returned to the scene of the crime, where Nikki disabled the cameras and the security system. Earl was armed, but it is unclear who actually killed Chad as they blamed each other. Apparently, the murder happened while Chad was sleeping. He was attacked in the back. He died instantly. Then his body was turned upside down and his face was attacked to make it appear that he had injured himself. Earl and Nikki thought that burning the house down would destroy all evidence, making it difficult for forensics to find any clues. They then scattered whiskey bottles around the house to portray Chad as a heavy drinker. Finally, they put a gas heater in the room, lit it, and left, expecting it to cause a fire. The following day, they anxiously awaited news of the incident, but nothing came. Frustrated, they returned to the house and discovered some small, weak fires that had already gone out. To ensure a more effective blaze, they rearranged the mattress and other items to facilitate burning. Earl went down to the basement and started a fire directly above the stove. Meanwhile, Nikki scattered cigarettes around the room, believing their plan would succeed. They left, but for the next 2 days, there was no news about the fire. Fearing their plan had failed, they returned to the scene. On January 2nd at 5 p.m., when Nikki opened the door, a backdraft caused the fire to flare up. However, their plan failed, as the house did not burn down as they expected. During the investigation, detectives discovered fingerprints and DNA evidence from both Nikki and Earl. The poor staging of the scene was quickly discovered. Even the placement of the weapon on the bed suggested an attempt to mislead the investigation. If Chad injured himself, the weapon wouldn't be placed that way. This detail became a key argument for the prosecution at trial and was persuasive to the jury. Nikki and Earl were charged with murder. At the last minute, Earl agreed to a plea bargain, which allowed the prosecution to learn all the details of the crime. Earl Howard pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit arson and tampering with evidence. As a result, he received a 25-year prison sentence with the possibility of parole after serving 21 years. During the trial, he and Nikki blamed each other. Earl's plea deal included testifying against Nikki. In contrast, she maintained her innocence, claiming she was outside when the shooting occurred and that Earl was the shooter. She also accused Earl of lighting fires and throwing away cigarettes. During a subsequent interrogation, Nikki told bizarre stories, claiming that Chad was aware of her affair and had allowed her to meet Earl. She also stated that Earl and her husband were friends. Nikki described her husband as an alcoholic, but those close to the family disagreed, stating that Chad did not drink heavily, did not abuse Nikki, and would not permit her to be with Earl. Chad never made anyone doubt his character. No one had ever seen him drunk, and he always prioritized his family career. Therefore, no one believed that he was a bad husband. They thought Nikki had fabricated the stories right away. On February 17, 2023, Nikki Ansel was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, arson, and attempting to cover up the crime. On March 16, 2023, She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 36 years, plus an additional 15 years for arson. The sentence was controversial, as Nicky's punishment was harsher than Earl's, despite evidence that he played a key role in the crime. The disparity in sentencing was attributed to Earl admitting guilt and cooperating with the investigation, while Nicky did not. However, the court's decision was final, allowing her to file her first appeal as early as 2026. On March 13, 2018, employees from a tree-cutting service discovered a human skull in a wooded area where they were working, alongside Champion Hill Road in Bolton, Mississippi. Officers from the Hinds County Sheriff's Office found additional skeletal remains in the area, belonging to the same person. It could not be determined how the person lost their life, but it was noted that the remains were partially burned. What investigators could determine was that the remains belonged to a black woman that was likely under the age of 30. Unfortunately, not much else could be learned because only a partial set of remains were found. After investigators exhausted traditional methods of identifying the woman, they were no closer in doing so and the case went cold. In 2021, the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office partnered with Othram Lab to finally identify the woman. Othram used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive geological profile from the burned skeletal remains. The condition of the remains necessitated additional processing steps to make DNA suitable for advanced testing. After multiple rounds of testing, both scientists were able to build the necessary profile to enable genealogical search. The costs associated with the case were funded by Mississippi native and philanthropist Carla Davis. In addition, Carla Davis led the genealogical research to search for possible family members of the unidentified woman. Investigative leads were returned to law enforcement, and in a follow-up investigation paired with rapid familial testing, the unknown woman's relationship to a close family relative was established. The investigation confirmed in May of 2022 that the unknown woman was Juanita Diane Roxy Coleman. Juanita was reported missing in Namas and also the Charlie Project. According to the Charlie Project, Coleman was last seen in the 1500 block of Diane Drive in Jackson, Mississippi on April 1, 2016. She would have been 19 years old at the time of her disappearance. Her family heard rumors that she was shot in the face, but there was no confirmation or additional details available at the time. An investigation into who took her life continues. Anyone with information about Juanita should contact Detective Sharon Jordan of Jackson Police Department Special Victims Unit at this number. In March of 1976, human remains belonging to an unknown man were found in the Cape Fear River near the CPNL plant intake valve near Munker in Chatham County, North Carolina. Investigators thought that the unknown man might have been put in the water upstream via the Hall River or Deep River. The man had appeared to have an athletic build and was likely in good health before he lost his life. When his head and hands could not be found with a body, Chatham County deputies subsequently opened a homicide investigation into the case. With few clues to the man's identity, the case went cold. The unknown man, eventually known as Chatham County John Doe, was estimated to be a Caucasian male, likely between 25 and 35 years old. He was 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed 150 pounds. The unidentified persons case was entered into Namas in 2008, but traditional forensic methods did not yield answers on the case. Although early investigation into the case was hampered by a lack of basic information or viable clues, members of the Chatham County Sheriff's Office remained open to new methods and opportunities to identify the deceased. Chatham County Sheriff's Office investigator Ricky Culberson eventually connected with the North Carolina Unidentified Project, an initiative that was co-founded by Dr. Ross and Leslie Kaufman in 2020 to raise and provide funding for assistance with unidentified persons cases. In the fall of 2021, Chatham County Sheriff's Office and the North Carolina Unidentified Project partnered with Othram to use forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive genealogical profile from the skeletal remains of the Chatham County John Doe. After building the profile, Othram scientists returned the profile and the investigation continued. Leslie Kaufman, working with Chatham County Sheriff's Office, used genetic genealogy to develop investigative leads pointing to the unknown man's identity. The leads were confirmed through additional testing and established Chatham County John Doe's true identity as Jimmy Mack Brooks. Jimmy was born on February 16, 1950 in Allegheny County, North Carolina. He would have been 26 years old at the time his life was taken. He was an Army veteran and had been stationed in Fort Bragg and had left the service only a few years before his demise. The Chatham County Sheriff's Office is now asking members of the public to share what they know regarding the life and death of Jimmy Mack Brooks. Investigators say a single small detail could potentially lead to the next big leap in the case. Anyone with information about this case is asked to contact the Chatham County Sheriff's Office at this number. The case of Rosa Perel. Rosa Perel was born in Barcelona, a city in the province of Barcelona. Rosa was a beautiful girl, but she had difficulty studying. At the age of 16, while still in school, she started working in a nightclub, first as a dancer and then as a waitress. While working at the nightclub, Rosa met many men. It is said that many of them came to the club just to meet and get to know her. In 2000, while working there, she met Ruben, a musician who had just started working at the same club. They quickly fell in love. Eventually, they decided to leave the nightlife behind. Rosa quit her job at the nightclub and joined the Barcelona City Police. Ruben followed her shortly after, but he chose to join the Catalonian Autonomous Police. After 10 years of living together, Rosa and Ruben had 2 daughters, whose names were not disclosed. A year after the birth of their second daughter, Rosa and Ruben got married. Friends and family described Rosa as selfish and lacking in empathy, often showing indifference and cruelty towards others. During her 10 years of marriage to Ruben, Rosa remained intimate with many other men, even continuing these relationships after they had children and got married. Ruben apparently did not know about Rosa's infidelity until she began a relationship with a man named Oscar, whose last name is not provided. Oscar was a sub-inspector at a police station where, in early 2008, intimate photos of Rosa were circulated, and she identified Oscar as a suspect. However, the case did not attract the attention of the court at the time and was closed. Years later, after it was revealed that Rosa was married, the case resurfaced and went to trial. Although the prosecution sought a prison sentence for Oscar for distributing the photos, the court was unable to prove his guilt due to insufficient evidence, resulting in his acquittal. Although this disturbing incident damaged Rosa's reputation among her colleagues and friends, she continued with her life. She then met a man named Pedro Rodriguez, and they quickly began a romantic relationship. Not much is known about his life before meeting Rosa, except that he was married to a woman named Patricia, with whom he had a child. Pedro also worked in the Guardia, like Ruben. After starting a relationship with Rosa, Pedro asked his wife for a divorce. Patricia learned from a friend that Pedro had been seen with a woman and 2 young daughters. Although Patricia did not know who they were, she suspected that Pedro was leading a double life, even though he claimed that he had never cheated during their marriage. Ruben discovered that his wife was having an affair with another police officer, Pedro, and decided to end the infidelity. He filed for divorce and ended his relationship with Rosa. A few months later, Rosa moved to another city with her daughters. At first, things seemed fine, but Rosa and Pedro's happiness did not last long, and their relationship quickly became strained. Both were prone to jealousy and emotional outbursts, leading to frequent arguments. The situation worsened when Albert, a man with whom Rosa was having an affair, showed up. Albert Lopez also worked in the Catalonia City Police Department, and their relationship began when they were patrol partners. Rosa maintained a complicated relationship with several men at the same time. One day at work, Albert was questioned about the death of a homeless man he had arrested during an operation against illegal street vendors. Rosa had been with Albert that day, and they claimed that the street vendor had attacked her with a knife before jumping off a 75-foot cliff. Despite many suspicious details, the police have no official evidence linking Albert to the incident. His co-workers described him as ruthless and powerful, noting that he used drugs to increase his muscle mass. Some acquaintances also labeled him as manipulative. After discovering that Rosa was married to Pedro, Albert sent her an incriminating recording of their conversation. On May 4, 2017, a resident discovered a burned-out car. When the police arrived, they were shocked to find the remains of a man in the trunk. Experts determined that the car belonged to Pedro Rodriguez, but they were cautious not to assume that the body was his. They began searching for Pedro to confirm his whereabouts, starting by checking to see if he was on duty. He had been suspended from work at the time due to an alleged assault. They then went to Pedro's ex-wife, Patricia. She was surprised to see the police. Patricia explained that she had been waiting for Pedro to pick up their children, but he had not arrived, and she had not been able to contact him. Since Pedro was missing, the police decided to contact Rosa. Rosa said she did not know Pedro's whereabouts, and mentioned that a few days prior, she had a disagreement with him about her ex-husband, Ruben, which forced her to leave the house. The body was found completely charred, making identification difficult. The body was then sent for an autopsy. The police identified the body through dental records as Pedro Rodriguez. They began an investigation suspecting that Rosa's ex-husband Ruben may have been involved in the case. After questioning Ruben, he stated that he was on duty at the time of Pedro's death. His alibi was confirmed, causing the police to refocus their attention on Rosa. They quickly dismissed the theory that Rosa's ex-husband was the killer. They discovered that Rosa had an affair with Albert, leading them to speculate that Pedro may have known about it, potentially providing a motive for the murder. Rosa was brought in for questioning. She alleged that Albert was the one who killed Pedro. She claimed that on the night of May 1st, Albert came to her house armed and angry and forced her to lock herself and her children on the top floor. He threatened her, warning that her daughters would be in danger if she reported him. This made her feel that she needed to protect them. Rosa's testimony led to Albert's arrest. During questioning, Albert denied all of Rosa's accusations and accused her of killing Pedro. He claimed that Rosa had called him on the night of the incident, and when he arrived, he found Pedro's body in the trunk of his car. He tried to convince Rosa to contact the police, but she refused. He argued that he felt he had no choice but to help cover up the crime. Ultimately, despite their attempts to blame each other, technology uncovered the truth. Geolocation data from Rosa and Albert's cell phones showed that they were present at the location where Pedro's body was discovered. Additionally, the data indicated that before Pedro's cell phone stopped sending signals, all three phones were at the house where Rosa lived with her two daughters and Pedro. This new evidence led to the arrest of Rosa and Albert on May 13, 2017, and they remained in custody until the case went to trial. Rosa was taken to Buttra Women's Prison, and the trial began on February 3, 2020, 3 years after Pedro's death. During the trial, both Rosa and Albert claimed innocence and testified against each other. Rosa stated that she was one of the few witnesses to the incident, asserting that her children were sleeping upstairs when Albert came to their home armed. This contradicted her previous statement, in which she said that the children had witnessed everything from the beginning. Additionally, her account did not match that of Antonia, who was with Ruben, the children's father, at the time. Antonia testified that her eldest daughter told her she saw her mother covered in blood on the night Pedro was believed to have died. However, the court dismissed Antonia's testimony. As the trial continued, Rosa's true nature began to come to light. Several disturbing details emerged, including intimate text messages exchanged between Rosa and Albert on the day of Pedro's death. A friend of Rosa's testified that Rosa had planned to start a serious relationship with one of the two men. The friend revealed that Rosa had confided in her that she was leaning toward Pedro because she found him more attractive and a better lover. The lawyer representing Pedro's family claimed that the relationship between Rosa and Pedro was deteriorating. He argued that Pedro may have had information that could threaten Rosa and Albert's interests regarding the suspicious death of a street vendor. The lawyer claimed that Albert and Rosa wanted to prevent Pedro from revealing evidence against them, which motivated their decision to kill him. The judge confirmed that Albert and Rosa had jointly decided to kill Pedro, the only witness, and that they had planned the crime throughout April. He found that they had given inconsistent statements and changed their testimonies during the investigation. Unfortunately, the exact cause of Pedro's murder could not be determined. By the end of March 2020, a jury had found Rosa Perel and Albert Lopez guilty of the intentional murder of Pedro Rodriguez. Albert was sentenced to 20 years in prison, while Rosa received a 25-year sentence. The court also ordered both defendants to pay $885,000 in compensation to Pedro's family. Although the trial ended with a guilty verdict, the situation did not end there. Even while in prison, Rosa attracted considerable media attention due to her disruptive and chaotic behavior, which led to her being transferred from facility to facility during the first 2 years of her sentence. Ruben did not allow his daughters to visit Rosa in prison. But then Ruben allowed the children to see Rosa. After Rosa had served 4 years and had multiple disciplinary violations, she was transferred to another prison for the 5th time due to her role in inciting conflicts with other inmates. The prison authorities decided to transfer her to Rick Prison. Rosa's intimate relationships continued after her sentencing. After her incarceration, Rosa learned of her mother's death, which caused her great distress due to her separation from her family. Reports indicate that Rosa's mother's mental health had deteriorated, which is why she was absent from the trial. Rosa's father, who spoke to the media, stated that due to his wife's declining mental condition, she did not understand the circumstances surrounding their daughter's incarceration. Claimed that when her mother was ill, she used her authorized prison calls to check on her well-being. However, police received anonymous information suggesting that Rosa had also used these calls to contact a hitman and plot the murder of her ex-husband, Ruben. As of early October 2023, the truth of these claims is still under investigation. During her first 100 days in prison, Rosa used her phone calls to contact media representatives and film producers interested in her story. Even though this contact was not authorized by the prison, she may have used intermediaries to make these calls. A notable project related to Rosa's case is a documentary titled The Rosa Pearl Tapes based on her final interview. In this interview, Rosa strongly proclaimed her innocence and argued that she was a victim of social injustice, claiming that she had been unjustly condemned. Media reports stated that journalists, prosecutors, and lawyers involved in Rosa's trial had filed complaints against the producers. They claimed that the show was designed to portray the convicts from the perspective of the victims and distort the truth. In addition, Rosa collaborated with others to create a series called Body on Fire, which detailed the events surrounding Pedro's death and the subsequent arrest of Rosa and Albert. This project also caused considerable controversy. After watching some excerpts, Rosa expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that the story presented to the screenwriters undermined her dignity and could negatively impact her integration into society. With the support of a lawyer, Rosa tried to stop the release of the show by filing a lawsuit against its creators. Unfortunately, her efforts were unsuccessful, as 8 episodes were released on a popular channel on September 8, 2023. The lawsuit against the creators of the series did not make much progress, and the court dismissed her request. Undaunted, Rosa managed to bypass prison security and gave an interview to a public radio station. During the interview, Rosa expressed concern that the series might negatively affect her law studies, which she had begun while in prison to create a better future for her daughters after her sentence ended. The police then restricted her communication with the outside world, allowing contact only with close family members. Meanwhile, the legal representative of Pedro's family requested that all income from the series and documentaries that Rosa and Albert received be confiscated. It is clear that Rosa's story will continue to be told. We can only hope that her children, who have also been affected by these events, will not suffer any further and will receive the support they need to cope with the challenges they have faced and will continue to face. A chilly shadow loomed over the beautiful city of Green Bay for almost 40 years. A chilling story about a murder that remained unsolved. The tragic end of a promising life set the tone for this heartbreaking story. The life of Lisa Holstead, a young woman of 22 years who was killed on August 12, 1986. Haunted by the memory of Lisa's tragically short life, the people of Green Bay yearned for justice for years, before it was finally resolved in 2023. The case had for years been relegated to the category of cold, forgotten mysteries. After all these years, how did the killer get caught by the police? Why did the resolution of this case take so long? Bay Area, Wisconsin, a city on the shores of Lake Michigan, is well known for its illustrious football history and its residents' ardent support of the Green Bay Packers. The city is well known for its fervor for football. In addition, the The city provides nature enthusiasts with a tranquil place to stay in Green Bay thanks to its breathtaking scenery and landscapes. Green Bay is known for its family-oriented lifestyle, where residents get to know one another by name and share familial ties. However, in 1986, a horrible murder occurred right in this neighborhood, shattering the entire community. Lisa Holstead was a young lady who lived in the center of Green Bay, Wisconsin. She was the daughter of Mary and Robert Holstead and was born on May 12, 1964. Her teenage years were woven together with love and laughter, and she was raised in a close-knit neighborhood that resembled an extended family. Traveling was one of Lisa's favorite pastimes. She spent hours using the lens of her camera to capture the beauty she saw. Her goals extended beyond simple exploration. Her dream also included sharing her passion for books with other book lovers by starting a small, inviting bookstore stocked with vintage titles. Lisa was notable from a young age for her kind heart and sharp mind. Her curiosity about her surroundings was endless. She had a constant desire to learn and explore. She was drawn to the natural beauty of her surroundings even as a baby. She found comfort in the verdant Canours nature area, with its meandering trails and plethora of wildlife. She frequently visited nearby shelters to provide consolation to the unfortunate. She also loved animals, and she frequently took in and showed love to stray animals. Her bond with the Canours nature area grew stronger. Most of her time was spent assisting people. Nobody had predicted the harsh destiny that would befall her. Appending the tranquility of her cherished safe haven, Lisa Holstead vanished in the Canours nature area on August 12, 1986, on an unfortunate day. Her parents became concerned when she didn't come back for a while, as they looked for her everywhere and hoped to learn about her whereabouts. Fear took hold of them. The once vibrant community felt the weight of uncertainty overwhelm it as the sun started to set. The loss of their cherished Lisa startled the neighbors and friends of the Holsteads. Fear took hold of everyone as they looked for her in vain. They soon began to wonder what might have happened to Lisa. Green Bay was in a panic because no one was responding to their inquiries. With trembling voices, residents called the Green Bay Police Department and explained how serious the situation was. They had no idea that the tragic death of their beloved Lisa Holstead would spark a passionate, multi-decade search for explanations. On August 12th, that same day, she was discovered dead in a marshy area of Canoe, Arizona. After prompt notification, Green Bay police officers arrived at the scene. Lisa had clearly been strangled because there was a piece of clothing around her neck that belonged to her. It was discovered that she had really been attacked and murdered. Beyond the crime, the community's suffering was unspeakable. The formerly charming Canoes nature area turned into an eerie reminder of death and the horrible truth concealed by its flora. The community's mutual sorrow served as evidence of Lisa's significant influence on their lives. The crime scene was examined by Green Bay Police Department detectives. Their minds were already racing with questions. They wondered who did it and why. Early investigations revealed horrific torture and acts of violence. Lisa had been beaten and strangled. As the autopsy results horrifyingly revealed, the murderer could not be located by the Green Bay Police Department. From the crime scene, they gathered a lot of evidence, including DNA that they hoped would one day aid in the case's resolution. There was a general sense of unease and anxiety throughout the community of Green Bay. Obstacles kept coming up as the investigation got more thorough, although witness statements suggested potential suspects. Lisa's killer eluded capture. Detectives used every resource at their disposal to find the murderer, but the convincing alibis stood in their way every step of the way. The goal of the detectives was to uncover the real reason behind Lisa's death. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to uncover the necessary evidence to fully investigate the case. Investigators never gave up looking for the truth, but in the end, the case went cold despite their unwavering efforts. The once hot pursuit turned into an enigmatic riddle with unknown answers. Lisa's remembrance stayed, a horrific flashback to a horrible murder and an unsolved crime. The terrible murder of Lisa Holstead went unsolved for many years, perplexing detectives and the victim's family who were hoping for answers. In 2020, fresh hope materialized with the resumption of the killer's search. Consistent and unwavering in her pursuit of the truth, Detective Rachel Turner developed a strong interest in the cold case. Lisa's loved ones were given hope when the case was decided to be reopened because of the detective's unwavering commitment to justice. Under Detective Turner's direction, the team worked very hard to reopen the case. They were hoping to find something that would lead to the case's solution. They conducted in-depth witness interviews and a thorough investigation. All of the previous evidence was once more accessible and looked into. When the DNA discovered that the crime scene was re-examined using the most recent genetic engineering technology, there was a significant turning point in the case. In April 2022, the DNA sample was sent to Othraming, a well-known genetic engineering lab in Texas. Othram experts got to work investigating this. In an effort to apprehend the offender, the DNA was extracted and uploaded to the national database. Everyone was awaiting good news regarding the case. At last, the name of a suspect showed up in the database, but there was a glitch. It did not match directly. In order to locate the precise match, Othram's experts laboriously traced the entire family tree. Surprisingly, when Detective Turner dug deeper into her investigation, she discovered that the suspect whose DNA was discovered had been to Green Bay in Nargis, 1986, the month Lisa was murdered. Lou Griffin was his name, and he was a culprit to additional criminal cases. Lou Griffin's name had become associated with evil following his horrible killing of Lisa. He was raised by his parents after being born on July 12, 1955, in a small town in Illinois. As he grew older, he displayed a range of emotions, from charming moments to unsettling coldness. Though he had an innocent childhood on the surface, there were deeper problems hiding beneath. Lou's early schooling appeared promising, but his success quickly gave way to unfocused conduct. His early disobedience resulted in small-time criminal activity, which he eventually became more involved in. Additionally, he married Emily, with whom he had 2 children. Upon scrutinizing his criminal history, an astonishing trend became apparent. It began in 1970, when Lou Griffin was charged with assault and larceny, which marked the start of his dark journey. He progressed to more serious offenses like robbery and assault in the 1980s. Lou was sentenced to prison in 1981 after being found guilty of the felony of second-degree assault. In the middle of the 1980s, after completing his sentence, he relocated to Green Bay, Wisconsin. His most horrific crimes took place in the summer of 1986. He met 22-year-old Lisa Holstead in a marshy section of the Kennears Nature area one regrettable night. He attacked the young woman, strangled her, and left her lifeless because of his evil instincts. Lou Griffin believed he had gotten away with it, but as the investigation went on in 2020, more and more evidence came to light against him. Investigators had documentation of the previous crimes he had committed. It presented a bleak image of a man who showed little regard for human life. It took years of unrelenting investigation and pursuit of justice. But at last the name Lou Griffin reverberated through the Green Bay Police Department hallways. He was taken into custody for Lisa Holstead's murder. Based on the DNA discovered at the crime scene, he was charged with murder. Lou Griffin, an egregious criminal, was taken into custody on January 15, 2021. Lou Griffin was forced to deal with the fallout from his crime due to the gravity of his deeds. The graphic picture of Lisa Holstead's lifeless body in front of the arresting officers was a painful reminder of the harm he had caused the victim's family, who had banded together to seek justice, at last found some solace in the knowledge that the man who killed their daughter was being held in police custody. It was finally the end of Lou Griffin's terror. With him behind bars, the Green Bay community, which had been living in constant fear, was finally able to exhale in relief. Not only did Lou Griffin's arrest signal the conclusion of a cold case, but it also demonstrated the community's strength, the investigators' unwavering commitment, and the tenacity of the victim's family. Lou Griffin was the center of attention early in the trial. After his arrest, he was held in the county jail, waiting for the day to come when he would have to face the consequences of his terrible acts. On March 27, 2023, the trial began with the introduction of both parties' witnesses and evidence. Lou Griffin's attorney, Richard Jerkins, was positive he would get out of court. He continued by saying that there wasn't enough evidence to convict him, and that there might have been other explanations for his DNA being found at the crime scene. However, Lisa's attorney, Sarah Johnson, the district attorney, contested Richard's statements in court. She listed a lengthy history of his crimes. As it happened, Lisa wasn't Lou Griffin's only victim. This heinous killer also took many other lives. The case changed course from there. An additional witness who had previously been reluctant to appear in court came forward to testify. This strengthened Lisa's case even more. It also helped in refuting Lou's assertions and seeking Lisa's justice. On July 18, 2023, the jury finally rendered a verdict following all the trials, finding Lou Griffin guilty and filing a first-degree murder charge. The choice was made with Lisa's case in mind as well as his criminal history. When the verdict was read in court, there was a long pause. Lou was given a life sentence for the murder of Lisa Holstead, which effectively sealed his fate. Mixed emotions were present in the courtroom. Justice for the victim's family, sadness for the life lost, and relief that a horrible criminal was at last in prison. People were at last relieved to hear of Lou's arrest. Regarding Lisa's case, they had witnessed many decades of uncertainty. Some even gave up on the possibility that this case would ever be resolved. But it was. It gave people a sense of peace and restored their faith in the legal system. Robert Holstead, Lisa's father, was moved by the court's ruling. The wait was excruciating, but knowing that the man responsible for our daughter's death has finally been held accountable brings some comfort. He said in response to a journalist's question about his comments, even after the criminal's punishment was announced by the court, Robert continued to cry. Meanwhile, there was still something heavy on Lisa's mother's chest. She could not get her daughter back. There is no sentence that can fill the void in our hearts, she said, holding Lisa's portrait in her hands and crying. We miss her every day. The detectives and Lisa's lawyer, Sarah Johnson, put forth a lot of effort to ensure Lisa received justice. When their efforts at last paid off, they were all grinning. They were happy with what they had accomplished. They brought justice and the confidence of the public back, and they taught all criminals a harsh lesson. Her parents were interviewed by several media outlets. They recalled Lisa by relating numerous fascinating stories about her. They extolled her kindness and compassion to the media. As the sun set over the city, Green Bay welcomed a fresh sense of closure. The once cold case was now a symbol of the human spirit's tenacity rather than a horrifying mystery. Bregan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family where he was the second of two sons. He grew up alongside his older brother Adam. They were practically inseparable from childhood. Their parents were devout members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. As a teenager, Jared met a girl named Mallory Bowden at church. The two developed a romantic relationship, and Bowden would later refer to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship never led to marriage since cohabitation was discouraged within their religious community. Divorces can sometimes take dark turns with tragic outcomes. Jared Bridgen's story is an example where former partners became bitter enemies, leading to catastrophic results for both families involved and their children left behind. When Jared graduated from a Florida arts high school in 2007 and decided to continue his education in another state, they went their separate ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he enrolled in college and met his future first wife in 9. At the age of 20, Jared Bridgen encountered a woman named Shenanna Gardner at a friend's birthday party. She was 2 years older and came from a well-off family. She was also a member of the Youth of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Shenanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of a major company called Stampin' Up, specializing in the production and sale of decorative craft items. By 2010, it was reported that their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was generating annual revenue of $100 million. Shenanna has a sister named Sarah, who currently holds a managerial position in the family business. Growing up in such an affluent family, Shenanna enjoyed a life of luxury and leisure without ever needing to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and somewhat capricious. Initially, According to sources mentioned earlier, Jared wasn't particularly interested in his new acquaintance. Nevertheless, Shawn-Anna made significant efforts to entice him with her lavish lifestyle, suggesting they could travel the world together and live freely, since her parents would financially support them. Family life progressed swiftly with the birth of twins, just a few months after their first meeting. The couple got engaged quickly, and by early 2010, less than a year after they met, they celebrated an extravagant wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah. The Gardner family covered all expenses for both ceremony and reception. This rapid progression towards marriage was influenced by their religious beliefs that disapproved of cohabitation and lengthy engagements. Following their wedding, the newlyweds settled in Utah. Here, the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each had their own Mercedes, despite Jared still being a student at the time and Shawn-Anna not working at all. The couple traveled extensively worldwide, sharing numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on social media profiles. According to close acquaintances, Shauna's parents provided the couple approximately $10,000 monthly for various expenses and granted them access to their accounts. When Jared completed his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to start his own. In 2013, the couple welcomed twins, a daughter named Abigail and a son named Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut temporarily, but soon after, Liam was diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors recommended moving closer to the sea for the child's health benefits. Consequently, the family moved to Florida and purchased a comfortable two-story home near the coastline at Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. At this time, Shauna actively managed her social media blog, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and an individual passionate about travel and sports. She took fitness seriously and frequented the gym nearly every day. Observing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise her by hiring a personal trainer. The scandalous divorce started shortly after this move. Clear issues began surfacing in the marriage. Even though the couple pretended everything was fine, Shauna became disillusioned with their religion and nearly stopped attending church services, while her husband remained a devout member. This difference in religious commitment led to frequent arguments and tension. Reportedly, Shauna also felt disillusioned with Jared, as she perceived him to be lazy, having gained weight and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online courses in programming and design, secured a position at Microsoft, where he began earning independently. A few years later, he advanced to a senior manager role. However, the couple continued to grow increasingly distant. Arguments became routine in their household. The situation worsened when Jared accidentally discovered intimate exchanges between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to several sources, Shawn-Anna allegedly had an affair, which the trainer confirmed in a phone conversation with Jared. However, Shawn-Anna strongly denied these claims. Jared later contacted Mela Bowden via email, expressing concern that his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he showed a willingness to forgive the infidelity in order to keep their family together for the sake of their children. In 2015, after nearly 6 years of marriage, the couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process. They disagreed over shared assets and custody rights for their children in a far from amicable manner. Jared accused his ex-wife publicly of infidelity, which she categorically denied, stating that the marriage had merely lost its love. In response, she accused him of cruelty and offensive behavior. Shawn-Anna was firm about not dividing their home, cars, and bank account funds. She argued that nearly everything they had acquired over the years was bought or gifted by her parents. Jared had only started working less than a year prior. Before this, he focused on his studies and unsuccessfully tried to establish his business using funds from his in-laws. Jared contested her viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins also led to numerous disputes. Shawn-Anna alleged that whenever Jared was with the children, he tried to turn them against her. He supposedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements to present in court. Jared countered by accusing his ex-wife of comprehensive surveillance, installing hidden cameras in their home, tapping his phone calls, and placing a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shanana sought sole custody of the children and exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to withdraw all the money from their children's trust funds for his personal use. Jared responded with allegations that Shauna evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars this way. New families, old disputes. By the end of 2015, the court had mandated joint custody of the children. But that hardly put an end to the disputes between Jared and Shanana. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, they continued to meet in court for nearly 7 more years. This led up to the tragic conclusion of their saga. By this time, both had moved on to start new families, have more children. In 2016, Jared met a woman named Christina, a fellow Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional. However, they gradually grew closer, and a few months later, Christina moved to Florida to be with Jared. In the fall of 2017, they married, and by February 2019, they welcomed their first child together, a daughter named Bexley. In August 2021, their son London was born. Shanana also remarried in 2018, tying the knot with Mario Fernandez, a man a year her junior, who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son Michael. The family resided in the same house where Shanana had lived with her first husband Jared. This house had been a battleground in their court disputes. The presence of new families didn't calm the waters between the ex-spouses who continued to file lawsuits against each other with new demands. Jared insisted that Shauna's new husband Mario should not be allowed to be with the twins if their mother was absent. Conversely, he wanted his new wife Christina to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shanana occurred 4 months before Jared's death, and it was exceptionally tense. They exchanged another round of mutual accusations and contested rights to their property. Shanana claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle for transporting the children because he was more concerned with humiliating her than with the convenience and safety of his own children. At this point, the court granted Shanana exclusive rights to use the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 in compensation. For agreement between the ex-spouses, Jared picked up the twins on Wednesdays for a family dinner, including their younger sister Bexley. Christina sometimes joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent most of her time with the newborn, choosing not to leave him with babysitters. On Wednesday, February 22nd, In followed his usual routine. He took the children to a coastal after picking them up. After dinner and a stroll, he returned the twins to their mother's house before heading home on his regular. The trip typically took about 40 minutes, including a deserted stretch of road without streetlights. While driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat, Jared encountered an unexpected obstacle around 9 p.m. Suddenly, in the headlights, he saw a tire lying in his lane. He stopped, activated his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. It was at this moment that gunshots rang out. Jared had no chance to escape. The assailant fired several bullets at close range before fleeing the scene. Thankfully, the child dozing in the car was unharmed. A passerby nearby heard the shots and cautiously approached, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. They immediately called police and paramedics, but tragically, it was too late to save him. Regarding the investigation and initial suspicions, Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident. He told her he had just dropped off the children and would be home in about 15 minutes. However, as 30 minutes turned into an hour with no sign of Jared and no answer on his phone, Christina repeatedly tried calling him, until she finally received an answer from a police officer who informed her of what had happened and requested her immediate presence at the Jacksonville Beach Police Station. The investigation team determined that the tire in the road caused Jared's vehicle to stop. They concluded he exited his car to remove it, but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter remained unharmed in the car, indicating she wasn't the target. Additionally, no valuables were missing from Jared's vehicle. A wallet with cash, a phone and a tablet were left untouched, dismissing robbery as a motive. The theory of robbery arose almost immediately when inquiries were made about whether her husband had any known adversaries, antagonists, or recent disputes. Christina stated that she was unaware of wishing harm upon her husband, aside from his first wife, Shauna. However, she refrained from making direct accusations without indisputable evidence. The police reported a lack of surveillance footage due to the absence of cameras along the stretch of road where the incident occurred. A witness who heard the shots claimed that they broke the quiet of the night without being preceded by screeching brakes, loud screams, or any other sounds. They did hear a vehicle speeding away, though nothing was visible in the darkness. Christina's suggestion of Shauna's involvement in the crime seemed plausible to investigators, though it was unlikely she acted directly, especially given her solid alibi. She was at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and parents who were visiting. The police decided to check nearby surveillance cameras. The footage showed an old dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident and leaving a few minutes after the shots were reported by the witness. Detectives turned to the public for assistance in identifying this vehicle of interest. Jared's family made televised appeals urging anyone with even minor information related to the case to come forward. The first suspects arrested, Shauna and her current husband Mario, were repeatedly questioned but vehemently denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but insisted that she would never wish harm upon the father of her children. She also shared with media outlets how their 9-year-old twins reacted to news of their father's death. Abigail cried uncontrollably for hours while Liam remained in shock and silent for an extended period. It is worth noting that neither Shauna nor Jared's older children attended his funeral. Christina informed Shauna that her presence at the farewell ceremony would be highly unwelcome, to which Shauna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, the twins would not attend the burial either. It wasn't until January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Brand's murder, that the first suspect was arrested. The police remained silent about the investigation's progress, simply noting that it required considerable resources and effort. An exhaustive search for the dark blue Ford F-150 finally bore fruit when the vehicle got involved in an accident but left before the police arrived. This incident occurred in a crowded area with many witnesses, making it easier to identify the offender on the same day thanks to numerous camera recordings. The car belonged to 62-year-old Henry Tynan, an unemployed man with prior convictions. He faced charges of second-degree premeditated murder using a firearm, participation in a criminal conspiracy with intent to commit murder, and setting up an ambush with obstructions for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced these charges during a press conference. They also revealed that Tynan did not act alone and was cooperating by giving testimony against his accomplices. However, no other names were disclosed at that time, to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Understanding the severity of his charges and the lengthy prison term he faced, Tynan chose to cooperate with law enforcement in hopes that his cooperation would be viewed favorably during sentencing and possibly reduce his punishment. Inside information soon leaked to the press, indicating that Tynan had been renting a small house owned by Mario Fernandez along with a friend. Fernandez's housemate was also questioned, but failed to provide any valuable information about the case, as he had no personal dealings with Fernandez. He merely passed his share of rent through Henry. Following an extensive search of the house, authorities discovered a concealed pistol in the accused room. Ballistic tests later confirmed that this weapon was used in the murder, further implicating Tynan in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after Tynan pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Mario. Tynan identified Mario as the contractor of the crime. Consequently, Fernandez faced charges of first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shinana was the mastermind behind the murder. This was corroborated by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who recounted how she had frequently expressed disdain for her then-husband and wished for his death. A tattoo artist who regularly saw Shinana also testified. She remembered Shinana complaining about her constant legal battles with her ex-husband and expressing a desire to silence him permanently. Initially thought to be a grim joke, Shinana later reiterated her request, signaling her serious intent. Shauna Gardner Fernandez categorically denied all allegations against her. She declared her intention to remain in town and assist with the investigation. However, shortly after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with their twins and youngest son. On August 17, 2023, she faced identical charges as her current husband when she was arrested at her Washington apartment and extradited to Florida to stand trial together with the criminal trio. The motive behind Shinana's alleged actions included complex relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid joint custody of their 2 children, and ambition to solely possess all disputed assets. The case remains ongoing, with continued legal proceedings against all involved conspirators. Tenen has pleaded guilty to all charges and is actively cooperating with investigators in hopes of receiving leniency. Reports indicate that he is facing at least 15 years in prison, a significant duration given his advanced age, potentially equating to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has partially admitted his guilt, but has exercised his legal rights by refusing to testify against his wife, Shinana Gardner Fernandez. Despite vehemently denying all charges against her, prosecutors are pursuing either the death penalty or life imprisonment without parole for both. Currently, Shinana's 3 children are under the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, along with their Aunt Sarah. Linda Slayton was born on March 8, 1950. By the time she was 16, she was pregnant with her first son, Jeff Slayton. 3 years later, she gave birth to a second son, Tim Slayton. Soon after, she managed to convince the father of her 2 sons, Frank Slayton, to get married so they could start a proper family. However, a happy family was far from what she thought. Frank turned out to be an abusive husband who would routinely abuse her and the 2 kids. Plagued by his alcoholism and addiction, he would turn violent whenever he got drunk. Jeff and Tim recall that their father would often turn into a monster. He was a violent alcoholic and would beat the 3 of them without any conscience. The thought of filing for divorce soon ran through Linda's mind, and in 1974, Linda Slayton finally became free. She divorced Frank Slayton after 9 volatile years of their marriage. Linda started her new life as a single mom with 2 teenage sons. She tried her best to provide for her family and be there for her sons as a caring mother, juggling work and chores. It was obvious that she had limited financial capabilities. They didn't have a car, so her sons would often go to school either by walking or by sharing rides if they were offered one. Apart from school, Jeff and Tim loved playing football, but since they didn't have a ride to football practice, their coach, Coach Joseph, would often pick them up and drop them off at or nearby their home. A week before the 4th of September, Linda was preparing her home to welcome her mother. She wanted her mother to move in since she thought her presence in the house would help get it in order and make it more homely. Her sister Judy would also often come by to visit her. During her visits, the sisters would spend their time together over a hot cup of coffee. On the 3rd of September 1981, Jeff Slayton came home from football practice, but when he found nothing to eat at home, he headed over to his grandparents' place. Later, at about 9:30 p.m., Jeff returned home only to find the house empty. Around 11:30 p.m., Linda and Tim, her younger son, came home. She mentioned going to a neighbor's place to play a game of cards, but before that Jeff saw his mom doing the dishes. Tim, on the other hand, went to sleep. Around this time, her son Jeff came up to her and apologized since the 2 had fought earlier that day. As they made up, Linda said goodnight to her boys. Jeff remembers saying these words, "I love you, Mom. I'll see you tomorrow." Little did he know those would be the last words he would say to her. On September 4th, 1981, around 8:30 a.m., Judy arrived at Linda's apartment. She went up to Linda's room and knocked on the door twice. There was no answer. She thought Linda might still be in bed, but it was unusual as Linda usually woke up before the boys left for school. As she made her way out of the house, she noticed something strange. The window in Linda's room had a missing something, and on top of that, the window was wide open. Judy returned to Linda's room, knocked again, and this time opened the door to find Linda's lifeless body. She screamed, which caught the attention of a neighbor near the house, and he immediately called 911. Linda was found dead with a wire clothes hanger around her neck. Her body was partially naked, and she lay right across the bed with her head down on the floor. There were no signs of struggle. Her cupboard was wide open, and apart from that, all the other things in the room were in their usual places. Within a matter of minutes, the Lakeland police, news reporters, and medical services all arrived. The yellow sign was plastered all over Linda's home. Tim and Jeff were both awakened by police officers and were asked to leave their home, which was now a crime scene. While Jeff was able to get past his mother's room without seeing her lifeless body, Tim saw his mother one last time, but this time she wasn't alive. The two were then sent to live with their grandparents pending further investigation. After her sons were sent to stay with their grandparents, Sergeant Edgar Pickett from the Lakeland Police Department arrived at the crime scene. He led the investigation and discovered important evidence. Initially, Sergeant Edgar found several fingerprints in Linda's bedroom. While most of the prints matched Linda, one palm print was different. This palm print was located on the windowsill of Linda's bedroom, which was missing a window sheet. To uncover the truth about Linda's death, an autopsy was performed. The examination revealed multiple bruises and marks on her arms, shoulders, and neck. Additionally, her body was found partially naked, suggesting a possible sexual assault. The autopsy concluded that she had first been brutally beaten, then sexually assaulted, and ultimately strangled with a metal clothes hanger from her own home. Among the evidence collected, a palm print was the most important, as it could directly identify the perpetrator if matched. However, at the time, forensic DNA analysis was not available. As a result, the police had to thoroughly investigate her entire family tree to identify potential suspects. The first suspect was Frank Sladen, Linda's ex-husband. When Linda divorced Frank in 1975, she described him as aggressive and abusive, neglecting his family. This made him a key person of interest in the case. He was questioned by police, but they discovered that he was at home in Alabama on the night Linda was killed. Despite this alibi, they continue to have suspicions about him. The second suspect was Linda's son, Jeff. Authorities considered him a suspect because he had a heated argument with his mother shortly before her death. Jeff had a complex relationship with Linda. As the eldest son, he felt the weight of growing up in a household with an abusive father and later with a single mother. Although they sometimes clashed, Jeff always tried to reconcile. On the night of the murder, he and Linda had made up before he went to bed. The police interrogated him about the incident and asked him to take 2 polygraph tests. After he passed both tests, the police cleared him as a suspect. The third suspect was Linda's boyfriend at the time of her murder. Linda, a single mother, had recently started dating a white male whose name has not been disclosed. He had a good relationship with Linda and her children. However, after the police conducted a background check and polygraph tests, he was cleared as a suspect. By this point, the investigation was running low on leads. In September 2001, nearly a year after Linda's murder, they received a tip about a 24-year-old man named Jimmy Omer was rumored to have committed a similar crime. At that time, he was connected to an incident in which he pulled a 10-year-old girl through her bedroom window and nearly killed her. The similarities between his crimes and Linda's case led the police to consider him the main suspect. Unfortunately, Jimmy died before the investigation could take place, which meant they couldn't get a DNA match without exhuming his body. Fortunately, his mother agreed to a DNA test and provided a sample. However, the results showed no match. If not for Jimmy's family or the convict next door, who could have killed Linda? As time passed, days turned into weeks and then months. In Lakeland, detectives explored other suspects, but no one was charged and the lack of new leads caused the case to go cold. The Slayton brothers faced a difficult new reality. Their mother was gone, leaving only their grandparents, Clarence and Margaret Harris, to care for them. While the investigation proceeded, Linda's parents and sons held her funeral, after which they gradually began to resume their normal lives. The brothers returned to school, and as time went on, they started to heal from the events at 303 North Brunel Parkway. Tim resumed playing football and fondly remembers how supportive his teammates and coach were, especially when he didn't have a ride home. Coach Joseph consistently drove him to and from practice. A month later, Tim hung a photograph of his team on his bedroom wall, and that picture became a source of motivation for him to move forward. In the years after their mother's death, the young brothers matured into men who cherished their own families. Jeff married and had 2 children, while Tim also started a family. Over time, both brothers regularly contacted the investigators to inquire about the progress of their mother's case. Although Jeff and Tim had built successful lives for themselves, they remained committed to ensuring the investigation progressed. 17 years after Linda's death, the police continued their investigation. By 1998, Sergeant Edgar Pickett had retired, and Linda Slayton case was handed over to a new team, with Detective Brad Grace taking on the case. While reviewing the evidence, he discovered unidentified DNA from the Linda case that had been collected in 1981. He sent this DNA to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Major Crime Lab, known as the FDLE. By 1999, the FDLE Crime Lab successfully developed a complete DNA profile of Linda Slayton's unknown killer. After obtaining the DNA profile, he revisited the list of suspects, determined to collect DNA samples from each of them. It was now 2001, and Detective Brad was confident that the DNA match would identify the murderer. He made it a priority to speak with the Slayton brothers first and soon arranged a meeting with them. When the brothers arrived, Detective Brad collected their DNA samples and sent them for testing. The results showed no match, which completely cleared Jeff's name from the case. Next, the investigation focused on Frank Slayton. By this time, Frank had stopped drinking and seemed to have lost some of his aggressive and abusive behavior following Linda's death. During this period, Tim and Jeff were also able to reconnect with their father and heal some past wounds. Frank agreed to provide his DNA for testing, but it did not match the unidentified DNA profile that Detective Brad believed belonged to the murderer. In 2005, Detective Brad submitted the unidentified DNA profile from Linda case to the FBI's National DNA Database, where it was regularly compared with new DNA samples. Throughout his investigation, he eliminated dozens of suspects using DNA evidence. However, he retired in 2015 after dedicating 17 years to the Linda Slayton. After Detective Grace, Linda case was handed over to new detectives Tommy Hathcock and Russell Hurley. 3 years into the investigation, Detective Tommy discovered that the FDLE had developed an innovative technology to identify previously unidentifiable DNA. Seizing this opportunity, he sent the unidentified DNA from Linda case to Cece, a genetic genealogist with the FDLE. Cece uploaded the DNA to a public genealogy website she manages, which generated a list of individuals related to the unidentified killer. She then gathered information from birth and marriage certificates, obituaries, and social media to construct a genetic family tree. As the investigation progressed, Cece developed 3 branches of the family tree for the suspect, ultimately pinpointing the individual most likely responsible for Linda's murder. The DNA profile strongly indicated that he was indeed the murderer. The situation took a surprising turn that even shocked Tim and Jeff. The photo hanging on Tim's bedroom wall featured Joseph, commonly known as Coach Joseph, standing just above his shoulder. After learning the killer's identity, Detective Tommy and Russell investigated Joseph's background. They found a history of crimes, including grand theft through forgery of a will. Although he was never formally charged, the police had collected his palm and fingerprints. You may remember that Sergeant Edgar Pickett found a palm print on the windowsill at the crime scene. This discovery brought hope that the family of the deceased could finally find closure in a cold case that had remained unsolved for over 40 years. Investigators compared the palm prints taken from Linda's windowsill in 1981 with Joseph's palm print and found a match. However, they still needed to compare a recent DNA sample from Joseph with the DNA from Linda case. They decided to obtain his DNA for testing without his knowledge. The investigators took garbage bags from Joseph's house and examined them at the police station for potential DNA evidence. Among the items, they discovered a piece of medical adhesive tape, which they sent to the crime lab for analysis. While waiting for the DNA results, the detectives further explored Joseph's personal life. He had lived in Kathleen, Florida for most of his 58 years, just 30 minutes from the crime scene. Joseph had children and grandchildren, and they also got married. After nearly 2 weeks, the crime lab results confirmed that the unknown DNA found matched Joseph's DNA on the medical adhesive tape. Consequently, in December 2019, detectives arrested Joseph and brought him in for questioning. In 1981, Joseph was around 20 years old when he committed a crime. The day after the murder, the police spoke to him over the phone. During this brief call, Joseph claimed he had dropped him off after football practice on September 3, 1981, the night before the murder. Despite this, the police did not consider him a suspect at the time. Joseph also told investigators that Linda had invited him over for consensual sex, but the detectives knew this was not true. They suspected that Joseph had been targeting Linda prior to the murder because he frequently picked up Tim for football practice and dropped him off at his home afterward. Additionally, Joseph lived nearby, which raised further suspicion. On the night of September 3, 1981, Joseph dropped Tim off at his house after football practice. Later that evening, when no one was home, he returned to the house and broke in through Linda's bedroom window. He hid in her closet and waited for her to go to bed. Once she was asleep, he attacked her, sexually assaulted her, and ultimately strangled her with a wire hanger from the closet. Joseph pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and sexual battery. During his sentencing, Linda Slayton's family confronted him, asking why he killed her. One family member expressed their pain, saying, "I just want to know why. Why did you take my mom away?" Joseph only replied, "I am a good person," and did not apologize or explain his actions. The judge sentenced Joseph to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although the Slayton brothers find some comfort in knowing that Joseph will never be released from prison, they are furious that he enjoyed years of freedom while they grew up without their mother. For Tim, this realization was shocking, especially since Coach Joseph was a role model for him. He recalls that Joseph would often inquire about the case, asking if there had been any updates on finding the culprit. To stay under the radar, Joseph offered his assistance, making things easier for the boys during football practice. He'd ask us how the case was going. He wasn't probing for details, just wanting to know if there was any new information or leads, and I would say, no, nothing. Even now, Tim struggles to accept that the person he trusted most could be his mother's killer. He reflects, "I've had the killer's picture on my table at home all this time and never realized it." Jeff, who is still grieving, often wonders what life would have been like if Linda were still alive. Tim and Jeff have stayed very close after the incident. They often visit their mother's grave, and on the anniversary of her death, Jeff always lights a candle. Despite everything they've been through, they continue to live life to the fullest in her memory. April 12, 2014. Around 10 a.m. police receive a disturbing phone call from a man at a home in the city of Pleasant Grove, Utah. Pleasant Grove is around 35 miles away from Salt Lake City and is home to around 38,000 people. The house in question is a fairly new-built 3-bedroomed home on a quiet and unsuspecting street. The front garden is strewn with various bits and pieces, and a single ornament hangs over the front door. Darren West had just been released from prison on a drugs-related charge and had gone back to his former house to sort the garage out and gather his belongings. He used to share the home with his now ex-wife, 39-year-old Megan Huntsman, and their 3 children, 11-year-old Sawyer, 17-year-old JC, and Darian, who had just turned 18. In 2005, Darren had pleaded guilty in federal court to 2 counts of possessing chemicals intended to be used in manufacturing methamphetamine. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison, but he maintained his innocence the entire time. The house in question was owned by his parents. Megan had also ended up leaving the home in 2011 at Darren's parents' request, when they found out that she had been having an affair. Hers and Darren's daughters continued to live in the house with another relative taking care of them. Megan moved around for a while, spending time living with her mother in West Valley City, before moving in with her boyfriend Jimmy and Meadowwood Village Mobile Home Park. Megan's mother described her daughter as very quiet, someone that kept to herself. She said she always struggled with mental health issues, but never wanted to ask for help, and rarely shared anything about her life, keeping secrets about a lot of things. Megan and Darren had met in high school, and Megan would soon fall pregnant with their first child. She eventually moved out at the age of 18, and she and Darren got married before having their second daughter a little over a year later. Down the line, things started to spiral for Megan and Darren. They became addicted to methamphetamine, and this completely consumed Megan's life for years. People that knew Megan said that the mother of two was suffering badly from depression, was losing jobs because of her addiction, and the marriage between her and Darren was becoming violent because of the drugs. When she finally stopped using meth, she turned to alcohol, becoming heavily dependent on that instead. Her drinking became even worse when in 2012, her father took his own life. As 2014 rolled around, Darren and Megan had long been split up and were now virtually estranged. Darren was back at the house with a few of the people to help him sort through his things. Whilst moving stuff out of the garage, he noticed a strong odor, something that smelled like chemicals emitting from one of the cardboard boxes. The box read, "Baby stuff, Megan's." It was tightly sealed with electrical tape. Once pulled off, he made a gruesome and horrifying discovery. He found the corpse of a baby wrapped up inside a plastic bag. The only person he could think of was Megan. He phoned her immediately, and she made a shocking admission. She said that the baby was hers and Darren's, and that she had given birth when he was in prison. The baby had been stillborn, and out of fear and panic, she had wrapped it up and hidden it, scared about calling someone or going to a hospital. Darren was shaken and immediately phoned authorities. They received an order to conduct a thorough investigation of the house. Pleasant Grove police quickly arrived at the property, and the home was swiftly taped off. As police were searching the garage, they found some bloody leather gloves too. Already a very disturbing scene, officers arrived at the mobile home park. Megan's boyfriend had just returned to find police cars surrounding his home, and officers said that they needed to take Megan in for questioning. One of her neighbors, a man named Mr. Brady, recalled that upon hearing the police had found the baby's body, Megan had gone to him and begged him for a gun. Whilst at the station, Megan told police the same story that she had told Darren. The baby in the box was her child, and when she realized they had been a stillborn, she panicked and didn't know what else to do. But as the search of the property carried on, to the officers' horror and shock, they came face to face with so much more than anyone could have imagined. 6 more babies were found, wrapped up in either towels, shirts, or plastic bags, and then placed inside various boxes. Captain Michael Roberts described the scene as emotionally draining and hugely upsetting to the investigators. One detective said, "The tiny bodies were sent to the medical examiner's office for testing, one of which was to determine the cause of death and also determine a DNA match. Just days after the heartbreaking scene was discovered, an arrest was made that would leave the neighborhood in disbelief." Megan Huntsman was charged with 6 counts of first-degree murder and was now on suicide watch in Utah County Jail. A devastating secret that had been kept under wraps for what would turn out to be 18 years was finally out in the open. All of the children found in the garage were confirmed to be Megan's. One of the babies had been a stillborn, but the other 6 had either been suffocated or strangled. There were 5 girls and 2 boys. They determined that her poor babies could have only been alive for a matter of minutes before they were killed. Are still investigating the motives to find out why this happened. How this could have happened, said Police Chief Mike Smith. "In my opinion, no matter what we come up with or say, it's just not something that you can wrap your mind around, of how a mother could do something like this." When officers told Megan that they had found more than one baby, she appeared confused. She later said she had just made a guess and wasn't actually sure how many they would find. The question everyone needed answers to was why. Megan eventually told detectives that she wanted to help her babies avoid the terrible life she would ultimately have given them. She said her life was too chaotic, consumed by drugs and alcohol, and coupled with her mental health issues. She said she knew she couldn't take care of them physically, emotionally, or financially. "I deprive my little babies of the opportunity of life," she said. "I think my mind was just so out of it. All I was focused on was the next fix." Between the years of 1996 and 2006, Megan had fallen pregnant 7 times, and police think she would have given birth alone and in secret in her home. And there were no records of her ever having been to a hospital. Apart from the baby that had been a stillborn, She had killed every other one she had within minutes of them entering the world. She had often covered them in chemicals to conceal any smell of decomposition, wrapped them up in various things and hidden them in the garage, before carrying on with her life. Megan and Darren had 3 children still living in the house, and detectives needed to know why she had made the decision to kill her other babies. She told police it all began happening after she became addicted to methamphetamine. Her first 2 daughters were born before she began using the drug, and although she was pregnant with her 3rd living daughter when she was heavily into her addiction, too many people were aware of the pregnancy, including Darren. So she had to go through with everything. After her daughter was born, she barely told anyone about her other pregnancies, and those she did tell were later told by Megan that she had miscarried. She said she was selfish and ultimately spent over a decade choosing drugs over anything else. It appeared from everything that Megan had said, it was entirely of her own doing, and no other person played a part in it. She told police she had wanted to move the bodies out of the garage but was unsure how to do so without being caught. Neighbors in the area said they were devastated and totally blindsided by Megan's arrest. The majority of people said that although they noticed her gaining and losing weight over the years, they had no idea she was pregnant. Darren's family issued a statement saying they were in a state of shock and confusion. "I'm mourning this tragic loss of life, and we are trying to stay strong and help each other through this awful event." Despite Darren disputing the possibility of paternity due to the affair his ex-wife had been having, he was later confirmed to be the father of all 7 babies. Darren told police he only had knowledge of a couple of pregnancies, but was told Megan had miscarried. He said the discovery has shocked him as much as anyone. Authorities said they didn't believe he was aware of the murders and was not deemed a person of interest at the time. In the end, there just turned out to be no evidence that would implicate him, officers said. When asked how he could not have known about any of this, the police captain Michael Roberts said, "That's the million-dollar question." Furthermore, no one had any idea of how Megan's growing children, who were still living in the house, did not notice their mother was pregnant either. On one occasion, Megan had actually given birth upstairs in the bathroom, before killing the newborn and cleaning up, all while members of her family were sat just downstairs. As hearings for Megan Huntsman began, she arrived at court with cuffs around her ankles and wrists, often looking straight at the floor as the legal team spoke. She was held on a $6 million bail, $1 million for each baby. Megan's legal team were keen for a speedy process. It was stated that Megan would not face the death penalty for the charges. This was because she was accused of killing her babies between 1996 and 2006, and this was before the law in Utah changed in 2007. This change in the law made murder a capital offense if a victim was younger than 14. Until this law passed, killing a child was not actually considered one of the factors that could make someone eligible for the death penalty. These were very cold, calculated killings, said prosecutor Jeff Berman. She was a woman who was remarkably, unbelievably, incredibly indifferent and callous. Judge Daryl McDade was presiding, and he recalled that he was the judge who had signed the initial search warrant on the day that the babies' bodies were found. He said he had quietly hoped and prayed he wouldn't be the one assigned to deal with it in court. "I really thought I'd seen it all until this case. It shocked me then and it shocks me now," he said. Megan agreed to enter a plea rather than go to trial. This was under an agreement that could reduce her minimum sentence to 5 years, but by taking this it would leave fewer options for her to appeal down the line. Prosecutors were satisfied to allow this to go ahead and said that it would have been hard to prove a case against her at trial if she hadn't cooperated with police. On the 12th of February, 2015, Megan Huntsman pleaded guilty to all 6 counts of murder. As part of the plea deal, prosecutors had agreed to recommend that the 5 years to life in prison sentences run concurrent to one another. But Judge Daryl McDade was not satisfied by this and said that it would be inappropriate for the terms to run concurrently. Following this, the Utah Board of Pardons and Paroles set Megan's parole hearing for April 2064. She will be 89 years old. Prosecutor Jeff Bumman said that even then he doesn't think she will ever be released. "My guess is that she'll serve the rest of her life," he said. In court, her 3 daughters read statements and stood by their mother, saying she had always been the best mom to them. "No matter what anyone thinks you are a good person," one said. Another read, "This is not the mom I know." The mom I know was the one who had dinner for us every night, a clean house, and was a loving mother. Nobody could guess my mom would do anything like this. Megan's sister and mother also showed their defense of Megan. Megan is not a monster, her sister told the judge. She's not evil. From what I understand, she was scared. The crimes of Megan Huntsman left the neighborhood shattered and family and friends utterly devastated. It is simply an unfathomable series of events that cannot be made sense of, and it is something that will haunt many people for a long time to come. Michael Haight was born on January 7, 1980 in Seattle, Washington, and later moved to Cedar City, Utah, with his family after his father finished dental school. As a child, Michael was very active and enjoyed playing sports like baseball, basketball, and soccer. He also excelled in school and achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. After graduating from high school in 1998, Michael worked at a fish plant in Alaska for the summer, where he quickly proved himself as a leader, rising to the position of line manager and overseeing a team of over a dozen men. This experience showcased his strong work ethic and dedication. Michael then embarked on a mission trip to South Brazil with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which deepened his faith and commitment to his religious community. When he returned to the United States, he pursued a business degree at Southern Utah University, graduating in 2004. During his time at the university, Michael met his future wife, Tasha Earle, and they fell in love. They got married in the St. George Temple on May 10, 2003. Michael appeared to be a devoted husband and father, often spending quality time with his family at sports events, school concerts, and working on projects together in the garage. On January 4, 2023, a shocking discovery was made at the Haight residence in Enoch. 8 bodies were found, leaving investigators and neighbors stunned. The events leading up to this gruesome finding began when Tasha Haight missed an online appointment and her husband Michael failed to show up for work. Their concerned colleagues contacted the police to perform a welfare check at the Haight residence. When officers arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response. As they surveyed the property, it seemed empty. Considering the Haight's had 5 children, the police reached out to the Iron County School District to check if any of the kids were in school that day. However, it was found that none of the children were present. Before entering the home, the police cleared the premises to ensure it was safe to do so. After a thorough search, authorities confirmed that no one required medical attention, and there was no active threat. The Haight's single-story residence with a basement was declared a crime scene, and detectives arrived shortly after. In the main bedroom, detectives found 4-year-old Gavin lying on his stomach, his head turned to the left, with one arm under his head on a pillow and a blanket covering part of his body. Tasha, Gavin's mother, was also partially covered by the blanket. On the other side of the bed, detectives found an older woman, later identified as Gail Earle, Tasha's mother, lying on her back with her head resting on a pillow and partially covered by a blanket, similar to her daughter and grandson. In Bree's room, the 12-year-old girl was found lying in bed, slightly inclined and partially covered with a blanket. In Amon's room, a 7-year-old boy was found lying face down in the corner, without a pillow or blanket. His twin sister Sienna was discovered in her bedroom, lying on her left side in bed, with her head on a pillow and covered with a blanket. The eldest child, 17-year-old Macy, was found in her bed, with her head on a pillow and her body covered with a blanket. In the exercise room of the basement, the detectives found Michael Haight lying on top of a sleeping bag. Sadly, all 8 family members were found dead from gunshot wounds. It quickly became clear to the detectives that Michael Haight was the main suspect, and they believed he had killed his wife, mother-in-law, and 5 children before taking his own life. When detectives started investigating, a neighbor provided vital information that helped them reconstruct the crime's timeline. The neighbor told police she woke up at 3:30 a.m. to use the bathroom, and as she left her room, heard a loud bang that sounded like fireworks. However, realizing it was after the allowed date for fireworks in the neighborhood, she felt annoyed rather than alarmed by the noise. The neighbor reported hearing an initial loud bang, followed by 2 more in quick succession, then a short pause, another bang, and a longer pause before the final bang. Based on this testimony and the condition of the 8 bodies found inside the house, the detective inferred that the loud noises heard around 3:30 a.m. were directly connected to the events that unfolded that night, leading them to believe that Michael Haight committed the brutal killings during this time frame. During the investigation into the Haight family murders, detectives discovered a 2020 report from an unnamed individual who had notified the Utah Division of Child and Family Services about abuse in the Haight household. According to the report, 14-year-old Macy had confided in this individual about her fear of her father, sparking a further investigation. The authorities then interviewed Macy and her parents separately. During Macy's interview, she revealed disturbing information. Her father had choked her on multiple occasions, and she lived in fear of being killed by him. She reported that the violent attacks began in 2017 and recounted an incident where her father grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her into a wooden piece of furniture. Michael Haight denied hurting his daughter when questioned by detectives, passing off the incidents as misunderstandings and attributing his emotional state to his father's recent death and his brother's divorce. He claimed to have taken out his frustrations on his older daughter. Despite this, Tasha chose not to press charges, and the Utah Department of Children and Family Services, the Enoch Police Department, and the Iron County Prosecutor's Office also declined to pursue the case, as it did not meet the legal requirements for prosecution. A lethality assessment was conducted with Tasha, which indicated that her relationship with Michael was not life-threatening. As a result, victim services were made available to Tasha and her children for several months. Further investigation revealed a different side of Michael, unknown to the community. According to Tasha's friends, they had to speak quietly or turn on the kitchen water when visiting Tasha, as they suspected Michael was monitoring and eavesdropping on their conversations. Tasha's friends would often help her clean the house when they visited, which prevented Michael from finding fault with her. When texting Tasha, her friends noticed that she would respond with brief, positive messages, likely to maintain a positive image in case Michael read them. This suggested that everything was fine in their marriage. The detectives investigating the case discovered that Michael exhibited highly controlling behavior towards Tasha. For instance, he would take away her car keys and phone to restrict her freedom. Another red flag was his overreaction when Tasha bought a $30 rug from Walmart to replace a dirty one, which was a legitimate need. Michael's anger was unwarranted, and he claimed the purchase was excessive. Tasha confided in her friends that her 7-year-old son, Aman, was increasingly imitating Michael's bad behavior. When Tasha gave Aman instructions, he would respond, which concerned Tasha as it showed his lack of responsibility and disregard for authority. Tasha's friends reported that in 2022, Tasha attempted to prioritize her own well-being by getting her nails done, a rare treat for her given her many responsibilities. However, her husband Michael refused to let her do so, imposing strict limits on her autonomy and freedom. Moreover, Michael frequently disregarded or ignored Tasha's instructions, and their friend Aman often followed his lead in doing so. Tasha felt more confident in her appearance after indulging herself, and she decided to get her nails done every month. However, Michael was unhappy about this decision and expressed his disapproval, worried about the cost. Tasha explained that it would only cost $25 per month, but Michael was unconvinced, arguing that the money could be better spent on their children. Michael's reaction was rooted in his need for control and sense of financial responsibility towards their family. Around the same time, Tasha started prioritizing her self-care and began losing weight, which had been a sensitive topic for her since Michael had often called her fat and ugly. However, instead of being supportive, Michael became furious and accused Tasha of cheating on him, trying to explain the sudden change in her appearance. Michael's controlling behavior escalated as he tried to manipulate Tasha's weight loss, pleading with her to stop losing weight because he was worried that other men might find her attractive. This demand was driven by his own insecurities and desire for complete control over Tasha's body and behavior. Tasha's friends also told the police about an incident where the kitchen table broke and Tasha needed to buy a new one. However, Michael refused to give her the money, further demonstrating his controlling behavior. Tasha was fed up with the old table and decided to take initiative by refinishing it to make it look better and more functional. However, Michael was unhappy with her decision because she didn't ask for his permission first. Michael was extremely frugal during the holiday season. Despite earning a good income, he only gave Tasha $100 for each of their 5 children to buy presents, which was not enough in Tasha's opinion. Tasha always made sure her children had a wonderful Christmas, but Michael refused to provide more funds, claiming that he worked hard for his money and saw no reason to give more to his family. He believed that his income was rightfully his alone. Michael's passion for reducing waste and conserving resources led him to implement strict rules on household habits. He forced Tasha to wash and reuse plastic bags, even if they had been used only once or multiple times. This excessive demand for reusing bags added to Tasha's responsibilities, leaving her feeling burdened and overwhelmed. Michael's controlling behavior extended to every aspect of Tasha's life, including her daily routines. For instance, he demanded that she use baby wipes for cleaning, claiming it was better for the environment and more cost-effective. However, this requirement caused Tasha discomfort, hygiene issues, and unnecessary stress. If Tasha failed to follow Michael's instructions, she would face severe consequences, which he made clear would lead to serious trouble. This threat instilled fear and submission in Tasha, leaving her no choice but to obey Michael's demands. Natasha confided in her friends that while Michael had been cruel to her throughout their marriage, he had never directed this cruelty towards their children until the late 2010s. However, over time, the abuse towards their daughter Macy escalated, driving her to consider suicide. Michael had unrealistically high expectations for his daughter Macy, demanding she earn perfect grades despite her struggles, which were exacerbated by the emotional burden of his abusive behavior. This pressure was crushing for Macy. Macy's friends shared a disturbing incident with the detective. One evening, Michael returned home to find Macy comforted by her mother. He became enraged and ordered Macy to clean her room. This event left Macy deeply disturbed, remembering the hatred and evil she saw in her father's eyes. The detectives also discovered an incident where 7-year-old Briley disobeyed Michael while playing with a changing table. Michael responded by blaming his wife Tasha for their children's behavior, calling them the worst and most disrespectful in the world. He then humiliated Tasha, calling her fat and ugly in front of their 5 children. This painful incident prompted Tasha to plan her escape and file for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Tasha realized she had to leave her husband Michael after witnessing his abusive behavior and lack of self-control. She knew staying in the marriage would negatively impact her children, and their well-being was more important than her marital commitment. In December 2022, Tasha filed for divorce but asked for the papers to be delivered after Christmas to give her children one last normal holiday before the separation. When Michael received the papers, he tried to act normal, but Tasha saw through it. He told her to leave the children behind, but she refused, taking them to her mother's home in Lynn, Utah. Michael showed up at his mother-in-law's house, trying to convince Tasha to go for a ride with him, but she refused, sensing danger. After filing for divorce, Tasha's mother moved in to support her and the children. However, Michael's actions worsened the situation. He refused to leave the family home, instead moving into the basement. Tasha discovered he had secretly transferred $220,000 from their children's savings accounts without her knowledge or consent. She also found that her inherited firearms were missing, leaving her family vulnerable. The couple's children, Macy and Briley, were affected by the constant drama at home. Macy had a secret phone to record her father's outbursts as evidence for the divorce, while Briley found solace at a neighbor's house. Both girls were relieved about their parents' divorce. On January 3, 2023, Tasha met with her attorney, expressing concerns about her divorce and Michael's volatile behavior. Although she had relocated him to the basement, the attorneys pressed her about feeling safe. Tasha reassured them she never feared for her or her children's well-being. But in hindsight, her optimism was tragically misplaced. A disturbing discovery emerged from the digital evidence found on the family's computers and cell phones. Just days before the tragic shooting, Michael made a series of concerning Google searches on December 30th at 10:41 p.m. These searches focused on firearms and shooting-related topics, revealing his sinister intentions. The search results showed Michael had asked alarming questions such as the loudness of a 9mm gunshot and what a gunshot sounds like. Before taking his own life, Michael wrote a note expressing his desire to end the controlling behavior he felt he was subjected to by his wife. He stated that he couldn't handle the situation for another day and wanted to escape the manipulation. Michael's note conveyed deep frustration and desperation as he repeatedly asked for help but felt ignored. He emphasized his determination not to be a burden to society. The details of this case have left many in shock, revealing a deeply dysfunctional family plagued by violence. Michael's actions were premeditated and calculated as he carefully planned the murders to catch his wife and children off guard. On October 3, 2008, 33-year-old Jill Tetreault was driving his car following some cryptic and mysterious directions that would eventually lead him to a garage in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. He had recently arrived from DC and now separated. He had been using the popular dating site Plenty of Fish, hoping to meet someone. He had recently started talking to a woman named Sheena, who went by the profile name Spiderwebs, and the pair had hit it off immediately. Jill said that Sheena was keen to meet and almost pushy to get a plan together. Although the directions were odd and confusing, he just assumed that Sheena didn't want to give him her physical address for some reason and drove out to pick her up for dinner and a movie. Sheena said she would leave the garage door open for him to drive into. He reached the location just after 7 p.m. He couldn't see anyone and the garage door was only partially raised, so he parked up and entered on foot. Jill remembered feeling uneasy about everything, but shook the feelings off and carried on anyway. He stood in the dark room for a second, when suddenly he felt someone grab him from behind and start prodding him with a stun gun. He turned around and came face to face with a man towering over him, wearing a hockey mask. The masked man took out a gun, pointed it at Jill and ordered him to get on the ground. Once he was on the floor, he forced duct tape over his eyes. Adrenaline raced through him, and Jill said he made a decision that if he was going to die, it would not be on the masked man's terms. He ripped the tape off his eyes and grabbed the gun out of the man's hands. In this moment, he realized the gun was plastic and fake. The pair struggled for a few minutes before Jill rolled under the garage door and made it outside. He crawled into the alley behind the garage before the masked man started grabbing his legs and tried to pull him back in. The effects of the stun gun had left his legs like jelly, and he was trying to move as quickly as he possibly could. With one last push and with everything he had, he fought his way out of the man's grasp. Outside of the alley, he saw a couple out for a walk, begged them for help, but the couple was scared that this was part of a potential plan to mug them. The man chased him out and assured the couple there was nothing to worry about, and his friend was just messing around. They quickly left the scene, but the couple had clearly startled the man in the hockey mask and he retreated back towards the garage. Jill finally made it to his truck and managed to escape. He never spoke of this incident to the police, embarrassed that he was duped by the fake profile and terrified that the man would find him and kill him. He convinced himself that it was not as serious as he'd thought, and he said no more about it. Little did anyone know the same thing was about to happen to someone else, and the outcome would be far worse. 38-year-old John Brian Altinger, known to his friends as Johnny, worked as an oil field equipment manufacturer. Described as honest and hardworking, he was quiet, but once someone got to know him, he had a great sense of humor. He, like Jill, was also using dating sites to meet people. He had just started chatting to a lady named Jen on Plenty of Fish. After building a good connection, Johnny told his friends he was going to meet up with her in person. His brother said he was looking for love and thought he finally might have found it. He sent his friends an email telling them of his plans and also sent them the directions of the location that he and Jen would be meeting at too. Days would pass and friends would not hear a word from Johnny. Never out of touch for this long, everyone knew something was off. They all became even more concerned after they received some strange emails. In these emails, Johnny claimed that Jen had taken him on a surprise trip to Costa Rica and would be there until mid-December. His brother Gary said it was the weirdest message he had ever received. Shortly after this, Johnny's employers received an email informing them of his resignation, which came as a total shock. They emailed back, but got no response from him when they requested a forwarding address to send his final paycheck to. Johnny's friends eventually broke into his condo to start their own investigation. Despite his emails saying he was traveling, to their concern, They found his passport and an empty suitcase with no indication that he had packed for a holiday, nor had he left the apartment in a good place for someone that was leaving for 2 months. Following this, the Edmonton Police Service now agreed there was reason to be concerned, and subsequently launched a homicide investigation. Fortunately for the police, they followed the directions that Johnny had sent to his friends, and were unknowingly led to the same garage that Jill had been lured into. The garage was being rented by a man named Mark Twitchell. But who was he? And why would Johnny and Jill have ended up at his garage? Mark Andrew Twitchell was born in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada in 1979. He had dreams of making big Hollywood blockbusters and studied at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology in the Radio and Television Arts program. He had a passion for making costumes and props, which soon moved into writing and directing his own films. In 2001, he met his first wife, Megan. She said he was charming and funny, and they got on straight away. She recalled that Mark had such a fascination with films that once he found something he liked, he would become fixated on it, trying to emulate it in every way. She soon noticed that Mark was spending a lot of time online, often making bizarre and random profiles to talk to people on various sites and forums. He would have disturbing conversations with her about his desire to feel what it was like to kill someone and how he would choose the right person to murder. Already on a downward spiral, the relationship started to crumble even more when Megan found out that Mark was being unfaithful and lying to her constantly. After just 4 years together, the pair would divorce. Mark then met his second wife, Jess, and the pair would go on to have a daughter. He bought his new family a lovely home, but little did Jess know it had been purchased using fraudulent documents that he had used to get the mortgage. He would soon quit his job, but regularly would drive into town pretending as if he was still working while living off investors' money. He threw himself into his scriptwriting and directing even more, and in 2007 he directed a full-length fan film prequel called Star Wars: Secrets of the Rebellion, which even included a cameo by Jeremy Bulloch, a British actor known for his role as Boba Fett in Star Wars. Mark spent a lot of time recreating costumes and making props for the film. Although it garnered a decent amount of buzz and attention online, the film would never see a release. Mark then went on to shoot an 8-minute-long horror film called House of Cards. The storyline was about a man who goes to meet a woman he met online, only to realize he had been lured there by someone using a fake profile. Once inside, the man was attacked and bound to a table, where he was murdered by a man in a hockey mask. On September 1st, 2008, he started renting a garage to film in. Mark had handed out leaflets to neighbors saying that he would be shooting a lot, and if they heard any screams coming from the garage over the coming weeks, not to be alarmed. He also had a strong fixation with the TV show Dexter, a crime drama about a forensic technician, Dexter Morgan, who doubled as a vigilante serial killer. He became so obsessed with the show, he often referred to himself as Dexter. Mark was quickly found and brought in for questioning on the 19th of October. He spent almost an hour talking to Detective Mike Tabler and was very keen to talk about his love of films and his latest scripts and projects. For the most part, detectives were satisfied that his answers seemed plausible. He appeared honest and forthcoming, and he was not deemed a suspect. The police needed to look elsewhere, and they took to the public to try and get more information about Johnny. 2 witnesses came forward reporting to have seen who they now believe to be him. It was the couple that had actually seen Jill running away from the garage that day, not Johnny. Because of the times and dates they told police they saw this happen, authorities now knew this was no isolated incident and there was a potential second victim out there. They thought that if they could find this mystery man, they could find Johnny too. Police received word that Johnny had a red Mazda. After his first interview with Detective Tabler, Mark sent an email over to him with some more info that might be useful. In this email, he said he had recently bought a car worth $20,000 from a complete stranger in the street for just $40. It was all too coincidental, and his story now seemed totally improbable. Mark then sent a second email to his production team, requesting that they stop talking to the police. He was immediately called in for another interview. With the interview now at a standstill, Mark was free to walk out. Authorities got warrants to conduct a thorough search of the garage in Mark's home and confiscated some bits and pieces, including his laptop. The garage was small, cold, and fairly empty. A table, some cabinets, and various random props and boxes. scattered around, and the windows were covered over. Police used luminol in the hopes of detecting any blood. The garage was covered and showed an extremely grisly scene had taken place. While looking through his laptop, they found some extremely disturbing documents. They discovered a dark and violent 42-page document that Mark had deleted. It was called SK Confessions, later understood to be serial killer confessions. It began, "This story is based on true events. The names and events were altered slightly to protect the guilty." It spoke of his descent into becoming a serial killer and how he would lure victims using online profiles, detailing the horrific things he wanted to do to them. In the document, Mark wrote in detail about the murder of a man named Jim. Jim police could only assume was Johnny Altinger. He talked of stabbing him and watching him bleed out on the floor as the victim gave him a pure Hollywood reaction. "I grabbed his jaw with my gloved hand and moved it while making a funny voice to make it look like it was talking, and chuckled to myself for the total silliness of it all." Part of the story read, before he detailed how he dismembered the body like a pumpkin for Halloween. Throughout the writing, he talked to finding a garage to use as a location as well as sourcing his hockey mask, props, and knives. He referred to this garage as his kill room. Police impounded Mark's car as well, and a search found Johnny's blood inside, as well as a post-it note reminding him to clean up his kill room and then cheat on his wife. From all of this pieced together, police concluded that on the day Johnny had gone to meet with the person he thought was Jen, he had actually been met with Mark Twitchell. Mark bludgeoned him with a pipe before stabbing him to death and dismembering him. He tried and failed to burn Johnny's body and eventually put his remains in a sewer. In another document he wrote called Profile of a Psychopath, he admitted to being a pathological liar that cheated constantly and was unable to hold down jobs, as he despised working for anyone but himself. Mark Twitchell was arrested on the 31st of October 2008 and was charged with first-degree murder the same day. He and his second wife Jess were divorced shortly after his arrest. Mark then spent the day driving around in the back of the police car with detectives pleading with him to tell them where Johnny's body was. Mark stayed silent the whole journey. He was also taken back to the garage, but still he said nothing. Gillis Tatro, who had now heard the details about Johnny's case, would walk into the police station and tell them everything that had happened to him, making the detectives' already strong case against Mark even stronger. Mark's once-deleted document SK Confessions describes something so similar happening to Gillis that Mark could no longer justify the writing as being just a gruesome piece of fiction. Authorities searched for Johnny's remains for nearly 2 years, with Mark refusing to tell them what he had done to him. Eventually, Mark asked to talk to the police from his cell. He silently slid a piece of paper across the table, which was a map and a series of directions. This led to a sewer. Johnny's remains were finally found, but the Crown rejected this and pushed on for a first-degree murder conviction. The case sparked a lot of media attention, and Mark was frequently referred to as the Dexter Killer, given his fascination with the drama. He took to the stand in his own defense and would make some baffling claims. In a shock line of defense, he confessed to killing Johnny, but claimed he had done so as an act of self-defense. He claimed he had hatched a plan after he made his short film House of Cards. The mini-movie gave him an idea to try and create a buzz around what he hoped might turn into a franchise. He said he lured Johnny and Jill to the garage, but alleged that he was going to tell them it was all a big hoax in the hope they would write about it online and get people talking. He said he bought everything he needed to stage the garage as a kill room, and although bizarre, he said it was something that had got out of control in a way he didn't plan for. Mark said that Johnny had become angry and a physical fight had broke out before Mark could assure Johnny it was all a joke. Mark grabbed a pipe and hit Johnny over the head before reaching for a knife and stabbing him to protect himself. He told the jurors that, in a blind panic, he cut up Johnny's body and tried to burn it. When this failed, he cut it up some more and dumped it down a sewer. He then said he later broke into Johnny's home and wrote emails into his name to his friends and workplace before stealing his printer and laptop, and the document entitled SK Confessions. It was all just fiction and random pieces of research on serial killers, he said. After a 3-week trial and just 4 hours of deliberations, Mark Twitchell was found guilty and handed a life sentence with no chance of parole for 25 years. He then faced an attempted murder charge for luring and attacking Jill, but this charge would later be dropped as he had already secured the maximum sentence possible. Mark appealed his conviction on the basis that he felt the media was so focused on the case and the reporting was so sensationalized that it affected the jury and created bias. He soon dropped his appeal. The TV show Dexter had also been a huge focus before, during, and after the trial, but the writer of Dexter weighed in and said, "A deliberate way, no book ever written will make you capable of doing so. There is no magic words that will turn you into a psychopath." In May 2013, it was reported that Mark had purchased a TV for his prison cell, so he could catch up on every Dexter episode that he had missed since he was arrested. He also has set up a dating page on a site for inmates. He said he had made some terrible, regrettable choices and is looking for an interesting, intelligent, open-minded, delightfully imperfect woman to relate to and share amusing observations with. After his traumatic deal with Mark, Jill Tatro met with Johnny Altinger's mother. He said that she had held his hand and said she was so happy he was still here. He went on to write a book about his experience. It is unknown how far Mark Twitchell would have taken his crimes had he not been caught. He was obsessed with blurring fantasy and reality and confused fame with infamy in the most disturbing way imaginable. Jill continues to rebuild his life and move past the traumatic events of that day in October 2008. And Johnny's family and friends continue to remember his fun-loving and kind personality. They determine that his life will not be defined by the appalling crime committed against him. He will instead be remembered for the joy and laughter that he brought to so many people. As the world heralded 1993 with joy and resolutions, one man in London set an eerie New Year's resolution of his own, a resolution to become a notorious killer. His target? Unsuspecting men in the gay community. But who was Colin Ireland and what drove him to declare such a harrowing resolution? Why did he choose to transform a symbol of new beginnings into a dark and twisted game of cat and mouse? Hi, my name is James. Welcome to True Crime Case Files. In today's deep dive, we peel back the layers of one of the UK's most calculated serial killers, a man who sought fame through the fear he instilled. We'll uncover the story of how he executed his plan with chilling precision and overshadowed a bustling city's celebratory spirit by a series of gruesome crimes. To understand the mind behind the moniker The Gay Slayer, we must delve into the past of Colin Ireland. Born in 1954 in Dartford, Kent, Ireland's early life was marked by turbulence, upheaval, and poverty. His childhood, spent in an unsettled home, was the first chapter in a life marked by discontent and detachment. Raised by a single mother, Ireland's formative years were a carousel of different men entering and leaving his life. This instability laid the groundwork for a personality that craved control, a trait that would later manifest in the most sinister ways. His parents were unmarried 17-year-olds. His father left soon after his birth, and Ireland didn't know his identity. Due to his mother's money problems, they had to move a number of times. In spite of all the hardships, Ireland had a close relationship with his mother and remembered her as affectionate and benevolent. Ireland said that as a child, he was a thin, lanky little runt, always getting the worst of it from schoolyard bullies. This made Ireland frequently miss school. As a result, he didn't get a proper education and became sad and withdrawn, choosing his few friends among the most unthreatening kids. As a teenager, Ireland found himself entangled with the law. His crimes, though initially petty, hinted at a deeper struggle within, a struggle for identity and a desperate need to assert his significance in a world where he felt invisible. Constantly in trouble of his own making, Ireland was sent to boardstools and prisons for theft, robbery, blackmail, and burglary. He ran away to London at 16 and hung out in an amusement arcade with a bad reputation where young boys were targeted by pedophiles. Ireland was approached by some of them. Besides, one of his jobs was a bouncer on a gay club. That's where his understanding of gay subcultures came from. As Ireland himself described the 70s, I was entering what I call the lost period, common to those who suffer from psychopathy. In between custodial periods, a lot of the 70s were a blur. I spent my time detached and wondering. In 1982, Ireland married Virginia Zammit, who was confined to a wheelchair. His colleague witnessed a pleasant family life when he visited them. They divorced 5 years later after Ireland's adultery. In 1989, he married Janet Young. He was abusive and after 4 months left his wife abruptly when she was away for the weekend, stealing over £10,000 from her account and leaving her completely broke. He moved to Southend-on-Sea, Essex, roughly 60 kilometers east of London, and lived in a hostel there. Later, he moved to his own flat. There, in this flat, Ireland decided to become a serial killer as his New Year's resolution. Drifting through adulthood, Ireland's life was a patchwork of odd jobs and fleeting relationships. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, there was a growing fascination with infamy and a desire to etch his name into criminal history. Ireland immersed himself in the dark world of serial killers. He studied them not with a sense of horror, but with an analytical eye. What made them tick? How did they elude capture? These were the questions that consumed him. He spent many hours reading about serial killers and learning about geographic profiling, hence deciding to commit his murders far away from his home. A killer usually commits crimes in a certain radius of about 7 miles from his home. That's why Ireland chose London for his crime scene. He also planned to have at least 5 victims because he had read that a person needs to have such body count to qualify as a serial killer. The year 1993 witnessed a terrifying series of crimes that shook the core of London's LGBTQ+ community. Colin Ireland, a man whose unassuming demeanor masked a sinister agenda, embarked on a calculated campaign of terror, meticulously planning and executing a series of murders with chilling precision. Ireland's hunting ground was the vibrant gay scene of London. He frequented the Culhern Cub, a known gay bar seeking out his potential victims. Here, amid the pulsing music and crowded dance floor, Ireland would select and study his targets, plotting their fates with cold detachment. Ireland sought men who liked the passive role in F&M so he could easily restrain them as they believed it was a sexual game. Members of the pub would wear color-coded handkerchiefs to indicate their sexual proclivities. Ireland was posing as a dominant partner. His first victim, Peter Walker, was a 45-year-old choreographer. Ireland met Walker at the Culhern, and what started as a night of perceived intimacy quickly turned into a nightmare. Walker's body was discovered in his apartment, revealing the horror of Ireland's actions. Bound, gagged, and suffocated by a plastic bag placed over his head, Walker's death was just the beginning of Ireland's gruesome spree. Ireland placed 2 teddy bears in a sexual position on Walker's body and burned some of his pubic hair so he could smell it. While searching the flat, he discovered that Walker was HIV positive. Enraged, Ireland stuffed a condom into Walker's mouth and another one into his nostril. Each crime scene told a story of meticulous planning and ruthless execution. He carried a murder kit, a rope, handcuffs, and a change of clothing. Ireland left little evidence behind, confounding the police and instilling a growing sense of fear within the community. He was methodical, ensuring each scene was thoroughly cleaned, removing any traces that could lead back to him. He also stayed in the flat till morning to avoid suspicion from leaving in the middle of the night. To describe the nights after his murders, Ireland said, "A go cold. It wasn't something that I could cope with, to be honest." Ireland disposed of all the things he touched by throwing them out of a train window on his way back to Southend. When the police discovered the body, they assumed it was the result of a sexual game gone wrong. 2 months later, Ireland returned to the pub where he met 37-year-old librarian Christopher Dunn, who invited Ireland to his flat. Ireland tied, handcuffed, then beat and tortured his helpless victim before suffocating him by stuffing pieces of cloth into his mouth. After murdering him, Ireland used Dunn's PIN and bank card to withdraw $200 from his account. The police assumed it was an accident as a result of a sex game and didn't link his death to Walker's. Ireland was getting more and more confident as his New Year's resolution was coming together. Ireland met 35-year-old businessman Perry Bradley III at the Culhern pub. He was the son of Texas Democratic Party fundraiser Perry Bradley Jr. In his Kensington flat, Bradley refused to be tied, but Ireland told him that he couldn't perform sexually without it. Bradley reluctantly agreed, and then Ireland told him that he was a thief and he just wanted his money and PIN. After Bradley gave Ireland his PIN, Ireland told him that he should try to fall asleep as he wouldn't leave his flat till morning. Bradley did fall asleep, and Ireland realized that Bradley could identify him and strangled him. Then he placed a doll on top of the dead man's body. The heinous crimes of Colin Ireland not only sent shockwaves through the communities he targeted, but also captured the relentless gaze of the media. The press dubbed him the Gay Slayer, a moniker that sensationalized his horrific acts and underscored the homophobic undercurrents of the time. Within 3 days, on June 7th, Ireland was back at the Coleherne. He met 33-year-old Andrew Collier, a housing warden, and went to his home. Again, Ireland handcuffed and keyed his victim to the bed, demanding his bank details. After killing Collier's cat, Ireland strangled Collier. He placed a condom on Collier's penis and fastened the dead cat's mouth over it and put the cat's tail into Collier's mouth. On June 15th, Ireland met Maltese chef Emmanuel Spiteri. Aged 41, he cuffed, bound, and strangled his victim, then stayed in his flat watching TV and eating Spiteri's food. After cleaning the scene, Ireland set fire to the flat, but it only caused minor damage. As the body count rose, so did the alarm. The gay community, already marginalized, now found itself in the grip of a predator who walked among them, unseen, unknown, and deadly. But what was the motive behind these abhorrent acts? Was it a deep-seated animosity towards the gay community or something more cold and calculated? And what were the critical mistakes Ireland made, and how did they lead to his capture? As the death toll rose, London's Metropolitan Police found themselves grappling with a cunning predator. The investigation into Colin Ireland's crimes was a race against time, a complex puzzle that demanded not just diligence, but innovation in the face of a killer who seemed always one step ahead. Initially, the investigation faced significant challenges. Ireland's careful planning and meticulous cleanup at each crime scene left frustratingly few clues. The killer's methodical approach in disguising his identity and movements compounded the difficulty, turning the investigation into a labyrinthine task. Detectives were confronted with a disturbing pattern. All victims were men from the gay community, their bodies discovered in their own homes, a sign of trust brutally exploited. This realization led to a focused investigation in London's gay scene, particularly around the Coleherne pub where Ireland hunted for his victims. The breakthrough came from meticulous police work and a stroke of luck. A forgotten fingerprint at a crime scene, a chance capture on one of London's first CCTV cameras. These were the pivotal moments that began to unravel Ireland's web of deceit. When Ireland was in Andrew Collier's flat, they heard a noise outside and came up to the window. Ireland gripped a horizontal metal bar across the window and forgot to wipe it off. The police then found these fingerprints. And finally, Ireland was captured on CCTV. Some witnesses said Spattery left Coleherne with a man. Then police traced his route home. His train journey went through Charing Cross Station, fitted with one of London's first CCTV cameras. Each piece of evidence was a precious key, unlocking parts of a puzzle that Ireland thought he had so carefully hidden. But what was it that finally led to Ireland's downfall? How did the police connect the dots in a case that seemed to defy resolution? The relentless pursuit of justice in the Colin Ireland case turned a crucial corner with a single seemingly innocuous phone call. Ireland, emboldened by his actions, made a call to the police, taunting them about his crimes. The day after Peter Walker's murder, having heard no news reports of his crime, he anonymously called the Samaritans and the Sun, telling them that he had murdered Walker and locked his dogs in another room. Later, the police received a call from Dunn's killer taunting them because they had failed to link his death to Walker's. In his next anonymous call to the police, he asked, "Are you still interested in the death of Peter Walker? Why have you stopped the investigation? Doesn't the death of a homosexual man mean anything? I will do another. I have always dreamed of doing the perfect murder." After Collier's death, Ireland called Kensington police and said that he had killed 4 men and they had to stop him. He told the police that he had read many books on serial killers and said, "If you don't stop me, it will be 1 a week." He told the police that he had studied the FBI manual, that is, Whoever Fights Monsters, by ex-FBI agent and serial killer specialist Robert Ressler. "I have got the book," he said. "I know how many you have to do." Ireland later said that the TV crime series The Bill had also given him many of his ideas and police evasion methods. Forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks said, Because you read books about serial killers doesn't mean you have any interest in becoming a serial killer yourself. But if that is your motive, then actually reading books can give you an awareness of the ways in which serial killers have acted in the past. Armed with this new evidence, the police intensified their efforts. A suspect started to take shape from the shadows. It was a breakthrough moment in the investigation, a lead that they desperately needed. On 19th of July, 1993, Ireland went to his solicitor. He said that he was on the CCTV, but that he had not killed Sputery. He went to his flat for sex, but there was another man. He didn't want a threesome and left. The investigation took a dramatic turn as law enforcement officers matched Ireland's fingerprint to the Collier crime scene. His arrest was a moment of triumph mixed with stark horror as the extent of his crimes came to light. Ireland's overconfidence combined with advanced police work and the critical clues helped bring the killer to justice. The capture of Colin Ireland was more than just the conclusion of a manhunt. It was a moment that brought some semblance of closure to the victims' families and the community shaken by fear. It also opened up vital conversations about the safety of marginalized groups. The trial of Colin Ireland was set to be a gripping chapter in British legal history, raising questions about the nature of evil and the psyche of a man who sought infamy through brutality. What revelations would his trial bring? A legal journey that would reveal the full extent of his chilling crimes was just beginning. The trial was a meticulous dissection of Ireland's actions, each day unraveling more about the man behind the murders. The prosecution presented a case built on a foundation of solid evidence. Ireland, facing overwhelming evidence, made a decision that stunned the courtroom. He confessed to his crimes, detailing them with a cold detachment that sent shivers down the spines of all present. His confession was not just an admission of guilt, but a hair-raising narrative of his calculated and brutal actions. Ironically, pleading guilty to all his murders and confessing, Ireland avoided the publicity he so deeply craved. The heart of the trial, however, lay in the stories of the victims. Their lives, tragically lost, remind us of the human cost of hate and prejudice. Were these 5 murders Ireland's only crimes? Or did he kill others? Serial killers often withhold some of their murders from the police to gain a sense of control over them, even in prison. In January 1993, soon after Ireland's resolution, the police found a dead gay man in his home in Soho. They believed this might have been done by Ireland. However, the gay slayer never claimed this crime. Along with his other victims, a perilous shadow loomed over Hollywood star Tom Cruise. In a chilling twist of fate, Cruise, then at the height of his career and married to Nicole Kidman, narrowly escaped a potentially fatal encounter. According to statements and police files that later surfaced, Ireland had spotted Cruise in a London bar in 1993. Driven by a perilous and misguided belief, Ireland falsely assumed Cruise to be gay and plotted to make him one of his victims. The killer's sinister plan was unexpectedly thwarted. Cruise, possibly sensing something amiss or merely coincidental in his timing, left the bar abruptly, eluding Ireland's grasp. Ireland's conviction was a foregone conclusion, but the sentencing phase was a crucial moment. The judge, in a powerful address, condemned Ireland's actions, emphasizing the gravity and premeditated nature of the crimes. The judge called Ireland exceptionally frightening and dangerous. He said to him, "To take one human life is an outrage. To take 5 is carnage. In my view, it is absolutely clear you should never be released." Ireland was sentenced to 5 counts of life imprisonment for the murders. But the story does not end with Ireland's conviction. There are unconfirmed rumors that Ireland strangled his cellmate, a convicted child killer, in Wakefield Prison, Yorkshire. After that, he was transferred to maximum security lodgings at Whitemoor Prison, Cambridgeshire, into a private cell of his own. His pattern of selecting victims, meticulous planning, and the psychological games played with law enforcement are now studied in criminal psychology courses worldwide. Moreover, the investigation into Ireland's crimes highlighted the importance of community involvement in criminal cases. The breakthroughs in this case were a result of not just police work, but also the cooperation of the community, which had been terrorized by his actions. Ireland's case became a catalyst for discussions about homophobia and hate crimes. It highlighted the urgent need for societal change, not just in policy, but in everyday attitudes and understanding. Ireland died on February 21, 2012 of pulmonary fibrosis and a fractured hip he had suffered earlier. Former prison governor Vanessa Frake, who had crossed paths with numerous hardened criminals, called Ireland the most frightening prisoner she has ever come across. She said, "I don't know what it was about him. He just emanated evil. He was proud of what he did, same as many other serial killers. What drives a man to commit such calculated and brutal acts of violence?" To understand Ireland's psyche, we delve into the complex labyrinth of his mind, piecing together a profile that is as disturbing as it is intriguing. Experts who have studied Ireland's case point to a combination of factors. His troubled childhood, marked by instability and lack of a father figure, may have sown the seeds of his later behavior, but it was his deep-seated desire for recognition, a craving to leave a mark on the world that propelled him into the abyss of serial killing. Ireland's methodical approach to his crimes suggests a high level of intelligence and planning. He studied serial killers not with repulsion, but with a scholar's interest. He learned from their mistakes, aiming not just to evade capture, but to master the art of killing. Ireland's methodical approach to his crimes offers a chilling glimpse into the mindset of a serial killer. His need for control and recognition, coupled with his ability to blend into society, challenges our understanding of criminal behavior. Forensic psychologists theorize that Ireland's choice of victims from the gay community was strategic rather than personal. He saw them as easy targets, vulnerable due to societal marginalization. This choice reflects not just a cold-blooded strategy, but a chilling indifference to human life. He said about how he chose his victims, "Think it's been something that's been triggered in me some time before. I felt if I was approached, it was likely that I would kill. I thought to myself, if I wasn't approached, something wouldn't have happened. I would have gone on my way and nothing would have happened." Forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks explained, "What he does is he reduces the chance of choosing an inappropriate victim or somebody who wasn't going to respond by not selecting those who didn't approach him." Perhaps the most terrifying aspect of Ireland's psychology is his lack of remorse. His confessions were devoid of emotion, his recounting of the crimes clinical. This detachment points to a possible psychopathic personality where empathy and conscience are alarmingly absent. Detective Inspector Martin Finnegan said, "He was very factual about his acts, as if he was describing someone else's activities. Absolutely no compassion at all. I didn't detect much hatred. It was just matter of fact, like I went down the shops and bought this, went into the flat and killed him." In most cases, the murderers who kill gay people are gay themselves, and those blatantly homophobic are often secretly gay. Was it really a plausible excuse for Ireland to give in to his secret emotions? Ireland compared the buzz of his first kill to that of losing his virginity. Maybe these hidden feelings brought this simile to his mind. Was Ireland just dishonest with himself and others, trying to hide what he really couldn't control? Ireland said he was heterosexual and didn't touch or have sex with the men he killed. However, it's difficult to imagine that at least 5 people invited him to his flat for sex, undressed, and let Ireland tie them without even a single kiss. Can a person even decide to become a serial killer? As a career just for the sake of it without any ulterior motives? And choose the specifics of his crimes by pure logic? Or is it something deeper? Or was theft the real reason of Ireland's crimes and murdering his victims was a calculated move to prevent them from identifying him later? There's inconsistency in Ireland's story about the murder of Perry Bradley. He said that he had promised Bradley to leave him alive, but then it occurred to him that Bradley could identify him. This narrative strongly contradicts with his whole intention of choosing his victims for murder to gain fame from becoming a serial killer. Was Ireland just exploiting homophobic moods in the society to mask the mercenary nature of his crimes, hoping that it will win him sympathy of the public and reduce the term of his imprisonment? Or was there more than one reason, perhaps all of them combined? Tell me your thoughts in the comments below. Share your perspectives and let me know what other cases you'd like me to explore. Until next time. On December 8, 1985, Samuel Basil and Patricia Joseph welcomed a baby girl into the world. December 8th is the day of the Roman Catholic feast of the Immaculate Conception, and the baby would be named Immaculate Mary Basil, known to most as Mackie. Mackie was one of 7, having 3 brothers and 3 sisters, and was from the Tlossan Nation, British Columbia, based out of Tatchee, south of the Cooschi River. The village of Tatchee, inhabited by roughly 400 people, has 1 road going in and 1 road coming out. Patricia Joseph had attended a residential school that was church-run and government-mandated. Children in these schools were stripped of their cultures, traditions, and taken away from their families. The last residential school closed in Canada in 1996, and the effects of them are still being felt by many to this day. In her earliest years, Mackie's life was stable. This changed when her father had an affair with another woman and left the family. Peter, Mackie's brother, explained that following their father's departure, their mother turned to alcohol and, in his words, kind of just left us behind. Peter began to care for his younger siblings, but before long, the children would be placed in foster care. The 3 youngest girls, 4-year-old Crystal, 5-year-old Mackie, and 6-year-old Ida, bounced around group homes and different foster homes, with mostly non-Indigenous carers. When they were first taken into care, Mackie, Ida, and Crystal were initially kept together. Crystal talked about their experiences, saying that the foster parents would just treat us wrong, being in it for the money. If the children got wet from playing outside, then the foster parents would strip them down in public. At some point, Mackie was placed in a separate home, but they would still see each other at school. Due to her thick carrier accent and the outdated outfits the foster carers insisted on putting the children in, they were often targeted by bullies. Mackie and Ida would endure appalling physical, verbal, and sexual abuse. They would bear the brunt of it to protect their younger sister, Crystal. Crystal said, "All that time they were getting sexually abused by our foster parents to save me." Ida said that Mackie got the most of it. As they got older, they were placed in group homes together, staying in hotel rooms for weeks at a time when a place couldn't be found for them. They would save their allowances and use the money to buy bus tickets or would hitchhike back to the reserve to see Peter, who at that point was too old to be in the foster care system. "Because we didn't get to grow up in an Indigenous home. Mackie always said she wanted to go back home and get to know our family and get to know the community," Ida said. Ida would later say that their shared experience of the foster care system strengthened their bond, and they would make time to call each other regularly at 10 a.m. In the early 2000s, Mackie aged out of the foster care system and graduated from high school. She also remained faithful to her dream of reconnecting with her roots, her heritage, and her people. Mackie settled in Fort St. James and was working 2 jobs, part-time as a secretary and also as a teaching assistant. In 2006, tragedy would strike when Patricia Joseph was struck by a vehicle in Prince George. She would later die as a result of her injuries. One of the most important aspects of Mackie's life was being a mother to her little boy Jameson. Her world revolved around him, and she was a dedicated and devoted parent. Mackie adored children and became a foster parent to someone on the reserve. She was determined that children who went into the foster care system would not have the same experiences that she had had, and that the children she cared for would be treated with the dignity and respect that she had been so cruelly denied. Mackie was shy and introverted and highly selective about who she chose to spend her time with. Whilst she struggled, she rarely showed it, determined to overcome her past and not let it define her. She didn't drink or do drugs and rarely went to parties or anything of the sort. She preferred to spend her time at home. Any events that came up, Mackie would channel her creative energy and decorate the whole room. Mackie had recently split from her longtime partner, who was the father of her little boy. It is not public knowledge how long they had been together, and the cause of the breakup is also not known. What we do know is that news of their separation had come as a surprise to Mackie's family. In the week leading up to Father's Day, Mackie was with her brother Peter at his home in Tatchee. Following the split with her partner, she would stay there on and off and would keep a bag of clothes in the closet. She seemed troubled, but he didn't think much of it. Whilst they were making coffee, Mackie twice said to him, "Promise me you'll take care of my baby." He responded, "Should I be worried? Are you coming back?" "I'll be back," Mackie promised. A few days later, Mackie, Peter, and Peter's wife Vivian went to purchase a cake for Father's Day. As Mackie had lost her ID, Peter purchased 2 bottles of vodka for a party that she would be attending later that night. Before she headed out, she grabbed her iPod and headphones. Mackie never went anywhere without her music, and promised she would be back the next day as she had plans to take her nephew and son to the park. She returned a few hours later to retrieve the second bottle of vodka before heading up the trail that led out of town. Peter opened the front door and his sister called back, "Goodbye, bro. I love you." As Peter watched her walk away, he noticed a man waiting for her further up the trail. Peter later explained in an interview with the Waries, he had asked himself why Mackie would say goodbye in that way if she knew she would be coming home. On the 13th of June, 2013 at 5 p.m., she attended the funeral of her aunt. Later on, she went to the house party on the Tachi Reserve about 20 minutes away from where she lived. It is not public knowledge how many people were at the party or who exactly was there, but Vanessa Joseph, Mackie's cousin, believes that it was mostly Mackie's cousins who were attending the party. At around midnight, she was seen by Hebra, the Peter, while she was picking up alcohol and told him she was with her younger cousin Keith and a man named Victor, who was known to Vanessa. Victor was around 48 years old at the time and was known to police and had appeared in the Delate court for his crimes. His convictions included violent crime and at least 1 sexual assault. And usually for her, she didn't have an extra change of clothes or makeup as she normally would for an overnight trip. She also did not own a mobile phone. It was reported that she was wearing a black hoodie with a maple leaf on the front, gray yoga bottoms, and white shoes. She also had her dark blue iPod shuffle with her and her white headphones. It is then alleged that Mackie left the party to get some red tin from a hunter's cabin near Kuzchi. The truck that she was traveling in allegedly got into an accident as they were coming away from the cabin on Leo Creek Forest Service Road near a place called 16 Kilometers. It has been alleged that following the accident she had attempted to hitchhike herself, but this claim has not been substantiated nor corroborated. Vanessa would later say that an accident was apparent as parts of the truck were found near a tree that had been broken in half. She also explained that she had learned that an attempt had been made to get another truck from the hunter's cabin and used that to pull the truck that had crashed. Large portions of the timeline surrounding Mackie's last known movements have not been made public knowledge. We do know that she was alone for much of the night after midnight. From there, no one knows what happened, said Ida. It is also worth noting that around this time Mackie was not driving a vehicle. As 10 a.m. rolled around, Mackie was due to have her daily call with her sisters Crystal and Ida, but she failed to answer the phone. Her sisters thought that maybe she was at her brother Nick's house, but there wasn't a phone at his property and they lived too far from him to go and have a look around. Also at 10 a.m., Victor was spotted walking down a street in Tachi. Noticeably, his clothes were wet up to his chest. He was seen by Vanessa and others. Although at the time they thought it was strange, they weren't aware that Mackie hadn't been seen, so did not investigate further. After learning that the truck Victor had been driving had been involved in an accident the night before, Vanessa said she thought it was odd that Victor would be on foot in town so soon after it allegedly happened. The truck from the cabin had not been driven back to Tachi, but was instead left on Leo Creek Forest Service Road. No report of the crash was ever filed. When Mackie failed to come home, Ida and Crystal decided to call around those who knew her to see if anyone had seen or heard from her. As time continued to tick by, the next day they discovered she wasn't at her brother Nick's. Mackie had no history of running away and this behavior was completely out of character for her. According to a report in the Walrus, Victor and Keith told Vivian that Mackie had caught a ride with somebody else. Immaculate Basil had seemingly vanished. She went missing from Highway 16. Part of that protracted highway, 724 kilometers of it, is more commonly known as the Highway of Tears Corridor. Countless women, mostly indigenous, have vanished from the Highway of Tears or been murdered near it. This was also not the first tragedy of a missing person to strike the family. Mackie's cousin Bonnie Joseph went missing from the Highway of Tears in 2007. She was last seen by her cousin Joan hitchhiking from Vanderhoof to Prince George. The numbers of missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada is an area of confusion. A 2014 report by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, known as Mounties, said that 1,017 Indigenous women had been murdered between 1980 and 2012, and another 164 were considered missing. However, advocacy groups, including the Native Women's Association of Canada, say that the figure is much higher. In 2014, on the question of a public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, the then Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, said, "It isn't really high on our radar, to be honest." After still no sign of her, on the 17th of June, a missing persons report was filed with the Mounties. The following day, they met with Crystal for the first time regarding her sister, and they began to interview people that had been at the party with Mackie to try and ascertain a timeline and start theorizing as to what could have happened to her. The community set up a search camp near the bridge where Mackie had last been seen. Around 300 people, including those from neighboring reserves, mobilized and joined the hunt to find her. The Mounties received a tip that Mackie had been sighted on the morning of the 14th of June, with the report saying that she had been attempting to hitchhike. The Mounties did investigate these claims, but ultimately determined that the report was false. One problem in coordinating information was caused by her being a resident of one reserve and going missing on another. While they both lay within the Tlaston Nation, they are different jurisdictions. According to the Mounties' report, Victor and Keith stated that they had been traveling in a white truck with Mackie after they had left the party. Keith and Victor both told the Mounties that following the accident, Mackie had separated from them, and press releases from the Mounties also indicated that she had split from the pair shortly after the truck had crashed and become stuck. As part of the investigation, both Victor and Keith were given polygraph tests, and the Mounties reported to Mackie's family that both men had cooperated. Keith and Victor were also interviewed by a forensic psychologist, and in their report to the family, they noted that they had found nothing suspicious after conducting their interviews. It wasn't until after the police interviews on the 18th of June had been concluded that the family learned from the investigating Mounties that Mackie had left the party with Victor and Keith. Mackie's relatives have stated that in the first year after her going missing, they didn't hear much from the Mounties regarding her disappearance and case. For around a week after June 18, 2013, the Mounties launched a search effort to try and find her. A hailstorm and rain on the weekend of the 22nd caused problems for the search teams. Various search and rescue organizations, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Air Services, search dogs, and the friends and family of Mackie were all out looking for her. The search area was approximately 20 kilometers surrounding Tatchee and Cutchee. On the 25th of June, it was reported by Ralph Pierre, chief of the Tlaston First Nation, that the search area would be extended and they would also begin a search of the Tatchee River. Four-wheelers and ground crews continue to search up to half a kilometer into the bush. You know, the emotions are running high in the community. A lot of people are tired, but yet their adrenaline kicks in and everybody just keeps going and going and going, Pierre said. Following Mackie going missing, numerous billboards were erected to bring attention to her case. Posters were put up and newspapers ran articles to try and generate any new leads. The official search for Immaculate Basil was called off in October. Despite this, her friends and family continued to scour the area and conduct their own searches. Rumors began to circulate about who could be responsible for Mackie's disappearance, and during a search, Peter and Vivian woke up to find a hole had been slashed in their tent. Locals in town told the family that the truck she had a ride in that night had been found washed out with bleach, but the Mounties said that the police had taken possession of the vehicle and had found no such evidence to back up the claim. They also spoke to her ex-partner and said that he had had an alibi, but it was also alleged that he had ducked out of town. When being interviewed by Annie Hilton for the War Rest, the RCMP said they had thoroughly investigated every lead, but as there is no crime scene, nobody can technically be considered a suspect. On the 10th of October 2013, Vanessa Joseph held a walk for her cousin to bring more attention to her case. Before leaving for the walk, Vanessa and others gathered in the Spirit Square with singing and drumming. Children from the Eugene Joseph Elementary School also attended and held signs bringing an awareness to violence against women and also for Mackie. On the third year of Mackie's disappearance, the Tlaston Nation offered a reward of $20,000 for any information that could lead to them finding Mackie after her older brother Paul made the request. Despite this, there have still been no major breaks in the case. Her sister Ida said that 3 years after Mackie disappeared, all she heard was rumors. Despite the initial response of the police and them sending out a search and rescue team right away for her. Despite the rumor mill, Ida stated she wanted to know that the police were investigating any possible leads. She also said she was no longer hearing from the police regarding her sister's case and that she hadn't been contacted by them since the year she went missing. There are several theories about what could have happened to Immaculate Basil. As she had a young son and was close to her family, it is considered she unlikely would have upped and left or ran away. RCMP Corporal Dave Tireman spoke to the Canadian news website My Prince George Now about the investigation into Mackie's disappearance. He noted her dedication to her little boy. It would be totally out of character for her to do something like that. Corporal Tireman also stated, "We would be remiss if we didn't think about foul play, so that's being considered. Was she attacked by a wild animal? Was it a part of the terrain? Did she step off a cliff?" Other explanations for her disappearance have been considered, including her being involved in an accident. However, had she been involved in an accident, it would be reasonable to presume that she would have been on foot, meaning that had she died by misadventure, it would have been well within the search radius, but no trace of her was found. None of the items that Mackie had with her that night, such as her clothes or iPod, have ever been found. Another theory was that she had been attacked by an animal. Animals in the area include wolves, cougars, grizzly and black bears, and coyotes. This theory is called into question when one considers that no such evidence of an attack was found by those searching on foot and from the air. No blood or remains have ever been found that are confirmed to be hers. The likelihood of it being a stranger abduction could be considered small due to the remote location of the area and the timing. However, the FBI have stated that abductions committed by a stranger most likely involve a firearm and are motivated by sexual assault. Mackie's family is still looking for her and have never stopped. They regularly watch crime shows on Investigation Discovery to try and gain any ideas for leads. They will continue to search for her until she is found. "The only thing I would like to honor my sister is for the people who did it to come forward and give her back to us," Peter said. "It's tearing my family apart. Right now it feels like you're a lost soul yourself, just wandering this world, and deep down in your heart, sometimes you do get to the breaking point, where sometimes you just want to take things into your own hands and deal with it your own way. But you can't, you just got to keep on trying to find answers." This Elle was naturally positive and mighty kind, which allowed her to win over even the most demanding clients. Elle was pretty and had become an excellent specialist in her fields. The gal was cheerful and always smilin', but at the same time, she remained determined, constantly moving towards her goals and dreams. On December 24th, G22, her sister Lucy flew in from Dubai to spend the holidays with the family, and Elle eagerly awaited her return. They decided to celebrate this long-awaited event in style. So the girls and their friends headed to the local pub. Here they had a great time, laughing a lot, dancing and singing karaoke. In the merry atmosphere, no one noticed that a person whom kindness was alien, was nearby. Around 11:50 p.m., an emergency call came in. As they were exiling the pub, no less than 12 shots were fired, and 2 of them hit Elle. She suffered a gunshot wound to the head that proved to be mighty serious. The dispatcher directed emergency services to the same. They urgent-like arrived at the pub, loaded the gal into an ambulance, and took her to the local hospital. However, she died on the way, as her injuries was incompatible with life. When the police informed the victim's family about the tragedy, there was in a state of shock. No one believed it, and no one understood how this could have happened to her. No one suspected that this beautiful and cheerful girl could have had deadly enemies. In the early stages of the investigation, the detectives had no leads. The assailant had attacked unexpected-like and disappeared Chasters mysteriously, leaving only a shelled caissine and the bleeding victim at the crime scene. The attack was sudden but well-planned and gave Elle no chance of survival. But was the gal the true target of the attack, or did she become a random victim of a madman? An unknown car stopped near the pub entrance, and minutes later the shooting started. In addition to the deceased, 4 other men received gunshot wounds of varying severity, all of them young people aged 22 to 33, who was spending the evening in the establishment and lived in the nearby towns. Initially, police were inclined to believe that the murdered woman was a random victim. It was known that criminal gangs were operating in the area periodically. The shooting was likely to routine showdown between their members. However, all of this was just conjecture, which would have to be proven or disproved in the course of the investigation. So the detectives delved deeper into the victim's personality, like the witnesses to the crime. The victim's relatives were at a loss as to who could have wanted Elle's death, as the girls seemed to have no ill wishes or enemies capable of such horrors. The detectives decided to interview other witnesses and the victims of the unknown criminal's gunfire. In addition, law enforcement officers requested the pub owner's video surveillance recordings. It would be necessary to talk to dozens of people and analyze several hours of video recordings. Several police officers were working on the extensive investigation. It was necessary to answer several difficult questions. There were too many victims of the attack. But was this spontaneous aggression? Or did the perpetrator pursue a specific target? All witnesses to the incident were interrogated. However, checking mobile communications data took more time. The media were notified to assist in the investigation. Law enforcement officers urged anyone with valuable information to come to the police station. First and foremost, this concerned possible video recordings made by random eyewitnesses, on any of which the car in which the aggressor arrived might appear. After the crime, the police held a meeting with local residents. The purpose of this communication was to persuade people possessing valuable information to share it with law enforcement officers. It was assumed that someone might have seen the moment of the attack or know the criminal. People were urged not to be afraid of the criminals and the local feuding clans. Community leaders supported local residents during this difficult time. In addition to the conversations, activists went door to door and communicated with the neighbors. Special trained officers worked with the family of the deceased. They gall-beamed to provide them with support in connection with the heavy loss. In the course of this work, it was established that the perpetrator had left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored car. Eyewitness accounts regarding it may differed. It was dark and it was difficult to make out anything, but the most likely was a dark Mercedes-Benz class. Later, this was confirmed after checking the outdoor surveillance cameras. The killer did not immediately open fire, drive up to the parking lot, and observe the pub visitors for some time. He sat in the car so that he could freely see the entrance and most of what was happening inside. Apparently, he was choosing the most convenient moment for the attack. After a few minutes of surveillance, when Al came out, the criminal quickly got out of the car, fired 12 shots, then instantly got back behind the wheel and disappeared. Investigators, after studying the recordings, made an important conclusion. The attacker was a lion. No one helped him. It was not possible to trace the exact location where the perpetrator fled. Therefore, the detectives went door to all local residents, describing the car and recounting the circumstances of the incident, trying to establish the identity of the killer. Patrolling the streets was carried out around the clock, and this yielded results. Just 2 days after the shooting, detectives detained 2 suspects, but no names were mentioned until all the circumstances were clarified. However, it was not possible to prove their involvement in the crime, in particular because the murder weapon was not found. After that, the detectives made a statement to the public, saying that they would not rest until the unknown shooter was punished. All this was intended to calm the local residents, who were outraged by the rampant crime and the powerlessness of the authorities. It was also assumed that the attack had been provoked by a feud between local gangs. In this case, Elle would be considered a random victim. However, all this was also just an assumption that remained to be verified. In the course of the investigation, it was possible to establish that the potential targets could have been Jake Dudley and Kieram Seld, members of the local Beechwood gang, who was spending the evening in the pub. It became known that they had been in long-term, fierce conflict with another group claiming this territory. On December 29th, the police arrested another person, but he was not the one who opened fire. The suspect had a solid alibi that excluded him from the list of suspects. However, the detective suspected that he had participated in the setup for the attack. Around the same time, the dark Mercedes car in which the killer had left the pub parking lot was identified. But due to the lack of direct evidence, the name of the third suspect was also not disclosed. There were some difficulties with the found car. The car was traced through video surveillance systems and identified thanks to the cameras. But law enforcement officers were too late. On December 31st, The police department received the report that the fire had started near the scene of the shooting. When the special services arrived at the scene, they found a darkness fading similar to the perpetrator's vehicle, which was engulfed in flames. The vehicle was completely burned out. Valuable evidence was lost in the flames. The perpetrators clearly knew that the police were on their trail, so they decided to destroy one of the direct pieces of evidence, despite the fact that the fire did not completely destroy the car. It was confirmed that it had been used during the shooting. However, the Mercedes did not belong to the perpetrators, but had been stolen shortly before the attack. Presumably, the arson was committed intentionally to complicate the investigation after the murder of competitors. On January 11th, two more suspects, a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman, were delivered to the police department. They were arrested in Central Wales. The man's name was Connor Chapman. He was well known to the police. He had an extensive criminal record that he had accumulated over the past 5 years before the murder of Ella Dweeza. Connor had started with daring lawbreakings and gradually sank deeper into the abyss of crime. One of his first serious crimes was a car theft under aggravating circumstances. He had repeatedly become a suspect in robberies, hooliganism, and threatening behavior. Once the young man was involved in a chase with the police, after which he abandoned the car and hid in the bushes nearby. When they detained him, the criminal said that he did not understand what chase they were talking about and that he was here just waiting for a friend. In this case, he became the real star. The detainee's data ended up in newspaper headlines. Carla Chapman was from Birkenhead, Liverpool. His parents had left him at an early age, so his grandparents had formalized guardianship. It was in a house that the hero of the story moved. The teenager dropped out of high school shortly before the exams. In general, he studied poorly and no special hopes were pinned on him. He was always considered a problem child. The young hooligan first became a defendant in a court case in 2014, when he was 14 years old. Connor was accused of shoplifting. As early as 2016, he committed another crime. His involvement in the theft of a car was proven when the young man was detained in a stolen vehicle. He did not have a driver's license or insurance, which was a violation of the terms of his suspended sentence. In 2017, high theft was added to the storage of prohibited substances. During this period, he was also under police supervision, so he had again violated the restraining order. As a result, he was banned from accessing several parts of the city. Connor was not allowed to appear in public places, as he clearly posed a threat to society. However, as early as 2019, he violated the ban again. The patrol detained him in a public place. The young man had a knife and prohibited substances with him. In the same year, the general public first heard about Connor Chapman. He appeared on the pages of the local newspaper after an unsuccessful attempt to escape from the police in a stolen car. The city patrol noticed a stolen Audi on the streets and ordered the driver to stop and get out of the car with his hands up. However, the 18-year-old Chapman did not obey, provoking a chase. During the short flight, Connor committed a large number of traffic violations. In particular, he accelerated to more than 80 kilometers per hour in areas with a 30 kilometers limit. Tana repeatedly drove into oncoming traffic and in the end crashed into the curb. At speed, Kai was thrown aside and turned around. The driver could not continue the orgy, so he got out of the car and ran away. However, even here he was unlucky, as the patrol caught up with him in the bushes just a few hundred meters away. In his defense, the young man said that he was waiting here for a friend, but the deception was obvious. The lawyer of Connor explained in court that his client had fallen under the influence of a band company of Alder Freys. The court left him unpunished and the need to release the budding criminal. He was found to have attention deficit disorder and a number of other disorders identified by private specialists during the trial. Despite this, due to numerous violations and potentially dangerous behavior on the road, he was sentenced to a term of up to 8 months in prison for 2 monies. The young man also received a ban on driving a car, which was in effect after his release. Thus, the budding criminal had achieved 14 convictions for 30 criminal episodes by the time he reached adulthood. It was obvious that he had no intention of changing and categorically refused to fit into society. Everyone understood that he was potentially dangerous, but legal grounds for isolating him from society had not been found. This was due to the fact that so far no person had been seriously injured by his inadequate behavior. The public was outraged by the powerlessness of the authorities. Everything was shaping up so that the criminal elements could do nothing until they kill or maim innocent people. And that's how it turned out. In January 2020, the court again sentenced Connor Chapman, this time to 10 months in prison. He was again caught in a public place with a cold weapon and substances in his pocket, a whole bouquet of prohibitive lists. During this period, the police openly appeared on TV channels, urging the public to beware of this young man. After serving his sentence, protected months, he again got involved in crime and was wanted for at least 5 criminal episodes. When he was caught, the young criminal said that he had spent more time behind bars than free, and he did not seem upset about this, but rather proud of his achievements. However, Connor had no intention of stopping there. By the age of 20, his service record had expanded again. By this point, he had received 19 sentences for 43 crimes. But in the summer of 2022, the inadequate young man found himself free again. This happened just 6 months before the death of L. Edwards. During this period, Connor was again brought before the court. His lawyer tried to play on pity, telling the story that the first child of the young man was born while he was in prison. At this point, his girlfriend was pregnant with a girl. The young man claimed that he had rethought his life and wanted to get on the path of correction. Of course, these were loud, false words. The only thing he wanted was to get free and return to the path of crime. During this period, the police already knew that he was a member of one of the local criminal gangs engaged in the sale of prohibited substances. However, the criminal was tried not for these serious crimes, but for burglary and theft of 2 electric motorcycles. On December 24, 322, a skirmish broke out between 2 rival criminal gangs. They began to argue over the division of the territory near the wooden church in Beechwood Estates. They failed to reach an agreement, after which the young gangster decided to take revenge. He armed himself with a submachine gun and waited for about 3 hours until he tracked down his targets. He wanted to kill Karen Seld and Jake Duffy, who had gone to the Moyak pub for rest. Shortly before midnight, the criminal drove up to the parking lot and began to observe. He identified his victims and waited for the right moment to attack, then ran out of a car and fired 12 bullets into the building. He managed to seriously injure Duffy, but despite the threat to his life, he survived the attack. However, the unlucky L. Edwards, who was not so fortunate, 2 bullets hit her in the head. The young beauty fought for her life, but died in the arms of the medics on the way to the hospital. The girl accidentally met the killer's targets that evening, and did not even suspect that the festive revelry could end so tragically. The pub was crowded. Then 1 person was killed and 4 were wounded. One 22-year-old man was shot in the leg. A 24-year-old young man was wounded in the arm, and a 33-year-old man in the wrist. None of these injuries were life-threatening. Elle's friends tried to provide her with assistance and perform artificial respiration right on the spot. However, this was not enough to save her life. Elle's sister, Lucy, was much like to you. She lived in Dubai and flew home to celebrate Christmas with her family. Just minutes before the attack, she had left the establishment, so she was not affected at all. Later, Lucy recalled how she had wanted to take her sister with her, but the girl wanted to stay with her friends. On January 25, 2023, the funeral of the young girl took place. Hundreds of concerned people came to say goodbye to the random victim of gang showdowns. The body was brought to the local church in a hearse drawn by 4 white horses. Even the pub that had become the site of the girl's last celebration was closed that day as a mark of respect for her memory. The owner of the establishment published a message of support for Hell's family on his official social media page. Connor Chapman was charged with a whole list of charges, the main one of which was murder. It became known that the perpetrator had an accomplice, namely the 20-year-old Thomas. After the arrest and during the searches, a video recording was found on this young man, which had been made shortly before the attack. In it, Connor is handing over a weapon and saying that he is going to settle accounts with someone. After the attack, they together hid the stolen Mercedes in order to get rid of it later. The murder weapon was never found. However, the killer's DNA traces were found on one of the shell casings fired. It was obvious that it was Connor who loaded the weapon before the attack. In addition, red gloves were found during searches in his house, which were clearly visible in the CCTV footage from morning. After the crime, when the perpetrators had abandoned the car, they ordered a taxi under a false name. They used the driver's services to cover their tracks and confused the investigation. Around 5 a.m., they returned to the place where the hidden car was located. Here, the criminals tried to cover their tracks. However, something went wrong. Ultimately, they decided to get rid of the car by setting it on fire. Thomas Nord was found guilty on all charges brought against him. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. This modest sentence was due to the fact that he had not yet managed to accumulate such a wide criminal history as his accomplice. Jake and Karen were wounded in the moment of the attack, but both managed to survive the assault. A look at their lifestyle made the aggression of one of the members of the rival gangs quite understandable. Both were members of the local Beechwood gang, which was openly in conflict with another group claiming this territory. It became known that on December 23rd, just a day before the attack with firearms, they had already been attacked. On that occasion, another person from Connor Chapman's group had assaulted them. Both were beaten, but did not receive serious injuries. Apparently, they considered this a random fight and calmly went to relax in the pub. While the shooter awaited his sentence in the case of the murder of the innocent victim, both targets of his attack were already in prison. Curran was sentenced to 27 months in prison for an attack on members of the rival criminal group. Another 9 months were added to the sentence for the fight. His friend was sentenced to 2 years and 9 months for a similar offense. Obviously, they were trying to avenge the attempted murder. Prohibitive court orders were also issued against both of them with a whole list of restrictions. Of course, this method did not allow protecting citizens from this gang of criminals. However, in case of further violations, more severe punishment could be applied to them due to ignoring the prescriptions. The public was outraged that potentially dangerous members of criminal gangs were getting away with minimum sentences after each crime. The bans were clearly ineffective and did not contribute absolutely anything to public safety. This became especially obvious when it was found that Chapman already had a ban on visiting that region where the pub was located. But this did not prevent him from stealing a car and coming to the public place, despite the fact that he also had a driving ban. The events that had occurred once again raised the question of toughening punishments and revising the existing norms of the legal system. However, so far this flawed system has not suffered any serious changes. At the trial on the case of L's murder, Connor tried to refute that it was he who appeared on the CCTV footage. According to him, during this period he was at home, packing Christmas gifts. However, a sufficient amount of evidence was collected to expose the lie. The hearings on the case lasted 3.5 weeks, during which all the circumstances preceding the attack were revealed. It became known that the reason for the attack was only the competition between the two criminal gangs dividing the territory nearby. The defendant did not even know the victim. He simply did not care about her fate, as well as the fate of all the other innocent people in the bar. He was driven only by blind fury, which he could never control. After the attempted murder of two competitors, Connor planned to flee to Spain to cover his tracks. He used a stolen car and also got rid of the murder weapon, trying not to fall into the hands of the police. He avoided using any mode of transport. The detectives detained the criminal literally at the airport. After the arrest, Connor tried to deceive the police, claiming that the Mercedes he was seen driving on the day of the murder was not stolen. According to him, this was a common car of the criminal group, which they used for the distribution of substances. The guy claimed that he was not behind the wheel of the vehicle and also continued to convince the jury that he did not open fire that evening. He was desperately trying to get out of the situation. The defendant stated that he had only just learned that someone from the criminal group had used the vehicle for an attack on the pub. Before the jury retired to consider the verdict, the father of the innocent victim made a short speech. He sincerely hoped that the criminal would never again be able to spend Christmas with his loved ones in freedom. The jurors, consisting of Pitiation and Singenshin, came to a unanimous decision after 3 hours of discussion. In their opinion, Connor Chapman was guilty of all the charges brought against him. He cynically committed the crime and did not repent of the fact that he accidentally killed the beautiful 26-year-old girl. The whole life that lay ahead of her, and he took it away. Instead of remorse, the heartless Connor spent several days carefully getting rid of all the evidence and traces of the murder that could link him to this bloody event. The motive for the attack was the competition between criminal games. On July 7, 2023, Connor was sentenced. He was sent to serve a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 48 years from the start of serving the sentence. After the verdict was announced, the victim's father victoriously raised his fist. The incident provoked a wave of public outrage. The residents of the city could not feel safe, knowing that they were at the junction of the confrontation between criminal games dividing spheres of influence. They knew that these people had a large amount of firearms and were not afraid to use them, as proved by the murder of Elle. The girl's father said he wanted to set up a foundation to support victims like his daughter. He believed that the main goal would be to fight to reduce the number of weapons in the hands of civilians. Case of Connie Alm. Connie Alm was born on July 18, 1974, in Malaysia. She was the younger of 2 daughters and enjoyed a very close relationship with her parents. In 1995, Connie moved to the United States to pursue higher education and a career in information technology. While living in the United States, Connie met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. and an ethnic Chinese whose parents emigrated from Singapore over 20 years ago. Initially, and Brandon were just friends, but their friendship eventually blossomed into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a significant figure in Kanye's life, supporting and helping her in various ways. They got married in 2001. Kanye's life was on track in 2003. She was working as an analyst in San Diego, planning a future with her husband, and hoping to start a family. Her life changed dramatically that year. The trouble began when Connie's father, Ong Bayong, was diagnosed with cancer. Connie decided to fly to Malaysia to support her family during this difficult time. On June 1, 2003, Connie and her husband, Brandon, arrived in Malaysia. However, Brandon returned to the USA after a few days, leaving Connie to care for her father in Kuala Lumpur. Despite the distance, Connie and Brandon stayed close through daily phone calls. They would talk for hours, sharing stories about their daily lives, including their 2 pets. Connie's father underwent surgery to remove a kidney, but fortunately, his health began to recover. As he improved, Connie planned her return to the USA, scheduling a flight for June 14, 2003. Connie organized a farewell dinner at a local restaurant the evening before her departure, and she invited her mother, sister, and closest friends to join her. That evening, June 13, 2003, Connie and her mother arrived at the designated meeting spot later than the others. They had trouble finding a parking spot in front of the mall, so Connie parked in the underground lot. However, her mother was concerned about the poor lighting in the lot rather than the parking fee. Once they arrived at the second-floor restaurant, Connie was excited to reunite with her childhood friends whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They spent a few hours catching up, but Connie soon noticed that her mother, Pearlie, was starting to look tired. When Connie asked if her mother wanted to head home, Pearlie said she had a lot to do that day, was okay with leaving early, and promised her friends she would be back soon. Connie, her mother, and her sister Elsie got up from the table to pay for their parking. They went to the payment terminal, which was located on the first floor, a floor above the underground parking lot. As they waited in line for the terminal, Connie realized she had left the parking ticket in their car. She asked her sister and mother to stay in line while she went back down to retrieve the ticket. Elsie and Pully waited for 10 more minutes, but Connie still hadn't returned. Then her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second one was sent to voicemail. This was unusual, and Elsie and Pully immediately sensed that something was wrong. They quickly went to the parking lot, where they were shocked to find that Kenny's car was no longer there. They searched the parking lot several times to make sure, and after confirming that the car was indeed gone, They realized that Kanye must have disappeared along with it. Pully was certain that something had happened to her daughter, as Kanye would never leave without saying anything. Although the parking lot was poorly lit, it had surveillance cameras that might provide some clues about what had happened. The mall security initially refused to show Kanye's relatives the footage, but relented after her mother begged for their help. At midnight, Prilly and Elsie sat in front of a monitor and watched the shocking footage, which confirmed their worst fears. The footage revealed Kenny's car speeding out of the underground parking lot, crashing through the barrier. Although the footage quality was poor, it was evident that a man was driving with Kenny in the passenger seat. Her body was positioned as if she was trying to distance herself from the driver, leaning against the door. Upon seeing the footage, Prilly immediately filed the disappearance and kidnapping report at a police station. The police launched an investigation, while Kanye's family and friends drove around Kuala Lumpur, desperately searching for her purple proton tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Kanye's husband, began to feel a sense of unease. He tried calling his wife multiple times, but she didn't answer. He then contacted her mother, who informed him about the events that had transpired. The news of Kanye's disappearance left Brandon in shock. Prilly could hear him sobbing over the phone. As dawn broke, Kanye's friends and family reluctantly returned home, their search efforts having yielded no results. The police disseminated information about the disappearance and conducted their own search, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any breakthroughs. Even the footage from the mall's parking lot, where Kanye was kidnapped, failed to provide any leads on identifying the driver of the car. More than 72 hours have passed since Kanye's loved ones last saw her. Authorities believe that if she was kidnapped, it wasn't for ransom. If money was the motive, the kidnapper would have demanded it by now. A disturbing find was made by police when they discovered Kanye's car left empty on a city street. The front right tire was severely damaged, indicating it had been driven on while flat for some time, causing it to shred. In the back of the car, a large red stain was found on the passenger seat. Forensic experts collected evidence, including scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other parts of the car. There were many clues found in the vehicle. Connie's family and friends held on to hope and prayed for her safe return. However, their hopes were crushed the next day after her car was found. On June 17th, a road worker detected a strong, foul smell coming from a manhole near the highway. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a body that someone had attempted to burn using 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police immediately arrived at the scene. They found 2 car tires filled with concrete which had been used as stands for road signs lying on top of the body. It appeared that whoever had hidden the body trying to make it harder to identify. Although the discovery of the body seemed to confirm the family's worst fears, Kenny's mother, Prilly, refused to believe that her daughter was dead without official confirmation. "Until they confirm it, we will continue to hope that she will turn up alive," she said. The family went to the morgue, but the doctor said that they couldn't confirm the identity of the body yet. Connie's family members provided DNA samples for comparative analysis. Unfortunately, the results confirmed their worst nightmare. The body was indeed that of their daughter, Connie. Some sources claim that before the DNA test results, Connie's family identified the jewelry on the body. However, as a loving mother, Prilly held onto the hope that her daughter was still alive until the very end. The emotional torture she endured is unimaginable. The autopsy revealed that Kenny had 2 stab wounds to her abdomen, and a medical forensics expert found signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around her neck in multiple knots, and semen was found inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an incident raised questions about the work of police. An undercover policeman, Subramaniam Ravichandran, reported to his superiors that on the night of Connie's disappearance, he was on duty with his partner, patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycles. Both officers were dressed in civilian clothes. They noticed a car parked incorrectly, taking up half the road, and stopped to investigate if anyone was inside. Ravichandran approached the driver's door and saw a man behind the wheel with a woman in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window, and when the man lowered it partially, Ravichandran displayed his police ID and asked what they were doing. The driver replied they were just chatting and not doing anything illegal. Ravichandran then requested to see their IDs. As the driver handed over the documents, she in the passenger seat made unusual hand gestures, seemingly asking for help, but stopped whenever her assumed boyfriend looked at her. Noticing this, Ravichandran asked the driver to step out of the car. However, the driver responded aggressively, claiming Ravichandran was not a police officer but a thief. He then raised the window and reached for the ignition. Realizing the car might drive off, Ravichandran drew his pistol and shot the right front wheel. Despite this, the car sped away. Ravichandran and his partner pursued on a motorcycle but were unable to catch up, which is puzzling given the car had a flat tire. At the time, the Malaysian Police Department was in a state of disarray, which might explain why the officer didn't call for backup or report the incident. The car with a flat tire was a purple Proton Tiara, driven by 27-year-old Ahmad Najib bin Aris, accompanied by a woman named Connie Alm. Although the police chase did not result in an immediate arrest, the officers managed to obtain documents from the driver. Tragically, Connie Alm was later found dead. It is possible that if the officer had acted differently during the encounter, the outcome might have been different. Unfortunately, Ravichandran only informed his superiors about the incident after Connie's body was discovered. The only positive outcome of that night was that the police had obtained documents that could help identify the suspect. Besides Kenny's family, many Malaysians attended her farewell ceremony. Her death was a devastating loss for her husband, Brandon. Meanwhile, the police launched a search for Ahmad Najib. They discovered that he didn't live at the address listed in his documents, but his name was genuine, providing multiple leads to track him down. The police searched for Ahmad Najib's name in the Registry of Documented Marriages and the National Agency of Social Support. They found a match, revealing that Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 siblings and had dropped out of school to work and support his family. In 1998, he moved from Muar to Kuala Lumpur, where he got married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he had worked as a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. Knowing the name of Ahmad Najib's wife and her workplace, the police began surveillance. She worked at a metropolitan bank, and after her shift ended, undercover police officers followed her to determine her home address. Now that they knew where Ahmad Najib lived, the police had to ensure he was inside the house without alerting him. For 3 days, they monitored the house, but Ahmad Najib didn't appear. At one point, investigators doubted whether Ahmad Najib still lived with his family, but this was a hasty conclusion. On the 4th day of surveillance, at around 4 a.m., a cab pulled up to the house and Ahmad Najib stepped out. Within a minute, he was handcuffed and taken to the police station for questioning. News of the arrest and the suspect's identity quickly reached the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib were shocked to learn that he was suspected of kidnapping and killing Connie Om. Those who knew him described Ahmad Najib as a devoted husband, a caring father of 2, and an overall good person. However, investigators soon discovered that he may have been hiding a darker side. During the initial interrogation, Ahmad Najib remained calm and requested to speak only with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. It wasn't until he was presented with evidence linking him to Connie Ong that Ahmad Najib began to deny any wrongdoing. His confidence seemed to wane as the evidence mounted. Investigators showed him 2 IDs that he had given to an officer on the night of Connie Ong's kidnapping. They also revealed that they had found bloodstains on his jacket and jeans, which DNA analysis would likely confirm to be Connie Ong's blood. After realizing the officers had solid evidence and were not bluffing, Ahmad Najib confessed to kidnapping and killing Connie Om. Within 10 days of the kidnapping, on June 23, 2003, he was taken to court, where he repeated his confession. The police then conducted an investigative experiment where Ahmad Najib showed them all the locations he had been with Connie Om. He provided a detailed account of how he forced her to be intimate with him multiple times, how he took her life, and how he attempted to dispose of her body. Evidence supporting his statements was found at all the locations he led the police to. The investigation began at the underground parking lot, where cameras captured footage of Ahmad Najib. According to his statement, he was waiting for his former boss, who had fired him and whom he sought revenge against. However, the claim about the former boss was never verified. Hiding in the darkness, he observed Connie Ong searching for something in her car and seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He forcefully pushed her into the car, issuing threats that if she attempted to escape or seek help, she would face dire consequences. Overwhelmed, Connie Ong became disoriented and obediently followed his instructions. Next, he took the driver's seat and sped out of the parking lot. After crashing through a barrier, he stopped in an industrial area where he began to harass Connie Om. Just as this was happening, a plainclothes police officer approached the car. Ahmad Najib falsely told the officer that he didn't know he had taken the wrong person until the officer asked him and his victim for their identification. Even assuming Ahmad Najib had intended to kidnap his former boss, his guilt remains unchanged. Undoubtedly, his former boss would have suffered the same fate as Connie Om. According to Ahmad Najib's account, he managed to evade the pursuing officer. Despite the officer possessing his documents, Ahmad Najib failed to consider releasing Connie Om. Instead, he stopped the car on the street to replace a tire damaged by a bullet. A car containing a woman was parked at the spot where he had pulled over. He approached she and asked for a car jack, intending to change his tire. However, he noticed Kenyang signaling to she, who then handed him the jack. He abandoned the idea of changing the tire and drove off immediately. Later, he stopped at a secluded area and used a knife to threaten Kenyang, forcing her to engage in intimate acts with him. Afterwards, he drove to another district where he coerced Connie Ong into satisfying him again, with both of them in the back seat. Connie Ong pleaded for mercy, but he took her life instead. He then disposed of her body in a manhole near a highway, moved the car to another location, and left it there. 16 hours later, he returned to the scene with a gasoline canister in an attempt to conceal evidence of the crime. DNA analysis confirmed that the semen found in Connie Ong's body belonged to Ahmad Najib Ben Aris. His DNA was also discovered in the car, along with his fingerprints, providing further irrefutable proof of his guilt. Additionally, the analysis revealed that the blood on his jacket and jeans belonged to Connie Ong. The trial began on September 15, 2003, 3 months after Connie Ong's death. This high-profile case drew widespread attention from the Malaysian media and public. The trial attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also individuals seeking to boost their reputation, including numerous attorneys representing Ahmad Najib. Despite admitting guilt during the investigation, overwhelming evidence, including DNA proof, Ahmad Najib changed his stance after consulting 6 attorneys. At his first trial, he claimed his confession was made under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Ahmad Najib confessed immediately after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse and Ahmad Najib appeared calm and relaxed. The attorneys then shifted their strategy, arguing that Connie Om was in the car with Ahmad Najib voluntarily. They suggested that Connie Om, a black belt in Taekwondo, should have attempted to escape if she were being held against her will. However, this attempt to blame Connie Ong was rejected, as people respond differently to critical situations. However, another claim surfaced, stating that Connie Ong had consensual intimacy with Ahmad Najib and that Connie Ong's death was caused by strangulation used to heighten the experience. Forensic experts disagreed with and rejected this account of what happened. The cloth around Connie's neck was tied in multiple knots, suggesting that Connie Ong had no intention of loosening it. Indeed, the cloth was so tight that the skin beneath was the only area on the body not affected by the fire. Furthermore, the cloth was a type used for cleaning plane windows, and given the defendant's job as a cabin cleaner, this linked him more closely to the crime. Additionally, the lawyers struggled to explain the stabbed wounds on Connie's body. At this point, Ahmad Najib's attorneys advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many questioned why Connie didn't escape the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib bin Aris was convicted of all charges connected to the crime committed against Connie Ong. The evidence pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. Ahmad Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years imprisonment and 10 strokes of the cane for violating Connie Ong's sexual integrity, plus the death penalty for causing her death. In Malaysia, the death penalty is carried out by hanging, a method that differs significantly from the lethal injection used in some other countries such as the USA. Ahmad Najib's lawyers attempted to appeal the sentence twice but were unsuccessful both times. In 2010, Ahmad Najib petitioned the head of state to commute his death sentence to life imprisonment, maintaining his innocence. However, his plea for clemency was rejected. More than 13 years after Kanyang's death, on September 23, 2016, Ahmad Najib's sentence was carried out. He was 40 years old at the time of his execution. April 25, 2011 is made to 999, reporting that a house is on fire in Georgia Drive, in Nottingham, England. 2 young boys have fled the house with the family dog as the fire rips through the building. Emergency services quickly arrive on scene and try to put out the blaze. As the fire ravages the house and the quiet suburban streets, word begins to spread that a woman has been found dead inside. One neighbor remarks, "You see things like that on the TV, but when you know the person, you just can't believe it." At about 7:30 that morning, fire investigation dog handler David Cross was paged with the control room saying he needed to attend the nearest police station at around 9 o'clock for a briefing before the fire investigation team went down to the scene, with them arriving at the house at around 11 a.m. The police cordoned off a large area around the estate, but there was substantial interest from the press. Journalist Rebecca Sherdley said that the first the media had heard of the incident was that there had been a fire on Georgia Drive. Many neighbors had come outside and reporters learned from speaking to them that the 2 young boys had managed to escape, but the lady inside had died. From the outside, there was severe smoke damage to the windows. The source of the fire was quickly found. It appeared to be around a body that was lying on the bedroom floor. The task of investigators was to try and work out exactly what had happened. The older of the 2 children who lived at the house, who was just 14 years old, told the detective as a horrifying and disturbing story. He explained that he had woken up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. After exiting his bedroom, he had come face to face with a man in a mask, who proceeded to throw a hammer at him before fleeing. He then said that he went into his mother's bedroom that was on fire, where he found that she had been attacked. In a state of panic, he grabbed his little brother before running out of the burning building. As the flames spread through the family home, the children went next door to raise the alarm. He then ran back inside to rescue the pet dog, but he was unable to get to his mother, and she was still inside as the house continued to burn. The badly burned body was recovered and then taken away for a postmortem. Due to the fire, the body had to be identified using dental records. The victim was discovered to be 47-year-old mother of 2, Jacqueline Bartlam, known to most as Jackie. After she had been identified, the next task was to determine how she had died. It quickly became clear to the police that the fire was not an accident. It had been started deliberately to cover up the fact that she had died of blunt force trauma caused by multiple blows to the head. Jackie's partner Simon Matters had heard on the news that there had been a fire at a house on Georgia Drive. Upon hearing about the fire, he sent a text message to Jackie's sister, who confirmed that Jackie was missing and that the remains of her body had been found in the fire. He raced back, not knowing the details about what had happened. As the news began to spread about what had happened that night, people began to hear more about the victim of this disturbing attack. Jackie Bartland was a doting mother of 2 young boys. In 1996, she had given birth to her first son with her partner Adrian, and the pair got married 3 years after. They would later have a second son together. They had a stable and comfortable life. They lived in a nice detached house in a middle-class area, and the children attended the local private school. But the happiness was not to last, however, as Jackie and Adrian's marriage would eventually end in divorce. Following the split, she had moved with her sons to another part of Nottingham. In May 2008, Jackie met Simon Matters on a night out. He didn't go out with the intention of meeting somebody, but he was soon smitten with her. Her loving and caring nature stood out to Simon, and he noted how she showed a genuine interest in people. The pair later became an item. By all accounts, Jackie was a loving woman who didn't have enemies. Nobody could understand why anyone would want to kill her in such a brutal way. Just 2 days after the terrifying house fire, the police announced that they had made an arrest. The full picture of what had happened wouldn't come to light until a name suppression order was lifted, allowing the press to name the alleged killer and give details on what had happened. This had been a meticulously planned and orchestrated murder. It wasn't a stranger who had broken in and savagely killed a woman at random. The killer was a child, Jackie's 14-year-old son, Daniel Bartlam. Daniel was born on the 11th of November 1996, with his little brother being born several years later. When he was just 8 years old, Daniel became obsessed with fictional gore and violence. As he began to retreat further and further into his dark world, he became more reclusive and isolated. He would spend the majority of his time in his bedroom feeding into his obsessions. He would watch his collection of horror films, with movies like Saw and Nightmare on Elm Street being frequently rewatched, as well as playing video games. Just 12 months after becoming obsessed with gore and violence, his life would be turned upside down. His parents' marriage fell apart and the couple would later divorce. Daniel and his brother would go to live with Jackie. Jackie went out of her way to try and minimize the disruption and continued to pay for his private schooling for around 6 months until it was no longer affordable. The divorce, as with many separating couples, had huge financial implications for the family. Due to the financial strain, she had to remove Daniel from his private school and instead sent him to the local comprehensive. Forensic psychologist Professor Kevin Brown said that as he had been removed from his private school and sent to a state school, he could have experienced bullying and feelings of ostracization from his classmates, as well as feeling a loss of status. It was also around this time of him changing schools that Simon and Jackie began to discuss moving in together, with them both selling their houses and buying one as a couple. But although they found several houses that they liked, they weren't able to find one that Daniel approved of. It was then too that Daniel's behavior began to change even more, becoming defiant and playing up. Daniel didn't chip in around the house and didn't do chores, with Simon describing him as selfish. Alone and frustrated with things happening that were outside of his control, Daniel began to isolate himself more and shut himself off from the world. Daniel also started to become more angry with the lack of attention he was receiving. His mother now had a new partner, and things were happening in his life that he couldn't control, all of which was feeding into his rage. He spent most of his time up in his bedroom and nobody knew what he was doing up there. From around the age of 12, he was mending laptops for people, and that's what they assumed he was doing alone upstairs. He also made several YouTube videos. One person who became concerned with Daniel's increasingly odd behavior was Simon. He was concerned that Daniel was too young to be consuming such explicit and adult material at his age. Whenever Jackie attempted to discipline her son, he would often become violent in an attempt to regain control. On more than one occasion, Simon had to intervene to protect Jackie from her young son. Simon described one occasion where Daniel had started shouting at Jackie. He got so close to her face that Simon had to put himself between the two. Daniel proceeded to run upstairs, and for the next 2 minutes he would kick the banisters, hit the wall and swear and shout before going into his room and slamming the door shut. Jackie was so shaken and scared by her son's outburst. In 2010, he was reported missing from home by his mother. Frantic with worry, she contacted the police, sparking a huge search to try and find him. He was eventually found at 1 a.m. by officers as he was walking back to the old home his family had shared before the divorce. The police took him back to his mother's house, where she was again back at square one. Jackie continued to bear the brunt of his increasingly worrying behavior. She found a smaller and more affordable house in the Arnold region of Nottingham. In preparation for the move, Simon helped Daniel pack up his old bedroom. He found plastic toy boxes that were full of urine and feces that had clearly been there for some time. He also found dirty towels that Daniel had used to clean himself that he had then hidden under the bed. Simon was horrified and became even more concerned for Daniel. He soon made another disturbing discovery. Hidden in a laptop bag were a load of Jackie's underwear that she had been looking for. Forensic psychologist Professor Kevin Brown has argued that this was not due to a sexual motive, but rather an attempt to gain attention. Daniel's strange behavior was also noted at school. Following an outburst of violence, in May 2010, he was referred to the school counselor. After this, concerns would continue to mount. In his counseling sessions, he would speak about hearing voices and how the voices were telling him to hurt people. He discussed visions he was having of killing people, and also spoke about how his school tie that he had called Fred had a life of its own and was trying to strangle him. He would also spend hours writing stories with Simon, saying some of them focused on children killing each other. He would draw pictures of people stabbing each other, with this taking place around a year and a half before the murder of Jackie. He had gone from consuming violent media to creating and producing it himself. As he moved into his early teens, he continued to feed into his fixation with violence in film. It was also around this time that he began to watch soap operas. Emmerdale and Coronation Street became ones he especially enjoyed, with one character in particular becoming an obsession for Daniel. The character of John Stape was a regular on Coronation Street, who started in 2007. He quickly became the villain of the show, involved in several major storylines, including kidnap and murder, before being killed off in 2011. One of these storylines involved him battering another character called Charlotte Hoyle with a hammer, before leaving her body in the wreckage of a tram crash to cover up his crime. Other stories that Daniel wrote involved him being the most famous soap opera star that had ever lived, and had been on a soap for 50 years, highlighting his desire for either fame or infamy. Bartlam immersed himself in his fantasy world to such an extent that the boundaries between real life and fiction would become disturbingly and tragically blurred. By March 2011, just 6 weeks before the murder of Jackie Bartlam, a mental health assessment was carried out at Thornywood Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services. Following the assessment, it said that Daniel demonstrated no mental illness, and he was judged as being little or no risk or threat to himself or others. By April 2011, the relationship between Jackie and Daniel had continued to break down and had now reached an all-time low. He was still obsessed with violent media, and much of his anger was fixated on and directed towards his mother. April 25, 2011, everything appeared normal in the Bartlam household. Simon had been texting Jackie on the Easter Sunday, and everything appeared to be fine, with her saying that Daniel had plans to go out with his grandparents. He took the pet dog Meg to get her coat trimmed, mowed his mother's lawn, and ate some Easter eggs. Daniel spent the previous evening rewatching one of the Saw films. In the early hours of the 25th, he would set his disturbing plan in motion. It has been reported that he left the house and headed into the garden, where he had hidden a can of petrol and a claw hammer in the shed. After walking back through the garden and into the house, he headed upstairs. After entering his mother's bedroom, he watched her as she slept for a while. He then proceeded to raise the hammer above his head, bringing it down with disturbing force. He struck his sleeping mother 7 times, fracturing both her skull and her face. After rolling her onto the floor, he used scraps of newspaper to surround her body. He then proceeded to douse her in petrol and then started a fire. He ran to his younger brother, waking him up to tell him that the house was ablaze, before running out of the burning building. As he waited on the street for the police to arrive, he began to tell the neighbors that a masked intruder had broken into their house and left through his mother's bedroom window. Even before the police got there, Daniel started lying to those around him. It wasn't long before officers started to question Daniel's version of events. When Simon initially saw the news reports, it just said that there had been a house fire in Nottingham. An hour later, it was confirmed that the fire had taken place on Georgia Drive, where Jackie had lived. Although it was yet to be confirmed exactly which house had been caught in the blaze, he said he knew it would be Jackie's, and he knew who would be responsible. Despite the best efforts of Daniel Bartlam to cover up his crime, forensics were able to find many pieces of evidence that pointed the finger solely in his direction. When the forensics team went into the home to search it, 2 hammers were found. One was a claw hammer, which following an examination was proven to be the murder weapon. The other hammer was a lump hammer that had been planted by Daniel to act as a red herring and throw the investigators off the scent. According to former Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton, who worked with the Metropolitan Police Force, the degree of planning that he had exhibited, from planning the murder to setting the fire, using a decoy weapon and adamantly sticking to his story, demonstrated a determination not usually seen in a 14-year-old boy who had committed such a serious offense. When examining his laptop, officers found even more disturbing evidence. Whilst he had deleted it from his computer days before the murder, officers were able to recover a story that Daniel had written. It was a fictional version of himself where he was the central character. In the story, Daniel was a master criminal who got away with a string of gruesome murders, rapes, and assaults. Also in the story, he bludgeoned his mother to death with a hammer before setting fire to the body in order to make it look like an intruder had done it. But as the events of the 25th of April unfolded in the early morning hours, it proved to be more than a fantasy. This was his plan. Like the version of himself in his story, Daniel pretended to police that the attack had been carried out by an intruder. He wrote, "The only place he couldn't get away with his bad deeds was with his mother Jackie. So, one evening, made it look as though there was a break-in, and murdered his mother with a hammer, then set her and the family home alight." After his denial and vehemently sticking to his story, Daniel admitted to killing his mother and proceeded to tell the police an entirely different version of events. On the day of the murder, he said he had argued with his mother, and she had then gone off to bed. He said that at around 1 a.m. he had stormed into her bedroom, and they had a blazing row about a pair of trainers that he couldn't find. He said he then returned with a hammer and beat her to death. But the idea that this had been a spur-of-the-moment attack didn't match with what officers had found. His script showed this was not a murder that had come from a fit of rage. This was a planned and thought-out murder that had been meticulously plotted. When trying to ascertain exactly why Daniel had committed the offense, neuroscientist Professor Francesca Hape spoke in a documentary about Daniel's case and noted that people with psychopathic tendencies don't have a break in their behavior that other people would. For example, seeing someone in distress would cause people to stop, and whilst this isn't a motivation to do harm, people with psychopathy don't stop from doing harm. She said that Daniel's case is completely mysterious and seemingly without any motive. She also noted that children and their brains are still developing throughout childhood and adolescence, so determining if a child has psychopathy is incredibly difficult. But it is clear that adults who have many psychopathic traits typically show them when they are much younger. Forensic psychologist Professor Kevin Brown said that what made Daniel so different is in a crime as violent as his, one would expect to see a history of abuse and neglect, but this appeared to be absent in his case. The only thing that appeared to traumatize him was the divorce of his parents. On the 4th of October 2011, Daniel Bartlam entered a plea of not guilty. He claimed he had been provoked. Before his trial started, Daniel Bartland was examined by mental health experts for the prosecution and defense, and they agreed that he did not have any psychiatric or psychological condition. 23rd of January 2012. Daniel Bartlam's trial began, and it was now the job of the Crown Prosecution Service to prove that he had deliberately killed his mother. The case was unprecedented and caused significant media interest. Very few had ever followed a case of such brutality committed by someone so young against a family member. It was also unique due to the levels of planning that Daniel had shown leading up to the murder. Journalist Rebecca Sherdley, who was reporting on and covering the trial, said that when she saw Daniel in the dock, she was surprised at how young he'd looked. She said he didn't look 14 years old, he looked maybe 11 or 12. She also described him as sitting meekly in the dock, but when he was cross-examined after giving evidence, he became arrogant and gave as good as he got. He would put his head in his hands frequently, but not seemingly due to remorse or shame, as he was peeking through his hands to see who was watching him. Simon Matters, Jackie's partner, believed this was all for show. There were no tears. There was no remorse. It appeared that Daniel was completely disinterested and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Daniel's barrister had asked if he had planned on killing his mother. Daniel replied, "I didn't plan to kill her at that time." In court, the jury heard that Daniel had immersed himself in a fantasy world and the boundaries between his fictional and real life had become tragically blurred. He told the court, "In the story, I got away with it, and I thought I could get away with it in real life." The evidence was overwhelming, so the defense Daniel used was that he had committed the murder after suffering verbal and physical abuse at the hands of his mother. This gave him a defense in law of loss of control which, if proven, would reduce an allegation of murder to manslaughter. But this contradicted what many people knew of his mother. Jackie was known to be a kind-hearted and good-natured woman, and nobody had ever seen her mistreat her children or be abusive. His arrogance seemingly knew no bounds. Towards the end of the trial, He turned towards Simon and ran his finger across his neck, in a motion that indicated slitting someone's throat. Simon said he didn't find it intimidating. He said it was just Daniel being Daniel. After a 2-week trial, Daniel Bartland was unanimously found guilty of murder. When the jury came back with the verdict, Daniel hung his head and looked down towards the floor, appearing as if he was about to cry. Some have speculated that this wasn't due to remorse, but more likely a realization that his life was effectively over. The judge, Mr. Justice Julian Flo, said, "I am quite satisfied that there was no physical or verbal abuse by your mother, such as you alleged in your evidence at trial." The judge also added that it was a grotesque and senseless killing. On the 2nd of April, 2012, Daniel Bartland was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He is eligible for release in 2028, but this will not happen if it is deemed that he is still a danger to others. Upon being unanimously convicted and sentenced, Mr. Justice Julian, one person who knows why it happened, and Daniel has lied consistently throughout, making attempts to besmirch Jacqueline's character. Everyone who knew her knew she lived for her children and was a warm and loving mother. Maybe one day Daniel will tell the truth, as there are several gaps that only he can fill. In a statement released on behalf of the family, Jackie Bartlam's parents said that Daniel's attempts to depict her as a bad mother couldn't be further from the truth. She was, they said, a wonderful, loving, and caring woman who would always be there to help if anyone was in trouble. The statement said that the family was still struggling to come to terms with what Daniel had done. We find it so hard to explain what we're going through. There are no winners here because not only have we lost Jackie, but we have lost Daniel too because of what he's done. We know it was the right result at court, but trying to understand how a boy you have loved for 14 years can do something like this is so difficult. The most difficult part for us, and something that only Daniel can answer, is why. Simon has said that although he doesn't hate Daniel, he doesn't love him either, saying he has no feelings towards him at all. I believe in forgiveness, but there's some things you can forgive and some things you can't. It was reported recently that Simon had received a letter from the Ministry of Justice telling him that Daniel Bartland was to have his sentence reviewed as he had moved to an adult prison. The letter read, Simon said he was horrified by the decision. I don't believe that he can be rehabilitated with what he did and the horrific nature of it, and the way he was so manipulative. My only fear is that he will have manipulated the parole board and pretended he's better. That's my only fear. I don't fear him. The facts of exactly what happened that night may never be fully known, as there is only one person alive who knows the truth, and that is Daniel Bartlam. What we do know is that those who knew and loved Jackie are determined that she will be remembered as a loving mother and partner who cared deeply for people, and not by the tragic and appalling way that her life was taken. Case of Michelle Missy. In the quiet suburbs of Southern California, the disappearance and tragic death of Michelle Yvette Missy Avila deeply shook a close-knit community. Her story is one of friendship, betrayal, and a devastating loss that left an indelible mark on those who knew her. The vanishing of Missy Avila caused shockwaves in the community, as friends, family, and law enforcement mobilized in a desperate search to find her. The quest to uncover the truth behind her disappearance would reveal a disturbing tale of betrayal among those she trusted. Missy was known for her bright smile and caring nature, a young woman with dreams of a promising future. As the details surrounding her disappearance emerged, the heartbreaking story of friendships turned sinister captivated the nation's attention. This is the story of Michelle Yvette Missy Avila, her whose life was tragically cut short. Missy was born on February 8, 1968 and grew up in our later Los Angeles. She lived with her mother and 3 brothers and attended San Fernando High School with her 2 best friends, Karen Severson and Laura Doyle. Missy and Karen had been best friends since they were 8 years old, but the girls started to drift apart once they entered high school. Missy was very beautiful and had very long hair, which she loved, and she was quite popular and well-liked by most of her peers. Karen and Laura began to feel envious of the attention Missy received from others, especially from boys. During Missy's sophomore year of high school, a rumor began to spread that claimed Missy had been engaging in sexual relationships with several boys, all of whom had girlfriends. This rumor prompted a group of girls to confront Missy outside of school and assault her severely. As soon as Missy got home, her parents pressed charges against the ringleader of the attack, Sonia Bond. Missy was expected to appear in court on October 8, 1985 to testify against Sonia, but she would sadly never get that opportunity. Earlier in September, Missy had a falling out with both Karen and Laura due to the same rumor that had been spread a year earlier, in which Missy was accused of having sexual relationships with her friends' boyfriends. This time, the two girls involved were her best friends, Karen and Laura. Missy began dating a boy named Randy earlier in their junior year, but their relationship only lasted around a month before Missy broke things off, as she couldn't stand his constant partying. Not long after, Karen and Randy started dating and moved in together. However, Randy still had feelings for Missy, and Karen saw him flirting with her. Missy turned Randy down and told him she wasn't interested in rekindling their relationship. Missy also tried to be a good friend by telling Karen she should consider ending the relationship with Randy and try to find a better boyfriend. This angered Karen, and she and Laura spread rumors again and decided to confront Missy at one of the parks in their neighborhood. Missy tried pleading with them, telling them she would never betray either of them like that, and that these were the same rumors that were spread the year prior. Eyewitnesses claimed that Karen was seen shouting at Missy, threatening her with a broken beer bottle, pushing her to the ground, and slapping her before she and Laura stormed off. This incident occurred 10 days before Missy's murder. Not long after that incident, Laura expressed regret and contacted Missy, and the two of them decided to put everything behind them and continue with their friendship. However, Karen was still avoiding Missy until October 1st, when she contacted Missy and sincerely apologized to her about everything that had escalated between them. This meant a lot to Missy, as she had started to miss her friends, and the trio made plans to hang out at Stonehurst Park later that same day. On October 1st, 1985, Missy told her mom that she made plans to hang out with her friends and her mom gave her permission to go, but she had to be back home by 6 p.m. Missy went outside and waited for Laura to pick her up. After Laura picked her up, the girls drove around for a while before making their way to Stonehurst Park, where they parked the car and waited for Karen to show up. A few minutes passed and Karen pulled into the parking lot with their other friend, Eva, in the passenger seat. That's when things took a turn for the worse for Missy. When Karen entered the parking lot, she parked extremely close to Laura's car, rolled down her window and began yelling at Laura. Laura also rolled down her window and started yelling back at Karen. Missy and Eva just sat there, shocked, watching their friends shout abusive things at each other. Missy had no idea what they were arguing about. Suddenly, Karen backed up and sped out of the parking lot, and Laura followed her for 45 minutes. They drove recklessly north of the city and into the mountains, both girls driving with such extreme anger that Missy and Eva were begging the girls to calm down and pull the cars over. The girls drove right into a parking lot that led to a huge forest. Laura and Karen got out of their cars, confronted each other, and continued to fight. Missy got out of the car in an attempt to stop her friends from fighting. However, as soon as she left the car, Karen and Laura suddenly ceased their argument, turned their attention to Missy, and approached her aggressively. They got so close to Missy that she was unable to re-enter the car or move away from it. Karen then laughed at Missy and informed her that they were not actually fighting and had no animosity towards each other, but rather they were angry with Missy. They revealed that the entire situation was a ploy to lure Missy into the woods so that they could confront her and teach her a lesson. They then shouted at Missy and explained that they had spread the rumors because they knew for a fact that she had slept with their boyfriends and they were not going to let her get away with it. Missy tried pleading with them, telling them again that she would never do anything like that she never slept with anyone, but they wouldn't listen. When Missy started to shut down, the girls grabbed her and pushed her away from the car and towards a trail that led into the forest. Given that Missy was quite petite compared to the other girls, being only 4 feet 10 and 95 pounds, while Karen was 5 feet 2 and over 200 pounds, and Laura was 5 feet 6 and 135 pounds, Missy was unable to defend herself against the constant pushes by the two girls as they forced her to walk further down the trail. Eva was in the car during the entire altercation. She finally got out of the car and started walking behind the group. Eva was not involved in anything the girls did in the forest, and she didn't even know why she was brought along in the first place. When the group was out of view from the parking lot and deep into the forest, Laura stopped and faced Missy, who was crying helplessly and scared, and punched her right in the face. As soon as Laura started punching her, Karen joined in, and within seconds, Missy was on the ground, being beaten, punched, and stomped on. When they stopped, Laura pulled out a knife, grabbed Missy by the hair, and started cutting off chunks of her hair. They did this intentionally because they knew how much Missy loved her beautiful long hair. Karen wanted to join in on the hair cutting, but since she didn't have a knife, she just started pulling out chunks with her hands while Eva stood there watching it all happen. After they had finished that activity, they produced restraints, bound Missy's arms behind her back, and gagged her. Since there was a river around 10 feet away from their location, Laura walked into the stream, looked directly at Missy, began running her hands through the water, gave Missy a smirk, and started taunting her, asking her to come into the water with her. When Missy did not move, Karen seized her, forcefully stood her up and shoved her towards the river, causing her to fall down the hill. Since her arms were restrained behind her back, her face slammed down onto the ground, and she rolled up to the river. Laura and Karen then grabbed her and dragged her into the water. That's when Eva hastily ran back up the trail to the cars. Upon arriving at the cars, Eva realized that both vehicles were locked and too far to fetch assistance. She reluctantly started walking back down the trail until she heard a terrifying scream. She stopped, turned around, and swiftly ran back to the cars, where she lay on the ground in a fetal position and waited for approximately an hour for the girls to return. Eventually, she saw Laura and Karen, who were dripping wet and smiling and laughing. But Missy was not with them. Laura and Karen were holding Missy's body in the water that was 8 inches deep. The scream that Eva heard happened when Missy was briefly able to get her head above the water, but then Karen grabbed her head and pushed it back into the water. When the girls realized that Missy was near death, they released her, ran to a large log and dropped it on her head. The girls then left the forest, got into their cars with Eva, and went home. For hours later, Laura called Missy's mother, Irene Avila, claiming that she had dropped Missy off with 3 boys driving a blue Camaro after getting gas. Laura said she returned to the location, but Missy and the boys had already left. On October 4th, 1985, Missy's body was found face down in a stream in Big Two Hanger Canyon in Angeles National Forest, 3 days later by a group of hikers. Police found that she had been forcibly drowned in 8 inches of water and her waist-length hair had been cut off. A 4-foot log was found on top of her body and cigarettes. Beer and men's overalls were found near where her body was discovered. The girls told Missy's parents and the detectives that Missy had gone off with 2 men in a blue Camaro before she disappeared, which made the random items around the crime scene seem more plausible. This false claim sent the detectives on a fruitless investigation for the non-existent men for 3 years. Irene later said she had no reason to suspect Karen or Laura were involved in her daughter's death because both of them attended Missy's funeral and Laura sent the family a sympathy card with $20. Karen also moved in with Missy's family for a long time, outwardly showing support and trying to help catch the killers, all while closely monitoring the investigation and attempting to divert the investigators from her own involvement. Karen was intensely focused on the murder, frequently visiting Missy's grave, covering the walls of her room with pictures of Missy and newspaper articles about the crime, and repeatedly returning to the creek where Missy's body was discovered. At one point, she even told Irene that she had seen Missy's ghost. After 3 years, on July 26, 1988, Eva Chirumbolo, the other teenager who had taken the 45-minute drive into the mountains, finally came forward and told the police everything that had happened. She explained the rumors, the falling out, the anger, and the jealousy, as well as the details of the murder. Eva said she took so long to come forward because the other 2 girls had threatened to kill her if she ever revealed what she had seen. In March 1990, Karen and Laura were convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The jurors were not convinced that the murder was planned, and they rejected the first-degree murder charge. Karen Severson was released from prison on December 9, 2011, after serving 21.5 years, and Laura Doyle was released from prison in December 2012, after serving 22 years. Karen Severson attempted to profit from her crime by writing a memoir about the murder and her prison life, but the book did not do well. She also made a deal for a movie to be made about it, but Avila's family sued her in 2015, seeking to take the profits from the sales. As a result, the state of California passed Missy's law, requiring entities who are helping publish works made by criminals to contact the families of the victims about the said works. Missy's story has sparked conversations about the impact of bullying, the complexities of teenage relationships, and the importance of fostering a culture of empathy and kindness. Community initiatives and support networks have emerged to provide resources and support for those affected by similar experiences. As we remember Missy, we honor her memory by working to create a world where friendships are built on trust and compassion. Her legacy serves as a reminder that every individual deserves respect, kindness, and the opportunity to live a life free from harm. In the end, Michelle Yvette Missy Avila's legacy will be one of resilience and hope. May her memory inspire us all to stand up against bullying, support those affected by betrayal, and work towards a future where understanding and empathy prevail. In Wives Swap USA took to the screens. Originally starting in the UK a year prior, the format was a success, and the reality show soon traveled overseas to be picked up by ABC. The premise was simple. Two different households, usually with dramatically different lifestyles, swapped wives and her mothers or sometimes husbands and her fathers over. They would spend 1 week playing by the family's rules, and then the second week with the family playing by the rules of whoever had joined, before reuniting with their own families to discuss the experience. 4 years into the show airing in America in 2008, viewers around the world were introduced to the Stockdale family. ABC producers were searching for a bluegrass family band specifically, and one that held strong faith-based traditional values. ABC found what they were looking for with the Stockdale family. The Stockdales consisted of Mother Kathy, aged 44, Father Tim, aged 48, and their children, 19-year-old Calvin, Charles, who is 16, 15-year-old Jacob, and the youngest son James, who was 11 at the time. It's said that despite Kathy and Tim being initially reluctant to want to participate in the show, the 4 boys were eager for the experience, and eventually the family decided to take the ABC producers upon their offer. Kathy and Tim had moved from the big city to a secluded and rural area in a village called Beach City in Stark County, Ohio, to raise their 4 sons. They lived on a farm on Dolphin Street, southwest in Bethlehem Township. Tim worked a full-time job, leaving the house every day at 5:30 a.m., and Kathy stayed at the farm to homeschool the children. The Stockdales were a deeply religious family, and Kathy said they had moved up to the farm to develop wholesome family values, and she and Tim wanted to protect their sons and keep them sheltered. Each person participating in the swap has to leave a list of rules that acts almost as a manual and explains the family's dynamics. In this extensive write-up, Kathy explained that the children were banned from watching TV, playing video games, listening to music unless it was approved by Kathy and Tim, and they weren't allowed to date. "I have never been on a date," 16-year-old Jacob said on the show. "There's better ways to find out about girls than dating." The children were homeschooled so Kathy, in her own words, could control their character and education, away from any influences of other students or teachers. She said that they ate breakfast at the same time every day, but if her boys were not on time, she would give them 2 minutes to arrive and then charge them 25 cents for being late. In order to earn privileges in the house, the boys had to complete chores to get tokens, which would go onto a chart on the wall. They could then exchange the tokens for things like listening to a family-approved radio show. By all intents and purposes, the family lived a fairly secluded life, having each other for company. Kathy said, she said that although she was raising her boys in a much stricter environment than her parents had raised her in, she felt it was for the best, given how times had changed. And ultimately, as a family, they believed that spending time together without anything interfering was the most important thing. The band had elements of gospel and comedy as well, and they would often compete in regional competitions and perform at bluegrass gatherings. They were all undoubtedly very talented, and the family said they enjoyed any chance to play and make music together. Tim said it was a good way to teach the children about working together and for them to earn some money. Kathy would act as the band's manager, and together the band produced 4 albums. The Stockdales swapped with the Tonkovich family, who couldn't have been more different. Lori Tonkovich attempted to change things up by giving the brothers more freedom, but she was met with fierce resistance. Lori said, "When I switched the rules and I was going to let them have fun, let them have television and video games and experience life a little bit, Jacob ran outside crying, and when I went out after him, I asked him what was wrong, and he said that his mom and dad would tell him he would burn in hell." After the wife swap experience was over, by all accounts things seemed to carry on as normal for the Stockdale family. They continued to perform with the boys, often winning competitions for their music, and they carried on working on the family farm. Almost a decade later, however, Calvin and Charles had moved out of the house and area. They had also officially left the family band, although they did still play music with them in the home whenever they returned to visit. Calvin began working at Hillsdale College in Michigan, and Charles was studying to be a doctor in Philadelphia. 21-year-old James was studying business at university and was hoping to go into the business side of managing the family band. Kathy was still regularly uploading to her YouTube channel, which often showed the boys performing and getting up to various activities. Her last upload was on March 23, 2017, and showed her youngest son James in the snow, making jokes and kidding around. The remaining members of the Stockdale band, which were now Tim, Jacob, and James, and a family friend, Joe Steiner, were still finding a decent amount of success, and the band was completely booked up throughout the summer. The Stockdales attended a musical gathering with other family members and friends during the month of June, and one witness recalled that Jacob left early due to not feeling well. In mid-June, they performed at the Wildcat Ranch in Ohio. Nothing seemed amiss, and everything appeared as it normally was. At 4:36 p.m., police received a call. They could hear nothing, and whoever was on the end of the line swiftly hung up. Whoever made that call remains unclear. When authorities arrived at the location the call had come from, residents alerted them to gunshots that had been heard near the Stockdale family farm. Neighbors said they had heard between 10 and 12 shots, sometime between 1 and 3 p.m. As police approached the property, they saw the door was open and a figure was standing inside. They then heard a single gunshot. They found 25-year-old Jacob Stockdale on the floor with a gunshot wound to the head. He was bleeding profusely, but was still alive. Upstairs in the bathroom, they found 54-year-old Kathy. 21-year-old James was discovered near a door. Both of them were deceased, having died from gunshot wounds that had come from a 20-gauge shotgun, the same one found with Jacob. Jacob had taken the gun from the home, shot his mother and brother, then turned the gun on himself. Tim was out of the house at the time, as were Calvin and Charles. Calvin said, "James, our youngest brother, has always been a catalyst of family fun. He leaves behind many friends and a family that loved him dearly. My brother Jacob is still in critical condition, and we are praying for his physical recovery as our family makes funeral plans and begins the healing process." He also said that as a family they love him and forgive him. A grieving Tim said, "Kathy has been my beloved wife of 32 years and a wonderful mother to our 4 sons. She loved nothing more than being a mother and grandmother. She had a strong sense of learning and was passionate about her Christian faith, natural health, and organic farming." Jacob stayed in hospital for over a year, receiving numerous surgeries including reconstructive and extensive treatment for his severe brain injuries. He had lost all sight in his left eye and was living with at least 7 metal fragments permanently lodged in his head. In September 2018, after over a year of treatments and medical care, Jacob was charged with 2 counts of murder, and he entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. A grand jury decided not to apply the death penalty in his case. In January 2019, Jacob attended a short hearing with his defense attorney, and his attorney requested a psychological evaluation of his client. After this, Jacob was placed in Heartland Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, a secure state psychiatric facility, because he was deemed not mentally competent to stand trial. He was assessed several times, but due to the brain damage after attempting to take his own life, the results were often differing. He tried to escape from the hospital twice, first in November 2019 by hiding in between book stacks, and a month later when he was caught trying to blend in with people walking out of the institution. A doctor who had been asked to assess Jacob said, He was confident that after a year of treatment in Heartland Healthcare, he should be competent to stand trial. The trial was still proving tough to get started for various reasons. Delays due to the COVID-19 pandemic had pushed everything back, and Jacob's complete silence during the hearings meant it was even harder to move forward. Dr. Wood was sent in to assess Jacob. Due to hospital policies and COVID-19 restrictions, hearings and legal meetings were taking place over Zoom, but Dr. Wood was asked to go in person to talk to Jacob. Jacob was still not participating or answering questions, but after a long assessment, she eventually found him to have been clinically sane at the time of the murders. After this, the trial was finally able to move forward. It was originally set for the 26th of January, 2021, but because of the restrictions due to the pandemic, this prohibited Jacob's attorney from meeting with him in person at the mental health facility. The defense requested a delay on legal proceedings, citing inability to adequately prepare for the trial. Judge Frank Fortuna allowed this and pushed the trial back to May 4, 2021. During this time, professionals inside Heartland Healthcare believed that Jacob was fit to leave the hospital and be moved to jail. Jacob had been keeping on top of his medications and participating in group therapy sessions and activities and seemed to be making big improvements. His defense attorneys argued that these improvements, however, proved that he needed to stay inside the hospital to continue making these positive steps, and they were worried that if he left, it would cause more harm to him and set him back. As the May trial loomed, the defense could no longer go with the insanity plea originally put forward, so they ultimately went with a guilty plea, in the hopes it may result in a reduced sentence. A week before it was due to commence, now 27-year-old Jacob Stockdale appeared before Judge Frank Forcione, who had been presiding since the start. He entered a plea of guilty to the murders of his mother Kathy and his younger brother James. The two firearm specifications were dismissed. The judge now had the task of sentencing him. At the sentencing hearing, Jacob's family declined to speak personally, but they gave a prepared statement to the chief prosecutor. Our family grieves the loss of Catherine Barbara Stockdale and James William Stockdale. Kathy was a loving mother, grandmother, daughter, sister, aunt, mentor, and friend to many. James was a loving son, brother, nephew, uncle, cousin, and friend to many. Kathy put all her efforts into homeschooling all four sons through their graduation from high school. Losing her encouraging words and comforting hugs has been devastating. James was a college student and dedicated musician, bringing smiles to all. While Jacob has no recollection of the events of that day, he trusts the legal system to do the right thing. It's beyond our understanding why this act was committed. One of the Stockdale brothers added, "We love you and forgive you for the role that you had in their deaths. To the degree that we are capable of knowing the hearts of Mom and James, we are convinced that they also forgive you for taking their lives." The letter went on to say that the family was so grateful to the first responders who had helped save Jacob's life that afternoon. The Stockdales requested that the judge be lenient and give Jacob the lightest sentence possible. His father Tim, who had been at every single hearing, said, "My sons and I continue to love Jacob." The judge sentenced Jacob to 15 years for each murder to run consecutively. He said, "I have to protect the public, and the nature of these charges are so gruesome. You will serve the next 30 years to life in prison." It is unconfirmed as to whether or not there is a parole eligibility date for Jacob, but if he serves out his full sentence, he will be almost 60 when it comes time for release. Although the reasons behind everything that happened that day remains unconfirmed, many people, along with Lori Tonkovich, who switched with Kathy on WiveSwap, believes that the strictness and pressures of the Stockdale household pushed Jacob to the extreme. That being said, what happened inside the Stockdale family home that day will never be fully known. The small glimpse we got into the Stockdales' home life isn't enough to paint a complete picture of the family and their dynamic. There is a lot of speculation and rumors about why this came to be, how it happened and what prompted it, but whatever happened and why, it is still a devastating ordeal for everyone involved in this case. Case of Ricky Neve. After 28 years, DNA from the clothes worn by 6-year-old Ricky Neve on the day of his tragic death matched with James Watson, who was a teenager at the time and had managed to evade justice for so long. Despite his mother's harsh way of raising her children, she seemed burdened with remorse and guilt for her actions, driving her to seek justice for her son's murder. Ricky's sisters were also determined to unravel the mystery and bring the killer to justice. But what truly happened in the household where Ricky and his sisters were raised, and what events occurred on the day of Ricky's murder, allowing the perpetrator to escape the law's grasp for so long? Ricky Lee Harvey, also known as Ricky Neve, was born on March 4, 1988, in the city of Peterborough, located in the county of Cambridgeshire in England, to Trevor Harvey and Ruth and Greg. Ruth's life had been marked by turmoil from an early age, with her being placed in foster care at the mere age of 2. Her younger brother, who was born blind at the tender age of 1, had already been placed in foster care. She endured a challenging journey through various foster homes before returning to her parents' care, forever changed by the abuse and insults she suffered while she was under foster care. Her empathy and affection dwindled with time, which was an observation made and reported by her mother to the authorities, a struggle that the mother had been dealing with too for quite some time. Tragedy struck again when Ruth's parents took their own lives as a suicide pact later on, leaving her to face the world alone once again. At 16, she met Trevor Harvey, settled in Cambridgeshire, and gave birth to their first child, Rebecca Maria Harvey, in 1986. They had their second child, Ricky, 2 years later. Their happiness was short-lived, as Trevor and Ruth separated when Ricky was only 3, but Ruth met Dean Neve not long after. They married and welcomed their first daughter into the world, and named her Rochelle Neve. The family later moved into the Wellender estate in Peterborough in 1992. Ruth decided to change Ricky's surname to match her new husband's, and he was now known as Ricky Neve. Sometime later, they welcomed another daughter and named her Sheridan Neve. They lived in Red Mile Walk, which was a part of the Welland estate that was well known for its association with crime and drug use. Unfortunately, the family's new home was riddled with challenges as Dean Neve was a notorious drug dealer, and Ruth had succumbed to addiction. She would even spend a lot on drugs to a point of neglecting her children's basic needs. Ricky and his sisters often wandered the estate without proper care, food, or clothing, drawing concern from neighbors who bravely reported the situation to social services. Ricky was the one who took care of his siblings when they were starved, as he would nick something from the shops and bring it to feed his siblings. He loved being clean, so he also made sure they were clean by running a bath for them. Dean was rarely at home, and Ruth often blamed Ricky for this, claiming that he was always away, since he hated his stepson. This made her start hating Ricky, as she would write to Dean during his prison stints how she had hurt him by punching him and burning him with matches, and how she even wanted to kill him. She hated him more as she claimed that he would always laugh at her. The neighbors, often seeing the children outside, had no idea what really happened in that house. Ruth tormented and degraded the innocent children, frequently burning them with cigarettes and hurling insults at them. At one point, she even wrote "idiot" on their foreheads and forbade them from removing it. She would force them to stand for long periods of time while she smacked them on the head. She sent them to buy her drugs even after starving them. An allegation surfaced that she had been seen dangling Ricky by his ankles over a bridge. On one occasion, she forced Ricky to swallow liquid soap, and as he struggled to breathe, he managed to say, "I love you, Mommy." She would strangle the daughters to unconsciousness and even beat them with a hairbrush to the point of breaking it. They were even locked naked in rooms full of urine. The children tried to get the attention of their neighbors, which was often in vain as their cries were not heard by them. Ricky was placed on the at-risk register. After Ruth warned the child services repeatedly that she would kill him, he was taken into short-term care to give the mother some time. However, his files were mismanaged. Ruth, despite the clear evidence of the burns, cuts, and bruises on the children, would get away with it through her false explanations and excuses of accidents, and even blaming Ricky for being clumsy on his part. After 28 years, DNA from the clothes worn by 6-year-old Ricky Neve on the day he died tragically matched that of James Watson, the teenage killer who had managed to evade justice for a long time. Despite her cruelty in raising her children, Ricky's mother seemed burdened with remorse and guilt for her unforgiving actions, which drove her to seek her son's killer. Ricky's sisters were also determined to unravel the puzzling mystery and bring the killer to justice. But what really happened in the household, where Ricky and his sisters were raised, and what occurred on the day of Ricky's murder, allowing the perpetrator to escape the law's grasp for so long. On January of 1995, Ruth was suspected of murdering her own son during that very month. She faced charges of cruelty and neglect under the Children's Act and appeared at Peterborough Magistrates' Court, accused of cruelty towards Ricky and one of her other children. In May of 1995, Ruth was charged with the murder of her son and offenses of cruelty to him and two of his sisters. Her trial began the following year in October 1996 at the Northampton Crown Court. Prosecutors told the jury that Ricky and his siblings were treated with cruelty and neglect, backed by witness statements. The prosecution concluded that Ricky was killed in a sacrifice by his mother, based on her numerous death threats to him. Ruth admitted to charges of neglect and cruelty, but denied any involvement in her son's murder. The case hinged on the testimony of a policeman who stated that he had not found the child's body during his search of the woods, where Ricky was eventually discovered on the night of his disappearance. The prosecution claimed the officer might have missed it in the dark. The jurors acquitted Ruth, convinced that she couldn't have moved Ricky's body since the police were with her at the said time. However, she was sentenced to 7 years in jail for the cruelty towards Ricky and his sisters, charges to which she had already confessed. Ruth was released in 2000, but the killer remained a mystery. In 2008, she met Gary Rogers, who married her. By then, Ricky's murder had become a cold case, and the police had given up. Rogers promised Ruth that he would give her all the support she needed to reopen the case and try to find the killer. In 2013, with the help of Cambridgeshire Times editor John Elworthy, they worked tirelessly to campaign for the reopening of the case and eventually succeeded. Rogers secured the original files from Ruth's former solicitor, a collection of 13 boxes with 8 to 12 ring binders filled with papers, and diligently read through each one. They met Paul Fullwood, the head of the local major crime unit at the time, who listened to the evidence they had and saw the reviews that the police had done beforehand. He thought the original hypothesis of Ruth being the killer was fanciful at best, and the more he looked at it, the more he became convinced that they needed to investigate further. Mr. Fullwood organized a cold case investigation with a new team made up of staff not involved in the original investigation. With fresh perspective, determination, and what they deemed as a stroke of luck, new evidence that would help solve the crime was found in the forensic archives. The crucial evidence was a piece of sellotape used to collect fibers from Ricky's clothes. Advancements in DNA technology in recent years have played a crucial role in solving cold cases, bringing justice for victims whose killers were thought to have gotten away, and providing closure to family and friends. An unidentified DNA was found on Ricky's clothes, and forensic tests matched it to none other than James Watson. At the time of Ricky's death, Watson was only 13 and lived at Woodgate's Children's Home in Cambridgeshire, 20 miles away from Peterborough. He had moved there from foster care in March of 1994. On November 25, 1994, 3 days before Ricky's murder, Watson had asked his mother about a young child found dead in the woods. His mother, having no clue what he was talking about, brushed off the conversation, assuring him that nobody had heard of such a thing happening. Little did she know that he would be the one behind such an atrocity just 3 days later. Watson was questioned by the police after several witnesses claimed to have seen them together on that fateful day, but he vehemently denied it, stating he was nowhere near Ricky and that he only caught a glimpse of him. The mother also said nothing about the conversation they had, just some days prior about the made-up scenario of the young child in the woods, that would materialize in less than a week with an almost similar description to what had actually happened. Police did not further challenge him, perhaps due to ignorance or their preference for the idea of Ruth being the killer and not some disturbed teenager. They probably didn't know he was disturbed until later. Watson was of course searched for and arrested in April 2016 in connection with Ricky's murder. By then, he was already a serial offender with a criminal record that included stealing cars and an arson attack at a British transport police station back in 2008. Questioned by the new investigation team about his DNA ending up on Ricky's clothes, Watson changed the story he had initially given to the police. He now said that he might have lifted Ricky to help him see over a fence. This statement started getting him into further trouble. The police tested his claim and found footage from 1994 showing the estate being redeveloped. They discovered that the fence was not built when Ricky Neve was still there, as it was constructed after he was already murdered. The investigators were therefore able to prove that Watson was not only a fantasist, but also a huge liar. However, this was still not enough to secure his conviction, so they started to pull other pieces of evidence together. It was not long until evidence was found that he had inappropriately touched a 5-year-old child when he was around 11 or 12, and his ex-girlfriend had also complained about him strangling her during sex. 2 teachers also revealed how he had become obsessed with Ricky's murder case, showing an unnatural level of interest in it, and even photocopying the front page of the Peterborough Evening Telegraph, which covered the case. More disturbing behavior had also been noted at the children's home where he lived, including him pleasing himself over pictures of young boys in underwear. He also kept a dead pheasant in his room, and it was claimed that he had on one occasion killed a bird and spread its wings in a sinister reconstruction of Ricky's murder. After being released on police bail, he left the UK 3 months later in a motorhome with another bail hostel resident. He traveled to Rotterdam, then France, and crossed the Pyrenees into Portugal. From France, he had reached out to his sister Claire Perna, admitting that he was in serious trouble and that he had made a massive mistake. The next time he called, he reiterated that he was in deeper trouble and urgently needed to return to the UK. He had shamelessly posted pictures of himself on social media, enjoying the beaches, bragging about how he got out of the country. Seeing the pictures of Watson abroad, which were extensively covered in the media, angered Ricky's family. They knew that since he had escaped the country even after his passport had been taken, he was definitely guilty of the act. Watson was eventually rearrested near the British Embassy in Lisbon and extradited back to Britain. He was found guilty of murder by a majority of the Old Bailey jury. Previously, the court heard how Watson's sexual interest in younger boys was known to police, who had interviewed him over an allegation that he molested a 5-year-old back in 1993. The disturbing behavior was noted at Watson's children's home, and the prosecution claimed it was no coincidence that 3 days before the murder, Watson was the source of a bogus radio report about a 2-year-old boy being strangled. Immediately after Ricky's murder in identical circumstances, Watson obsessed over newspaper coverage of the killing, copying front-page stories at school. The jurors heard that key evidence in the case against Watson included Ricky's last meal of Weetabix taken in the morning, which fixed his time of death at around noon when he was seen playing with Watson. It meant that Ricky was killed shortly after heading to the woods with Watson where he used to play. Watson's legal team had accused Ricky's mother, but she denied any involvement. Ricky's muddy Clark shoes also indicated his walk into the woods was a one-way trip and not a case of being murdered by the mother and the body being dragged into the forest, therefore ruling out that accusation. After a trial at London's Old Bailey that took place from January 18th to April 21st, 2022, James Watson, at the age of 41, was found guilty of Ricky Neve's murder. On June 24, 2022, he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 15 years by Mrs. Justice McGowan. The judge considered Watson's age at the time of Ricky's death as a significant factor in determining the sentence. In June 2023, Watson was granted permission to appeal his conviction. His lawyer argued before the Court of Appeal that Watson was not able to get a fair trial because too much of the evidence from which the killer's DNA could have been recovered was lost or destroyed in the intervening years. This case could have been solved much earlier if the official police records of 6 reported sexual assaults on children in the Welland estate in the 3-year period before Ricky's murder had been thoroughly investigated. If the reports had been followed up, the allegation on his record of touching a 5-year-old could have been a crucial lead to the police in finding the perpetrator. These failures in the investigation add to the list of the many shortcomings in this case. The verdict was a triumph for Ricky's sisters, who had never thought they would see justice for their beloved brother. With the killer finally caught, the family found a sense of closure, allowing them to move forward with their lives, while cherishing the memory of the little boy Ricky was back in 1994. Ricky Neve will forever be remembered as a loving and caring brother, and a brave and kind-hearted boy. Despite facing challenges at a young age, he showed remarkable courage and love and always protected his sisters. He deserved a life brimming with joy, but tragically he endured cruelty, neglect, and the ultimate horror of murder. If he had been given the love and affection he deserved, this heart-wrenching tragedy might never have occurred in the first place. Police sirens were heard throughout the Denver neighborhood on October 5, 1996, in response to a call about an apartment in the 1900 block of East 17th Avenue. Terry Turchak, a 35-year-old woman, was found dead inside. Terry was found by the police to have been strangled and had suffered serious head injuries. What could have happened between Terry and her attacker to cause her tragic death? And who could have committed such an evil act? With a population of 700,000, Denver, Colorado has a vibrant mix of history and culture that draws many visitors to its many museums. With a wealth of historical and recreational sites, this city seamlessly blends the old and the new. The small-town feel of Denver's neighborhoods is reflected in the welcoming locals, who are known for their adventurous spirit, and who frequently know their neighbors by name. However, Denver faces urban challenges, such as having one of the highest crime rates in the country. This problem casts a shadow over its tight-knit neighborhoods. The unsolved Terry Turchak case from 1996 serves as a sobering reminder of this darker side of the city's existence. Terry Turchak, who was born on May 14, 1961, was from Michigan's vast countryside. She was the daughter of James Cedric Shack, a brave Vietnam War veteran and honorable sergeant in the U.S. Air Force. Possessed a resilient spirit as a child, while the specifics of Terry's mother are still unknown. Her father, James, was the epitome of a loving father to Terry despite his tough exterior as a military man. The fact that Terry wasn't an only child is well known. A few years later after her birth, her younger brother, James Turchak Jr., joined the family, and the two of them quickly developed a strong and close bond that lasted well into adulthood. As time unfolded, Terry accepted motherhood with grace. Percud's names are unknown, but one thing was undeniable. Terry was a fantastic mother. James Jr. often recalled her maternal tendencies. Terry was always praised for the attention and love she gave to her children. As the years passed, Terry separated from her husband and had made a home at 1900 East 17th Avenue in Denver, Colorado. She had a complicated love life, although she was in a primary relationship. There were rumors that she was open to other options. Terry's life was in a stable period with friends, family, and the typical ups and downs. She was maximizing her lifetime, but because of the rise and fall of life, it is impossible to predict what lies ahead. Therefore, no one could have predicted that Terry's happy times were coming to an end. Denver's residents appeared to be going about their daily lives on Friday, October 4, 1996. Unaware of the impending tragedy, Terry Turchak completed her day at work and left for home with the intention of spending the evening with friends. She relished the solitude of her empty apartment while her kids were away. She got ready to partake in Denver's exciting nightlife as dusk fell. Around 8 o'clock, Terry left her apartment. Her spirit coexisted peacefully with the city's spirit. There are traces of Terry's nights scattered here and there. Around 11:30 p.m., a neighbor saw Terry coming home. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but time and events have a way of taking everyone by surprise. The next day, on Saturday, October 5th, the early morning sun casts long shadows over Terry's apartment building, which had become silent. Strangely, Terry's apartment door remained open. After hours passed, a worried neighbor didn't see the open door until the noon sun reached its highest point. He might have assumed she had overslept or that she was taking a shower. Just to be sure, he peered into Terry's apartment and shouted out her name, but he heard no response despite his voice resonating throughout the living room. Terry was nowhere to be found when a quick search of the living room and kitchen was conducted. The neighbor then made an attempt to do a last stop at her bedroom. He, however, couldn't believe what he saw when he arrived. Terry, who he had just seen the previous evening when she was vivacious and alive, now laid lifeless on the floor of her bedroom. His fear increased. He scrambled for his phone as he hurried outside and dialed 911. His voice trembled in shock as he spoke to the operator. Police sirens could be heard in the distance, getting louder and louder until there was a discord outside Terry's apartment. Police officers who had mastered composure intervened to take control while masking their internal dread. When Terry Turchak's body was found, her case was launched immediately. The entire community was affected, not just her family. Detectives from the Denver Police Department led the investigation to find out what caused this sinister discovery. They understood the significance of the scene in front of them right away. The bedroom depicts a violent story. There were obvious indications of a struggle, suggesting that Terry had fought hard for her life. In an effort to fill in the blanks of that fateful night, neighbors mentioned disturbances between 1 o'clock and 1:30 a.m. The door to Terry's apartment was obviously left open, a spooky invitation to the horror inside, but nobody had reported seeing anyone leave. Detectives speculated that the perpetrator might have known Terry or had gained her trust in order to take advantage of it in the most wicked way, given that there was no sign of forced entry. The medical examiner, Dr. D. Henry, had the grim duty of looking over Terry's body. The outcomes were unexpected. Terry had been severely assaulted in addition to being killed. Her death was attributed to strangulation, but there was also evidence of blunt force trauma, making for a horrifying end to a life that had otherwise been full of promise. A hair found on Terry's thighs stood out as detectives searched Terry's body. They hoped that this small strand of hair would hold the key to discovering who killed her. Investigators connected with Terry's friends and neighbors to piece together the story, and it didn't take long for perplexing tidbits of information to start to emerge. Around 11:30 p.m., Terry was last seen entering her apartment, and a neighbor noticed she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by an African-American man with a unique afro. It was unknown if he was a friend or enemy, but he was the last person seen with Terry. The timeline was further complicated when a different neighbor reported hearing noises coming from Terry's apartment around 12:30 a.m. It's interesting to note that Terry was observed knocking on another neighbor's door at 1 o'clock, appearing to be hurt and pleading asking for money. Could this be connected to the man she was seen earlier with? Terry's boyfriend, whose identity was kept private, provided the information that was the most revealing. While he had a story from the week before that raised questions, he had an alibi for the night of the murder. Terry and her boyfriend had been robbed and assaulted inside Terry's apartment by 3 unidentified African-American men. Was this incident related to her eventual homicide in any way? The detectives were plagued by that question. The weeks that followed saw the pursuit of leads. Terry was seen with a mysterious man who later became a person of interest. Was he related to the assault from the previous week? Or was Terry's request for cash that night somehow connected to him? Despite the police's best efforts, the reliable evidence required to identify a suspect eluded them. Even though a key suspect was brought in and subjected to questioning and DNA testing, disappointment sets in when the results were revealed. It did not match his DNA. With each passing day, the community's suffering grew worse. For clarification and some semblance of justice, the neighborhood looked to the detectives. The loss of Terry left her family devastated, and they clung to the hope that the offender would be caught and punished. But as the weeks turned into months, the once shining trail started to fade. Despite their best efforts, the detectives had to face the harsh possibility that they might never catch Terry's killer. Sadly, leads that had once shown promise dwindled, and the case became unproductive. However, the cold and seemingly unsolvable case experienced a sudden and unexpected resurgence in 2004. Time's veils, which had concealed clues and obscured the way to justice, were now starting to lift, nearly 10 years after the horrifying incident. In August of that year, there was a significant development. A hit was detected by the Cody's DNA system. It matched the DNA evidence that had been taken years earlier from Terry's body. For the investigators, this DNA had always been a loose end, a piece of the puzzle that wouldn't fit anywhere. But now there was a lead. The investigation into this reopened case was given to Detective Dixie, an experienced detective. She was determined to follow this new lead and see where the investigation would go. And this DNA trail led them right to Ricky Dawson thanks to her analytical mind and methodical approach. Ricky had experience with the law. His DNA was already present in the Cody's database, which suggested that he had a criminal history. An African-American man named Ricky Dawson unexpectedly found himself at the center of this investigation. After many years, the Terry Durant case was once again the focus of the attention of the law enforcement community, now that they had a new lead and a rekindled zeal. It was hoped that this new lead would finally put an end to a troubling chapter in the city's past and bring justice to a person who had been wrong. With a name and a face to work with, Detective Dixie started attempting to understand the relationship between Terry and Dawson. Did they have a mutual relationship? Was there reason behind the killing? Were there any additional pieces of proof or witnesses that the initial investigation might have missed? As Detective Dixie dug deeper, it became clear that the task at hand was to confirm the DNA match, establish the story, and create a solid case against the new prime suspect. The Denver streets, where rumors and theories about the case once circulated, now awaited news over the case. They eagerly anticipated the day when they would declare Terry had received justice. The majority of the city was upbeat, but there were still many obstacles to be overcome. Although compelling, DNA evidence is not the be-all and end-all of a criminal case. Finding a suspect is one thing, but establishing their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is quite another. On January 24, 1961, in Florida, Ricky Dawson, man whose life seemed to contain both darkness and light, was born. In 2004, he was 43 years old. It indicates that he was 35 at the time of Terry Turchak's tragic death in 1996. Terry wasn't his only link to the dark. Though Dawson had his own difficulties when he was younger, there were complications throughout his childhood. It's been said that a person's behavior as a child often provides a window into their future, and Ricky was no exception. His marital status, education, and other personal information are still unknown, but his criminal record is one thing that stands out. The criminal activity that Dawson is involved in is not just in Terry's case. His DNA was discovered to match an unnamed profile from a terrifying case that occurred in Seattle in 2000. Debbie Cascio, a 40-year-old woman, was his victim. The tragic circumstances surrounding Terry's death and Debbie's are similar. Like Terry, Debbie had multiple blunt force traumas and was in pain. Debbie was strangled and had multiple blunt force injuries like Terry as well. The unfortunate relationship between the two women and Ricky Dawson attracted the attention of the law. Once more, the city and Debbie's devoted daughter, Tabitha Johnson, both worked to preserve her memory as a gesture by the Homeless Remembrance Project to ensure Debbie's story is never forgotten. A leaf of remembrance at the Seattle Justice Center bears her name. Tabitha, who was only 11 years old when her mother died, has been a model of tenacity. She recalls memories of her mother, including times spent at the beach or creating art with glass. Even after becoming a mother herself, Tabitha is still grieving Debbie's loss, despite her desire for closure and justice. The specifics of her mother's case are still unknown because the Seattle police haven't disclosed more information. The criminal activities of Ricky Dawson continued beyond Seattle and Denver. In 2004, he ended up in Florida's police custody. At that time, Denver police learned that a DNA match connected him to the 1996 Terry Turchak cold case. While in Florida, he admitted guilt to second-degree murder in exchange for a 25-year prison term. Now, he is charged with first-degree murder in connection with the Terry Turchak case in Denver. The investigation into Terry Turchak's murder accelerated as soon as Ricky Dawson's name appeared. Detectives searched for any mention of Ricky in the case files and interviewed transcripts from the initial investigation. Although they weren't able to find his name right away, they were in for a surprise. Ricky's description of the man Terry was with the night she was killed matched that provided by her neighbors. Ricky's criminal history was quickly revealed, and it was shocking. He was a persistent offender. His name was associated with a long list of crimes. Detectives recognized him as a key suspect in Terry Turchak's case, and knew they needed to speak with him. At the Sewanee Correctional Facility in Florida, where Ricky Dawson was already incarcerated, they came face to face with him in December 2004. Finding out what Ricky knew about Terry and proving his involvement in her tragic demise were detectives' objectives. During the interview, another intriguing lead emerged. A friend of Ricky's whose name was withheld gave his account about the night Terry was killed. Terry was well acquainted with Ricky's friend. He acknowledged spending time in her apartment with her and Ricky, and even confirmed being there the night she was reported killed. He claimed that all three of them had used drugs. Even though he said he left at midnight, he wasn't aware of what happened next. The puzzle was beginning to come together. A path had now been set out in front of the detectives. They performed an important DNA test. The new DNA samples obtained from Ricky were compared to the major DNA profile of the hair discovered on Terry's body. And there was a match. With this concrete proof, Ricky Dawson's involvement in Terry's death was established, but unexpectedly, no charges were brought against him for her killing right away. Some speculated that this was because Ricky had already served about 20 years of his current sentence. As a result, Terry's case sat idle for more than 10 more years. 14 years later, a new hope for justice surfaced. Detective John McGrail from the Denver Police Cold Case Unit was tasked with reviewing the case. McGrail examined the case's details and came to the conclusion that the evidence present was quite convincing. In some ways, the case appeared to be settled. In order to cover all bases, he decided to submit the evidence for additional laboratory testing in December 2018. This included evidence gathered from the crime scene and Terry's post-mortem examination results. By August 2019, the DNA evidence findings had produced a solid match. The wheels of justice began to turn more quickly. Ricky Dawson, the Ricky who had been serving time in Florida's prison for a different crime, was the only person in whom the puzzle pieces pointed. With the fresh evidence in hand, it was obvious that it was time to hold Dawson accountable for the murder of Terry. Time traveled to January 26, 2023, which was an important day in the investigation. Ricky Dawson was officially charged with the first-degree murder of Terry Toetschak, and an arrest warrant was issued for him. At the age of 62, Ricky discovered himself in a more difficult legal situation. Even though he was already detained in Florida, justice did not stand still. The Denver Police Department obtained his extradition so that he could answer for his actions in Denver. On February 23rd, when Ricky learned of the allegations against him, the seriousness of the situation hit him. March 23, 2023, was designated as the date of the court appearance, which was eagerly anticipated. Many people anticipate Ricky Dawson will be found guilty for his role in Terry's tragic death. Despite the fact that the court's final decision has not yet been made public, they felt this way because of the mounting evidence against him. James Toetschak, Terry's brother, never fully recovered from the pain of losing his sister in 1996. He struggled for 27 long years, torn between hope and despair, wondering if Terry's premature death would ever bring about justice. James, however, was overcome by a wave of emotions after hearing the recent news of an arrest in relation to the murder of his sister. James spoke to the media about his unwavering dedication to his sister's case and how he had always held on to the hope that the truth would eventually surface. James became more aware of the seriousness of the situation when he learned that the alleged offender was being extradited to stand trial. He addressed the hole Terry's absence had left, calling it an irreplaceable loss that time would never fill. He often pondered the life experiences she passed up, particularly the joy of becoming a grandmother. James finally recalled that Terry had a contagious spirit that affected everyone she knew. James acknowledged that, despite having a desire for forgiveness, he is still working on it. It is a challenging journey because the pain is still too recent. Above all else, he made clear that he wanted justice to win. James wants to see Terry's memory honored by the justice she deserved 52 years ago by making sure Ricky Dawson faces the full force of the law and is imprisoned for the rest of his days. Case of Rowan Ford. Rowan Ford was born on April 11, 1998, in San Diego, California. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved with her to a small town called Stella in Missouri. Later, her mom met a man named David, and they got married. Colleen had several children from a previous marriage, and soon after their wedding, she and David had a daughter together. Altogether, Rowan had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and they shared a very close bond. She spent a lot of time outdoors, riding her bike around town, enjoying swimming, and indulging in her passion for drawing. She also liked going to Sunday school at the local church, where she always volunteered to help other kids who had some issues with their tasks. In November 2007, when Rowan was 9 years old, she was in a 4th grade at the local elementary school. Her mom worked the night shift at a store while her stepdad spent most of the day on the farm, which made Rowan often fend for herself, making her very independent. On November 2nd, she stayed home alone as usual. Her mom went to work and her stepdad hadn't returned from the farm yet. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Colleen came home from her night shift and checked Rowan's room, but her daughter wasn't there. She asked her husband where her daughter was, and he said she had asked him if she could have a sleepover at a friend's house, and he had let her go. He didn't even ask the friend's name because their town was very small, and he wasn't worried about anything happening to her. But Colleen started to worry and decided to check with all of Rowan's friends. Since there were only a few streets in their town, it didn't take long, but none of them had seen her, and she hadn't stayed over at any of their houses, which made her mother even more concerned. Colleen searched the whole town but couldn't find her daughter. She went back home and told her husband that Rowan was nowhere to be found. She asked him to call the police and report her missing, but he reassured her that everything was fine and that she would come home soon. After waiting for several more hours with no sign of Rowan, Colleen took matters into her own hands and dialed 911 herself. The local sheriff immediately organized a search operation. He went to their house to speak with David, and as he was the last person to see Rowan before she disappeared, David said that on that evening, while he was working on the farm with his colleague Christopher, their mutual friend Nathan came by. They all decided to go to David's place to have some drinks and play pool. They stopped by the store, bought some alcohol, and went to David's house, where they spent several hours. Later in the night, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him home to the neighboring town, where his trailer was. They persuaded David to join them to continue the fun. Before leaving the house, he checked on Rowan in her room, seeing that she was asleep. David left with his friends, and they stopped by the store again to grab more alcohol and headed to Christopher's trailer, where they continued drinking for about an hour. After that, David decided to head home and asked Nathan to give him a ride. Nathan agreed, but chose to take back roads instead of the main highway. By that time, Nathan was quite drunk and didn't want to risk encountering the police. Nathan dropped David off and drove home. David went straight to bed. Soon after, he was awakened by Rowan, who asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Without much thought, he agreed and fell back asleep. Police approached this story with some skepticism. What puzzled them most was the fact that a 9-year-old girl decided to go to her friend's house in the middle of the night, and her stepfather let her go without even asking which friend she was talking about. The sheriff considered that David might be hiding something or directly involved in Rowan's disappearance, but he had no evidence to support this theory. Police searched the town and its surroundings until late at night. Local residents immediately joined the search, as they all knew Rowan's family and wanted to help. The population of Stella was only about 150 people, so news of her disappearance spread throughout the county. People were used to being able to let their children play outside without a worry, as nothing ever happened in such a quiet place. But now that Rowan vanished without a trace, and the police were unable to find her for a whole day, the residents of Stella were in a state of panic. The search for Rowan yielded no results on the first day. However, the investigation progressed on November 4th, when the police spoke with Christopher in a neighboring town. He corroborated David's account, but revealed that David had not contacted him to inform him of Rowan's disappearance. Christopher stated he had not spoken with Rowan or her friends since that evening. Despite an expanded search with more volunteers, the police failed to find Rowan or any clues about her disappearance. The following day, the FBI joined the investigation while the local police continued searching the town and surrounding areas. As a result of growing skepticism towards David's account, detectives started focusing on a potential abduction. They spoke with all of Rowan's friends and verified that none of them had seen her on the night she went missing. As investigators questioned David, his account raised even more suspicions. David's details were inconsistent and contradictory. He altered the timeline of his whereabouts that night on multiple occasions. Additionally, David speculates that it is possible that Rowan left without his permission, which makes his story even more suspicious. During their investigation, FBI agents found out that David had borrowed his mother's car on the night of Rowan's disappearance, a detail he initially left out when questioned by the police. This new information led the authorities to seize both his mother's car and his own pickup truck for forensic examination. But unfortunately, no evidence was discovered. As part of the investigation, detectives wanted to speak with Christopher and Nathan again, since both had been with David that evening. Christopher was invited to the police station for further questioning, where he recounted the same story as before. He also agreed to take a polygraph test, which showed no signs of dishonesty. After leaving the police station and returning to work, Christopher noticed Sheriff Clark's car and signaled for him to stop. As the sheriff of Witten, where Christopher lived, Clark had known him since childhood. Sheriff Clark was close friends with Christopher's foster parents and was someone Christopher had always looked up to and sought advice from in times of need. Sheriff Clark met with Christopher to discuss Rowan's disappearance. Although familiar with the case, Clark hadn't been directly involved since the investigation was led by the Stella Department. During their conversation, Clark noticed that Christopher was acting strangely, which led him to suspect that Christopher might be hiding something. Given the gravity of the situation and Rowan's uncertain fate, Clark shared his concerns with the FBI. His call prompted investigators to consider the possibility that Christopher might be withholding crucial information that could link Rowan's stepfather to her disappearance. They wondered if Christopher's actions were directed by Rowan's stepfather to lie, and whether Christopher feared being seen as an accomplice if he told the truth. Sheriff Clark told the FBI agents that he had a close relationship with Christopher and offered to help persuade him to cooperate. That evening, Christopher visited Colleen's house to ask about the search progress. FBI agents also arrived to speak with Colleen again and saw Christopher there. They asked him questions and he repeated his previous account. However, Christopher then mentioned for the first time that he didn't rule out David's possible involvement in Rowan's disappearance. He expressed his willingness to help uncover the truth, even if it was terrible, and suggested wearing a wire to talk to David and try to get him to confess. The detectives decided against this approach. Instead, they asked Christopher to suggest locations where David might have hidden Rowan's body. Christopher provided several locations, which the police searched the next morning. Meanwhile, FBI agents questioned David again, but he continued to deny any involvement. Detectives searched Christopher's home for leads, but the search yielded no results. Meanwhile, Christopher visited the sheriff's office to discuss his encounter with the FBI with Clark. During their conversation, the sheriff sensed that Christopher was holding back information. After their meeting, Clark reached out to the detectives again, suggesting that Christopher might be withholding crucial information that helped prove David's involvement in the case. The FBI agents asked the sheriff to persuade Christopher to open up, as he had been in regular contact with Clark to discuss the case. It seemed that Christopher wanted to share important details but was hesitant to do so for unknown reasons. The following day, November 7th, the police asked Christopher to return to the station. They requested his permission to search a safe located in David's house, where Christopher had been living temporarily and still had some belongings. Christopher agreed to the search and also allowed the police to search his trailer and car. Additionally, Christopher voluntarily provided a DNA sample and agreed to answer the detectives' questions again. During the questioning, he was asked to confirm David's story, but this time revealed that his friend's account was not entirely accurate. The investigators then pressed him to disclose what really happened that evening. Christopher became agitated when the police treated him like a suspect in Rowan's disappearance. He refused to continue the conversation and left the station after warning the detectives that he might hire a lawyer. Later that evening, Christopher met with Sheriff Clark to express his concerns about the detectives' behavior. Clark acknowledged Christopher's right to remain silent, but explained that the police were doing everything possible to find Rowan. Christopher stated that he would no longer cooperate with the detectives and would only speak with Clark if he had any further information to share. Clark continued to encourage Christopher to open up, and eventually, Christopher broke down in tears, claiming that he loved Rowan and would never harm her. During his time living with the David family, Christopher formed a close bond with Rowan and the other children. They grew to treat him like one of their own, even affectionately referring to him as Uncle Christopher. Sheriff Clark realized that Christopher was on the verge of revealing crucial information. But just as he was about to open up, a visitor arrived at the police station, briefly distracting Clark and causing Christopher to leave. Sheriff Clark reached out to the FBI, updating them on his conversation with Christopher. Clark explained that Christopher was almost ready to disclose what he knew, but warned that pressuring him too hard could lead to him becoming defensive and seeking the help of a lawyer. Clark recommended giving Christopher time to reflect, and the detectives agreed. The search for Rowan continued the following day but yielded no results. However, a new clue came on November 9th, exactly 1 week after her disappearance. Search teams converged on a remote area near the town of Powell, about 10 miles from Stella, and made a significant discovery in the fields and woods, a large pit in the ground. When authorities searched the area, they found Roland's body hidden under leaves and debris. She was not wearing any clothing from the waist down except for a pair of stockings. A medical examination revealed signs of strangulation and evidence of a sexual assault. After the discovery, FBI agents reached out to Sheriff Clark, asking him to speak with Christopher again, hoping Christopher would now be more forthcoming. Sheriff Clark learned that earlier that morning, Christopher had visited the station, looking for him, and told other officers that he needed to speak with Clark urgently. Sheriff Clark then began searching for Christopher, checking all his usual locations, but he was nowhere to be found. This continued until Christopher contacted Sheriff Clark himself, sounding distressed and asking if he was being followed. Christopher explained that after hearing about Rowan's body, he had driven around town to clear his head and noticed a gray car following him. Sheriff Clark assures Christopher that he knows nothing about the surveillance and suggests they meet in person. When they met, Christopher appeared nervous and expressed concerns for his safety. He feared that with Rowan's body found, he might be accused of murder and that someone might seek revenge against him. Clark took Christopher to the police station, and he said that now, when the case had been classified as a homicide, it was time for Christopher to reveal everything he knew. However, when Clark asked Christopher to share what David had done to Rowan, Christopher became emotional and hesitant to talk at the station. He explained that there were too many people around and suggested they move to a quieter location. Clark agreed, and they drove to a small bridge a few miles outside of town. Once they arrived, Christopher asked Clark to handcuff him. Clark was surprised but tried to reassure Christopher that it wasn't necessary. Christopher insists that what he is about to say will change everything and that Clark will then have to arrest him. Christopher then began recounting the events of that night. He told Clark that he, Nathan, and David had gone to his trailer to continue drinking. Later, his friends decided it was time to head home. Nathan gave David a ride, and they chose to take back roads to avoid the police. Christopher had shocked Clark that he had intended to sexually assault Rowan. To carry out his plan, Christopher took advantage of the time when his friends were busy taking a detour through the field. He drove straight to David's house via the main highway. Under the cover of darkness, he slipped into Rowan's room, picked her up, and quietly transported her to his vehicle, carefully avoiding detection as she slept. When they reached his trailer, he sexually assaulted Rowan. This was interrupted when Rowan regained consciousness and tried her best to free herself, but to no avail. During the crime, Christopher took precautions to avoid recognition, deliberately choosing to keep the lights off and maintain his silence. He originally planned to return Rowan to her home under the guise of innocence, but under the illumination of a bright moon, Rowan finally laid eyes on Christopher as he transported her from the trailer. He grabbed a rope, resorted to force to resolve his predicament, and took Rowan's life with his bare hands. He frantically thought of ways to cover up his crime. He got in his car and began driving around the county, pondering methods of disposing of the body. He then remembered a large pit near a neighboring town and headed in that direction. When he arrived, he dumped Rowan's body in the hole and attempted to cover it with tree branches. Returning to the trailer, Christopher discovered traces of Rowan's blood on his clothes and mattress. He also realized he needed to dispose of her pants, underwear, and the rope used to kill her. He gathered these items and placed them in a large barrel, intending to burn them. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that a large fire would likely attract unwanted attention. Instead, Christopher dragged the barrel into a shed, closed the door, and started the fire inside. This revelation shocked Clark, who had previously suspected David of committing the crime and believed Christopher was withholding information. It was difficult for Clark to accept that a man he had known for nearly 20 years, a man with 3 young children of his own, was capable of such brutality. Although Christopher appears to be a good-natured man, his true nature is much more worrying. After finishing his story, Christopher willingly went to the police station with Clark. Once there, Christopher repeated his confession to the FBI agents and was subsequently arrested for murder. He also gave the authorities permission to search his trailer and car. As he concluded his confession, Christopher expressed regret over his actions and stated that he had cried uncontrollably the following day. The detectives then informed David about Christopher's confession. Given David's suspicious behavior and inconsistent statements, they suspected he might be covering for his friend. However, during interrogation, David revealed a shocking new testimony. David claimed that when he found Rowan missing from her room, he suspected Christopher might have taken her. He took his mother's car and drove to Christopher's trailer. He found Rowan lying on the bed. Christopher leaned towards her. Instead of rescuing Rowan, David joined in and also sexually assaulted her. He then helped Christopher kill her and dispose of her body. David reported that during that traumatic incident, his brain went into shock and he had no memory of the night for several days. The detectives, surprised by this new information, re-questioned Christopher to verify David's claim. However, Christopher maintained that David was not involved and that incident unfolded as he had initially described. The inconsistencies puzzled the detectives, but Christopher's account still matched incident that had occurred. Medical examination revealed that the victim was strangled with a thin rope, a detail that only the killer would be aware of. A search of the trailer led to the discovery of a barrel containing ashes and hair similar to Rowan's was found in Christopher's car. Although investigators were still uncertain about the truthfulness of each man's account, both David and Christopher made incriminating statements. As a result, David was also arrested, and the case were sent to court for further proceedings. During the trial, Christopher requested that his statements be excluded from the case, arguing that he was not aware they could be used against him and that the police had violated his rights. However, the judge rejected this request, as all of Christopher's conversations with investigators were voluntary. Christopher also attempted to present mitigating circumstances, citing his difficult childhood as a factor. He had been shuffled between biological and foster parents from a young age, which had a significant impact on him. Despite these efforts, Christopher was unable to avoid punishment. In 2012, 5 years after the murder, Christopher was sentenced to death. He appealed the sentence but was unsuccessful. In contrast, David's situation was more complex. Although he admitted to assaulting and killing Rowan, his account conflicted with Christopher's statements, creating a significant problem. If the prosecution had charged David with murder, it could have potentially led to Christopher's conviction being overturned, allowing David to avoid accountability as well. However, due to the lack of concrete evidence, such as DNA, in fact, they were still uncertain about David's involvement. Although it was possible that David might have collaborated with Christopher in committing the crime, there was no supporting evidence for this theory. To minimize the risk of overturning Christopher's sentence, the prosecution made the difficult decision to reduce David's charges. As a result, David pleaded guilty to 2 lesser charges: child endangerment and obstruction of justice. David received an 11 years prison sentence with a minimum of 5 years to be served. This outcome sparked widespread outrage as many felt that if David was indeed involved in the murder, his punishment was disproportionately lenient. Unfortunately, this sentence is now final and it is unlikely that David will face retrial for this case. Christopher remains in prison awaiting execution, but it's uncertain whether the death penalty will be carried out due to the often lengthy time between sentencing and execution, which can span decades, meaning he might spend the rest of his life in prison instead. Summer camp was approaching and Nicky Verstappen was still not sure if he really wanted to go or not. The year before, he did not go because he was scared of getting homesick and his parents supported his decision to stay back home. Nicky Verstappen preferred to spend summers at home in the town of Heibloem in the south of the Netherlands. That way he could always go to visit friends, play games with his younger sister, Fem, Kay, or cuddle and love up to his dog. He would always miss his dog anytime he left home for the summer camp. In the summer of 1998, even though Nicky Verstappen felt unsure about going to summer camp, he still felt that he had to go. He felt he was not 10 years old anymore, he was 11 years and was growing up. After he told his mother that he was not too sure about summer camp, she encouraged him and said that once he was there, he would have a lot of fun. Since his best friend was going too, Nicky felt everything would be okay. After concluding to go, Nicky Verstappen began to pack his necessities, not forgetting to include his favorite red and white pajamas, which was an official merchandise Vafika, his favorite soccer team from Amsterdam. It was gifted to him as a Christmas present because of his love for anything that had to do with Ajax logo and colors. In fact, most of Nicky Verstappen's room was designed with everything Ajax from color red to white. The day of summer camp came and Nicky picked up his bag, looked at his room for the last time and left. Sadly, he would never get to see the poster of Jerry Litmanen hanging against the wall of his room ever again. Nicky Verstappen was born on the 13th of March, 1987 to Peter and Bert Verstappen in Heibloem in the district of Limburg, the Netherlands. He had a loving family and was the eldest of 2 children. Nicky and his younger sister, Femke, loved to play together. Nicky, who lived in a small community of 800 people, would frequently cycle all over his hometown of Heibloem. This made many people know him. He was described as friendly and a laid-back young kid. He was also known to be a happy and well-adjusted young man. His mother described him as spontaneous and sporty. At the time, when people think of Nicky Verstappen, it was hard not to recollect the Amsterdam soccer team. Ajax, Nicky was practically a die-hard fan who would never miss a match. Nicky was said to have played soccer himself, and he also was known to be a good player. The annual summer camp for the 8 to 12 years olds came, and on Saturday, the 8th of August, 1998, Nicky Verstappen and 36 other school children from his school took the bus on a 45-minute journey from Heibloem to the town of Brunsum in order to take part in the children's summer camp being held on the De Heikop camping grounds on the Brunsummerheide. It was known that every kid from Heibloem had the opportunity to attend this summer camp every year. Nicky Verstappen, who had encouraged himself to go because of his best friend, got a bit disappointed when his best friend pulled out and decided to stay back home at the last minute. Nicky, however, decided to still go for the summer camp. He stayed on the bus as he waved his friend goodbye. On arrival at the De Heikop camping grounds, the children were divided into their various tent groups. All 37 kids were split into 10 tents, while the 4 remaining tents were shared among the 12 camp leaders. According to camp tradition, each group had to name their tents. The name was also the name of their team. Nicky Verstappen's tent, which he shared with 4 other boys his age who were his friends, was named Night Riders. Just like his mother promised, the first day of summer camp was a lot of fun with games and team-building activities. Later that night, they all gathered around a campfire while one of the leaders narrated scary ghost stories. Around 10 p.m., the kids were sent to bed while the camp leaders stayed up until midnight eating and drinking. Summer camp started off on a great path. Everyone retired to their tents for the night, feeling happy with the anticipation of a more exciting day, as there were a lot of fun-filling activities planned for the following day. Around 5 a.m. on the 10th of August, 1998, one of Nicky Verstappen's tentmate woke up to go use the toilet. At that time, the remaining tentmates, including Nicky, were still sleeping. Around 6 a.m., another kid from the Night Riders tent woke up and realized Nicky Verstappen was gone. Their initial thoughts was that he had gone to the toilet. However, 2 hours later, at 8 a.m., when the trumpet for breakfast time was played and Nicky had not still returned, his tent mates became worried. They then told their camp leaders that Nicky had gone out of their tent since 6 a.m. and had not returned. Everyone at the campsite, including the campers and camp leaders, started looking for Nicky Verstappen all over the campsite. They searched for him and called out his name numerous times, but he could not be found. Since Nicky Verstappen had been unsure of coming to summer camp, the leaders thought that he had run away. His parents in Heibloem were then called and told that he had disappeared from the campsite and his whereabouts could not be located. This came as a shock to Nicky's parents. His mother, Berthy, versed up and sensed something was wrong. To her, she knows her son would never opt and leave the camp without informing anyone, since he was quite nervous about going away from home in the first place. It did not make any sense that he would go off on his own. Berthy and Peter then quickly left Hybellum and traveled down to the campsite to look for their son. When they got to the campsite, Berthy noticed that Nicky's shoes were still in the tent. She felt if he had planned to run away, definitely he would have worn his shoes. Nicky's parents then joined the camp leaders to search all over the campsite, desperately calling Nicky's name, but unfortunately there was no answer. By midday, they came to a conclusion to call in the police. Later that afternoon, the search party had grown significantly. There was a massive turnout of volunteers, which were mostly friends and family from Hybellum, as well as from the local town of Brunson. They took turns to wait at Nicky's tent and to go out and look for Nicky in the surrounding bushes and fields. The search party frantically looked for Nicky. The police, to a great extent, interrogated all the camp leaders and went to all the homes surrounding the campsite to ask if residents had maybe come across an 11-year-old boy, but it didn't yield anything. Even though Nicky's family insisted that something was seriously wrong, the search party had no real sense of panic. The only general feeling they had was that Nicky Verstappen had left the campsite by himself and had got lost in the woods. They believed he was okay and were expecting him to be found alive and well. The day of the search appeared to have been one of the hottest days of the whole summer of 1998. It was 95 degrees and it made the search even more exhausting. Camp leaders took turns to look for Nicky, while others kept the kids at the campsite occupied with activities. In the evening, armed forces were contacted to join in the search, while the kids were sent to their tents like nothing happened. While they slept, the military vehicles and searchers frantically called out Nicky's name into the darkness of the night. By the next morning, on Tuesday, Nicky was still nowhere to be found, so the camp leaders felt there was no need for camping anymore if one of them was lost. They then decided to cancel the camp. Every kid was placed in a bus and taken back home to Hybellum, while the search party intensified their search efforts. The more they searched for Nicky Verstappen, the more it became clear that he didn't run away. The police used their dogs for the search as well, and an aerial search of the campsite was done using a plane. All efforts to find Nicky yielded no results, and by sunset, the search party was running out of daylight. Finally, around 9 p.m. on Tuesday, August 11, 1998, Nicky Verstappen's uncle, who was part of the search party, noticed something laying underneath a small pine tree. On getting closer, he saw the lifeless body of 11-year-old Nicky Verstappen. Nicky was found in a pine grove on the Shinveldug in Landgraf, less than a mile away from the campsite. He was wearing his red Ajax pajama pants and blue underpants and was naked from the waist up. His pajamas pants, which he got as a Christmas present from the previous year, were turned inside out and the front was placed to the back. Nicky had sustained a wound to his head, but at first glance, the wound did not look serious enough to have caused his death. Even though he was found in a pine grove, close to farmlands and bushes, Nicky's feet were clean. He seemed like he did not walk to the place where he was found. People believed that he was killed somewhere else, and his body was carried down to the place he was found. The spot Nicky Verstappen was found was near a parking lot that was known for where homosexual men would meet for secret sex. Aside that, movement around that area was limited. By midnight, Nicky Verstappen's body was taken to a mortuary in Maastricht, about 30 minutes away from the campsite. The people of Hybellum came together to assist Nicky's family in arranging a memorial service for him. The memorial service took place at Hybellum Sports Fields on Saturday, August 15, 1998, a week after he left home for summer camp. Since Nicky was wildly known in Hybellum, 600 people attended his funeral. His love for Ajax was recognized at his funeral. His coffin was covered with the red Ajax flag, which was something he would have loved. His family would never remain the same again as they were left in a state of shock and grief. Nicky's parents felt guilty for encouraging their son to go for summer camp, even when he confided in them that he was unsure of the trip. Who killed Nicky Verstappen? His family wanted answers and closure. Somebody needed to be held accountable for killing their son and brother, but the police had no leads whatsoever. Seeing that it was unlikely for Nikki to have gone off with a stranger, the police interviewed the camp leaders again. Unfortunately, nothing that could help solve the case was discovered. Nikki's post-mortem examination took place 3 days after his death. Since he was murdered in the summer of the holiday period, Nikki's family had to wait for 2 months before the results of the autopsy was released. According to the autopsy report, Nicky Verstappen was drugged and his body showed signs of sexual abuse. However, medical examiner was unable to determine a cause of death. Due to this, a second autopsy was carried out, and its result had the same conclusion with the first. There was a possibility that Nicky was sexually assaulted, but his cause of death could not be determined. Even though suffocation was suggested as his cause of death, there was not enough evidence to prove it once and for all. Following Nicky's murder, an extensive investigation was carried out, but the case went cold and would remain unsolved for 20 years. The police had to use the evidence they have. Close to the parking lot, about 100 yards from where Nicky Verstappen was found, a tissue containing semen, a cigarette button beer bottle top were retrieved. The forensics then compiled a DNA profile of a person other than Nicky, though it was not definite that the tissue was related to Nicky's murder case, since people often met in the parking lot and have sex in the woods. In 1997, a year before Nicky Verstappen's murder, a DNA database was created at the National Forensics Institute of the Netherlands. At the time, DNA testing was the new forensic technology and tests were a little bit restricted. Also, any DNA testing on the database could only be handled by the prosecutor and not the police. At that time, the police did not have their own database and they did not have first-hand access to the national database without an approval from the prosecutor. This made the process of quickly finding a killer somewhat slow and difficult. During the investigation of Nicky Verstappen's murder, DNA samples of 40 men were taken. The men included camp leaders, some men from a campsite nearby and other male visitors in the area at the time of Nicky's death. However, none of the DNA matched the profile found in the tissue at the crime scene. Even if the retrieved tissue with semen was probably a leftover of a sexual encounter that had nothing to do with Nicky's death, the investigators still could not strike out the evidence. Later in the investigation, there was a glimmer of hope when a single hair, similar in color to that of Nicky's, was found in the trunk of a car which belonged to one of the camp leaders. After the hair sample was sent to the UK for DNA testing, it was however discovered that it did not belong to Nicky. Immediately, the autopsy results were out. The first person of interest was Joe Barton, an 80-year-old founder of the camp Nicky and his classmates went. Joe Barton was the former principal of Nicky's school in High Blame. He had lost his job after he was convicted of child sexual abuse in the 1950s. During interrogation, he had also confessed that he was near Nicky Verstappen's tent at 6 a.m. on the morning of his disappearance. But he did not go there for Nicky. He said he went there to check on one of the boys who had burned his hand the night before. Joe's Spartan alibi was that when he woke up at 5 a.m., he cleaned his tent and then went to check on the boy who burned his hand, after which he then drove back to Hebloem to attend the funeral of a friend who had died. He claimed to have heard about Nicky Verstappen's disappearance at the funeral and went straight back to the camp. Joe Spartan was on the police radar for some time, and this was because he exhibited strange behavior during the search for Nicky Verstappen. He kept steering the search in the direction of the place where Nicky's body was found. He also gave the information that the parking lot near the crime scene was a place where men often meet for sex. The police was uncomfortable about Joe Spartan. They decided to look into his background. Even though he was a respected member of his community, he had been convicted for child sexual assault and was imprisoned for 3 months before he was let go and allowed to work with kids again. Several years later, photos of young boys who were shirtless or in their underpants were discovered on him, though there were no proofs that he further molested any male child at the time. However, after Nicky Verstappen's death, a 15-year-old girl came forward and said that she had every reason to believe Joe Barton had sexually molested her when she attended summer camp earlier that year in 1998. She claimed she was unwell one evening and Joe Barton had given her medication that turned out to be sleeping drugs for adults. She said when she woke up, her clothes were messy and different from the way they were when she went to bed. The girl also claimed to have experienced lower abdominal pain and discomfort. The police could not do anything about her confession since she did not report the incident earlier. After much interrogation, Just Barton could not be arrested due to lack of sufficient evidence to pin him to the kidnapping and murder of Nikki Verstappen. A reward of 250,000 guilders was offered for any lead that could bring the suspect to justice. As time went, Nikki's family became frustrated as they sensed lack of urgency in solving their son's murder. They resorted to a well-known television crime reporter at the time, Peter Davries, and asked him to help them to solve the mystery surrounding their son's death. Peter Davries agreed to help them look into the case. Over the years, his involvement in the case turned out to be a salvation for Nikki's family. Peter Davries launched a campaign on behalf of the Verstappen family, and the reward money was doubled to 500,000 guilders by unknown business people. In April 1999, the first in-depth documentary about Nikki's murder case was broadcast nationally. The documentary talked about Juice Barton's child sexual assault in the past. It brought up questions like, why was he allowed to work with children after being a convicted sex offender? The documentary seemed to put pressure on the police to investigate Juice Barton further. This divided the small community of Highblowham. Nikki's case threatened to tear the community apart. While some people wanted to protect the founder of the camp, some people supported Nikki's family in their quest to find out the truth, even if it meant asking confronting questions. As time went by, majority of the people in Highblowham chose to stay away from Nikki's family. They believed the Verstappens were out on a witch hunt. Nikki's family only held on to a handful of faithful friends who supported them through the case. In July of 1999, Nikki Verstappen was ruled unsolved. The next month, in August, Bertie and Peter Verstappen had an opportunity to meet with Queen Beatrix, the former Queen of the Netherlands. They handed her a letter, which was an official complaint about the slow investigation in the death of their son. Due to this, efforts were subsequently intensified by the prosecutor in my asterisk to solving the case. In 2001, Nikki's grandparents and the town of Brunsum silently built a monument for Nikki at the spot where his body was found. This didn't make Nikki's parents feel any better. His mother, Bertie, would always light a candle in their family home every morning as soon as she woke up. She did this for 20 years. In an interview with Peter Davries, she said, "I wake up at night and hear his voice. He calls me. I get up and go to look for Nikki, but he is no longer there." Their happy and complete family of 4 had become an unhappy, incomplete, and broken family of 3. Since answers were not forthcoming at the time, Bertie, who did not let that stop her, had promised on national TV to bring the killer of her child to justice as long as she was still alive. In February of 2001, Bertie and Peter Verstappen wrote a public letter to the Minister of Justice asking for help on their son's case. They claim to be at the mercy of the police and the legal systems, but they have no answers. The legal system then decided to act as there appeared to have been a total breakdown in trust by the people of Highblowham. The general public were getting disappointed at the police and the legal systems for not giving answers as to who killed Nikki Verstappen. In that same year, the case was renewed and a second opinion task force was given the case to investigate from scratch. On the 29th of June 2001, the investigative team was able to determine the time of Nikki's death. His time of death was estimated to have been between 2 p.m. on the 10th of August or 9 a.m. on the 11th of August. It means Nikki Verstappen was alive for at least 8 hours before he was murdered. New DNA technology also discovered that there were little drops of blood on Nikki's pajamas. One of the drops was tested for foreign DNA, but it turned out to be that of Nikki. Further investigation revealed many mistakes made by the first set of investigators that made the case become cold for some time. One of the mistakes was that these investigators focused on the scene where Nikki was found. They used that spot as the crime scene, forgetting that Nikki's feet were clean when he was found, which suggested that he did not walk to that place himself. He was carried away from the main crime scene and dumped at the spot he was found. The first investigation did not look for possible evidence beyond the pine tree where Nikki was found. Even the campsite where Nikki was last seen was not properly considered for possible clues that could pinpoint the killer. As time unfolds, Juice Barton was not the only suspect in the case. In 1998, at the time that Nikki and his friends were camping, there appeared to have been another group from the Rolled Duck Seminary who pitched their tents nearby. A man named Roald Dux's chef had piqued the interest of the police, and this was because he had once had an inappropriate contact with a child before. They believed he was someone who would do it again. On the morning of Nicky Versteppen's disappearance, Roald de Chef was not at the campsite. When questioned, he appeared to have no alibi for his whereabouts at the time. However, he died in 1999 before the police could find enough evidence to arrest him. Also, a man simply known as Wim was another person of interest at the time. Wim was a sex offender from a town nearby. Different witnesses spotted him near the Hikop campsite in a dark-colored vehicle around August 10, 1998. He was questioned by the police in 2001, 2003, 2006, and 2007. Anytime a witness came forward pointing a finger at him. Unfortunately, there was no sufficient evidence to pin him to the crime, and in 2007, he died at the age of 64. Until his death, Wim had said he never killed Nicky Versteppen. Martinet, the German serial killer, was someone the police could not afford to overlook in this case. He had killed 3 boys and had sexually molested at least 40 children between 1992 and 2001. Martinet was known as the Masked Man or the Black Man, and this is because he used to wear black clothing and a creepy black mask. His victims were usually hunted by him at campsites or in children's homes. Since the Hikop campsite was located close to the Dutch-German border and one of Ney's proven crimes was committed in the Netherlands, he was considered as serious suspect. However, when he was eventually arrested for all his crimes in 2001, Martinet denied any involvement in Nicky Verstappen's murder. As the investigation progresses, the police had quite a number of suspects on their list. The likes of Michel Fournier and Mark Hoffman, who were sex offenders at the time, were considered suspects to Nicky Verstappen's homicide case, but thorough investigation vindicated them, and they were never charged with his murder. In 2004, Peter de Vries became aware of new testing techniques in the science of DNA. He then informed the public and told the police to re-examine the blood found on Nicky Verstappen's clothing. In 2005, an anonymous person placed letters on Nicky's memorial in Bronson, claiming to have been responsible for killing him. Investigators traced the letters to a 36-year-old man, but it turned out to be a false confession. The man was a psychiatric patient who had severe mental health issues. His therapist explained that he had written the letters as a way of getting attention. The man was placed in custody for 2 weeks for vandalizing Nicky Verstappen's grave. In 2008, when it seemed like all hope was lost, detectives announced that foreign DNA had been found on Nicky's pajamas, pants, and his underpants. Previous suspects in the case were all retested, but there were still no matches to the DNA found. Nevertheless, Nicky's family was positive. It might seem like another dead end, but the discovery of the foreign DNA profile meant there was proof of a male individual being in physical contact with Nicky Verstappen before his death. Nicky's family prayed and hoped that the perpetrator would be found before he could hurt any other person. In the year 2010, Nicky Verstappen's sister, Femke, who was in her 20s by then, made a public appeal to every man in the community to participate in a DNA testing so that the family could have some sense of closure. After the appeal, the police gathered a list of over 100 men. These men were initially part of the search party and camp management. 80 out of 114 men agreed to provide saliva swabs. Even though it was quite a high number of turnouts for the DNA analysis, Peter de Vries took to the media again to encourage people to be partakers of the DNA tests. It seemed a lot of these men were scared of leaving their DNA samples because they do not want to be caught for a past crime. However, after Peter de Vries explained that their DNAs would only be used for the Nicky Verstappen's case, additional 40 men came forward. After carrying out a comprehensive test on the retrieved DNA samples, there was still no match to the DNA found on Nicky's clothing. In a desperate attempt to find the truth, the remains of Just Barton, who had died in 2003, were exhumed for testing. There was hope at that point since Just Barton had been the strongest suspect throughout the years. However, many people became surprised when the DNA of Just Barton did not match the DNA found on Nicky Verstappen's clothes. In the early days of 2012, Nicky Verstappen's homicide case was transferred to a cold case team. The new investigators went through Nicky's case file from the very beginning to end. After that, they located a group of 1,500 males, all of whom had ties to the region near the campsite where Nikki Verstappen was last seen. The individuals on the list were either camp employees, residents of the neighborhood, or officially charged sex offenders. But once again, they were out of luck. The police did not give up easily. They renewed their request for public assistance in 2017. They requested over 20,000 DNA samples in order to perform kinship analysis. By this, investigators would have more information about the killer's relatives, which would greatly reduce the scope of their search. In the long run, only 15,000 volunteers participated. However, the size of this DNA dragnet operation was unprecedented in Dutch history. Given that there was nothing more to be done, it was a long shot but also the last option. Bulk DNA sweeping is a significant project and numerous ethical issues have been brought up in relation to it. Most people believe that cooperating was a no-brainer if they had nothing to conceal, and their DNA profile may help investigators identify the killer of a young child. Authorities sent mails to all the men requesting new DNA samples. Police would attempt to persuade them to assist if there were no answers from them by visiting them at home. One of the men, named Jos Breck, who was supposed to provide a sample, did not show up. 2 police officers went to his house, but he wasn't there. The man, according to his relatives, traveled to France in February of 2012 and did not return. Jos Breck's family reported him missing in April. He had vanished from his home and presumably ran away before the police could find him and extract his DNA. Authorities investigated this man's past to learn who he was because they had concerns about him. When Nikki Verstappen was killed, Jos Breck was 35 years old. He resided in Simpelveld with his mother, which is about 12 miles from the campsite. He was a committed scout member and frequently served as a camp leader as well. He had also spent some years providing childcare in Brunsum. He had once been involved in a case of sexual abuse of 2 10-year-old boys in 1985. Despite making a confession to the crime, he was not found guilty. He only got a 2-year probationary period and his name was never added to the list of sex offenders. That was why he evaded detection when local police conducted a DNA search of all sex offenders. His name was never mentioned. On August 10, 1998, Jos Breck was in the immediate area of Nikki's disappearance. Around midnight on Tuesday, August 11, 1998, police stopped him while he was cycling on a road close to the crime site. Few hours before he was seen by the police, Nikki Verstappen's corpse had just been discovered, and at the time the police saw Jos Breck, Nikki's body was being transported from the campsite to Maastricht for the autopsy. When the cops questioned him about why he was out cycling at that time, Jos Breck responded that he was delivering letters to scout members because it was too hot to have done so during the day. The explanation seemed reasonable to the officers because that particular day had been very hot. However, when he was questioned later during investigation, he provided a different explanation. Child pornography was discovered on his personal computer in August 1998, the same month when Nikki Verstappen was murdered, but once again, Jos Breck only got a warning. One of the 15,000 DNA samples provided to authorities during the bulk DNA search in 2017 revealed a close match to the foreign DNA found on Nikki Verstappen. The DNA sample belonged to a relative of the individual whose DNA was found on Nikki's clothes. That person happened to be related to the missing Jos Breck. In order to create a DNA profile, police asked Jos Breck's family if he had left behind a hairbrush or toothbrush as they were getting closer to solving the case. His family assisted the authorities and provided them with some of his personal belongings. Finally, after 20 painful long years, all the effort paid off. At the start of June 2018, the forensics discovered a 100 perfect match between Jos Breck's and the DNA found on Nikki's pajamas and underpants. Detectives were, however, requested to keep the new information to themselves in order to avoid alerting the offender. The investigators now began a massive global search for Jos Breck. Jos Breck's last known location was in the Vosges mountain region of northern France, where he served as a survival expert who guided nature expeditions into the mountains. Keep in mind that he was an experienced scout member who knew what he was doing. When Jos Breck departed the Vosges, no one knew where he had gone because he had not used his credit cards or his phone. Police discovered that he had improved his survival skills and had made preparations to vanish and live off the grid. His computer search history demonstrated that he was well prepared because he had done extensive study on small towns throughout Europe, places where Dutch news would not be reported. According to law enforcement, the only way to get him out of his hiding spot was to ask the public for assistance. On August 22, 2018, they revealed at a press conference that DNA samples from Jos Brecht's personal items matched the DNA discovered on Nicky Verstappen's clothing. They also disclosed his name and current age. Due to privacy laws in the Netherlands and the rule that everyone is considered innocent until proven guilty, it is customary to only use the first letter of a surname. However, this instance was unique because it required assistance from law officials to find Jos Brecht. The public appeal worked because the week following the press conference, a Dutch resident of northern Spain who had seen Jos Brecht's picture in the newspaper recognized him and called the police to report his whereabouts. Jos Brecht was living in a tent next to a commune house in the village of Castellterçol, north of Barcelona. 20 years after Nicky Verstappen's death, on August 26, 2018, Jos Brecht was taken into custody. The passport he had with him at the time of his arrest served as proof of his name. He was returned to the Netherlands on September 6, 2018 and appeared in court for the first time in December 2018. Peter de Vries rejoiced with Nicky Verstappen's family following the arrest of Jos Brecht. There was a strong feeling of relief and accomplishment. Jos Brecht had been questioned in 2001 regarding his presence close to the crime scene on the night Nicky's body was discovered, and he had confessed to child molestation in the past. In his words, he said, "Yes, I can imagine why you'd want to speak to me because I have had some brushes with the law in the past in connection with child abuse." This statement was not followed up on or a DNA sample taken. Jos Brecht was not on the sex offenders list, but he had effectively placed himself on it. This case would have been long solved if only the police had thoroughly looked into Jos Brecht back then. In December 2018, the trial commenced in Maastricht. Jos Brecht was charged with manslaughter rather than murder. Manslaughter is a less serious charge. There isn't enough evidence to prove that the murder was premeditated, as there would be in a murder case. Jos Brecht pled not guilty in court and defended himself, saying his DNA was found on Nicky's clothing because when he was walking close to the edge of a forest back at the camp area, he saw something in the distance and went to look out of curiosity, only for him to find Nicky's body. He said that he had checked for signs of life, brushed leaves off the body, and then left without any other action because of his previous convictions. The prosecutor argued that a total of 27 traces of Jos Brecht's DNA had been found on Nicky's body, including on his underwear. Jos Brecht still maintained his innocence, saying he had no idea how his DNA ended up on Nicky's underwear. After trial, Jos Brecht was found guilty, and on the 28th of January 2022, an appeal court convicted him on a charge of manslaughter and sentenced him to 16 years imprisonment. Will Nicky Verstappen's family ever find satisfaction? Even though they may have some answers, their son will always be 11 years old, even as his peers age and progress through life. Every day, they are plagued by countless unanswered questions, such as, would Nicky have grown up to realize his goal of playing professional soccer? They are wounded and they no longer believe in people. Femke Verstappen continues her mother's custom of lighting a candle for Nicky each day and keeping fresh flowers around the house, even though she is an adult with a kid of her own. Case of Lisa Holm. Lisa Holm was born on February 7, 1998, in the small Swedish town of Ho, where she grew up in a peaceful environment with her parents and older sister. Lisa was a kind, positive, and determined individual with a strong personality. She had already made up her mind to study architecture in Australia before completing her education. Lisa's love for travel was sparked by numerous trips with her parents to various countries, which also instilled in her a sense of independence from her teenage years. To earn her own money, she took on part-time jobs. In the summer of 2015, at the age of 17, Lisa landed her first job at a cafe located about 40 minutes from her home. Initially, her parents drove her to work, but soon her father gifted her a scooter. The scooter was a welcome gift, allowing her to commute to work independently. However, for the first few weeks, her father accompanied to ensure her safety, as she had limited experience driving on the roads. Lisa only works on weekends and her father always takes her to and from the cafe home. However, on June 7th, her father decided to let her drive herself. On that particular day, her parents visited her at work during lunch when the cafe was very busy. They had a quick snack together before returning home. Later that day, at 6:23, Lisa sent her father a text saying she was leaving work. 3 minutes later, he received a call from her, but there was no answer when he picked up. He heard a soft voice over the phone and the sound of a car door closing, leading him to believe that Lisa had accidentally dialed his number while talking to a coworker. Despite calling out her name several times, he got no response and eventually ended the call, expecting her to arrive home soon. However, as the minutes ticked by, Lisa failed to show up, causing her parents to grow increasingly worried. It was her first time driving the scooter alone, and her father was deeply concerned for her safety. He attempted to call her multiple times, but her phone was turned off. After a few more minutes of waiting, Lisa's father decided to drive along the route she would have taken, hoping to meet her along the way. He drove slowly, scanning the road for any sign of her, fearing she might have been in an accident. Despite his efforts, there was no sign of Lisa. The man arrived at the cafe where his daughter Lisa worked, but she wasn't there. However, her scooter was parked outside, which initially calmed his nerves. But upon closer inspection, he noticed her scooter keys were still in the ignition and her helmet was hanging from the handle. This discovery raised his concerns, as Lisa would never leave her scooter unattended. Around the same time, Lisa's mother contacted the cafe owner, hoping to get some information about her daughter's whereabouts. The cafe owner claimed to be unaware of Lisa's location and explained that she had spoken to her employees earlier, who said they were closing the cafe. The cafe owner then drove to the cafe and met up with Lisa's father. Together, they began searching the cafe and its surroundings. The cafe owner also enlisted the help of 4 friends who lived nearby. As the search continued, Lisa's mother and older sister checked the bus schedule, thinking it was possible that Lisa might have taken the bus instead of her scooter. They drove to the bus stop in their town, but unfortunately, Lisa was not on the bus. Despite their efforts, Lisa's family was still unable to find her, and their concerns continued to grow. Lisa's relatives quickly contacted the police after realizing she was missing. It was nearly 1 p.m. Police quickly conducted an extensive search. A crucial discovery was Lisa's scooter, which was left in the parking lot with the keys still in it, leading the police to suspect she might have been abducted. Abductions are extremely rare in Sweden, particularly in Lisa's rural hometown, so the police responded swiftly by deploying multiple search teams with dogs and having officers canvass every nearby house. As news of Lisa's disappearance spread, her classmates and friends took to social media to raise awareness and potentially gather witness accounts. Despite the overnight search, no progress was made. On Monday morning, the police publicly announced Lisa's disappearance and urged anyone with information to come forward. Around the same time, a man working at a barn across from the cafe found a motorcycle glove on the floor and reported it to the police. Detectives re-examined a barn previously inspected on the evening of Lisa's disappearance and discovered a glove. They presented the glove to Lisa's parents, who identified it as their daughter's, providing further evidence for the abduction theory. Police have stepped up the search by sending additional personnel and equipment to assist. By then, Lisa's disappearance had made national headlines, drawing hundreds of volunteers to the search. On Tuesday, the police received multiple leads. A group of volunteers searched a dirt road near the cafe, finding a phone case, receipt, ticket, and broken smartphone screen. After discovering these items, investigators confirmed that they all belonged to Lisa, so they concentrated the search in that area. Further investigation yielded additional parts of the broken smartphone, Lisa's ID, and more receipts. These items were all scattered along the same dirt road, increasing the police's certainty that Lisa was indeed a victim of abduction. The search for Lisa quickly gained a large amount of attention and support, with the number of people involved growing significantly each day. This case became the main news story in Sweden. Hundreds of volunteers from across the country flocked to participate in the search. A group of local volunteers specializing in finding missing people also participated in the search for Lisa. This made Lisa's search operation the largest in Sweden's modern history, with over 1,000 people involved. The police received numerous calls with potential leads. A woman reported a suspicious incident while she was jogging. The day before Lisa went missing, a man standing next to his car stopped her on the road and asked for directions to an unfamiliar city in English. When she tried to help him using Google Maps, the man asked her to get into his car to show the route on his navigator. The woman found this request suspicious and refused, continuing her jog instead. The woman shared a crucial detail with the police. She believed she had seen the man before, among the workers repairing a barn across the road from the cafe where Lisa was last seen. On the day Lisa went missing, her co-workers noticed something unusual. A witness saw two men standing across the road from the cafe, stared at the shop. Although the witness didn't think much of it at the time, but she shared this detail with the police after Lisa's disappearance. The following morning, Lisa's father and some friends searched the dirt road where her belongings were found. As they went further, they found Lisa's driver's license and house keys. It seemed that Lisa's abductor was throwing her belongings out of a vehicle. Despite all efforts, police and volunteers found no other clues in the area. That evening, a friend of Lisa's father was driving home from the search when he noticed that the police tape had been removed from the barn Lisa's glove was found. He decided to re-examine the barn for clues. The friend retrieved a flashlight from his car as it was getting dark and searched the barn for several minutes. He soon spotted something shiny on the floor, which turned out to be a woman's earring, along with an identical earring nearby. The man reported his discovery to the police, who then showed the earrings to Lisa's parents. After confirming that the earrings belonged to their daughter, the police conducted a more thorough search of the storehouse. Initially, the detective explained that the primary focus on the first day of the search was finding Lisa herself. As a result, the barn was not thoroughly inspected, and small items like earrings may have been overlooked. This time, however, numerous forensic experts and search dogs were brought in to aid in the investigation. During the more extensive search, the police found a piece of evidence behind one of the walls that initially seemed unrelated to the case: human feces. Forensic experts, however, proposed an intriguing theory. According to them, in the aftermath of committing severe crimes, the perpetrator's body often releases a significant amount of adrenaline, sometimes leading to a sudden and uncontrollable urge to defecate. It's not uncommon for perpetrators to lose control of their bodily functions due to adrenaline during a crime. Given that Lisa's glove and earrings were discovered in the storehouse, investigators suspected that if she was abducted, the perpetrator might have taken her to the storehouse. They considered the possibility that the perpetrator, under the influence of adrenaline, might have relieved themselves and left behind feces. These feces were subsequently sent for DNA analysis. On Friday, the search area was expanded and volunteers searched a farm approximately 2 miles from the cafe. The farm consisted of several large buildings with many employees, and the search team decided to inspect each one. Shortly after their arrival, 2 men appeared, communicating only in English as they didn't speak Swedish. One of them claimed that the police had already searched the farm, but the search team leader was skeptical. He believed he would have been informed if the police had indeed visited the farm, so he decided to proceed with the search. The 2 men observed the volunteers for a while before leaving. About an hour later, the search team discovered a pile of branches behind the cow sheet. Upon closer inspection, they found a motorcycle helmet, jacket, and headphones hidden underneath. The police swiftly arrived at the scene and confirmed that the items found were indeed Lisa's. To gather more evidence, forensic experts were dispatched to the farm for a thorough investigation. Detectives also investigated the story about 2 suspicious men who attempted to deter volunteers from searching the farm. During their inquiry, the police revisited a report from a woman who encountered an English-speaking man while jogging. The police had a potential suspect in mind. In the early stages of the search, they had visited nearby houses, includes a house where 2 Lithuanian brothers live with their wives. What caught the police's attention was that these 3 individuals did not speak Swedish and communicated in English, making them the only people in the area who did not speak the local language. Additionally, the police had other indirect reasons to suspect them. The brothers worked at a barn near the cafe and the farm where Lisa's helmet was found, indicating they were familiar with these locations. Furthermore, the dirt road where Lisa's belongings were discovered led directly to their house. The police decided to question the three individuals since they were the prime suspects. Meanwhile, forensic experts and volunteers arrived at the farm to continue their inspection. Their attention was drawn to an old neglected trailer surrounded by tall grass, which seemed abandoned for years. However, the flattened grass near the door suggested recent activity. Trapped grass under the door also indicated it had been opened recently. Upon opening the door, the forensic experts were met with a strong smell of decay. Inside, they found a changing room with multiple clothing lockers. All are locked except one. This led them to suspect that Lisa's body might be inside one of the locked lockers. However, they eventually found Lisa's body in an unlocked closet, hidden behind a pile of old clothes and rags. Despite the small space, the perpetrator managed to fit Lisa inside. A rope was around her neck, and her head was covered with a large amount of tape. Her pants were pulled down, and her shirt was pulled up. Medical experts concluded that Lisa's cause of death was strangulation, with no evidence of sexual assault. Her clothing was sent to the lab for further examination. As news of her body's discovery spread rapidly across the country, the case had already been making headlines in Sweden. The brutality of Lisa's murder shocked the entire nation, as such crimes were extremely rare in Sweden. A strange and disturbing discovery was made on YouTube the same day her body was discovered. A video titled 13 featuring a countdown timer had been posted 13 days before the murder. What makes this video scarier is that it was uploaded to a channel called Lisa Home. News of the video spread quickly through the media, leaving many people stunned by the series of coincidences. Some speculated that the murder had been predicted, but it was later revealed that the channel name and video title had been changed after Lisa's body was discovered, explaining the eerie coincidence. This has raised concerns that this could be a joke or an attempt to create another conspiracy theory. Meanwhile, the police worked day and night tirelessly to catch Lisa's murderer and solve the case as quickly as possible. At the time of the discovery, investigators had already questioned two brothers and a woman, all of whom denied any involvement in the murder. The three individuals claimed to have been at home at the time of the abduction, providing alibis for one another. According to their accounts, the older brother, Narages, was asleep in his room while his wife was preparing dinner and the younger brother was using the computer. Narages also stated that around 8 p.m., he woke up and went to a gas station to buy pizza and cigarettes. The police were skeptical of their alibis, as it was possible that the three were covering for each other. DNA samples were collected, but initially, no evidence directly linked any of them to the murder. However, this was short-lived. Forensic experts were working diligently in the storehouse and on the farm, utilizing all available resources, and soon their efforts paid off. In the storehouse, a small office-like room was discovered with a large window overlooking the cafe. Upon investigation, experts found 15 semen stains on the walls and floor near the window, suggesting someone had been standing there, watching the cafe employees, including Lisa, and engaging in self-gratification. The semen samples were sent to the lab for analysis, and DNA profiles were quickly extracted. All 15 samples matched the DNA of 35-year-old Narages. Additionally, the feces found in the storehouse also belonged to him. In the adjacent room, previously used for storing cow's milk, forensic experts noticed a pipe about 2 feet above the floor with a thick layer of dust, except for a small strip. The size of this strip matched the rope used to strangle Lisa. Blood was also found on the pipe, and DNA analysis confirmed it belonged to Narages. On the floor beneath the pipe, a piece of the same rope was discovered. Experts analyzed it and found 2 DNA profiles, Lisa's and Narages's. This discovery was an important clue for the police. This indicates that the rope used to kill Lisa was related to Narages. A crucial piece of evidence was discovered in the room where Lisa's body was found, a hair belonging to her. Further investigation revealed DNA traces from Narages on Lisa's jacket, leading the police to believe she was killed in that location. Police have been studying the evidence and using it to piece together what might have happened. Narges had been watching the cafe for some time and waited for an opportunity to strike. When Lisa was alone in the parking lot, he approached her, possibly asking for directions or using another tactic to gain her trust. He may have then asked her to get into his car to enter the route into the GPS system. Given Lisa's kind nature and willingness to help others, it's likely she agreed to help him. Once she was in the car, Narges taped her mouth shut and drove her to the storehouse. There, he bound her with a rope. According to medical experts, the killer's adrenaline rush at the scene may have caused him to lose control of his bodily functions, resulting in defecation on the floor. After Lisa's death, the perpetrator placed her body in the car and drove to the farm, discarding her belongings along the way. He then hid her body in the trailer locker, covering it with old clothes. The entire ordeal, from abduction to hiding the body, took the perpetrator less than an hour. Narges maintains his innocence despite mounting evidence against him. His wife and younger brother were released due to lack of evidence and promptly returned to their home country, Lithuania. The trial preparations were intense, with Narges claiming his DNA was found at the crime scene because he had worked in the storehouse for a long time. He also provided an alibi which was corroborated by his wife and brother, although their credibility was questionable. This defense may work in court, but the finding of Narges' DNA on Lisa's clothing suggests direct contact on the day of the murder. Furthermore, a witness reported seeing Narges' car near the cafe around the time of Lisa's abduction, contradicting his alibi. The car was seen driving back and forth between the cafe and the farm, while Narges claimed to have been sleeping at home, according to his brother and wife. Months after Lisa's body was discovered, experts continued to analyze the evidence using advanced equipment. They found Narges' DNA on nearly all of Lisa's clothing, including her underwear. Given the high-profile nature of the case, investigators sought additional clues to solidify the evidence against Narges. As part of their investigation, they traveled to Lithuania to re-question Narges' wife and brother. Narges' wife maintained her initial alibi, claiming he was at home between 6 o'clock and 8 p.m. However, when detectives spoke with Narges' younger brother, they finally obtained the information they needed. After being presented with the evidence against Narges and the details of the crime, the younger brother revealed that Narges was not at home that evening. According to the younger brother, Narges returned around 7:30 p.m., covered in dirt, and immediately washed his clothes. When the police began questioning the residents and approached their house, Narges instructed his brother to tell police he was home at the time of the crime. Narges later explained that he was afraid of being wrongly accused due to his immigrant status and lack of alibi during the abduction. The younger brother initially believed Narges innocent, but after learning about the evidence, he realized this wasn't true. A month after murder, a large crowd attended Lisa's funeral, far exceeding the church's capacity of 130 people. To accommodate the mourners, organizers set up benches and large screens outside, allowing everyone to watch the ceremony. For months later, the trial began. Narges' lawyer argued that his client's DNA on Lisa's clothing could be explained by his work in the storehouse. However, they countered that this explanation didn't hold up, especially regarding Lisa's underwear. The only plausible way Narges' DNA could have ended up on her underwear was through direct contact. The lawyer failed to provide any evidence supporting Narges' innocence. At one point, lawyers suggested an alternative theory that Narges' younger brother was the real killer. The lawyer failed to address the possibility of DNA manipulation during the trial, which lasted a month and resulted in Narges being found guilty of murder. He was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment in a high-security Swedish prison, which offered relatively comfortable living conditions. Narges' lawyer attempted to appeal the verdict but was unsuccessful. In 2017, Narges made a surprising decision when he requested to be deported to a prison in Lithuania. Despite Lithuanian prisons being notoriously worse than Swedish ones, the court granted his request, probably because it would result in substantial cost savings for Swedish taxpayers. It did not take long to understand the reason behind Narges' decision. He appealed to the Lithuanian court and successfully had his sentence reduced from life to 15 years. However, this victory was short-lived as the court later overturned the decision. reinstating his life sentence. Unfortunately for Narrages, he was now stuck in a Lithuanian prison, with no chance of returning to the more comfortable Swedish prison. In August 2022, 5 years after his initial imprisonment, Narrages has been transferred to another prison in Lithuania, where he encountered another life-threatening situation. During a block transfer, an inmate attacked Narrages with a shank, causing severe injuries that ultimately led to his death on the way to the hospital. Regarding Narrages, the question of her involvement in the crime remains unclear. Although police believe it is highly unlikely that she was directly involved in the abduction or murder, they do not rule out the possibility that she may have been aware of her husband's actions and provided a false alibi to help him. If she had been directly involved, experts would have likely found her DNA on Lisa's clothing or belongings. Additionally, Narrages' younger brother has raised suspicions. Cafe employees reported seeing 2 men, likely Narrages and his younger brother, standing near the barn and watching the employees. However, the younger brother's DNA was not found in the barn or on Lisa's clothing, making his involvement in the murder unlikely. It is possible that the brothers were indeed observing the employees and discussing inappropriate topics, but only Narrages ultimately committed the crime. 911 operators received a terrible phone call in January of 2001. The caller had called to inform them that a young mother named Pamela Shelley had shot and killed herself. After the autopsy had been done, the forensic pathologist determined Pamela Shelley's death to be a suicide. However, neither Pamela's family nor the police believed the results. The case went cold, but one tenacious detective made it a point of duty to keep up with the investigation after years of questioning Pamela's apparent death. With a little assistance from a true crime television program, the case was reopened. Today's case takes us to the small town of Cuero, Texas, which was shaken by the death of Pamela Shelley. Pamela Jean Shelley was born on the 25th of July, 1969 in Houston, Texas, but she was raised in the quaint community of Ashdown, Arkansas, which had a population of 4,500. At the time, Pamela comes from a family that worked hard. Her mother worked at a nursing facility while her father drove a truck for lodging. She also had a brother and a sister. Pamela Shelley was described as being extremely kind and outgoing with everyone around her. When Pamela Shelley was 16 years old, she met her first husband, Jesse Suggs, who was 20 years old at the time. They discussed their future plans of getting married one day. However, Pamela's father wanted her to complete high school before any other thing. So, following her high school graduation, she and Jesse got married immediately. Not long after, they became parents, giving birth to Kayla, their first child and daughter. Just 4 years into their marriage, Pamela and Jesse began to have problems. Jesse frequently used narcotics to get high, and eventually his drug problems caused him to lead a life of crime. Pamela and Jesse had an on-and-off relationship for a while before finally getting a divorce. In the summer of 1991, Pamela Shelley got married to another man by the name of Gary. They conceived a child they named Dustin. The marriage lasted just a year, after which she briefly moved back in with Jesse, her ex-husband, before finally moving in with her parents. Some years later, Pamela Shelley reconnected with Ronnie Hendricks, a childhood acquaintance. She and Ronnie always seemed to click, but they hadn't spoken in over a decade. After they rekindled their relationship, Ronnie proposed to her and invited her and the kids to come live with him in Cuero, Texas, to which Pamela agreed. In the summer of 2000, she and her son Dustin alongside Ronnie then traveled to Cuero by car for 8 hours. Pamela's daughter, Kayla, was to join them few months later. The family of Ronnie Hendricks resided in Cuero, Texas. According to Ronnie's mother, Deborah, everything was going well with them until Kayla moved in. She said, Kayla altered the entire dynamic in the house, making her son Ronnie to frequently get into an argument with her because he would always push her to assist around the house. Deborah and Ronnie claimed that Kayla also insisted on her and her mother returning to Arkansas so she could be with her father. Ronnie and Pamela became at odds virtually every day until horror struck on the 6th of January 2001. Ronnie Hendrick claimed he was on the porch of their home on the 6th of January 2001 when he heard a gunshot from inside. At exactly 5 o'clock, he dialed 911 and not long the DeWitt County Police arrived at the scene. On getting inside, the police and the EMTs found Pamela Shelley unresponsive on the bathroom floor. Her right temple had been shot, the gun was on the counter, and there was blood all over. Ronnie Hendrick was informed by the EMTs that it would take them an hour to reach the closest hospital. Ronnie promised to accompany them and said he knew how to get there more quickly by taking the back roads. Pamela wasn't in a good state, but she was still alive. However, she was declared brain dead in the hospital on January 7th after being put on life support. Jesse, Pamela's ex-husband, arrived at the hospital and picked up the kids to take them back to Arkansas. The medical examiner determined that Pamela's death was a suicide on January 8, 2001. Given that the gunshot wound made very close contact with the skin, it was established that it was self-inflicted. However, Sheriff Carl Bowen, who was placed in charge of the case, rejected the suicide theory. Sheriff Bowen had a conversation with Jesse Suggs, who confessed that he and Pamela's relationship was quite rough because he couldn't get his act right. When asked when he last saw Pamela, Jesse said they had both shared a bed the night before she went for Texas. He further explained that Pamela had intended to return with his children on January 6th and that he had traveled to Texas to bring them back to Arkansas. Jesse was aware of Ronnie, Pamela, and Kayla's constant issues. As part of the investigation, Jesse agreed to take a polygraph, which he successfully passed. Since Pamela Shelley was shot when Jesse was 800 miles away in Arkansas at his mother's house, he was ruled out as a suspect. The next person the investigators had a chat with was Ronnie Hendrick. He told the police that he had been outside on the porch when he heard what appeared to be a gunshot. He then rushed inside and discovered Pamela lying on the floor, bleeding from a head wound. He claimed to have protected 12-year-old Kayla and 9-year-old Dustin from the gruesome scene. Ronnie further acknowledged that Pamela and the kids had packed up their belongings that morning, preparing to return to Arkansas. According to him, Pamela Shelley had been depressed over going back to Arkansas. However, the relocation was compelled by family matters, particularly because of the discord between him and Kayla. Ronnie told the police that Pamela didn't want to return, but had to since she was afraid of losing her children. Despite the autopsy results, the investigators were bothered with the case contradictions. They wondered why Pamela Shelley packed her whole belongings into a car if she wanted to kill herself. Additionally, Ronnie Hendrick's portrayal of a young woman intent on suicide didn't line up with what authorities knew about Pamela Shelley. According to Sheriff Carl Bowen, a former deputy with the DeWitt County Sheriff's Office, Pamela Shelley's death may have been the result of an accident or homicide. In order to find answers, officials requested that Ronnie Hendrick undergo a polygraph test, to which he agreed but failed to show up for 3 different appointments. He either postponed or simply failed to show up, before completely disappearing. The investigation was concluded and the case went cold after the medical examiner determined that suicide was the cause of death. However, 7 years after Pamela Shelley's passing, Sheriff Carl Bowen decided to re-examine the case because he had never believed it was a suicide. The medical examiner nevertheless was still certain that Pamela's autopsy result was correct. Sheriff Carl Bowen retrieved Pamela's medical records for a proper and thorough examination. It was discovered that Pamela Shelley often suffered from stress-induced seizures and she was taking a low-grade antidepressants for it. Sheriff Bowen had a conversation with Kyla, who confessed that Ronnie allegedly attacked her on January 4th, 2 days before her mother was found dead. According to Kyla, Ronnie then attacked her mother and blackened her eyes so bad when she defended her from him. They later visited a hospital. Pamela and the children decided that they would inform the medical professionals that Pamela had fallen into a coffee table. After the incident, Pamela made the decision to take the children back to Arkansas on January 6th, since that was what they genuinely wanted. After this revelation, in 2008, Sheriff Carl Bowen tracked down Ronnie Hendrick at the county jail. Ronnie had been taken into custody after hitting his girlfriend. He was then asked to retell the incident that occurred on the 6th of January 2001. The police noticed inconsistencies with his stories. He was also asked to take a polygraph exam, which revealed that he was being deceptive. The investigators knew something was fishy, but they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute Ronnie for Pamela's murder. The case, however, went cold again until 4 years later in 2012, when a TV show that investigated cold cases chose to look at Pamela Shelley's case. They sought to examine the gun for DNA and fingerprints. The revelation of the results was startling. Despite the fact that the gun was Ronnie's, neither Pamela nor Ronnie's DNA was found on it. Now, the police and TV program thought the pistol had been cleaned of any form of DNA. At this point, Sheriff Carl Bowen was getting assured that Pamela didn't commit suicide. In August 2012, he went ahead to have a second conversation with Pamela's ex-husband, Jesse Suggs, and his mother Shirley. Shirley admitted to the sheriff that when Pamela was in Curo, Texas, she and Jesse had secretly been communicating with a burner phone. When asked if she believed Pamela had killed herself, Shirley declared that she believed Ronnie Hendricks was the one who had shot her. According to Jesse Suggs, he and Pamela had a phone conversation just 30 minutes before she was shot. He claimed to have heard Ronnie enter the room, grabbed the phone, and told Jesse that the only way Pamela would be returning home to Arkansas was in a pine box. These revelations were becoming shocking and a motive was established. The detectives had what they needed to go to a grand jury. The medical examiner soon changed Pamela Shelley's cause of death from suicide to undetermined after learning about Ronnie Hendricks' abuse towards Pamela Kyler and other women he had dated. This development is coming 11 years after Pamela Shelley had passed away. In the fall of 2012, Ronnie Hendrick was charged with Pamela Shelley's murder. Finally, 12 years after Pamela's death, Ronnie pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 22 years in prison. Michael Haight was born on January 7, 1980 in Seattle, Washington, and later moved to Cedar City, Utah with his family after his father finished dental school. As a child, Michael was very active and enjoyed playing sports like baseball, basketball, and soccer. He also excelled in school and achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. After graduating from high school in 1998, Michael worked at a fish plant in Alaska for the summer, where he quickly proved himself as a leader, rising to the position of line manager and overseeing a team of over a dozen men. This experience showcased his strong work ethic and dedication. Michael then embarked on a mission trip to South Brazil with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which deepened his faith and commitment to his religious community. When he returned to the United States, he pursued a business degree at Southern Utah University, graduating in 2004. During his time at the university, Michael met his future wife, Tasha Earle, and they fell in love. They got married in the St. George Temple on May 10, 2003. Michael appeared to be a devoted husband and father, often spending quality time with his family at sports events, school concerts, and working on projects together in the garage. On January 4, 2023, a shocking discovery was made at the Haight residence in Enoch. 8 bodies were found, leaving investigators and neighbors stunned. The events leading up to this gruesome finding began when Tasha Haight missed an online appointment and her husband Michael failed to show up for work. Their concerned colleagues contacted the police to perform a welfare check at the Haight residence. When officers arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response. As they surveyed the property, it seemed empty. Considering the Haight's had 5 children, the police reached out to the Iron County School District to check if any of the kids were in school that day. However, it was found that none of the children were present. Before entering the home, the police cleared the premises to ensure it was safe to do so. After a thorough search, authorities confirmed that no one required medical attention, and there was no active threat. The Haight's single-story residence with a basement was declared a crime scene, and detectives arrived shortly after. In the main bedroom, detectives found 4-year-old Gavin lying on his stomach. His head turned to the left, with one arm under his head on a pillow and a blanket covering part of his body. Tasha, Gavin's mother, was also partially covered by the blanket. On the other side of the bed, detectives found an older woman, later identified as Gail Earle, Tasha's mother, lying on her back with her head resting on a pillow and partially covered by a blanket, similar to her daughter and grandson. In Bree's room, the 12-year-old girl was found lying in bed, slightly inclined and partially covered with a blanket. In Amon's room, a 7-year-old boy was found lying face down in the corner, without a pillow or blanket. His twin sister Sienna was discovered in her bedroom, lying on her left side in bed, with her head on a pillow and covered with a blanket. The eldest child, 17-year-old Macy, was found in her bed, with her head on a pillow and her body covered with a blanket. In the exercise room of the basement, the detectives found Michael Haight lying on top of a sleeping bag. Sadly, all 8 family members were found dead from gunshot wounds. It quickly became clear to the detectives that Michael Haight was the main suspect, and they believed he had killed his wife, mother-in-law, and 5 children before taking his own life. When detectives started investigating, a neighbor provided vital information that helped them reconstruct the crime's timeline. The neighbor told police she woke up at 3:30 a.m. to use the bathroom, and as she left her room, heard a loud bang that sounded like fireworks. However, realizing it was after the allowed date for fireworks in the neighborhood, she felt annoyed rather than alarmed by the noise. The neighbor reported hearing an initial loud bang, followed by 2 more in quick succession, then a short pause, another bang, and a longer pause before the final bang. Based on this testimony and the condition of the 8 bodies found inside the house, the detective inferred that the loud noises heard around 3:30 a.m. were directly connected to the events that unfolded that night, leading them to believe that Michael Haight committed the brutal killings during this time frame. During the investigation into the Haight family murders, detectives discovered a 2020 report from an unnamed individual who had notified the Utah Division of Child and Family Services about abuse in the Haight household. According to the report, 14-year-old Macy had confided in this individual about her fear of her father, sparking a further investigation. The authorities then interviewed Macy and her parents separately. During Macy's interview, she revealed disturbing information. Her father had choked her on multiple occasions, and she lived in fear of being killed by him. She reported that the violent attacks began in 2017, and recounted an incident where her father grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her into a wooden piece of furniture. Michael Haight denied hurting his daughter when questioned by detectives, passing off the incidents as misunderstandings and attributing his emotional state to his father's recent death and his brother's divorce. He claimed to have taken out his frustrations on his older daughter. Despite this, Tasha chose not to press charges, and the Utah Department of Children and Family Services, the Enoch Police Department, and the Iron County Prosecutor's Office also declined to pursue the case, as it did not meet the legal requirements for prosecution. A lethality assessment was conducted with Tasha, which indicated that her relationship with Michael was not life-threatening. As a result, victim services were made available to Tasha and her children for several months. Further investigation revealed a different side of Michael, unknown to the community. According to Tasha's friends, they had to speak quietly or turn on the kitchen water when visiting Tasha, as they suspected Michael was monitoring and eavesdropping on their conversations. Tasha's friends would often help her clean the house when they visited, which prevented Michael from finding fault with her. When texting Tasha, her friends noticed that she would respond with brief, positive messages, likely to maintain a positive image in case Michael read them. This suggested that everything was fine in their marriage. The detectives investigating the case discovered that Michael exhibited highly controlling behavior towards Tasha. For instance, he would take away her car keys and phone to restrict her freedom. Another red flag was his overreaction when Tasha bought a $30 rug from Walmart to replace a dirty one, which was a legitimate need. Michael's anger was unwarranted, and he claimed the purchase was excessive. Tasha confided in her friends that her 7-year-old son, Aman, was increasingly imitating Michael's bad behavior. When Tasha gave Aman instructions, he would respond, "That's not my job," which concerned Tasha as it showed his lack of responsibility and disregard for authority. Tasha's friends reported that in 2022, Tasha attempted to prioritize her own well-being by getting her nails done, a rare treat for her given her many responsibilities. However, her husband Michael refused to let her do so, imposing strict limits on her autonomy and freedom. Moreover, Michael frequently disregarded or ignored Tasha's instructions, and their friend Aman often followed his lead in doing so. Tasha felt more confident in her appearance after indulging herself, and she decided to get her nails done every month. However, Michael was unhappy about this decision and expressed his disapproval, worried about the cost. Tasha explained that it would only cost $25 per month, but Michael was unconvinced, arguing that the money could be better spent on their children. Michael's reaction was rooted in his need for control and sense of financial responsibility towards their family. Around the same time, Tasha started prioritizing her self-care and began losing weight, which had been a sensitive topic for her since Michael had often called her fat and ugly. However, instead of being supportive, Michael became furious and accused Tasha of cheating on him, trying to explain the sudden change in her appearance. Michael's controlling behavior escalated as he tried to manipulate Tasha's weight loss, pleading with her to stop losing weight because he was worried that other men might find her attractive. This demand was driven by his own insecurities and desire for complete control over Tasha's body and behavior. Tasha's friends also told the police about an incident where the kitchen table broke and Tasha needed to buy a new one. However, Michael refused to give her the money, further demonstrating his controlling behavior. Tasha was fed up with the old table and decided to take initiative by refinishing it to make it look better and more functional. However, Michael was unhappy with her decision because she didn't ask for his permission first. Michael was extremely frugal during the holiday season. Despite earning a good income, he only gave Tasha $100 for each of their 5 children to buy presents, which was not enough in Tasha's opinion. Tasha always made sure her children had a wonderful Christmas, but Michael refused to provide more funds, claiming that he worked hard for his money and saw no reason to give more to his family. He believed that his income was rightfully his alone. Michael's passion for reducing waste and conserving resources led him to implement strict rules on household habits. He forced Tasha to wash and reuse plastic bags, even if they had been used only once or multiple times. This excessive demand for reusing bags added to Tasha's responsibilities, leaving her feeling burdened and overwhelmed. Michael's controlling behavior extended to every aspect of Tasha's life, including her daily routines. For instance, he demanded that she use baby wipes for cleaning, claiming it was better for the environment and more cost-effective. However, this requirement caused Tasha discomfort, hygiene issues, and unnecessary stress. If Tasha failed to follow Michael's instructions, she would face severe consequences, which he made clear would lead to serious trouble. This threat instilled fear and submission in Tasha, leaving her no choice but to obey Michael's demands. Natasha confided in her friends that while Michael had been cruel to her throughout their marriage, he had never directed this cruelty towards their children until the late 2010s. However, over time, the abuse towards their daughter Macy escalated, driving her to consider suicide. Michael had unrealistically high expectations for his daughter Macy, demanding she earn perfect grades despite her struggles, which were exacerbated by the emotional burden of his abusive behavior. This pressure was crushing for Macy. Macy's friends shared a disturbing incident with the detective. One evening, Michael returned home to find Macy comforted by her mother. He became enraged and ordered Macy to clean her room. This event left Macy deeply disturbed, remembering the hatred and evil she saw in her father's eyes. The detectives also discovered an incident where 7-year-old Briley disobeyed Michael while playing with a changing table. Michael responded by blaming his wife Tasha for their children's behavior, calling them the worst and most disrespectful in the world. He then humiliated Tasha, calling her fat and ugly in front of their 5 children. This painful incident prompted Tasha to plan her escape and file for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Tasha realized she had to leave her husband Michael after witnessing his abusive behavior and lack of self-control. She knew staying in the marriage would negatively impact her children, and their well-being was more important than her marital commitment. In December 2022, Tasha filed for divorce but asked for the papers to be delivered after Christmas to give her children one last normal holiday before the separation. When Michael received the papers, he tried to act normal, but Tasha saw through it. He told her to leave the children behind, but she refused, taking them to her mother's home in Lynn, Utah. Michael showed up at his mother-in-law's house, trying to convince Tasha to go for a ride with him, but she refused, sensing danger. After filing for divorce, Tasha's mother moved in to support her and the children. However, Michael's actions worsened the situation. He refused to leave the family home, instead moving into the basement. Tasha discovered he had secretly transferred $220,000 from their children's savings accounts without her knowledge or consent. She also found that her inherited firearms were missing, leaving her family vulnerable. The couple's children, Macy and Briley, were affected by the constant drama at home. Macy had a secret phone to record her father's outbursts as evidence for the divorce, while Briley found solace at a neighbor's house. Both girls were relieved about their parents' divorce. On January 3, 2023, Tasha met with her attorney, expressing concerns about her divorce and Michael's volatile behavior. Although she had relocated him to the basement, the attorneys pressed her about feeling safe. Tasha reassured them she never feared for her or her children's well-being. But in hindsight, her optimism was tragically misplaced. A disturbing discovery emerged from the digital evidence found on the family's computers and cell phones. Just days before the tragic shooting, Michael made a series of concerning Google searches on December 30th at 10:41 p.m. These searches focused on firearms and shooting-related topics, revealing his sinister intentions. The search results showed Michael had asked alarming questions such as the loudness of a 9mm gunshot and what a gunshot sounds like. Before taking his own life, Michael wrote a note expressing his desire to end the controlling behavior he felt he was subjected to by his wife. He stated that he couldn't handle the situation for another day and wanted to escape the manipulation. Michael's note conveyed deep frustration and desperation as he repeatedly asked for help but felt ignored. He emphasized his determination not to be a burden to society. The details of this case have left many in shock, revealing a deeply dysfunctional family plagued by violence. Michael's actions were premeditated and calculated as he carefully planned the murders to catch his wife and children off guard. 28-year-old Nancy McEvers passed away in her home in the Durham community of Washington County, Oregon, on a chilly winter morning in 1983. She was thought to have committed suicide, and there was no suspicion of foul play. The family tried to come to terms with Nancy's passing as the case went cold because it was thought to be a suicide. After 40 years, fresh information surfaced that completely altered the case's trajectory. In 2023, the Nancy McEvers case's mystery was finally solved. After 40 years, what new information enabled police to discover the truth? The Portland metro area is made up of Washington County, which is Oregon's second most populous county out of the state's 36 total counties. One of the main factors that draws people to the Washington County of Oregon and makes them want to settle there is the spectacular backdrop and the rich flora that surrounds it. The allure of this area is the friendly people, the old-fashioned homes, and the hills and mountains that surround the splendid landscape. It is the most populous Washington County in America, with about 600,000 residents. It provides a haven for people looking to escape the bustle of daily life with a culturally vibrant community and a wide range of recreational options like hiking, nature walking, and fishing. But regrettably, it also holds a sinister secret, and it is in this neighborhood that our case today began. In the year 1955, Nancy McEvers was born in Oregon. Lenore Pepper, Nancy's mother, who is currently 97 years old, was accustomed to hearing the adjectives sweet and beautiful used to describe her daughter. Nancy was described as friendly by everyone, regardless of whether they had known her for years or were just meeting her. Both of Nancy's sisters were very close to her. She was loved by both her younger sister, Diane Grill, and her older sister, Janet Aglitis, because she was the middle child. Between her mother and the sisters, she frequently served as a mediator. People enjoyed interacting with Nancy and spending time with her because of her loving, caring nature and outgoing personality. Her maternal instincts were very strong, and she had always been the most compassionate of her sisters. She consequently loved being a mother after she married Randall Randy McEvers and gave birth to a son. Everyone was aware of the fact that she loved being a mother. The aspirations of Nancy's sisters as children were realized because of her love for them and her own child. The three sisters had intended to raise their children jointly. Unexpectedly, the three sisters' first children were born 18 months apart. Their happy and close-knit upbringing was already planned, but in a tragic turn of events, it was to be abandoned in the end. It was a chilly winter morning in the stunning Washington County of Oregon. On January 2, 1983, police received a call from Randall McEvers at 10:38 in the morning. Randall appeared to be inconsolable over his wife's suicide. Deputies from the Washington County Sheriff's Office arrived at the 17300 block of Southwest Rivendell Drive in Durham, a neighborhood that had joined Washington County after 1983 but had not previously been a part of it. The body of Nancy McEvers with a gunshot wound to the head was discovered by the police. Despite the seriousness of the wound and the odds against Nancy surviving, paramedics sped to transport her to a nearby hospital. By merely looking at her, she was almost immediately declared dead. Nancy McEvers' death was determined to be a suicide. At the crime scene, a Smith & Wesson revolver was discovered and taken by the detectives. Inconsistencies on what might have happened to Nancy didn't emerge until after the police began questioning suspects. Only Nancy had been at home during the alleged suicide, along with her 30-year-old husband, Randall, and their 1-year-old son. The crime scene led the investigators to wonder whether Randall had witnessed the suicide or if it took place in a closed area. To make a progress in the investigation, the police needed to wait for the forensic reports. The Nancy McEvers case proved to be much more complicated than the police had anticipated once they received the reports. It didn't take long for investigators to realize there was something else going on in this case after the autopsy report, forensic tests, and ballistic tests were done. The crime lab of the Oregon State Police quickly determined from the medical reports that the case could not have been a suicide. There were far too many irregularities. It is possible to detect gun residue on someone's hands and clothing by taking samples and processing them to look for fused lead, antimony, or barium particles. The first discrepancy was that Nancy's hands were free of any signs of gunshot wounds, but it didn't directly demonstrate anything. This is because the residue can easily be washed away when it comes into contact with other things and can only be detected 6 to 8 hours after the shot was fired. So, even though it was a significant discovery, it was insufficient. When the medical examiner stated that Nancy's wound was too wide to be a suicide case, the second inconsistency appeared. The distance between the person and the gun's muzzle increases with the size of the wound. The report also mentioned that Nancy was battling or attempting to defend herself if there were charred particles on her clothing. With her husband Randall and their 1-year-old child, Nancy had been at home by herself. There were no other people present and no instances of forced entry, according to Randall. The police had, of course, located their main suspect. Detectives began questioning Randall as soon as they could. He gave them the essentials, then admitted that he and Nancy had been fighting over the gun and that during the commotion, he couldn't remember who had pulled the trigger. Randall changed his story, withdrew his statement, and gave the officers a new one after the police poked and prodded him further. He admitted to the police that he had just walked in when Nancy pulled the trigger. By the time Randall entered the room and realized what was happening, she had already shot herself. These two iterations were utterly incompatible with one another. The detective spoke with Nancy's friends, family, and co-workers because it was crucial to learn the truth about what had actually occurred. Every one of them believed Randall was somehow connected to her demise. In order to finally make sense of the situation and establish a solid case against Nancy's husband, the police had only needed a little bit more proof. 2 days after the initial interrogation, the police therefore called Randall in for another round of questioning. They were unable to elicit a confession from him. The police were then visited by Randall's parents, who assured them that their son was prepared to take a polygraph test to prove his innocence. But Randall failed to appear for the appointment. He had completely stopped assisting the police by April of that year. The police declared Nancy McEvers' alleged suicide case to be cold in the absence of any additional leads or fresh evidence. Nancy's family learned a week after her funeral that there were no leads in the case and that there was no evidence of foul play. The family therefore made every effort to leave this gloomy episode in the past. Not only was Nancy's son deprived of all the love she had to give after her death in 1983, but her entire family also underwent a permanent change. The news had a significant impact on them. They were never the same after Nancy died because she was such a significant part of their lives. When Nancy's family learned of her passing, they were in shock. She was a happy, laid-back woman who delighted in every aspect of parenting. They couldn't believe Nancy shot herself in the head while her son was still inside the house. She would never have taken any action that would have permanently cut off her relationship with her son. Nancy's mother, Lenore Pepper, wasn't sure about the circumstances surrounding her daughter's passing. She had suspicions about Randall, but was unable to speak about them. Lenore Pepper let her suspicions die after she had already lost her daughter, and the police had officially informed them that no foul play was suspected. Randall was in charge of raising his 1-year-old son after facing no charges. Lenore did not want to stir up a situation that she was still equipped to handle. She had serious reservations about Randall, but chose to remain silent in order to safeguard her grandson, in case her doubts and uncertainties turned out to be unfounded. Everyone who knew Nancy, including her mother, believed that it could not have been a suicide. However, without an answer from the investigators, their skepticism persisted. Nancy's sister thought it was an awful accident that was never intended to occur. She passed away when she was only 28. Her life, her hopes, and all of her dreams vanished in an instant. No one anticipated that the detectives would reopen the Nancy McEvers case in August 2022 because it had been closed for such a long time. The cold case investigations were handled by the police officers working in the Violent Crimes Unit. When they looked through Nancy McEvers' file, they realized that justice needed to be done. Even though Nancy hadn't committed suicide, nobody knew it. She was brutally murdered. The police reviewed the previously gathered evidence before proceeding. A member of the investigation team named Detective Anilsari described the case as being under-investigated. Since the detective in charge of the case from 1983 had already passed away, there was no way to determine why the officers let this case go cold for so long. It was discovered that the police work of the 1980s was not thorough. The Washington County Sheriff's Office's Forensic Science Unit retested the 1983 evidence, and the results were exactly the same as before. The likelihood that Nancy's death was a suicide was entirely discounted. The police now think that domestic violence played a role in Nancy McEvers' passing in this case. Due to concerns for the family's privacy, investigators decided not to disclose to the media which new leads were investigated. Around 20 people were interviewed by the police, including deputies, detectives, firefighters, and family members who were either there in 1983 or had a close connection to the case. Nancy's story was still relevant 40 years later, and as more information emerged after all these years, the mystery surrounding the case started becoming clear. According to Nancy's file, which was kept with the police, detectives learned that during the case's initial investigation, when the police questioned Nancy's family and Randall, they learned that Randall had been planning to kill Nancy because she wanted a divorce and to leave him. One of the case's investigators, Anel Sarek, expressed his perplexity over the lack of action in the 1980s in spite of this clear evidence. "I can't tell you why they did what they did," he said. Eventually, everything started to make sense, and Randall started to emerge as the main suspect in Nancy McEvers' murder. By the time the evidence came to light, Randall was residing in Tybord, an Oregon town 10 miles south of Portland, Indiana. January 2023, the police showed up at his home and questioned him about the murder of his wife 40 years ago. He admitted to the detectives that hypnotherapy had been used to help him forget everything about that day. By this point, the police had enough leads, and since they desired that Nancy's family experience genuine closure, they sent the case to the Washington County District Attorney's Office for review after speaking with Randall. It turned out that the information Nancy's family was given for 40 years was false. The Nancy McEvers case had undergone enough twists by this point, so when police learned that Randall had killed himself on February 8, 2023, they were horrified. Additionally, he left a note in which he explicitly denied being to blame for Nancy's death. The police thought that Randall's passing brought the case to a conclusion even though the district attorney's office was unable to review it after his passing. Now that their main suspect has passed away, Nancy McEvers' case has been successfully concluded. Lenore was shocked to learn that her suspicions about her daughter's death had been accurate the entire time when the police contacted her. Lenore, the mother of Nancy, expressed her appreciation to the policeman for being able to see her daughter's case through to the end. She wished Nancy's father had lived to see the conclusion of their daughter's case. Everyone loved Nancy, so the news of her heinous murder caused a wide range of emotions. Her family experienced all their emotions again, but everyone in the family thought that Randall's suicide was just as much of witness as his actual court case, although he insisted he had nothing to do with Nancy's death. His own passing served as the acceptance Nancy's family had been hoping for 4 decades. Following the shock of learning that their cherished Nancy had been murdered after 40 years, Nancy's family is informing more of her loved ones of the news, and they are preparing to hold a memorial service for her. Nevertheless, they have experienced fresh grief and trauma. The investigation team that gave her justice was applauded by the entire family. Nancy's family had the misconception that she had committed suicide for 40 years. Although the investigation into Nancy McKeever's death has been concluded, Washington County Sheriff's Office deputies are still looking for additional information. They want anyone with fresh information to come forward and contact the detectives at 503-846-2700 so that Nancy, who was thought to have chosen death for all these years, can receive justice. Case of Schmidt family. Tyler Schmidt was born in Iowa, USA on November 13, 1979. He grew up in Cedar Falls, a city that is home to the University of Northern Iowa. As a young boy, Tyler joined the Boy Scouts, where he earned the prestigious rank of Eagle Scout. This experience sparked a lifelong love for nature and camping in him. The camps organized by the Lutheran Church, which promoted family bonding, were particularly enjoyable to him. In his free time, he learned to play the trumpet. Tyler's true passion, however, lay in adventure and sports. He was a member of the cross-country running team and the swim team at Northern Iowa High School in Cedar Falls. He also enjoyed outdoor activities like canoeing, hiking, and snowshoeing. Later, his interest in computing led him to Truman State University in Missouri, where he studied computer science and earned his degree. It was there that he met Sarah, who would later become his wife. Sarah was born on March 27, 1980, in Kansas City. During her childhood, she spent time near St. Louis with her siblings, Karen, Jane, and Adam. Sharing Tyler's passion for the outdoors, Sarah enjoyed bird watching and studying insects. Like Tyler, she was a dedicated Girl Scout and earned the highest honor, the Gold Award. Her adventure spirit was inherited from her mother, with whom she went on a backpacking trip to Central America. It's no wonder that Tyler knew Sarah was his soulmate when he met her as a student. Sarah excelled academically and demonstrated exceptional leadership skills, particularly in student projects focused on enhancing school life. Her positive leadership and inclination earned her the prestigious Truman Scholarship. While still at Washington High School in Washington, Missouri, this scholarship led her to Truman State University, where she met Tyler. As they fell deeply in love, she readily accepted his marriage proposal. Both Tyler's and Sarah's families supported their decision to marry, recognizing that they were perfect for each other and destined to build a beautiful family together. On June 22, 2002, guests gathered at St. John Lutheran Church for Tyler and Sarah's wedding. Family members took their seats while Sarah waited outside with her father. At 22, the couple exchanged vows, promising to stay together until death parted them. They chose Boundary Waters for their 10-day honeymoon, sharing a love for nature. In the initial 10 years of their marriage, Tyler and Sarah prioritized establishing financial security and advancing their professional careers. After completing their undergraduate degrees in Missouri, the couple relocated to Lawrence, where they pursued their master's degrees at the University of Kansas. Sarah eventually worked as a computer science expert, while Tyler held jobs at a supermarket, a delivery company, and UPS. He also had a long-term career at a company specializing in business billing and payments, which lasted for 18 years. During this period, the Schmidts' marriage was filled with exciting experiences beyond their professional commitments. The couple made it a point to spend quality time together, exploring new outdoor destinations and engaging in various activities. They regularly socialized with family and friends, bonding over their shared love of board games. Occasionally, they participated in events organized by the Lutheran Church. As enthusiastic fans of the Kansas Jayhawks, they attended basketball tournaments held at the Allen Fieldhouse. The year 2013 was a mix of sadness and happiness for the couple. They suffered a significant loss when Sarah's father passed away from a heart attack, leaving his loved ones in grief. However, 2 years later, in 2015, they experienced the joys of parenthood with the birth of their son, Arlo. In 2018, they welcomed their beautiful daughter, Lula Schmidt, into the world. When Arlo turned 6 and Lula was 3, the family made the decision to move to Cedar Falls to be closer to Tyler's family. The community of Cedar Falls warmly welcomed them, and soon they became active members of it. Tyler continued his work as a software engineer, while Sarah took on a role as an assistant at the city's public library. The children enrolled in the preschool program at Lincoln Elementary School. Tyler and Sarah were renowned for their kind nature and willingness to lend a helping hand, making everyone around them feel valued and important. This dedication earned them the admiration and affection of their neighbors and the entire community. Similarly, at the library, Sarah's warm and friendly personality quickly made her a well-known and appreciated figure, both among her colleagues and the wider community. The couple instilled their passion for outdoor activities and nature in their children, Arlo and Lula. In 2021, they began taking their kids camping, and despite their busy schedules, the children loved these trips so much that the parents made time for them whenever possible. By mid-2022, Sarah's workload had increased significantly. She took a day off in June to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary and planned another day off in July for a family vacation. She had to finish a project for the library by July 26th, but was determined not to let it interfere with the family's plans. During the week of July 11th, Sarah told her brother's wife that she would be taking the kids camping at Makata Cave State Park in Jackson County, Iowa, a popular destination known for its 13 impressive caves and stunning natural landscapes. On Thursday, July 21st, the family packed up their car and drove 140 miles to reach Makata Caves. The Schmidt family, Tyler and Sarah, both 42, and their children Arlo, 9, and Lula, 7, arrived at the campsite before 5 p.m. As the camping area was crowded, they set up near the park's entrance. A few hours later, around 7 p.m., another family parked their vehicle about 200 feet from the initial family's tent. This family consisted of Joe and Cecilia Sherwin, and their 23-year-old son Anthony, who hailed from Nebraska. The Sherwins proceeded to set up 2 separate tents, one for Joe and Cecilia, and another for their son Anthony. At the time, they were on their way back home following a week-and-a-half-long camping trip that had taken them to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The journey had been an enjoyable experience, and it had brought Joe, Cecilia, and Anthony closer together. Anthony was a devoted son, praised by his mom for his kind and sensitive nature. He was an excellent student and entrepreneur, working on a lucrative business venture that would financially support his parents. Though his mom, Cecilia, didn't know the details, Anthony kept her updated, mentioning only that his project involved secure emails. At Makata Caves, the campers retired to their tents as night fell. However, their peaceful slumber was disrupted before dawn on July 22nd by the sudden sound of gunshots. Just prior to the commotion, a man clad in black had entered the Schmidt's tent, attacking Tyler and then Sarah. Arlo, who had been asleep, was awakened by his sister Lula's screams. As he turned, he was met with a horrifying sight: blood inside the tent. Frantic with fear, he managed to escape and ran to seek help. As he fled, he heard one final shot. Meanwhile, Cecilia and Joe, who were camped nearby, rushed out of their tent amidst the chaos. Joe searched frantically for his son among the campers, asking if anyone had seen him. Arlo, still in a state of panic, continued to run until he encountered the sheriffs. He was screaming for help, explaining that his parents had been shot. Cecilia grasped his hand and ran with him to the park entrance. Once there, terrified and unsure of what had transpired, she pulled out her phone and dialed 911. She was beside herself with worry, fearing that her son might be among the victims, since he had been sleeping near the tent where the shots had come from. Cecilia called the Jackson County 911 operator to report hearing gunshots, but she struggled to pronounce the name of the park where she was, making it difficult to convey her location. She explained that she was with a boy who claimed that his parents had been shot. The call between Cecilia and 911 lasted 23 minutes as she answered the operator's questions. The operator relayed the attack to the police and park rangers, but the call was briefly disconnected. Cecilia persisted and called back, only to be put on hold while the dispatcher contacted emergency responders. Despite the tense and nervous atmosphere in the park, Cecilia remained calm, thanks to the adrenaline. After providing details about their exact location, she handed the phone to Arlo, the boy. He told the dispatcher that he was in a tent with his mom, sister, and dad, and when he woke up, he saw someone dressed in black holding a gun. When the 911 operator asked the child where his father was, he paused before responding that he thought his father was hurt. At 6:30 a.m., police officers and paramedics arrived at the campsite to find a horrific scene. All occupants of the Schmitz tent were dead. The once peaceful campsite had become a crime scene. Law enforcement immediately launched a search for the shooter, who could have been anywhere. The tactical team swiftly evacuated Makoka Cave State Park and Camp Shalom, a nearby Christian summer camp, located 1.5 miles from the attack site. As officials evacuated visitors, they gathered them outside the park. Once everyone was accounted for, it was clear that only one person, Anthony Sherwin, was missing, and he was armed. During an aerial search at 11 a.m., police found a body. Upon reaching it, they confirmed it was Anthony, deceased. Although an investigation was necessary, police identified him as the prime suspect in the homicides, believing he had committed the attack on the Schmitz before taking his own life. The authorities closed the park following the incident, a measure that remained in place until July 28th. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources offered their condolences, with their spokesperson expressing devastation on behalf of the entire team, stating that the event had shaken Iowa's tradition of enjoying its natural wonders. But the legacy would continue for the millions of families who recreate in Iowa's parks. As a mark of respect for Sarah's co-workers, the local authority closed the library for the rest of the day. The tragedy also drew reactions from other political leaders, including the Iowa governor, who expressed horror at the attack and sorrow for the unimaginable tragedy. A U.S. House representative from Iowa tweeted that it was a senseless and horrific crime. Sarah's family was devastated when they lost her. Her sister was particularly heartbroken, feeling as though her life had been turned upside down. She couldn't accept that Sarah was gone, and that she would no longer be able to pick up the phone and talk to her or watch her niece grow up. Family members came from as far away as North Dakota, Texas, and Michigan to attend the private funeral service, which was held at Greenwood Cemetery on August 2nd. Meanwhile, as the loved ones of the Schmitz coped with their grief and tried to console and care for Arlo, the authorities continued their investigation into the brutal crime. According to the Iowa Department of Public Safety's findings, which were based on the autopsy results, Tyler died from a gunshot wound and multiple sharp force injuries. Sarah's death was caused by sharp force injuries alone, and their young daughter was both shot and strangled. In early August 2022, authorities officially identified Anthony Sherwin as the person responsible for the murder of the Schmidt family. Sherwin, 23, had no prior criminal record and acted alone before taking his own life, according to the police. The investigation failed to uncover any motive behind the attack. The assistant director of the Division of Criminal Investigation clarified that there was no established connection between Anthony and the Schmidt family prior to the incident, despite them being neighboring campers. The Nebraska Police Department assisted in the investigation by searching the Sherwin family apartment, but found no suicide note or any indication that could explain why Anthony targeted the Schmidt family and himself. His Facebook page yielded no clues as it was completely blank. Regarding the weapon used in the attack, the assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation reported that a single hand-assembled firearm was recovered near Anthony's body. This type of weapon, commonly known as a ghost gun, is built by individuals using online purchase parts without restrictions, as they lack serial numbers, making them difficult to regulate and trace. Anthony's parents confirmed that their son had built his own weapon using online instructions. However, they clarified that he did this as a challenge, not because he wanted to own a gun. They emphasized that Anthony was responsible and had never hurt anyone or any animal. The parents, Cecilia and her husband, said their family had never owned guns before, but due to Nebraska's rising crime rates, they decided to acquire some. Because they were new to handling guns, They even took classes to learn how to use them properly. They brought the homemade gun on their trip to protect themselves from crime and possible bear attacks, which they had experienced before while camping. They intended to get rid of the gun later. When they returned home, Anthony's parents were determined to prove their son's innocence. They believed he was a victim of murder, not the killer. According to his mother, an independent autopsy report showed that Anthony had been shot twice, not once as the police claimed. She was puzzled by how he could have shot himself a second time, which challenged the authorities' suicide theory. They also questioned the description of the clothing the attacker wore. Cecilia remembered telling the 911 operator that the attacker was wearing black, which didn't match what her son had on, green shorts she had given him the day before the tragedy occurred. Furthermore, Cecilia and Joe claimed that the police did not reveal where they found Anthony's body, or whether the weapon he supposedly used to take his own life was the same one used in the attack on the Schmidts. Cecilia sent an email to the media outlining her concerns about the investigation into her son Anthony's death. She emphasized that Anthony had too many reasons to live and would not have abandoned everything in such a way. In her opinion, Anthony was incapable of killing and had no connection to the Schmidt family, and they had seen no signs of him planning an attack. When she asked investigators if they had conducted a ballistic test to confirm matches, they did not respond. Similarly, when Anthony's parents requested the final investigation report to commission an independent review, they received no response. In January 2023, a media outlet submitted a request for public records related to the case under Iowa's Open Records Law and the Freedom of Information Act. The request included incident reports, investigation documents, crime scene summaries, and autopsy reports. However, Devin McClone from the Iowa Department of Public Safety Commissioner responded that the requested records were not public, and the office could only share the immediate facts and circumstances of the case, as provided in the press release links. A few days after the tragedy, a media outlet emailed the official to ask if the weapon Anthony used to take his own life was the same one used in the murders, but she never responded. As it stands, the police believe that Anthony Sherwin was a random killer who brutally murdered 3 beloved members of a Cedar Falls family. However, the family of Cecilia and Joe refuses to accept that their son, who was kind and studious, was involved in the crime. They insist that he was another innocent victim and are determined to prove his innocence. Arlo, the sole survivor of the massacre, was taken in by his aunt and uncle in Cedar Falls. In an interview with a local newspaper, Sarah's brother proudly described his nephew as brave and reported that he was doing well mentally. The GoFundMe page set up after the tragedy continues to receive donations to support Arlo's care and education. Case of Vincent Brothers. Vincent Brothers, a beloved principal in Bakersfield, California, was informed that on Tuesday, July 8, 2003, his wife, children, and mother-in-law were tragically found murdered in their home. Despite the house being ransacked, nothing was taken, leading the police to rule out robbery and suspect intentional homicide. Vincent was cleared as he had a solid alibi, proving he was out of town during the incident. Subsequent investigations revealed a disturbing truth that shocked the entire community: the chilling case of Vincent Brothers. Born on May 30, 1962, in Beeport, Long Island, New York, Vincent was known for his charm, reliability, and hard work from a young age. He had also served in the Marine Reserves after graduating from Norfolk State University. Moving to California in the mid-80s for further studies, he eventually earned his master's degree. Vincent had a tumultuous past with relationships, despite rising quickly as a school administrator. He had 2 brief marriages that ended in separation. In 1988, while working at California State University in Bakersfield, he had a daughter with his then-girlfriend. He filed a lawsuit to establish paternity and eventually gained custody and visitation rights. Initially ordered to pay $350 monthly for support, this amount was raised to $771 by 2003. In the same year, he faced legal consequences, receiving a 6-day jail sentence and probation for a misdemeanor charge of spousal abuse. In 1992, Vincent entered another marriage, which also ended abruptly after allegations of threats to kill and physical abuse by his second wife. She filed for divorce in 1996. Allegations have been made against Vincent, who was the vice principal at Emerson Middle School, for sexual misconduct towards a colleague. The woman reported instances of harassment, including an incident at his home where Vincent physically assaulted her and prevented her from contacting the authorities by taking her phone. She tried to report the incident to the police but felt discouraged as Vincent was a respected member of the community, which made her doubt if her report would be taken seriously. The harassment continued with inappropriate touching at the school's front counter, leading the woman to take a leave of absence due to the hostile work environment. As the intimidation escalated to threatening phone calls, the school district investigated the claims and warned Vincent about the possibility of career consequences if found true. Despite denying the accusations and having a clean disciplinary record, the school administration decided to transfer Vincent to another school after their investigation. Vincent worked at John C. Fremont Elementary School in Bakersfield, California. He was well liked for his routine of walking students home safely after school. While at Fremont Elementary, he met Joni Harper, the campus security supervisor. They began dating and got married after their first child. Marquise was born. Their family grew with the arrival of their second child, Lindsay, in 2000. Unfortunately, their marriage was annulled in September 2001 due to Vincent's infidelity. In 2003, Vincent and Joni secretly remarried, and 4 months later, their third-born child, Marshall, was born. However, Joni soon confided to friends that their marriage was facing issues once again. This time, she expressed fear that Vincent might try to harm her. Joni, a loving mother of 3, lived with her husband, her mother, Ernestine Harper, and their children in Bakersfield, California. They were known in their community as a joyful and involved family, actively engaging in community events and maintaining amicable connections with others. Joni worked as a basketball official, while her mother was recognized for her advocacy as a civil rights activist. Outsiders perceived Vincent and Joni's marriage as solid, unaware of the tragic events that would unfold. Vincent had already moved out of the house in April, 3 months before the incident, due to frequent conflicts with his mother-in-law, Ernestine. On Sunday, July 6, 2003, Joni, along with her 3 children, Marquez, Lindsay, and 6-week-old Marshall, and her mother, Ernestine Harper, attended a morning church service. After the service, they went for lunch at the Black Angus restaurant before returning home. Once home, they took a nap before planning to attend the evening church service. In a horrifying sequence of events, Joni and her children were in one bedroom, while her mother occupied another area of the house when they were ruthlessly and fatally attacked. There were no apparent signs of forced entry, and the assailant breached the house and initiated the assault by firing 2 shots at Joni's head in her bedroom, followed by targeting Lindsay in the center of her back. Ernestine, likely alerted by the noise, moved towards the hallway to investigate, but she was fatally shot twice in the face, collapsing in the hallway just outside her bedroom. Returning to Joni's room, the attacker proceeded to shoot Marquez and delivered a final fatal shot to the baby's back. Each gunshot was strategically aimed to ensure fatal harm. The assailant, rather than immediately fleeing, went to the kitchen, retrieved a knife from the butcher block, and viciously stabbed Joni multiple times in the back. The assailant then tampered with the TV connections, but placed the TV carefully on the ground. Additionally, Joni's purse was emptied onto the laundry room floor, yet nothing valuable was taken, including money that was left untouched. It appeared the assailant aimed to mislead the authorities, creating the impression of a break-in and seeking to eliminate any potential witnesses. Afterward, the assailant covered the bodies in the bedroom with blankets and pillows taken from other rooms. On July 8, 2003, Joni's closest friend, Kelsey Spann, grew concerned as she hadn't heard from Joni, her mother, or the children since they attended church that Sunday. Worried that something might have happened, Kelsey decided to visit Joni's home to check on them, using the key Joni had entrusted to her. Kelsey attempted to unlock the side door, but found it difficult to do so, as something was preventing it from opening. She proceeded to the back of the house and discovered an unlocked sliding glass door, which was an unusual occurrence. Upon entering, she made the grisly discovery of Joni, Ernestine, Marquise, Lindsay, and Marshall, all deceased. Acting swiftly, Kelsey contacted the authorities at 7 a.m., prompting their arrival at the horrifying scene where the 5 individuals had been brutally murdered. The peaceful ranch-style residence where Joni, her children, and mother resided sat in a tranquil corner lot within the neighborhood. Law enforcement concluded that the family was tragically killed on a Sunday afternoon following their return from church. Detectives assessed the situation, identifying Joni as the primary target due to the severity of her injuries. They inferred that the assailants' actions indicated profound anger. The police expressed concern for Vincent's safety and discovered that he had traveled to Ohio. Detective Watts, one of the detectives, traveled to North Carolina as Vincent and his brother Melvin had gone there to visit their mother. Upon interacting with Vincent in North Carolina, the police found him in a traumatized state, deeply distressed and unable to articulate coherent sentences, which did not offer much insight into the investigation. His demeanor did not align with that of a probable killer, especially considering he was on the opposite side of the country at the time of the murders. They initially excluded him as a suspect, and Vincent also provided receipts confirming purchases made on the days surrounding the tragedy, solidifying his absence from Bakersfield, California, where the horrific events unfolded. However, Detective Watts still had doubts. He noticed that Vincent never asked about how his wife and children died on July 11, 2003. Vincent Brothers returned to Los Angeles, but was notably absent from his family's memorial service. However, on July 16, 2003, he attended their funeral. As the police investigated further, they discovered that Vincent had moved out from his family's residence in April 2003 and was no longer living with them. His wife, Joni, had been planning a second divorce and intended to seek child support for their children. Authorities also uncovered Vincent's history of violence against women, leading to a closer scrutiny of his alibi. Further scrutiny revealed surveillance videos from store checkouts depicting Melvin, not Vincent, making purchases. Confronted with this evidence, Melvin disclosed that Vincent instructed him to visit various stores at specific times, using Vincent's name instead of his own. Police could not locate any witnesses who had seen Vincent during the tragic period. According to Melvin and the family, they had not encountered Vincent from the evening of July 4th to the evening of July 7th. Despite their efforts, authorities lacked direct evidence linking Vincent to the murders. Vincent Brothers had rented a Dodge Neon upon his arrival in Columbus, Ohio, and stayed at his brother's house. According to police speculations, Vincent allegedly flew to Columbus on July 2, 2003, under the pretense of visiting family. On July 4th, he purportedly traveled back from Ohio to Bakersfield, where the tragic incident occurred on the afternoon of Sunday, July 6, 2003. Afterward, he returned to Ohio, arriving late on Monday the 7th. Law enforcement meticulously examined the Dodge, focusing on its radiator and air filters. The Burt Museum of Entomology at the University of California, Davis was enlisted for assistance, with Dr. Lynn Kimsey, an expert in bug identification, meticulously analyzing insects found in the car. Dr. Kimsey's examination unveiled over 100 insects, meticulously identified by species, notably some exclusive to the western region beyond the Rockies. Certain insects indicated that Vincent traveled at night. Through careful analysis, she charted a path indicating the car's westward journey from Ohio. Investigators tracked down the vehicle's previous 5 renters, confirming that none had driven the car to California or near the Rockies. In their scrutiny of evidence from the home, the police focused on photographic evidence and observed a latex glove tip among items discarded in the laundry room. Upon testing, the tip revealed a DNA match, identifying it as a 1 in 6 billion match to Vincent Brothers. Detective Watts had discovered that Vincent planned to leave town. He had started selling his possessions and even listed his house for sale. Consequently, on April 30th, 2004, Vincent was arrested and charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder. The trial began in 2007, with prosecutor Lisa Green leading the case. The prosecution theorized that Vincent's motive for the murders was financial, contending that he acted out of fear of potential child support payments due to Joni's impending divorce. They portrayed Vincent as a serial adulterer who would disappear for long periods and often respond violently when questioned, particularly towards his wife or girlfriend at the time. Numerous witnesses, including Dr. Lynn Kimsey, were summoned by the prosecution. Kimsey testified that the insects discovered in the Dodge Neon were consistent with those typically found along Interstate 70 while traveling. Testimony further corroborated that the 5,424 miles driven from July 2nd to July 11th aligned with the presented evidence. However, when Melvin testified, he attempted to retract his previous statements, claiming that he had lied to the police regarding Vincent, providing him with a credit card to use. The defense countered by presenting an expert in high-speed driving. The expert asserted the difficulty of maintaining an average speed of 70 miles per hour throughout the journey from Ohio to California. They contended that such a trip would have been impossible for Vincent to accomplish. Additionally, their own pathologists took the stand, testifying that the murders likely occurred as late as Monday morning on July 7, 2003. To support their case, the defense presented interrogation tapes intended to demonstrate that Melvin had been coerced by the police into altering his testimony. They also brought forth a witness to a car incident that Vincent claimed occurred on Sunday morning. In this incident, a boy on a bicycle collided with Vincent's rental car at an intersection. While this incident was not reported to the police due to a lack of damages or injuries, the prosecution diligently sought to verify the bike accident story. Detective Watts traveled back to Ohio and located Tom Belieb, a car dealer who flew to California to testify. Lebby confirmed that he was driving during the bike accident and that the boy collided with his car while he was stationary at an intersection. The defense strategy involved presenting Vincent's other brother, Troy, as Vincent's alibi witness. Troy was intended to testify that he had flown in from New York and spent that Saturday and Sunday with Vincent touring different state colleges in Ohio. Vincent had expressed interest in applying to these colleges to further his graduate studies. However, complications arose when, after lunch on the day Troy was scheduled to testify, he was nowhere to be seen. Consequently, Vincent himself took the stand, vehemently denying any extramarital affairs and adamantly refuting the accusation of murdering his family. Throughout his testimony, Vincent frequently broke down in tears. The prosecution brought in Franklin School principal Carla Toya as a witness. She testified about her involvement with Vincent, dating back to the year his son was born in 1996, and their on and off relationship until 2002 when she ended it. Toya then confessed that she and Vincent had been intimate just weeks before the family tragedy, contradicting Vincent's staunch denial of previous affairs. This revelation undermined Vincent's claims of fidelity. The prosecution posited that the crime had been meticulously premeditated, acquiring knowledge of the family's Sunday routine, granting the killer control and a window of opportunity. Exploiting this familiarity, the perpetrator waited until the family was asleep, using a copied key to gain entry through the sliding glass door and methodically execute each member of the family on May 15th. Vincent Brothers was found guilty on 5 counts of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances, making him eligible for the death penalty. After hearing testimony from 137 witnesses, the jury deliberated for nearly 2 days before reaching their decision. Following the verdict, Vincent was escorted from the courtroom and returned to Laro Detention Facility under strict security. On September 27th, Judge Michael Bush of the Deer County Superior Court sentenced Vincent Brothers to death by lethal injection. He was detained at San Quentin State Prison in California, where he is still currently housed. During the sentencing hearing, family members were given the opportunity to deliver statements. Vincent's only surviving child, his firstborn Margaret Kern Brothers, announced her resignation from the brothers' family, expressing that upon leaving the courtroom, she would solely identify herself as Margaret Carr. The evidence suggested that Vincent Brothers lacked empathy and remorse for his actions, a common trait in what many call a psychopath. His perception of his children as mere objects indicated a complete detachment from any emotional connection with them. The act of stabbing Joni appeared to be a deliberate means of severing his ties with her on a physical level. His action of covering the victims seemed to indicate an attempt to shield himself from confronting the aftermath of his deeds, suggesting a deeply personal involvement in these killings. It is a tragic and unfortunate reality that the victims faced against this monstrous individual. As we reflect on this heart-wrenching tale, our thoughts are with the victims whose lives were tragically cut short and the loved ones they left behind. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.